Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate Traveler's Salty Life 1SL Chapter 1. First Meeting with Luffy. The waves are surging and the view is unobstructed. The sun was shining and the wind was warm. A group of milky white seagulls were flying around the school of fish. The sparkling sea was reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Under the sea, fishes are vying to jump up and down with the waves. Now is the time when the fishes are migrating along the ocean currents. This location is located in East Blue, one of the four seas, near the kingdom of Goa. Not far away, a luxurious merchant ship was sailing through the waves, and the picture looked particularly harmonious. However, the ship next to it with a swan bow and a heart-shaped pirate's flag abruptly broke the tranquility, and bursts of excited hacking sounds came from it. That's the car that Pirate's Alvida rides, and now she has a bounty of 5 million berries on her head. In East Blue, where a reward of more than 10 million Baileys is enough to make her the king, she can also be called the Great Pirates. At this time, she had already caught up with the luxurious merchant ship and was preparing to take her men to plunder the goods and treasures, not caring at all whether there were people on the ship whom she could not afford to defend. Run, pirates, it's pirates, it's Pirates Alvida. Legend has it that she has a big iron bar, and she smashes the heads of anyone she catches. After the bustling merchant ship was caught up and forced to stop, everyone, whether it was merchants and celebrities or sailors in odd jobs, looked like the world was coming to an end and ran around in panic. One of the young men, wearing a white shirt, black vest and formal suit of the same color, was walking slowly towards the cabin. Su Chen took off the top hat on his head, and the cane in his right hand tapped lightly on the wooden deck as he walked. Sound waves spread out from the place where the cane touched the deck, and everyone who heard the sound subconsciously ignored this young man who looked a little strange. After the female pirate Alvida and her men came aboard, the three pirates he had noticed had already gone deeper into the cabin. In order to witness the first appearance of Pirates King Luffy, he had to go down quickly and not be delayed by the people around him. At this time, in a secret room on the ship, the three pirates that Su Chen saw just now were surrounding a wine barrel and discussing something. This is the first time I've seen such a big wine barrel. Have you seen it? Yeah, it's my first time seeing this too. Coward Kobe found something good this time. Among them, the pink-haired boy who was called a coward stayed aside, somewhat afraid to speak. It just so happens that we are thirsty too, let's drink here. One of the fat pirates raised his fist, ready to open the lid of the wine barrel and have a good drink. That advertisement, this is our harvest, right? If we deal with it privately, Miss Alvida will definitely not let us off easily if she finds out. The coward Kobe gave a cautious reminder. He couldn't help but feel scared when he thought of the ferocious appearance of the fat female pirates Alvida. Go, 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 just don't let that fat guy know, okay? You know what to do, Kobe. Several pirates impatiently drove Kobe away, using threatening words in their speech. Drops of cold sweat dripped down Kobe's forehead and his voice trembled a little. I know, I didn't see anything, haha. Just as Kobe finished speaking. Bang! The lid of the wooden barrel suddenly exploded, and a rubber-like fist stretched out and hit one of the dark-skinned pirates hard in the face. In just a moment, the pirate flew out. Sleep so good. Looks like I'm saved. I thought I was going to die in the sea, ha 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 ha. A boy wearing a red vest, blue half-length jeans and slippers emerged from inside. He has short black hair, squinted eyes, and a sunny smile, looking a little heartless. An ordinary straw hat kept rising and falling as he laughed, which was particularly eye-catching. After stretching comfortably, the boy in the straw hat belatedly observed his surroundings. Who are you? Who are you? Kobe and the other two looked at the straw hat boy who appeared in confusion, then opened their mouths and complained. Do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry. The boy in the straw hat covered his stomach, felt it, and then spoke to himself. You be asterisk 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 D. We are pirates. How dare you ignore our questions and even ask us for food? The two pirates raised their knives and shouted angrily at the straw hat boy. After seeing the pirates start to get angry, the coward Kobe carefully stepped back a few steps and hid himself far away. I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Advertisement? Ignoring the angry pirates, the straw hat boy put his hands on his hips and spoke to Kobe who was hiding away. Damn it. Just listen to what I'm saying, stinky brat. This attitude of complete disregard for them made the two pirates extremely angry, and they slashed at the straw hat boy with two knives. Bang! The frightened Kobe did not see the straw hat boy being hit by the knife. Instead, the two pirates flew out instantly and hit the wooden wall of the room, making two loud noises. Su Chen slowly retracted his waving cane and turned to look at Kobe and Luffy. Hello, I am the magician Su Chen. Are you hungry? I have a lot of delicious food here. The boy in the straw hat was ready to attack at first, but after the two pirates flew out, he tilted his head and a big question mark appeared in his head, but after hearing Su Chen's words, golden light appeared in his eyes. He rushed out of the wooden wine barrel and hugged Su Chen tightly. Ah, where is the delicious food? Here, here. Although he had known Luffy's personality for a long time, Su Chen still felt a little uncomfortable with this kind of enthusiasm. You have to let me go first, then I can give it to you. Hearing Su Chen say this, Luffy immediately let go and took a few steps back, looking at him with excitement. Su Chen waved his cane gently, and spots of light appeared in the air along with the wave of the cane. The ground was suddenly filled with all kinds of meat and fruits, and waves of tempting aroma floated above the food. This is just a little trick of a magician, just taking out the food stored in the space. Wow, I'm starting. With a whoosh, Luffy pounced forward. There was a crunching sound from the food pile, and the mountains of meat and fruit disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a smile on his face, Su Chen ignored Luffy's rough eating movements, picked up an apple and invited Kobe, who was hiding nearby. "Kirby, would you like to eat something?" Kobe, who was a little frightened, was stunned for a moment. Su Chen's well-intentioned invitation made him hesitate, but thinking about how he had just used his cane to slap 2 pirates away, he couldn't say no. Yes, sir." This timid look reminded Su Chen of how he looked when he first came into this world, and he was also so cautious. Chapter 2 Magician, Su Chen, as a native of Blue Star, his family is not rich and can only barely get by. After he turned 18, he experienced his parents' divorce, dropped out of school, and broke up. I have often fantasized about such unrealistic things as traveling through time and space and being reborn. I have also been madly addicted to the world of anime and the two-dimensional world, but in the end I was defeated by the cold reality. Under heavy pressure of survival, he entered an electronics factory and became a piece of rubble at the grassroots level of society. I can only think about my past dreams in my spare time and look forward to a beautiful love. Originally, his whole life would have been spent slowly on this kind of complicated work. Maybe you will meet an ordinary woman, enter into marriage, but eventually be crushed by mortgage and car loans. But his life changed dramatically due to an unexpected event. It was a coincidence of fate that he found a booklet with ghostly drawings on a well-known second-hand book website. According to the seller, it was a magic encyclopedia. The price was $3.25, the price of Su Chen's dinner. Deceived by the seller, he acted on impulse and spent a huge sum of money to buy the book of ghost paintings. He felt heartbroken for a long time afterwards and thought about getting a refund, but the seller mysteriously disappeared after sending the package. He probably ran away overnight, which made Su Chen even more certain that he was fooled. While waiting for the express delivery, he didn't even bother to add sausage to his instant noodles for several days. You know, that sausage. After a long wait, the express delivery arrived as promised. After getting the book called Magic Encyclopedia, Su Chen stayed up late for several days to study it carefully because it cost a huge amount of money. As a result, he was severely warned by the factory team leader, who accused him of being absent from work and threatened to deduct 50 yuan from his salary. How can this be? Su Chen almost knelt down to the team leader on the spot, saying that 50 yuan was almost the cost of his life. He paid a bottle of Coke worth 3 yuan to make the team leader take back his words. After get off work that day, he rushed back to the rental house angrily, picked up the magic booklet and was about to tear it up, but at the last moment, he remembered the value of $3.25 and forcibly resisted the impulse. However, after this accident, the magic booklet was relegated to the cold palace and became a table cushion. The moment he pressed the booklet down, a white light suddenly shone from the booklet and enveloped his entire body. Then he was wrapped in the Pirates King anime that was still playing on the computer, and he lost consciousness. Advertisement. When he woke up, he became a teenage orphan in the uncertainty terminal of the Kingdom of Goa. After experiencing the initial process of surprise, panic, fear, longing, confusion, and hysteria, Su Chen has spent several months in the Kingdom of Goa. The belated arrival of Cheat in the magic record emerged in his mind. It also confirmed to him that he had traveled to the comic book he had seen before, Pirates King. Since he had Cheat, Su Chen naturally left the novice village. He has been wandering on the sea over the years, enjoying the scenery of the sea while learning magic. He felt the magic power surging rapidly in his body. This was the cheat that the book worth $3.25 brought him. It is also the guarantee for him to survive in this world where monsters are rampant. Now his magic power is enough to use most of the magic in the magic record. Su Chen had never thought about how many types there were exactly. Among them, there were many world-destroying magics, and there were also many level 0 magics. Really living up to the name of the booklet, the magic encyclopedia was truly all-encompassing, so he never thought about how strong he was. Think carefully about the timeline in Pirates King. From the time Luffy went out to sea for adventure to the time he became one of the 5 emperors and fought Kaido, it took about 3 years. Su Chen estimated that most of the enemies he would encounter seemed no match for him. Even if he is defeated, the worst that can happen is that he can use space magic to escape. Anyway, now he can move with the sunny and cover a distance of about 100 kilometers. While Su Chen was lost in his memories, Luffy next to him had completely eaten up the mountain of food and filled his stomach with it all. It's delicious. It would be better if there was more meat. Luffy patted his stomach. The feeling of being full was so comfortable. By the way, what's your name, Foodman? I didn't hear it clearly just now. After eating, Luffy remembered that there were other people in the room besides him, and one of them gave him a lot of food. Luffy's ability to give people nicknames is somewhat speechless. This skill is comparable to Zoro's ability to get lost. Remember, my name is Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Luffy with a serious expression. I am a magician. Magician? Advertisement? That's amazing. Is it the same as the biographical novels I heard when I was a child? This was the first time Luffy heard someone introduce themselves like this, and it sounded really impressive. That should be about the same. Su Chen had not read the biographical novel that Luffy mentioned, so he was a little uncertain. Wow, that's amazing. Seeing Su Chen nodded affirmatively, Luffy nodded seriously. Kobe, who was standing next to them, was completely confused by the question and answer between the two. He actually believed it. He had absolutely no way of following the train of thought of these two people. Su Chen. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will become the king of pirates. Luffy smiled, pointed at himself with his thumb, stretched out his hand to Su Chen and said, I think you are very good, so, do you want to be my partner? Perhaps because Su Chen invited him to dinner, Luffy felt that he should be a nice person. Confident words surrounded Su Chen's ears. Although he had heard them many times in anime, the feeling was different from hearing them in person. This classic slogan accompanied Su Chen throughout his short youth. Moreover, the invitation that followed was like a dream coming true, giving him an electric feeling all over his body. After all, deep down in their hearts, everyone dreams of adventure. Okay. If you want to become the king of pirates, then you must travel around the world. Feeling the call from deep in his heart and the madly surging magic power, Su Chen agreed without hesitation. I have nowhere else to go anyway, so I become a companion to the king of pirates. Su Chen adjusted the top hat on his head, held the cane tightly with one hand, and held Luffy's outstretched hand with the other hand. That sounds like a very good proposal. Please advise me, my captain. Ha 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 ha. I really wasn't wrong about you. Then we are partners. Please give me your guidance. Luffy was so happy to have obtained the first good-looking crew member. He shook Su Chen's hand tightly and started laughing. Kobe next to him was going crazy. Chapter 3 The Freest Man. Two unidentified guys were discussing becoming the king of pirates, without any doubt that they could do it. Don't they know how hard it is to be the king of pirates? Not only do you have to travel around the world, but besides various disasters along the way, there are also numerous terrifying pirates. You should know that the number of pirates who died on this road is simply countless. What a pair of lunatics. Ignoring Kobe's surprise, Su Chen tapped the ground with his cane. He had planned to join the StrawHat Pirates a long time ago, but he never thought it would go so smoothly. Not only for your own youth, but also for the experience of free adventure, joining the pirates is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. In fact, in the world of Pirates King, there are not many opportunities to choose. Pirates, bounty hunters, revolutionary army or marine. The bounty hunters were eliminated first, as there were no particularly powerful characters in previous anime. Even if there are some, most of them are loners. As a social animal, Su Chen believes that he cannot stay alone, so he did not think of becoming a bounty hunter the first time, and going to sea before was just a transition. The revolutionary army is good, but the ideas they follow are too rigid. Compared to reform, Su Chen prefers more freedom. Coming to this world full of freedom, of course adventure is the mainstream. Of course, after this journey is over, it is not impossible to help the revolutionary army reform, but that is a matter for the future. Not to mention Marine, he is just a puppet, he will never join Marine. The thought of a fat, stupid celestial dragon ordering you around and asking you to kowtow to him gave Su Chen goosebumps all over his body. He would never allow himself to fall to that level. So in the end, the only choice left is the free pirates. Although there are many vicious villains, there are also adventurers who are full of dreams and pursue freedom. They just pursue their dreams under the banner of pirates. Luffy's StrawHat Pirates are like this. Now that you have come to this world, of course you have to follow the protagonist on adventures, so that you will have no regrets. So after confirming at the beginning that he had traveled through time to the Pirates King, Su Chen made the decision to join the StrawHat Pirates. By the way, Su Chen, what is your goal in going to sea? Luffy stopped smiling, pressed the straw hat on his head with one hand, and looked at Su Chen with some curiosity. The target? Hearing Luffy's question, Su Chen smiled. Of course, it's a journey full of adventures. I want to be the freest traveler. From East Blue to Red Line, from Grand Line to the legendary Sky Island, I want to leave traces of my presence. Advertisement is a free world, of course freedom should be the goal. In this magnificent age of navigation, if one does not experience the unparalleled adventure, he will regret it for the rest of his life. The freest traveler? Ha ha ha, that sounds great. Luffy's face showed a hint of longing. This idea is so ambitious and romantic, he deserves to be the companion he chose. But, Luffy, what are our next steps? As he spoke, Su Chen tilted his head and looked at the door of the room. Outside the room, the sound of footsteps could be heard faintly. What's the next step? It should be to find a ship and hold a party. Luffy thought for a moment and replied, the other thing is to find companions. As the king of pirates, how can I be without companions? I don't need too many, but I must have musicians. In Luffy's mind, pirates are tied to freedom, and freedom of course requires music, so he has a strong obsession with musicians. Since you have a specific idea, Luffy, I won't say anything more. Su Chen slowly walked to the door, but what we need to do now is to leave here first. Besides, we have to get rid of the people who are blocking us. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly opened the door. Bang! A fat figure rolled in from outside and slammed hard into the cabin, making a loud noise. Ah! It hurts! The dull, harsh and unpleasant female voice, like the howling of a pig before being slaughtered, echoed throughout the room. When Kobe heard the voice, he shuddered suddenly, his face filled with panic and fear. Kirby, I was wondering why there was no movement down there, so you were planning with someone else to betray me? Boom! The huge mace fell on the deck with a dull sound, and Alvida, who was extremely huge, climbed up from the ground with the help of the iron rod. When Kobe heard the question, he trembled all over and subconsciously waved his hands. No no no, I didn't. After hearing Kobe's answer, Pirates Alvida looked around with his little eyes. Then she spoke her catchphrase to Kobe and raised her mace threateningly. Advertisement, Kirby, who is the most beautiful woman in East Blue? The timid Kirby shivered and spoke in a flattering voice. Of course it's Miss Alvida, of course it's Lady Alvida. Luffy couldn't help but punch him on the head because of his cowardly look. Be strong, boy, do you want to submit to this fat ant? Kobe, who was hit on the head, widened his eyes and stared blankly at Luffy who was speaking. Just now, the two of them were talking about their own dreams, but he didn't even dare to say his own dream. Kobe, I want to be the king of pirates, even if it means losing my life. So, what is your dream? King Pirates? Can I have my own dream too? As if Luffy's confident smile gave him courage, Kobe clenched his hands and shouted loudly. I want to be a marine and catch all the bad guys. Although the voice was a little childish, it was surprisingly firm. Su Chen, who was standing at the door, saw Kobe's expectant voice and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kirby, what did you say? I'll ask you one last time, the most beautiful thing in this ocean. Without waiting for Alvida to finish speaking, Su Chen hit her hard in the face with the cane. Bang! In just a moment, the obese Alvida flew backwards and hit the place where she had just fallen. You fat old lady, stop asking me this over and over again. Anyway, I know that the most beautiful woman is definitely not a fat pig like you. Su Chen's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing Alvida's heart and bringing her critical blows again and again. You guys. A dull voice came out from Alvida who was lying on the ground, carrying with it a cold murderous intent. I'm going to kill you. Su Chen and Luffy looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Hey, Captain, I'll leave this lady to you, and I'll take care of the minions around here. Chapter 4. Shocked Kobe when Luffy heard Su Chen's words, he grinned and took a fighting stance. Ha ha ha. Okay, Su Chen, you must protect Kobe. As he spoke, Luffy's arm instantly extended and blasted Alvida, who had just climbed up, onto the deck. That's natural. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to him. Su Chen walked up to Kobe with a smile on his face. I told you, I am a magician. Now, Luffy, you better watch out. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen tapped the ground lightly with his cane. After an ethereal knocking sound was heard, Su Chen, Luffy and the other two instantly appeared on the deck of the merchant ship. Then he gently tapped the air with his cane, and vines sprouted from the wooden deck, covered with unknown, bright flowers. Wooden binding. Wow! Luffy's eyes were instantly filled with sparkling diamond-shaped stars, flashing with golden light. Amazing! Kobe next to him also had his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. Hey! What's the use of Su Chen's magic? Luffy stretched out his arms and instantly jumped onto Su Chen. After hugging him, she shook him vigorously, with strong anticipation in her voice. Su Chen forcefully pulled Luffy off his body. Although he already knew that this was Luffy's way of expressing excitement, he still felt a little awkward. It would take him a little time to get used to this kind of thing. Of course the vines are used to entangle. Luffy, come on, I will help you defeat anyone who tries to hinder you. As soon as he finished speaking, the vines twisted rapidly, and the unknown flowers on them were like gorgeous roses, beautiful, but extremely deadly. Ah! What is this? Let me go. The brutal pirates were originally looting everywhere, but after the vines appeared, they were chased everywhere. Those who ran a little slower would be entangled by the winding vines and unable to move at all. It's not that some pirates didn't resist, but even if they tried their best, they couldn't move the vines even a little bit. Advertisement: the long knife and the iron rod struck the vines, making a loud sound of steel colliding. The huge recoil also made their arms holding the weapons go limp, and they couldn't hold the weapons at all. Wow wow wow. Luffy opened his mouth wide and waved his hands quickly. When he saw the vines rolling, he screamed repeatedly and his eyes were full of eagerness. Demon fruit power. After being knocked down repeatedly, Alvida bravely climbed up. She never expected that in the small East Blue, she would be teased to this extent by two young boys. Anger burned quickly in her eyes, but when she saw the vines running all over the deck, she instantly swallowed back the words she was about to shout out. The look he gave Su Chen was filled with deep fear and solemnity. I didn't expect you to be the user of the devil fruit. Leave my ship and I can pretend nothing happened. Devil fruit. Su Chen smiled when he heard the name. I told you long ago, I'm a magician. You've never eaten anything like devil fruit, you fat old lady. Kobe, who was not far away, exclaimed, his face full of disbelief, isn't that a legend? It's not a legend, because I am the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Luffy patted Kobe, his mouth widened in an extremely exaggerated grin, and said while covering his head with the straw hat. Then he walked towards the female pirates Alvida in front. Since Su Chen had already dealt with those small fry, it was his turn to take action. Alvida was shocked and was extremely stubborn. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of her subordinates, but she felt that she was no match for Su Chen. She was in a wavering state and did not hear Luffy's words. As the vines slowly stopped rolling, the invading pirates on the merchant ship were captured, and the merchant nobles hiding inside the cabin also slowly walked out. Carefully use ropes to tie up the pirates who are entangled in the vines. Under such circumstances, Su Chen lifted the magic, and a ship full of pirates were tied up tightly while groaning and screaming. Luffy, I'll leave it to you from now on. Adjusting the top hat on his head, Su Chen walked to Kobe's side, leaving space for Luffy. Hey, aren't you going to help Luffy? Kobe's voice was extremely confused. After all, that was the great pirate's Alvida. Trust Luffy, he's my captain. Advertisement. Su Chen's face was full of confidence. She was just an unknown little pirate and she had not yet tasted the fruit in the original book. Even if Alvida doesn't use magic now, she is no match for him. Originally Alvida was still hesitating whether to surrender, but Su Chen's actions made him regain his confidence. If he couldn't beat the demon fruit power, how could he not beat a little kid? As long as she is more serious and catches this brat, there is no doubt that she will be able to deal with that arrogant guy. Ha ha ha, as long as you're not that guy just now, I won't be afraid of you. Die, you little b***************. D. Alvida, holding the mace high, rushed towards Luffy fiercely. The huge mace hit his head hard and froze him in an instant. This thing is useless to me. Luffy's mouth opened up, his snow-white teeth gleaming in the sunlight, because I'm a rubber man. No. No way. My mace. When Alvida found that his attack was completely useless, an extremely horrified expression appeared on his face. Guomo Guomanuo, gun. Bang. A powerful punch hit Alvida's face hard. After a huge scream, his fat figure flew backwards and lost consciousness. The pirates around were all shocked. They never thought that Alvida would be defeated by an ordinary straw hat boy. And the arm he just stretched out has become longer. Kobe's eyes almost popped out of his head due to his surprise, and his big mouth remained open for a long time. What happened during this period had such a huge impact on him that he stammered and was unable to speak. He. Su Chen, I'm awesome, right? Of course, you are the future king of pirates. Hearing Luffy's question, Su Chen turned around, raised his thumb and smiled in approval. Hey, Kobe, let's go get a nice meal, you're going to the marine anyway. Well, I remember that Shield's town is not far away, there should be food there. Su Chen drove out a small boat next to the Alvida pirate's ship, interrupting Luffy and Kobe's conversation. Although he could use magic to control the ship, the appearance of the ship was not to his taste, so he could only make do with the small boat in the comics. But he also took away all the food and treasures. As for what the pirates did, it was none of his business. Let's go, Luffy, we'll talk when we get to town. Chapter 5. It's magic. The sky is clear and there is not a cloud in the sky. It looks like there is no need to worry about rain in the short term. A small boat was sailing slowly on the sea, and Luffy was lying on the railing of the boat, bored. It's so boring, Su Chen, how long will it take to get there? At this time, there was an open sail hanging on the top of the boat, and a green wind was blowing hard. At this rate, we should be there in another hour. Su Chen was also very bored. After all, there was nothing worth noting on the vast sea. As long as the direction was right, there was no need for him to keep guarding. Kirby, do you have anything to play? I'm so bored. Seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to pay attention to him, Luffy's whole body was like noodles, and he crawled to Kobe's side limply and grabbed him tightly with both hands. Why don't you tell us the difference between a magician and a devil fruit, Su Chen? This is the first time I've seen a magician and demon fruit power in real life. It's amazing. The timid Kobe was full of curiosity about the unknown. Luffy's words just made him say what he had always wanted to ask. He looked at Su Chen with anticipation. Su Chen, who was a little annoyed by the slow sailing, was suddenly shocked. He really liked this kind of pretentious thing. Yes, Su Chen, a magician can do everything, right? Then can you bring us directly to Shield's town in no time? Luffy, who was originally limp, stood up instantly with some anticipation. Of course you can, but most of the time sailing is like this. If you get used to my teleportation, what if we are separated one day? It's not that Su Chen had never thought about teleporting directly, but there would always be a time when he would be separated from Luffy and the others. Once they get used to this way of moving, and then return to this boring voyage, who knows if there will be any problems. Well, let's sail on. Luffy's tone was full of disappointment, but he still denied the plan to let Su Chen teleport. Let me demonstrate to you the magician's abilities. Skipping over this topic, Su Chen raised the cane. Look, I'm a relatively traditional magician. I'm involved in most kinds of magic, such as this. Advertisement, frost. The cane stretched out of the boat and gently touched the surface of the sea. Suddenly, the seawater made a huge crackling sound, and an extremely cold air spread quickly. A dozen seconds later, the sea surface within a radius of 10 miles was completely frozen, and another small boat out of sight was also frozen by the rapidly spreading ice. Wow! Luffy and Kobe touched the ice in disbelief, and after finding out it was not an illusion, they jumped off the boat. There's more, watch out! With some pride, Su Chen was very satisfied with the performance of Luffy and the other man. It felt really good to show off in front of others, not to mention that these were the characters he had always liked. Creation. Clouds and rain. Song of the forest. Su Chen used 3 consecutive magic spells. A large cloud condensed from the clear sky and appeared in the sky, forming strange animals, and countless saplings emerged from under the ice. The animals in the sky ran down in the void, spraying water around the saplings as if they were watering them. After absorbing the water splashes, the saplings grew rapidly at an extremely fast speed, After more than 10 seconds, a large forest appeared directly on the ice surface, with bright red fruits hanging on the branches. After doing all this, the animals looked at Luffy and his companions curiously, without any sign of fear, and began to play happily in the forest that had just appeared. Seeing his masterpiece, Su Chen nodded and waved his cane again. The trees twisted rapidly, and a simple wooden table and chairs appeared not far from them, with bright red fruits filling the tabletop. "Oh, this is amazing. Can those fruits be eaten?" Luffy, who was standing aside, was extremely excited and looked at him with admiration. Up to now, Su Chen's performance was no different from the magician in the picture book novel, and was even more magical. He, it's just so. Su Chen's voice was filled with uncontrollable pride. His current mood could be described in one word: awesome. Just as he was about to say something, there was a crunching sound from the other side of the wooden table. Luffy had already run over, picked up the fruit and started eating. The same thing happened to Kobe, who was not far away. After sailing for some time, he couldn't resist the temptation of food, so he took a fruit in each hand and started to eat it. Advertisement. After realizing this, Su Chen gave up the idea of saying anything else and hurried over. He had never eaten this kind of magical fruit. Judging from the way Luffy and Kobe were swallowing the food in big gulps, it must taste good. Luffy finished it in no time. In the vast ocean, in the forest that should not appear on the sea, 3 figures were quickly chewing fruits. If it weren't for the animals playing around, the whole scene would have been extremely weird. A slender figure in the distance was pulling a small boat with great effort. The sudden change in the environment made Nami doubt his life. Is this still the East Blue she is familiar with? The forest vaguely appearing in the distance made her stunned, and she seriously suspected that she had not woken up yet. Su Chen, although fruits are delicious, I prefer meat. Can you make a tree that grows meat? Su Chen, who was slowly chewing a fruit, was stunned. A tree growing flesh? This was too outrageous. He glared at Luffy with a dark face and suddenly pointed his cane at the ground. The surrounding trees and animals suddenly disappeared, and even the ice surface was slowly shrinking. After more than 10 seconds, the blue sea surface reappeared, and Su Chen and Kobe floated directly onto the boat. Gulp, 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 help, I can't swim. Kobe, who was standing at the back, looked at Su Chen with some fear on his face. You don't care about him? I heard that after eating devil fruit, you can't touch water. 2 seconds later, seeing that Luffy was about to sink, Su Chen waved his cane and grabbed him up. At this time, Luffy's eyes began to spin around, and he spit out seawater from time to time. Not far from Su Chen and the others, Nami struggled to climb onto the boat. She was soaked all over and didn't want to move at all. Destroy it, I am really dreaming. Su Chen, who was not far away, noticed something and turned his head. When he was playing with Luffy just now, he didn't notice anyone approaching. After seeing the figure clearly appearing in his mind, Su Chen was slightly stunned. She shouldn't be in this period. No, it seems that the original book didn't explain what happened before she met Luffy. We only know that she was stealing the treasures of the pirates all over East Blue. It is not impossible to meet in advance. Chapter 6. Nami appears suddenly. After Su Chen figured this out, his eyes rolled and a clever idea emerged. Luffy, we definitely need a navigator, right? Some bewitching words came out of Su Chen's mouth, but unfortunately Luffy, who was still dizzy, didn't hear them at all. I found a great match. She's probably the best navigator in the entire East Blue. And she herself. Huh? Su Chen was halfway through his speech when he realized that Luffy wasn't listening to him at all, and a big cross appeared on his head. He clenched the cane and hit Luffy's bulging belly hard, and a long stream of water spurted out of Luffy's mouth. Alive! Luffy remembered the feeling of soreness all over his body. He swore that he would never mess with Su Chen again. He didn't expect that his desire for revenge was so strong. It was just asking if there were any trees that grew flesh. What did you say, navigator? Luffy wiped his mouth and slowly regained his strength. He stood up holding the railing. Where is it? See? It's on that little boat over there. Seeing Luffy standing up, Su Chen pointed in the direction of Nami. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy made a quick move. Whoosh! The 2 arms stretched out quickly and pulled the small boat that was far away over in an instant. Oh! What the hell? What bad luck have I gotten into? I must be dreaming. Feeling the madly moving ship, Nami lying on it hugged the bag beside her tightly. Even if she was dreaming, she couldn't throw away the treasure. Hey, can such a timid girl know how to sail? Luffy retracted his arm and looked back in disappointment. Su Chen, you are not kidding. Hey, don't underestimate me. Nami, who was still doubting her life, heard Luffy's doubtful words and immediately yelled at him. Luffy, don't disbelieve me. She is the famous thief Nami from East Blue. She is famous for her navigation skills. Hearing Su Chen say this, Nami nodded cooperatively. Before Nami could speak, Su Chen continued, as our navigator, she is indispensable. Advertisement, is that so? I believe in Su Chen. Luffy smiled heartlessly, then picked up the straw hat that had fallen on the ground, patted it, and put it on his head. Nami. Well, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. From today on, you're our navigator. Let's go. We have to get to Shield's Town as soon as possible. Yes, Captain. He waved his cane and tied Nami's boat tightly behind him. A gust of green wind suddenly blew up, and the slow-moving boat suddenly rushed out with a whoosh, and its speed was almost comparable to that of a warship. Ah! The confused little thief Nami grabbed the railing of the boat in horror. Was she kidnapped? The boat was sailing at great speed. Nami, who was a little dizzy at first, gradually became able to tolerate this speed after getting used to it for a while. So you're going to Shield's town to look for that pirate's hunter? Nami asked curiously from behind, her eyes fixed on the sail above her head. She never understood why there was a gust of wind blowing on the sail. Of course, I'm going to be the king of pirates, so isn't it right for me to find some powerful partners? Luffy sat cross-legged, holding his straw hat with one hand and laughed confidently. Now I have found two. Su Chen is the first partner I found. You will be the navigator in the future. Who cares about you? Nami complained with an unhappy look on her face, saying that he kidnapped her without asking for her opinion at all. Where did these two funny guys come from? She glared at Kobe, who was cowering on the side fiercely. After all, she probably couldn't beat the other two. I hate pirates, I won't follow you. After getting to know each other for a while, she has discovered the relationship between these three people. Apart from Luffy, who always brags, the only person with whom he can have a simple conversation is Su Chen. However, whenever she mentioned letting her go, he would act as if he was ignoring her, which made her hate him to the core. The remaining Kobe is a complete coward and is of no use at all. Don't say that. Pirates is fun, you can go wherever you want. Advertisement. Luffy looked at her expectantly. Nami pursed her lips in disdain, looking at the dock that slowly appeared in front of her, ignoring Luffy. Maneuvering the boat slowly to dock at the pier, Su Chen jumped on gently. There was a loud noise coming from the town in the distance, although life here became a little difficult due to Monka's appointment. But life has to go on no matter what. Come on Luffy, since we've already eaten, let's go straight to the marine base. Luffy rushed onto the shore, clapped his fists, and planned to take action directly. Wait a minute. An anxious Nami stopped Su Chen and the other two. What should I do then? Although she knew that this young man was going to invite the scary pirates hunter, she didn't expect that he was serious about it. You have to know that they are pirates, and now they are running into the marine base by themselves. Aren't they afraid? Su Chen was stunned with a look of realization on his face. Nami now probably has no good feelings towards marine and pirates. In the end, she asked Luffy for help only when she was completely out of options. A smirk appeared on his lips and he turned to look at the bag Nami was carrying. Inside should be the treasure she just stole. This smile made Nami take a few steps back in fear. Although Su Chen was handsome, he was not a casual person. What do you want to do? Hey, Nami, right? Just be our navigator with peace of mind. As Su Chen spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and the bag on Nami's back disappeared instantly. After exchanging a glance with Luffy, he quickly ran towards the marine base in the distance. Luffy said as he ran. Come on, Kobe, Nami was originally a little annoyed that these two people did not listen to her advice, but after realizing that the bag behind him had disappeared, her annoyance instantly turned into anger, and a burst of anger emerged from her eyes. Damn thief. Give me back my treasure. She was the only one who stole from others, and this was the first time that someone stole from her. This weird feeling made her chase after him madly, not caring whether it was a marine base or not. Not long after, the few people who were running quickly arrived outside the base. The 153rd branch is a base established by the Marine in East Blue, and it looks a bit like a tall tower from the outside. There is a high wall outside, and everything inside is blocked by the wall, so the specific layout cannot be seen from the outside. At a corner of the wall, there is a slightly lower place. Even Kobe can easily climb up and see the scenery inside. Chapter 7 Beast, Zoro. See? That's the guy, Kobe muttered mysteriously, and there were 3 heads lying nearby. In fact, Su Chen didn't expect that he would actually lie on the wall with Luffy. After all, this kind of thing was not in line with his attire. However, after waiting for a while, he still couldn't resist the urge to do something with his favorite anime characters. It looks very impressive, Nami, don't you think so? Luffy said loudly to the head next to him. Hey, don't be so loud. He seems to be looking at me. Nami's face was full of resistance, but she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Even she didn't know why she followed Luffy to peek inside. Maybe she wanted to know what the pirates hunters they were talking about were like. The most important thing was that Su Chen took away all her money. At this time, inside the wall, a guy was tied to a cross wooden stake. The man was wearing a green hood, with 3 earrings hanging from his ears, and his entire upper body was tied up tightly. But even so, there was still a strong murderous aura surrounding him. His rope looks easy to break, Luffy, why don't you try it? Su Chen, who was at the edge, said something encouragingly with a sly smile. He had just made an appointment with Nami, asking her to be a temporary partner and take them to the island where Usopp was. He would return the treasure to her and promised to give her another one. After a series of ideological struggles, Nami decided to stay and see for a while, not because she really couldn't beat him. Then put him down and invite him to join. Luffy's thought process is so simple that after being reminded by Su Chen, he jumped in directly. Hey, he looks very ferocious. What if he attacks us directly after we put him down? Nami was a little mad and wanted to stop Luffy, but Luffy, who was already drunk, could not possibly hear her and just stood up and jumped in. Su Chen followed closely and took Nami with him while searching. You're welcome, this is what I should do. After landing, he patted Nami's shoulder and said with a smirk. Who should thank you? Advertisement Nami felt that there was no hope for these two people and followed behind with a frustrated look on her face. Who would have thought that she, who was so wise all her life, would die at such a young age in this unknown marine base? The sound of several people's footsteps reached Zoro's ears. Although he was weak, he forced himself to raise his head. He made a ferocious expression and said, "Hey, get away from me. If you dare to meddle in other people's business, I'll kill you." Nami was obviously frightened by this vicious look and she quickly took 2 steps back. "Why don't we just leave? This guy looks so fierce." Lie. A little girl with twin ponytails climbed down the ladder and raised a finger to the noisy Nami, signaling her to speak more quietly. Then she pulled out a rice ball from her arms, raised it vigorously and handed it to Zoro. "I made you some rice balls. Brother, you've been tied up the whole time, you must be hungry." Zoro's eyes narrowed, but he still responded firmly. "I'm not hungry at all, take the food away and get out of here." Beneath the vicious tone lies concern for the safety of others. Luffy couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This kind of guy was the partner he was looking for. Oh my, someone would refuse such a delicious rice ball. Su Chen snatched the rice ball from the little girl and sniffed it deliberately. "If you want to protect others, why don't you just knock down those threats? Who are you? Give her the rice ball back." The little girl also showed an aggrieved expression. She had clearly given it to her big brother, but she didn't expect it to be snatched away by a weirdo. She felt particularly aggrieved. Feeling the little girl's grievance and the look Nami next to her gave the scumbag, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. I'll give it back to you." He stuffed the rice ball back and saw that the little girl still looked aggrieved. He took out a lollipop and handed it to her, appearing a little flustered. "Ahem. Anyway, Pirates Hunter Zoro, right? Haven't you ever thought about just defeating the threat? Wouldn't that solve the problem?" Pulling down the top hat on his head, Su Chen suppressed the awkwardness in his heart and said what he was going to say. After receiving the lollipop, the little girl's aggrieved expression suddenly changed. Her face turned from cloudy to sunny, and her eyes were full of surprise. Advertisement seeing that the little girl was no longer feeling aggrieved, Zoro was relieved. He was somewhat moved by Su Chen's proposal just now. After 9 days of not eating or drinking, he finally figured out some things and decided that he couldn't just follow the pace of that loser. Even if he really persisted for a month, that person would not change. The real culprit should be Colonel Monka. Bang! While Zoro was thinking, the door at the side was kicked open, and Monka's son Bellamyber walked in with arrogant steps. "Roronoa Zoro, I saw you break our agreement." It's Monka's son." The little girl cried out in fear and hid behind the wooden stake that Zoro was tied to. "Do you need help?" At this time Su Chen stood up. He was so thick-skinned that he had forgotten what had just happened. "Can you please put me down first?" Although Su Chen took the initiative to ask for help, Su Chen's erratic behavior just now really made him suspicious. Automatically ignoring Zoro's doubts, Su Chen said to himself. "Then let's see who breaks the promise first." What he said was full of meaning. As a man who had followed anime in his previous life, he knew that Bellamyber had no intention of gambling with Zoro. He was already prepared to execute Zoro in 3 days. The truth. A faint pink flashed in his eyes and Bellamyber, who was about to burst into a curse, suddenly became quiet and began to narrate a series of events that had happened. It turned out that more than 10 days ago, Monka's son Bellamyber took his wolves to scare people everywhere, and the frightened little girl was rescued by Zoro who passed by. Zoro also killed the wolf with 1 blow and beat up Bellamyber severely. Unwilling to be beaten, Bellamyber threatened to take revenge on the little girl's family, and used this as a threat to make Zoro make a bet with him. As long as he could go without food and water for a month, he would let the little girl and her family go and pretend nothing had happened. Foolish Zoro fell for it, but Bellamyber had no intention of abiding by the agreement. He was ready to execute Zoro in public once he completely lost the ability to resist. This time is 3 days later. After hearing all this, everyone showed an expression of understanding and looked at Bellamyber with anger. Seeing this, Su Chen also removed the magic in his eyes. Realizing that he had spoken his true feelings, Bellamyber looked horrified, not quite understanding what had happened to him. Chapter 8 Please advise me, Captain Yaha. The retractable fist hit Bellamyber's face hard, and the huge force knocked him to the ground. Teeth mixed with blood spurted out of Bellamyber's mouth. "It's decided, Zoro, I'm going to pull you on board." Luffy clenched his fists and shouted confidently. "Hey, who are you?" Zoro was just about to break free from the ropes when he heard Luffy talking to himself. He was really confused as to why he met so many strange people today. Su Chen walked up to Zoro and put him down, patted his shoulder, spread his hands helplessly and said, "This guy is my captain. He is a man with dreams. His goal is to become the king of pirates." Zoro glanced at Luffy thoughtfully. Is he an ambitious person? "How dare you hit me? I'm Monka's son. Just wait to be killed." Bellamyber covered his face, got up from the ground and ran into the base. "I'm going to be the king of pirates. How could I be killed in this place?" Luffy walked up to Zoro and said very seriously, "Zoro, become my partner, I will get you out. Quick. Quick. Surround those prisoners who invaded the base. Don't let them run away." A large group of Marines rushed out with guns, and soon filled the entire square. "Zoro, you should be a person with a goal. Wouldn't it be a pity to die here?" Su Chen pointed at the Marine who surrounded him. "Me? I absolutely cannot die here." Zoro's heart was shaking like crazy. He must not break the promise made to that person. I promised that I would never die in a place like this. Then join us. They're enemies anyway. 3 long swords appeared in Su Chen's hands. Using magic, he moved Zoro's sword over and handed it over with a smile on his face. Shoot! Monka followed behind and shouted when he saw people in the square. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen gunshots were heard, and bullets were fired quickly, flying towards the crowd in the square. Hey, it's useless. Luffy turned around and came in front of everyone, holding his hands high to stop all the bullets. What is he doing? Kobe and Nami, who were hiding behind, stared with their eyes wide open, and even Zoro stared at Luffy in shock. Advertisement bang. 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 All the bullets were controlled by Luffy and bounced back. A large number of Marines had no time to react and were hit by the bullets, jumping up and down and suffering serious injuries. Seeing Luffy's bright smile, Zoro was somewhat infected and said, "Such a captain, that's really good." Zoro took the knife from Su Chen's hand, lowered his head and said gloomily, "Compared to dying in this place, I really want to live more. Pirates, I will be one." The Marines on the other side were still in shock and couldn't help but say, "Who on earth is that guy?" He even bounced the bullets back. Monka's face showed some solemnity and he said, "That little devil should not be an ordinary person. He must have eaten the legendary devil fruit. Use a knife to deal with him. Go. Kill all those who dare to disobey me." After hearing this, the Marines put down their guns, picked up their swords and rushed towards Su Chen and his men. When Kobe and Nami saw this scene, they screamed and ran behind Su Chen. Clang. The sound of swords clashing could be heard, and all the long swords swung by the Marines were blocked by Zoro, and a terrifying murderous intent flashed from his eyes. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Zoro's murderous words lingered in the Marines' ears, making them dare not move at all. "Luffy, right? I promised you that I would be a pirate, but I also have my own goals." Glancing at the Marine who was afraid to move behind him, Zoro said to Luffy, "I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. Regardless of whether I have a bad reputation or a good reputation, I want the whole world to know my name. If you dare to make me give up my ambition, I will kill you." Luffy looked at Zoro nonchalantly, grinning. "The greatest swordsman in the world? As a partner of the Pirates King, that's pretty good. Then please give me your guidance, King Pirates." Luffy was extremely happy to have gained another ally. A large piece of white fang appeared in his mouth. Su Chen is a magician and his dream is to be the freest traveler. And over there, Luffy pointed to Nami behind Su Chen naturally, a most outstanding navigator, named Nami. Advertisement, hey, I'm just following you guys temporarily. Nami stuck her head out from behind Su Chen and shouted, "Besides, all this is paid." But she was still very surprised, whether it was the magical Su Chen or Zoro, who was known as a monster in human skin. They all actually joined the pirates group which seemed to be just there to make up the numbers. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly kill these damn guys." Monka's voice surrounded the Marine like a nightmare, forcing them to start pressing down with their knives raised desperately. Cut. Zoro smiled with some disdain, although his body had not fully recovered, but with 3 knives in his hands, these minions posed no threat to him. He just lifted it up slightly, and all the Marines behind him were blown back by the force. Then he was like a whirlwind, knocking all the Marines to the ground. Of course, they all avoided fatal injuries. From his understanding, the biggest culprit of this Marine branch should be Monka. The others were all forced to varying degrees. "Damn you, you trash!" Monka roared angrily when he saw his men all knocked down. A huge figure slowly walked towards Su Chen and his companions in the square. The figure, who was taller than most people, had a huge axe embedded in his arm, and with a broken metal jaw, he looked particularly intimidating. Colonel Monka, also known as the Axeman, became the colonel of Marine 153 because he handed over the fake Clo to the Marine. He has always believed that people with power are the greatest people in the world, and he relies on power and brute force to do evil in the Marine base Shields Town. He looked at Su Chen and the others as if he was looking at some prey. However, Su Chen knew that Monka only relied on his big body and looked very powerful, but it was just a facade. The reason why he can act so arrogantly in Shields Town is simply because of the power he possesses. "Zoro, is it okay for me to leave it to you?" Su Chen chose to let Zoro solve it. After all, some things are better to be completed from beginning to end, and it also allows him to see his current strength. Leave it to me." Zoro shook his arm and took 2 steps forward. "It's better for me to handle this kind of thing. Whether it is the feud between Monka's son and him or his performance as a newcomer. These are all the reasons why he took action." Chapter 9. News from the Joker. 3 Swords Style. Tiger hunting. This is a stance in which 2 swords are placed behind the back, and the scars left by the slashing will leave patterns on the enemy similar to those on a tiger, which is also the origin of the name of this move. After Zoro used this powerful move, Monka had no time to react at all. In just a moment he was chopped to the ground, and even the axe in his hand broke into pieces. After Monka fell, only Su Chen and a few others were left in the huge square, and the ground was filled with wailing Marines. As expected, the man known as the Demon Beast is truly amazing. After seeing that everyone had been knocked down, Nami, who was hiding behind Su Chen, came out. Although she is a thief who roams East Blue, she still feels a little nervous when it comes to fighting against a tall man like Monka. Now that we've defeated Monka, let's find a place to eat. just in time to celebrate Zoro's joining us. Luffy raised his hands and spoke excitedly to Su Chen and the others. Adjusting his hat, Su Chen walked out and pointed at the marine base with his cane and said, "If you want to become the king of pirates, you need to sail around the world. I heard that there is a sea chart to the Grand Line in this base. That is a must-have item. Although I know that the nautical chart was taken away by Buggy, there are still some Baileys in it. Who can have too much money?" Nami's eyes lit up when she heard about the nautical chart. Grand Line's nautical chart. Hurry, hurry, this is our spoils. Whether it was raising Bailey to save the village or finishing the world map, as long as she got the chart, she would be one step closer to her dream. A group of people rushed into Monka's room excitedly, and after searching up and down, they found millions of Baileys. There is only one Buggy skull pattern on the chart. It seems that the big pirate's Buggy took it. I heard that he is immortal. Nami hadn't been in East Blue for nothing all these years, and with her background in the Dragon Pirates, it wasn't difficult for her to know Buggy. Buggy the Immortal, I wanted to defeat him before. Zoro, a bounty hunter, touched the long knife on his waist, turned to Su Chen and said, "His bounty seems to be 15 million. I have never defeated any pirates worth more than 10 million. Advertisement, he is a devil fruit like Luffy, so he has the title of Immortal." Su Chen twirled his cane and collected all the Baileys that Nami had collected. Bailey disappeared in front of him in an instant. Nami's eyes almost popped out and he yelled in a panic. "You damn thief, give me back my money. That's the Baileys I worked so hard to collect." She rushed forward impatiently, and with her tense hands she was about to scratch his face hard. Change. Bang. After a puff of smoke, an orange cat appeared in the air. She seemed a little confused. After struggling hard for a few times in the air, she fell on the table under the influence of gravity. Wow wow wow. Luffy's eyes were filled with admiration, and he pounced directly at the orange cat that Nami had transformed into. Meow. Brush brush brush. The orange cat Nami transformed into scratched around frantically for a few times, then jumped directly onto the bookshelf next to it. At the same time, Luffy's face was covered with scratches, some of which were bleeding. Kobe and Zoro stared at Su Chen's raised cane in shock, their open mouths remaining open for a long time. Meow. Meow meow meow. Nami on the bookshelf anxiously called out to Su Chen several times, her voice full of anxiety and panic. "Su Chen, what is Nami talking about?" Luffy covered the scratches on his face and asked Su Chen in a low voice. "She asked me to change her back quickly and use the Baileys that held the banquet to apologize to her." Su Chen changed his explanation sinisterly, although it was not much different. "Hold a party. No, absolutely not." Luffy shook his head quickly. "Meow. What is this sentence?" Luffy asked curiously. "Yeah, that's what she said." Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Advertisement. Let's go. Let's go have a big meal first, and when Nami calms down, I'll change her back." The sinister Su Chen greeted a few people and ignored Nami, who was becoming more and more impatient. Luffy and the others nodded in agreement and headed towards the town after leaving the marine base. Nami, who fell behind, was scared and angry, but he could only imitate the cat's walking posture and follow behind awkwardly. After having a full meal, Nami, who had transformed back to her original form a long time ago, went to work on the boat first to compensate Su Chen for turning her into a cat. Su Chen paid a full 1 million Baileys, and the deal was only made because she was a little afraid of him. In this matter, no matter how afraid she was of Su Chen, she still forced herself to bargain with him. Orangetown, where Buggy the Clown lives, is some distance away from Shieldstown, and it cannot be reached without a well-prepared ship. Instead, it was Kobe who planned to stay here. When they were having the banquet just now, those Marines who fell to the ground came over and told him the truth. Monka forced them to do everything. Luffy and his friends defeated Monka and became the heroes who saved this town. With this surprise, Kobe decided to stay and make this the starting point of his marine dream. Amidst this farewell with laughter and joy, Nami drove a small passenger boat to pick up Su Chen and the other two. With the farewell of many town residents and Marines, the ship set sail again. Zoro also made an agreement with the little girl that after Luffy became the king of pirates and sailed around the world for a week, he would come back here to eat another meal of rice balls made by her. Just like that, with Kobe staying behind, there were still 4 people, driving the small passenger boat towards the Grand Line's nautical chart, where the clown buggy was located. No matter what era it is, sailing on the sea. It was undoubtedly boring and tedious, but this boredom began to become a little different in front of Su Chen. Want to eat barbecue? It's easy, learn about magic flames. If you want to eat ice, that's fine too. Use the water purification spell to pass the seawater, and then use the freezing spell to do it again. It's so cool. This also made the people on the ship extremely flattering to Su Chen. Even Luffy, who was always active, would restrain his carefree character a little when facing this breadwinner. Because of what happened before, Nami has always been a little afraid of Su Chen. Although she understood after these few days of sailing that Su Chen was not as ferocious as he appeared, he was not as gentlemanly as he dressed. He is obviously a thief who steals other people's things, a robber with a lot of evil tastes. So during this period of time, she had been careful to avoid direct contact with Su Chen, and she would only talk to him when adjusting the sailing direction. Chapter 10 The dark Su Chen time passed slowly for a few days as Nami and Su Chen were angry with each other. The outline of the island slowly appeared in the distance, and a vague small town appeared above the island. Also appearing was a flag erected above the pier, with a clown-like pirate's flag painted on it. Next to the dock, there is a huge pirate's ship with the same pirate's flag on it. It is the clown Buggy's vehicle. Buggy the Clown, as one of the future Shichibukai. He once interned in Roger Pirates. If he really is a stain on the Pirate King's ship, it would be fine. I'm just afraid that he is deliberately hiding his strength. This can be seen from the fact that he escaped unscathed from the Summit War. You have to know that he survived Hawkeye's hands and was not even injured. Moreover, he is on good terms with the red-haired man who is one of the 4 emperors. From this point of view, he is definitely hiding something. The most important thing is that the world government later invited him to join 7 warlords of the sea. It's impossible that the world government made a mistake in his judgment. So, although Su Chen was not afraid of Buggy, he was still a little wary. After the passenger ship docked at the pier, the bellicosity Zoro jumped off immediately. For him, seeking battle is second only to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. The remaining personnel on the Buggy pirate's ship saw Su Chen and his group and rushed down with long knives. With the sound of bangs, all the remaining personnel were knocked down by Zoro. Now that he has fully recovered, there are not many people in East Blue who can be his rivals in terms of strength. Nami, who got off the boat later, had already touched the pirate's boat at some point and turned it over several times, but found nothing except some sundries. Tell me, where is your treasure? And the nautical chart of the Grand Line? Nami grabbed a small leader and said fiercely. The beaten minions replied painfully. The treasure was taken to the island by Captain Buggy. We don't know where it is. Seeing Nami's ferocious look as if he wanted to eat someone, Su Chen turned his cane a few times in silence and said quickly. They are right. I also heard that Buggy is a miser. Wherever he goes, he takes his treasure with him. Then let's go straight ahead. I smell barbecue, right over there. Advertisement. Luffy clapped his fists and pointed at the Buggy flag in the town. Then Luffy took off and led the way towards Buggy's base, followed closely by the belligerent Zoro. Don't you have any plan? That's a whole group of pirates? I heard that Buggy the Clown knows some very strange spells. Nami looked at Luffy and the other person who were slowly disappearing, looking a little confused. Su Chen, who was standing by, patted her on the shoulder and said, This is Luffy's style. Let's go. As a crew member, isn't it our duty to support the captain's decision? What a bunch of reckless guys. Nami complained quietly in her mind and hurried to catch up, although she didn't know how strong Luffy and Zoro were. But Su Chen's magic left a deep impression on her heart. As long as he was there would be no problem of losing. If she was a little slower, all those lovely Baileys would be taken away by him, and that would be her life. Whoosh! While running, Su Chen saw a huge cannonball falling from the sky, which seemed to be about to explode in the next second. Without having time to think about why Buggy would fire a shell at this time, Su Chen raised his cane and pointed it at the bomb. The shell that was about to explode instantly turned into a balloon and slowly floated down. Luffy and the others didn't know the power of this thing, but Su Chen knew it very well. The specially made Buggy bombs were powerful enough to blow up a small town. Although he was not afraid, Nami probably couldn't withstand such damage now. Why is there still a balloon? Nami, who was running behind, jumped up and caught the balloon in the air in her arms. Was it lost by a child? If you find it, return it to her. After seeing this, Su Chen's eyes turned and he said in a sinister tone. Nami, what you are holding is not a balloon, it is a special shell. Once it explodes, this town will be blown up into the sky, go get it. Who are you kidding? It clearly looks like a balloon. Nami obviously didn't believe it at all. You should know Buggy bullets, right? This balloon is it. If you don't believe me, you can try squeezing it hard. In order to make her believe, Su Chen put a hint of temptation in his voice. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Nami on the side screamed in fear. The originally light balloon seemed to become extremely heavy at this moment, and the hands holding the balloon trembled rapidly. Be sure to hold it carefully, this thing will explode if it falls to the ground, Su Chen whispered to Nami and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Luffy and Zoro had already disappeared into the town's streets. Hey, what should I do? Seeing that there was no one around, Nami with a sad face could only hold the balloon and slowly run in the direction where Luffy and Zoro disappeared. But as for her speed, she was supposed to be slow to begin with, and because she was afraid of letting the balloon fall to the ground, she ran even slower. Guys, someone go check why my Buggy bomb didn't explode. The angry clown Buggy was wearing an acrobatic costume, a captain's cloak, and a big captain's hat and was roaring loudly. As if because of anger, his distinctive red nose has become even redder. Can anyone tell me what happened? The banquet that had been noisy just now had now become completely silent, with only Buggy left roaring madly. Su Chen's figure appeared directly above the roof, holding a cane in one hand and a black balloon in the other. He was just trying to scare Nami just now. The real bomb was secretly replaced by him before Nami caught it. There were more than 100,000 Baileys in that balloon, which was an unexpected surprise for her. The reason why he showed up at Buggy's side in advance was, to put it bluntly, that he was still worried and planned to contact him in advance to see if he had hidden his strength. Or is it really as they say on the forum, having conqueror's luck? Forget it, guys. Drink more and eat more. Today's harvest is really huge. After thinking about it, Buggy felt that he should not spoil everyone's fun. The bomb issue could be dealt with later, but if these people were distracted, it would not be easy to resolve the problem. Captain Buggy is wise. Captain Buggy is indeed the best captain. Everyone keep eating. Long live Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased again, Buggy smiled again. Chapter 11 The underrated Buggy. If you want something, you have to pay for it. Buggy learned this principle on Roger's pirate's ship, but he didn't agree with those people's explanation of the treasure. For him, the meaning of treasure is gold, silver and riches. Isn't the attraction of these better than those meaningless and empty goals? This fact was also proven by the performance of his subordinates, otherwise how could he, Lord Buggy, be so popular? The only thing pirates should do is to eat meat and drink wine, pursue treasure and conquer the sea together. Buggy had an extremely satisfied expression. He seemed to see himself standing on the throne of the pirate's king, with gold and silver treasures piled beneath him, and everyone prostrating themselves at his feet. Suddenly, he looked up with drunken eyes, and above the eaves, a young man in a white shirt, black vest and formal suit of the same color was looking at him quietly. He held a cane in one hand and a balloon in the other, with the sun shining warmly on his back. Not only did he look handsome, but he also reminded him of a very cocky person. Soon, he keenly realized that something was wrong. Years of disguise did not make him let down his guard. He never gave up his dream, nor did he stop training his strength. Who are you? There shouldn't be someone like you in East Blue. Buggy's voice was extremely gloomy, and he appeared behind Su Chen as if teleporting, completely different from what he saw in the anime in his previous life. Originally, he should look like a funny character in his clown outfit, but at this moment he was particularly terrifying, somewhat similar to the murderer seen in the previous life. Buggy the Clown, the intern of the Pirates King, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, is your good friend. Su Chen said as he turned around and said with a smile. You have been pretending for so many years, can you tell me why? Su Chen's words were like a bayonet piercing Buggy's heart. Not only that, the power fluctuations surrounding him made him feel threatened. He thought it was an old guy from New World who came to East Blue. When I got up, I saw that Su Chen was actually so young, only about 17 or 18 years old. What is your purpose? How do you know these things? If Buggy hadn't taken his men below into consideration, he would have almost been unable to resist taking action. Su Chen thought about it and wondered if he had some purpose in asking Buggy to be gentler. In the anime, it seems that he stabbed Zoro in the waist. I don't know if this is the reason why Zoro was single for so long. Thinking of this, Su Chen said with a strange expression on his face. As for the purpose, there is nothing special. I just want to tell you that my captain's name is Monkey D. Luffy. You should think carefully before you act. As Su Chen's voice fell, Advertisement Buggy, who was originally full of doubts, suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. Monkey D. Luffy. Who is Garp to him? He's his biological grandfather. Su Chen had a wicked smile on his face. How could a guy like you join someone else's ship? Buggy said with gritted teeth, and then glared at Su Chen hatefully. By the way, as a reward for asking you for help, this balloon will be my payment. Su Chen's eyes rolled and he handed the black balloon in his hand over. As long as he didn't remove the magic on it, it would generally not explode. Besides, isn't it normal for a circus to have balloons? Buggy was a little reluctant at first, but seeing Su Chen's enthusiasm, he took it anyway. After looking at it carefully for a few times, he accepted it with satisfaction after making sure there was no problem. He just liked balloons, not because Su Chen was so luxurious as to use gold thread to tie the balloons with a large piece of gold hanging at the bottom. Okay, we have a deal. It seems that you like my gift very much. Looking at Luffy and Zoro appearing in the distance, Su Chen smiled and said. The figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared not far behind Luffy and Zoro. Ah, Su Chen. You damn B***************** D. You actually lied to me. As soon as Su Chen's figure appeared, Nami appeared from nowhere and shouted at him. However, after Su Chen pointed at her waist bag, she wisely chose to ignore the fact that Su Chen was deliberately trying to scare her. The balloon that was in her hand just now disappeared long ago. Looking at her bulging waist bag, the Bailey in the balloon must have been picked up by her. Buggy, who had been reminded, saw Luffy rushing towards him at a glance. That iconic smile looked very much like a person who had been dead for a long time. However, after seeing the straw hat Luffy was wearing, a nameless anger rose in his heart again. Bang! Before Buggy could think any further, an arm hit him straight in the face. The tremendous force directly knocked him backwards, and the whole person instantly flew into the center of the banquet, which was still bustling and noisy. The dull impact caused dust to fly up from the ground, and the sound instantly silenced the other pirates who were still eating and drinking. Advertisement. Is this immortality? Luffy looked at his fist in surprise. He felt something was wrong just now. It seemed that Buggy the Clown's body had already flown backwards before he hit him, but he was a big-hearted man and didn't think much about it, just showing a bright smile. That's what makes it fun. There was a man wearing a snow-white bearskin coat, another was riding a unicycle and playing with a knife, and a huge and intimidating lion walked out from the crowd and surrounded the smoke. Mochi, Leaky, and Kabaji looked at their captain in surprise, not quite understanding what was going on. Cough cough cough. That's a really powerful punch, but it's far from enough to hurt me. The dust settled, and Buggy appeared in the center of the banquet intact, still tightly holding the balloon pendant that Su Chen had given him. Captain Buggy, ha ha ha, Captain Buggy is invincible as expected. Buggy was a little carried away by the flattery around him. He opened his hands and asked loudly to the people around him. Hey guys, who is East Blue's greatest captain? Captain Buggy. Who is the captain that scares the Marines and the public the most? Captain Buggy. Who is the captain who can bring you the most wealth? Captain Buggy. Ha ha ha. Guys, if someone dares to attack your captain, what should you do? Kill. 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 After hearing the answer, Buggy nodded in satisfaction, pointed at Su Chen and the other three who were slowly stopping, and said loudly. So what are you waiting for? Pick up a knife and kill them. Clang. All the pirates stood up, drew the long swords from their waists, and looked at Su Chen and his companions who broke in with murderous looks on their faces. Chapter 12. War begins. It can also be seen from here that Buggy's authority in the hearts of his subordinates is extremely heavy. Kill them. It was obvious that they didn't take Su Chen and his group seriously at all. In their hearts, the great Lord Buggy is the most powerful, and these people are just minions that even he is unwilling to attack. Who the hell are you guys? How dare you invade our Buggy Pirates? As the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates, Kabaji naturally came out on a bicycle, pointing a long knife at the leader Luffy. Me? Luffy was stunned for a moment, then he put his hands on his hips and laughed. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will become the king of pirates. This sentence startled the minions around, and then they laughed loudly. Did you hear that? He's going to be the king of pirates? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, I heard it. Where did this stupid boy come from? Does he know what the pirate's king is? Alright, give him some face, or he'll get scared to the point of peeing his pants later. Ha 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 ha. The group of people were laughing so hard at such absurd words, but they didn't notice that after Buggy at the back heard Luffy's words, a strange expression appeared on his face that they had never seen before. Hey, don't belittle other people's dreams like that. These mocking words seemed to remind Zoro of something. He angrily drew out the three long swords from his waist and put one of them in his mouth. Even Nami, who was standing next to him, pulled out a long stick and stood firmly beside Luffy. You ignorant brat, let me teach you, Master Mochi, some things you can't just say casually. Lee K, come on. Bite them to death. Mochi, wearing a white bearskin coat, pulled out a long whip and swung it at the big lion Leaky. Ah! The huge niche listened to its master's words very obediently. After pretending to roar, it rushed directly towards Su Chen. In its eyes, Su Chen, the only one who did not move, should be the type that is easier to bully. Advertisement after all, the man was wearing very clean clothes and looked weak, just like the people he had seen in the circus before. Bang! How fast you rush, how fast you fly. The big lion Leaky flew backwards at an extremely fast speed, knocking down its owner Mochi, then rolled into a ball and knocked down a house behind it, making a loud noise. Zzz, why not pick on Su Chen? After seeing this, Nami, who was standing by, silently complained in her heart. In her opinion, among this group of pirates who were just making up the numbers, Su Chen should be the strongest one. Ignoring the two funny guys who had already flown away, Su Chen pointed at Kabaji and said to Zoro, do you want to go up? Of course. He seems like a good opponent. Zoro was of course very interested in people dressed as swordsmen. After all, wasn't his purpose of going out to sea to become the world's greatest swordsman and fight against more people? Then I'll leave the rest of the rubbish to Nami. Su Chen waved his hand indifferently. If that stupid lion hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't even have planned to do anything. Nami should be able to handle these minions alone. Nami felt something was wrong as she listened. What do you mean, leave it to her? Okay. Let's go ahead, beat up all those guys who laugh at other people's dreams. When Luffy saw that Su Chen had divided up the other minions, he shouted loudly and rushed directly towards Buggy at the back of the crowd. Captain, of course there are enemies of the captain. Following Luffy's charge, Zoro went straight for Cabbage. The remaining minions originally wanted to stop Luffy, but after being hit by a few big ones, they consciously made way for Luffy to rush through. Since they couldn't afford to offend Luffy and Zoro looked so ferocious, they could only target Nami who had not taken any action. As for Su Chen, looking at the big lion lying under the house over there, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if they had 10 times the courage. Looking at Nami being chased and jumping up and down, frantically calling for help, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although it looked dangerous, Su Chen was actually keeping an eye on her. Moreover, when Nami was not aware, he cast two magics on her. One was an auxiliary magic that made her more agile, and the other was a defensive magic that helped her protect herself. Now she was jumping up and down because she was being chased. It was all because she was afraid. If a real fight came to a head, these minions would be easily knocked down by her. Advertisement, Su Chen. Save me quickly. Nami shouted at Su Chen in a crying voice. 100,000 Baileys. Su Chen said with a wicked smile. Nami widened her eyes in disbelief. How could this guy be so mean? You wish. I won't give it to you even if I die, you damn thief. Su Chen turned his cane a few times with a wicked smile and said to Nami. Oh, you're so tough. If you beg me later, I'll raise the price. It will be 200,000 Baileys by then. Then Nami started to be chased by the pirates again, and this time she seemed to know that Su Chen would not help. At first, she would fight back from time to time. While running, she took the opportunity to knock some pirates who were slow to react to the attack to the ground with a wooden stick. Because of this, she looked at Su Chen with some pride. However, after Su Chen pointed at the pirates following her, she started running away again in fear. Ding ding ding. Zoro quickly swung the long sword in his hand and fought with Cabbage. During this confrontation, he found that Cabbage's moves were very insidious. Unable to bear it any longer, Zoro crossed his left and right hands with the knives in a stance. Three swords style. Demon slash. Cabbage was simply unable to withstand a blow of this power. In just a moment, two long bloody marks appeared on his body. After letting out a muffled groan, Cabbage fell down. Do you want to help? After dealing with the enemy, Zoro walked to Su Chen, looked at Nami jumping up and down, and said with some concern. Su Chen shook his head at Zoro and explained, no need. I put some precautions on her. These minions can't hurt her. Zoro said no more and sheathed the three swords. This incident made him a little unhappy. The man just now was not a pure swordsman at all, but just a despicable pirate. As for Nami, since Su Chen explained it, he naturally would not doubt anything. After getting to know them over the past few days, he had a general understanding of most people on the ship. Although Su Chen is a bit eccentric and likes to joke around, he has never made mistakes in what he said. And the scariest thing is, there seems to be nothing he can't do, which is very scary. Chapter 13 Strengthening Nami. 200,000 Baileys means 200,000. Su Chen, please save me. Nami, who was jumping up and down, finally couldn't bear it anymore. She was almost exhausted, and she tried her best to knock down most of the people chasing her. But there were too many minions in the Buggy Pirates group, and there were only about a dozen left. She had no choice but to use the lovely Bailey to ask Su Chen for help. Give me the money first, Su Chen said with a wicked smile on his face. Nami rushed to Su Chen's back and threw out the Bailey from her waist bag angrily. Here you are, you damn thief. Su Chen collected Bailey without any disgust, and casually created a whirlwind to knock down the remaining minions. He just saw that there seemed to be more than 100,000 Baileys in Nami's waist bag, and an idea came to his mind. Nami, do you want to become stronger? I can help you. Su Chen's words were full of the flavor of deceiving children, as if he was deliberately luring people into the trap. What do you have in mind? But Nami couldn't help but ask when she thought of Su Chen's mysterious look. There are many ways, Su Chen said, adjusting his hat after seeing Nami's interest. You're not going to ask for money again. Then forget it. Nami stared at Su Chen suspiciously and subconsciously covered her wallet. Su Chen's greed for money was second only to his mystery, which made her wonder what conspiracy this was. Cough cough, Nami's warning words made Su Chen cough twice. It seems that her money is not so easy to cheat, and now that she is considered a partner, it is not appropriate to rob her. Think about it, the time when Nami really gained a certain combat power should be after Sky Island. Reality is not like anime. It would be nice if everything was similar to the plot. But Buggy's hidden strength undoubtedly shows that this world is not that simple. It would be good to improve her combat capability. No matter what, having the ability to defend oneself is completely different from not having it. It's like the difference between having a sword but not using it and having no sword at all, and Su Chen originally planned to improve her combat effectiveness. Give me your stick. Don't worry, I won't charge you this time. Seeing that Nami directly blocked his words, Su Chen could only point at the wooden stick in her hand and speak. Is it really free? Looking at Su Chen's straightforward look, Nami said with some doubt. Advertisement, I don't want your money, give it to me. Rolling his eyes, Su Chen snatched the wooden stick unhappily. I remember that in the original work, Nami worked as a thief for 8 years and developed superb stick skills. If she wasn't so scared, she wouldn't have to ask Su Chen for help and would have been able to defeat those minions. This is also why she has always liked stick-type weapons. The weather stick she later developed was also a stick-type weapon, so Su Chen did not intend to change this. After thinking about it, Su Chen came up with a good idea. Additional magic. Solid, wind, rain, thunder, snow. The extremely deep magic power surged wildly, and golden patterns began to spread from the place where Su Chen touched the wooden stick. In just a moment, the entire wooden stick completely changed color. Then, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with thick dark clouds, and a green whirlwind carrying rain and snowflakes went straight into the wooden stick. As Su Chen saw all this, he threw the wooden stick lightly. A bolt of lightning dropped from the dark clouds in the sky and struck the wooden stick. After a flash of lightning, the wooden stick returned to its previous color. Nami's eyes widened and her mouth remained open for a long time. Even Zoro observed the stick curiously. You have to know that apart from his interest in swords, he didn't care about these things before. With surprise and shining eyes, Nami took the stick and swung it gently. Suddenly, a whirlwind blew up in front of the stick, blowing away all the debris on the streets of the town. So awesome! After Nami saw the whirlwind, her love for the stick grew stronger. She is not an ignorant person. She has been working on the sea for 7 or 8 years and has some basic experience and vision. When they were sailing before, she had already envied Su Chen's ability to control the weather. This ability was extremely important to her. With this ability, she has the confidence to lead the ship through even the worst seas in the world. Don't be too happy too soon, because you can't possess magic power. This power can only be replaced by your physical strength. Su Chen stood by and glanced at the excited Nami, and said something that dampened her mood. He suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did he fail to cheat Nami's money, he also lost a large part of his magic power, well, about 1,000th. But since he has paid so much, he will not be shy about taking over the financial power of the ship. Then a wicked smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Hearing Su Chen's reminder, Nami slightly sensed the physical strength disappearing from her body. It seemed that the whirlwind just now could probably be used 3 times. Advertisement. It is exactly as Su Chen said, this ability is linked to her physical strength. If she wanted to reach Su Chen's level of controlling the tornado for several consecutive days, it would be impossible for her to do so in a short period of time. Nami seemed to be hesitant to speak when she thought of this. The feeling of having good things but not being able to use them was really uncomfortable. That Su Chen has a way. No, just exercise honestly. As soon as Nami opened her mouth, Su Chen knew what she wanted to say and interrupted her directly. Although there is magic that can directly strengthen the body, it is not the right time yet. Snort. Seeing that Su Chen ignored her, Nami walked directly towards Luffy with the celestial stick. The 3 leaders of the Buggy Pirates and most of the minions were defeated. Now only Buggy is left fighting Luffy alone. It seems that it is only a matter of time before he falls. Ha ha ha, kid, your straw hat was given to you by Shanks, Buggy said, holding a dagger in his hand. Shanks, do you know where he is? Luffy stopped in confusion. Shanks' news was obviously very important to him. Hey, if you want to know, take it, shattering cannon. Buggy's arm with the dagger quickly cut through the air, but this sneak attack was quickly caught by Luffy, who reacted quickly and grabbed it in front of him. Split. The sharp dagger cut through Luffy's straw hat, leaving a large crack on it. Bang. Ouch. Before Buggy could feel proud, Nami kicked him hard in a vital part of the body from behind. Buggy fell to the ground instantly after suffering such a heavy blow, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. In addition, Su Chen felt that Buggy's voice seemed much sharper. Hiss. He looked at Nami with some solemnity. Although he had seen such a scene in the original book, seeing it in person still made his lower body feel cold. Chapter 14 Rich Harvest. The most important thing happened after Su Chen looked over. Nami pretended to be embarrassed and stuck out her tongue. She crushed the nautical chart from Buggy with one foot and snatched it away. After doing all this, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly disappeared from the vicinity. Damn you guys, I'm going to make you pay. Buggy, who was lying on the ground, calmed down for a while and then struggled to get up. I guess no man can withstand such a destructive attack. The dagger in his hand kept flying, and he stared at Luffy with a gloomy face and extreme horror. He was tired of this childish way of fighting. Judging from his current look, it is obvious that he is serious about this. Although he was able to knock Buggy away in the original work, it was more likely that Buggy had already recognized Luffy's identity and was just playing with him. Ah! How dare you break my hat? Before Buggy and Su Chen could take action, Luffy on the side couldn't hold it anymore. After all, as an item agreed upon by Shanks and him, the straw hat is very important to him. Guo-mo, rocket launcher. Bang! It was a perfect strike, but at the last moment, Buggy gave up the idea of attacking. Regardless of whether he is Garp's grandson or has the same smile as the captain, Buggy will never really attack Luffy. Letting him knock himself away should be the best option. With this thought in mind, Buggy pretended that he didn't have time to dodge and was directly knocked away by Luffy. At this time, Su Chen also cancelled the magic. The balloon that Buggy had been holding in his hand instantly emitted a strong light, followed by a huge explosion. Damn you! You tricked me! Buggy let out a scream and scattered all over East Blue. Captain Buggy, run! Captain Buggy has failed too. After seeing Buggy being knocked away, the minions lying around quickly got up from the ground, supported the other 3 cadres who were knocked down, and disappeared around the town at an extremely fast speed. Ha ha ha, I win! Luffy raised his fists and shouted into the air. Advertisement. Buggy, the captain, disappeared on Orange Island, and the surrounding pirates fled in all directions. The Buggy Pirates were completely defeated. He. Nami collected the treasures with shining eyes. Ever since she met Su Chen, many of the treasures she had accumulated were snatched away by that thief. Although he said he would return them to her, she didn't know when that would be. Such a huge amount of treasure, which amounted to more than 10 million Baileys, was beyond her expectation. They were indeed the famous pirates in East Blue, and they even had so much treasure. All we need to do is take Su Chen and the others to the island famous for shipbuilding, take back the previous treasures, and add the Baileys that Su Chen promised, and 100 million Baileys will be almost gathered, and then we can buy back the Cocoa West village. Thinking of the gold, silver and treasures that Nami had packed, she was so happy that she almost fainted. Su Chen, who was standing next to Luffy, subconsciously glanced in the direction of Nami, but this time he just smiled and did not snatch it from her. Picking up the straw hat on the ground and handing it to Luffy, Su Chen pointed in the direction of Nami with a smirk. Luffy, Nami is collecting treasures over there, do you want to go take a look? It's perfect for a party. Although Su Chen will not disturb Nami this time, it does not mean that Luffy will not bother her. This is a good opportunity to test Nami's current level of recognition of Luffy. Banquet. Su Chen's words made Luffy's eyes light up. His desire for meat was second only to his dream of becoming the king of pirates. Zoro's eyes lit up as well. There should be wine at the party, right? Nami held the bag tightly on her back, feeling extremely happy. Although the bag was heavy, she still didn't want to let it go, because it was her favorite thing. It's a good harvest. Su Chen flashed and appeared beside Nami, and touched the bag she was carrying with a wicked smile. It looks like there should be more than 10 million Baileys. Seeing Su Chen appear, Nami took a few steps back with her bag on her back and moved away from Su Chen. You. What do you want to do? There was horror on her face, and then she looked at Su Chen with a very hostile look. She still remembered that Su Chen had stolen her treasures before, if it weren't for his promise to return them double. She had already fought with Su Chen desperately. Although Su Chen made weapons for her later, she would never forget that wicked smile on his face in her life. Seeing Nami's eyes looking at a scumbag, Su Chen took 2 steps back helplessly. Is he so scary? Advertisement, I won't compete with you. You're a liar. You're a puppy. Before Su Chen could finish his words, Nami interrupted him and completely blocked all the rest. Su Chen just shut up. Well, he had wanted to remind her, but forget it now. Behind Nami, Luffy and Zoro had quietly approached, and the huge baggage surprised them a little. After all, the more treasures one has, the more meat and wine one has. After looking at each other, the 2 men snatched the treasure that Nami was carrying and ran towards the tavern in the town cheering. They had seen it when they came here just now. Although Orangetown is rich in oranges, the island also has places dedicated to selling supplies, not to mention this more famous town. The treasure I worked so hard to collect. Nami noticed the moment the bag slipped out of her hands and let out a particularly miserable cry. He immediately pulled out the astronomical stick he had just obtained and hurriedly chased after him. You thieves! Give me back my money, I'm going to fight you. Although it was extremely miserable, Nami was just simply chasing. At most, he used a whirlwind to wrap himself up to increase his speed, and did not use the attack skills of the celestial rod. Nami, stop chasing us. We are just going to buy food and have a party. Luffy turned around and said provocatively. Ah, that's my treasure, don't spend it all. Luffy and his 2 companions were chasing each other in the somewhat messy town, looking particularly carefree. On the contrary, Su Chen, who was at the end, seemed a little lonely and as if he was redundant. While he was thinking about it, Nami turned around and yelled at him angrily. Su Chen, please help me take care of them, I'll give you money. Luffy also laughed and turned around, saying to Su Chen, why are you standing there? Go away, ha 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 ha. Shaking his head with some amusement, Su Chen did not use teleportation to hurry on. Instead, he covered his top hat with one hand and ran to catch up. Listening to Nami's roar and Luffy Zoro's laughter along the way, Su Chen also showed an exceptionally cheerful smile on his face. What a rich harvest. Chapter 15 Big Liar, Too Careless. Nami sat at the bow, stroking her smooth chin and said. After leaving Orangetown, they were heading in the original direction. In the end, Nami still didn't get back all the treasures. A large portion of it was used by Luffy and Zoro to buy wine, meat, and some of the rest was used to purchase some necessary dry food and water. When Bailey finally reached her hand, less than half of it was left. It's simply not possible to enter the Grand Line like this. Both the size of the ship and the personnel configuration on board are far from up to standard. Let's talk about the ship first. A ship of this size has no way of resisting the destruction of the Grand Line. Even if she now has the power to control celestial phenomena, there will always be a time when maintenance is needed. She is just a navigator, how could she be able to do something that requires professional knowledge? Finding a ship that can sail long distances is the most basic thing. In addition to that, there is the personnel configuration on the ship. Except for her, they are basically all fighters, including the most mysterious Su Chen, who from his current performance is only capable of combat. Also, a navigator can also serve as the helmsman. But she can't fly without rest for 24 hours. If she fixes the rudder, who knows where she will drift to. Not to mention that there is not even a cook or a ship doctor, let alone a shipwright to maintain the ship. Thinking of this, Nami shook his head in frustration. As expected, this is just a group of pirates who are there to make up the numbers. Even if they have the Grand Line chart, they are completely unqualified to go there now. Su Chen noticed Nami mumbling to herself and couldn't help asking, what are you mumbling about? Nami rolled her eyes in annoyance and explained the problem she was thinking about to Su Chen and the others. After listening, Su Chen looked at Nami with some surprise. Did she already regard her as the navigator of the StrawHat Pirates? After thinking for a while, Su Chen gave a meaningful explanation. The island I asked you to take us to is used for shipbuilding. As for the crew, I can temporarily work part-time as a ship's doctor. Well, since you were prepared, I have nothing to say. Nami spread her hands to indicate that she didn't care. The place Su Chen asked her to take was a relatively remote island. Not only was it not on the main shipping route, there were not many merchant ships coming and going, and even pirates rarely came here. Advertisement: there was only one shipbuilding family on the island that had some business dealings with the merchants of the Kingdom of Goa. These circumstances have resulted in this village being exceptionally peaceful and tranquil, although not wealthy. But there is only one person who is different from the peaceful village. That is Usopp, the son of red-hair pirate sniper Usopp. Because of his father, he has been guarding the village in a unique way, but the villagers are also happy to cooperate with him, just as an alarm clock to wake up early every day. On a big tree outside the village, Usopp, who was shouting, "Pirates are coming," as usual, held his hands up with some satisfaction and laughed heartily. For him, awakening this peaceful village is his way of finding his own sense of existence. So his life is very regular. He would go to the village to make some noise every day, and then when he had time he would go to Kaya to brag about his adventure stories that he had made up. After doing all this, he could get together with the three kids to brag about it and satisfy his vain self-esteem. Such a life would be so great. Look, there it is, The two little kids stood under Usopp's tree and greeted him loudly. One of them was a carrot head with a black hood with pirates pattern, and the other was a pepperhead with a short-sleeved t-shirt with pirates pattern. The only thing they had in common was that they both held a homemade wooden dagger. Huh? Why are there only two of you? Where's Onionhead? Usopp turned over and jumped off the branch, landing in front of the two little kids and asked. I don't know, maybe he's still sleeping. Green Pepperhead and Carrot Head looked at each other and answered guessingly. Hey, something bad has happened. A kid wearing glasses ran over frantically, yelling, oh no, pirates are coming. Usopp, their captain, confirmed that he was not lying and decided to take them there to see for themselves. Although he always boasts about how powerful he is in front of Kaya, this is the first time he actually faces the pirates, but for the sake of the village and Kaya, he is willing to fight to protect them. Soon, Usopp, with the three little kids, arrived at the only place on the island where they could land smoothly. As the descendant of an excellent sniper, his eyesight was naturally not bad. He saw a not-so-big ship docked on the shore from a distance. Advertisement: 3 of the figures had already left the boat, leaving only a girl lowering the anchor. The 3 people who got off the boat had very distinct features. One was wearing formal attire and looked like a gentleman aristocrat from a storybook. The other had 3 long swords on his waist and looked like a formidable swordsman. The last one looked silly, grinning and looking at the surrounding scenery with great excitement. This strange atmosphere made Usopp feel that they were not pirates at all, but more like a group of people in distress. He looked at Onionhead beside him suspiciously and asked doubtfully. Onion, are these the pirates you're talking about? The Onionhead wearing glasses lowered his voice and reminded in a fearful tone. Yes, didn't you see that there are pirates patterns on their sails? But they don't look scary at all. That is. The other 2 kids grumbled quietly. Not necessarily, maybe we are pirates who specialize in eating children. Su Chen stood behind Usopp and the 3 little kids, and spoke in a sinister tone into the ears of Carrot Head and the others. The most outrageous thing was that he deliberately used magic to create a weird environment. Blood was oozing from his entire body and his face was torn and tattered, as if he was a demon crawling out of hell. How is it possible? Look at them. Ah, ghost. The 3 little kids turned around subconsciously. As a result, when he saw Su Chen's weird and terrifying appearance, he was scared to the point of almost peeing his pants and let out an extremely terrified cry. What's wrong? Usopp said, looking back with some confusion. The gentleman-like man who was at the beach just now was looking at him with a smile on his face, looking very kind. It's not like what the other 3 little brats said. There's no ghost there. Hello, my name is Su Chen, and I'm a resident of the Kingdom of Goa. I heard there's a shipbuilding merchant here, right? After seeing Usopp looking back, Su Chen instantly cancelled the illusion magic. After casually taking out a few lollipops from his pocket and handing them to the 3 little kids, he began to look at Usopp carefully. Chapter 16 White Lies. He is timid and wants to run away when he encounters danger. Or they might make up some strange names for diseases, such as, a disease that will cause death if you land on that island. In the original novel, he was the one who suffered the most defeats in the group. They always give people the impression of being the weakest, and often get into tough battles with strong enemies, but their hearts are full of admiration and imagination for brave sea warriors. In the previous life, there was a saying circulating among sea puzzles. With the wind, you have rubber. Against the wind, you have a knife. In desperate situations, you have to rely on the shooter. I wonder if Usopp's performance can still be as good as this one with his addition this time. Hello, I'm Usopp, from this village. As if attracted by Su Chen's serious questioning, Usopp did not say anything nonsense this time. Hey, Su Chen, have you found someone who can provide us with a boat? Luffy's signature laugh came from far away, and he quickly ran from the shore to Su Chen's side, staring at him with excitement. Nami came over with Zoro after securing the boat. Su Chen, where are my things? Before Nami got close to Su Chen, her voice rang out, and she sounded very excited. The treasure she had been longing for was finally returning to his hands. How could she not be excited? After glancing at Nami, Su Chen waved his cane to take out a bundle and threw it to her without hesitation. This was what he took after he met Nami in order to trick her onto the ship. There was also an extra 1 million Baileys in it, which was also agreed upon in advance. After Nami got the bundle, her eyes lit up with a lucrative light, and she counted the Pele over and over again with great excitement. After dealing with Nami, Su Chen pointed at Usopp and said to Luffy. That's him. From what I understand, Usopp should be very familiar with the lady who builds the boat in the village. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Usopp took a few steps back vigilantly. Who the hell are you? This feeling of being guessed made him extremely panicked. The villagers were just ordinary people, and only Kaya's family had the ability to build a boat. Although these people don't look ferocious, Usopp really doesn't want Kaya to contact them. Advertisement: I'm Luffy, the man who will become the king of pirates. Luffy was stunned for a moment, then said the iconic words loudly. The Pirates King is awesome. Yeah, even better than Usopp. The 3 carrot heads who took the lollipops had long forgotten that Su Chen had scared them just now. When they heard Luffy's confident speech, they spoke out unconsciously. Usopp's eyes lit up. He kind of liked what Luffy said. He could brag about it this way next time he went to Kaya's place. So you really are pirates, but you came here just to find a suitable ship, right? Usopp keenly discovered the crux of the problem. He felt it was strange just now. A pirates group should have more than 4 people, and their ship was obviously a merchant ship, although it was flying the pirates' flag. But obviously only pirates who have just set out to sea and do not have their own ship would take this kind of ship. Since you are a novice, you should be able to defeat them if you unite the villagers. I have to say that Usopp's brain is really quick. The only thing he took into account was the combat effectiveness of Su Chen and the others. Yes, and we are still looking for partners. Do you know where there is a shipbuilding company? Nami was still counting money. Luffy was standing with his hands on his hips and laughing, and Zoro, who was a little more normal, was sitting under a tree and almost falling asleep. Seeing this scene, Su Chen could only stand up and reply to Usopp. Ha ha ha. You finally found the right person. There is no ship that I, Usopp, cannot find on this sea. Back then, I, Captain Usopp, led these 8,000 men to conquer the sea. In the midst of a storm, our ship. The 3 carrot heads on the side were very good at changing their attitude according to the situation. When Usopp was still bragging, they looked at Usopp with admiring eyes. Even Luffy, who was standing with his hands on his hips, had sparkling eyes and was completely attracted by the story Usopp made up. How about it, isn't that awesome? You just said you wanted to find a partner, right? Usopp stopped boasting with great satisfaction, and then asked casually. He had a good impression of Luffy, and he didn't expect that someone his age besides Kaya would believe his boasting. What's wrong? Do you have the right person? Luffy came to his senses instantly. He was still very serious about this matter and could not choose people randomly. I can be your captain, advertisement, no need. Nami, who was still counting Baileys, and Zoro, who was about to fall asleep, woke up instantly and refused in unison with Luffy and Su Chen. Although they didn't speak, they diverted some of the attention to Luffy. Usopp was startled by Su Chen and the others. He didn't expect to be rejected instantly. He could only greet them a few times and let Su Chen and the others follow. Then please follow me. I need to discuss the matter of the ship. After arranging Su Chen and the others, Usopp disappeared. But Su Chen knew that he should have gone to find Kaya. The reason he lied was mostly because of that girl. Su Chen, the man just now must be a braggart. Nami was in a good mood and chatted with Su Chen for a rare time. No, Captain Usopp is not one to brag. Before Su Chen could answer, the 3 little brats, Carrot Head, were the first to object and started talking about Usopp and Kaya. It's all about cheering up the girl who lost her parents. After hearing all this, Nami's impression of Usopp changed a little. Before, she always thought that he was just a big talker. Yoshi, in that case, let's go to Kaya too. Luffy made the decision immediately. He didn't know why, but from the moment he saw Usopp, he had a sense of déjà vu. Su Chen certainly agreed. He didn't want the people who were supposed to be on the ship in the original book to disappear because of his appearance. Just like that, after resting for a while, the group of 4, led by the 3 little kids, headed towards the mansion where Kaya lived. Ha 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 ha. Then what about the goldfish? Kaya asked Usopp admiringly. I cut it into pieces and transported it to Lilliput, and I haven't finished eating it yet. Looking at Kaya's happy expression, Usopp said with a deep sense of accomplishment. But just when he was happy, a butler in a straight, slim black suit and round-framed glasses came out. After seeing Usopp, he gently reminded Kaya. Miss, for the sake of your health, I told you not to get in touch with this liar. Chapter 17 Angry Usopp. Crocodile, Usopp is not. Kaya was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Crocodile. Miss, I will listen to your explanation later. Now, do you have anything else to say? Get out. Crocodile's tone was extremely tough. He turned his back to Kaya, his eyes full of sinister intent. Luffy still smiled, and said to Crocodile with a smile. I want to borrow, no, buy a big ship. No, you are Liar Boo's friend, right? I have heard about his affairs a long time ago. He is the son of a despicable pirates. This kind of person is not worthy of being close to Our Lady. Crocodile looked at Usopp with great contempt, and directly rejected Luffy. You and my lady are from 2 completely different worlds. You want money, right? Name your price. Crocodile spread his hands and sneered at Usopp. Kaya couldn't help shouting at Crocodile. Crocodile, you've gone too far. Apologize to Usopp now. Apologize to such a barbarian? I'm just telling the truth. After spreading his hands and replying to Kaya, Crocodile turned to face Usopp again. How pitiful. You must hate him, the father who abandoned your family and ran away from home for money. Crabot pushed his glasses with his palm, and a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Or in other words, he is not your biological father. The last sentence was said in a very low voice, and only Usopp and Su Chen in front of him heard it. That's enough. Bang! Usopp didn't hold back and punched Crocodile hard in the face, with such force that a few drops of blood splashed. Crocodile fell directly to the ground without any resistance. Everything was in his plan. Ha ha ha, look at him, he gets violent at every turn. Like father, like son. This outburst was seen by Su Chen and others, but they did not move. Although Su Chen knew what would happen next, Luffy would not invite Usopp aboard now unless he could fully demonstrate his abilities. As a person who is both timid and brave, only after giving up everything can he burst out with the kind of courage that even Luffy was shocked by. Shut up, advertisement. I have always been proud of having a pirate's dad. I will never hide this. Usopp clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Haha, you brag irresponsibly all day long, and get violent when you get angry. In the final analysis, you are approaching my lady for the sake of property. Just because your father is a pirate, I have reason to suspect you. You still have something to say. Usopp stepped forward and grabbed Crocodile's tie with one hand, and made a fist with the other hand to hit him. However, this action was stopped by Kaya. Stop it, Usopp, stop being violent. Crocodile is not a bad person, he did this for me. Kaya covered her face with tears in her crying voice, and tears dripped down the gaps between her palms. Pa, Crocodile slapped Usopp's hand away and said with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Get out. This house is not for barbarians like you to live in. You are not allowed to come near this house again. Tisk, you don't need to tell me, I will never come here again. Usopp put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked out of the mansion with great loss. His back looked very depressed. After taking a deep look at Crocodile, Su Chen disappeared directly into the mansion. Now is not the time to confront him. It would be most appropriate for Usopp or Kaya to defeat this man, but they need a little help right now. Naturally, after Su Chen disappeared, Luffy and the other two people including Carrot Head were also driven out, but Luffy followed Usopp secretly alone. On the beach south of the village, Usopp was sitting cross-legged on the shore, extremely angry. He was not angry with Crocodile, but more because Kaya did not choose him. Hi, wow. Luffy suddenly appeared from the tree, startling Usopp, and patted his chest and said, Can't you say hello normally? Idiot. At the same time, Su Chen appeared behind Usopp and patted him with a sly smile. Ha! Advertisement. Usopp's figure instantly jumped up, and he was almost P************** D because of the 2 consecutive shocks. Your father is Usopp, you look a lot like him. Su Chen said as he sat down next to Usopp. Yes. That's what I wanted to say too. Su Chen, do you know it too? Luffy sat down and said in confusion. He should be a member of Shanks' crew, he is very famous in New World. Su Chen said with a smile. It has to be said that Usopp's father, Usopp, is really strong. He is said to be able to hit an ant's antennae from 100 feet away without damaging the rest of it. Shanks. Are you talking about that big pirate's Shanks? Usopp shouted in great surprise. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Luffy was very clear about this matter. Shanks was the person he had agreed with. To a large extent, Luffy's decision to go to sea was also influenced by him. Yes, I can testify that Usopp is a great pirate, Luffy agreed. After hearing what Su Chen and Luffy said, Usopp's originally depressed mood began to change. This feeling of being recognized was much better than the previous bragging. I have always been proud of my father. He has always been my idol, sailing bravely on the boundless ocean. Usopp clenched his hands into fists as he said this, but that butler actually said that. That's really too much. There, right down there, Su Chen smiled and pointed down. Usopp lay on the shore in surprise, carefully eavesdropping on the conversation below. Captain Crow. I've heard of this name. Rumor has it that he was a pirate who used tricks to rob people, but I heard that he was executed 3 years ago. The conversation below reached a critical point. Crocodile's face with glasses was full of sinisterness, and he said in a cold tone. It won't go wrong if Miss Kaya leaves a will and then dies in an accident, right? Ha ha ha, I see, Captain Crow, everything will happen according to your plan. Zangao, who was wearing a top hat, also had a gloomy expression on his face. Brothers, we can't hold back any longer. This is terrible. Kaya will be killed and the village will be raided. I need to hurry and inform everyone. After listening to the conversation between Crocodile and Zangao, Usopp's face was covered in cold sweat and his heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 18 The Wolf is Coming. After hearing all this, Luffy stood up and shouted loudly to the crowd below. You too. Don't kill that lady. Who? Crab 8 instantly turned around and looked up at Luffy who had stood up. Hey, isn't this liar be you? What, did you hear? Crocodile's pupils shrank, and a strong murderous aura emerged from them. The moment Crab looked up, Su Chen had already taken a few steps back and was not seen by him. Luffy seemed to be completely unaware of his murderous intent. He crossed his arms over his chest and replied nonchalantly, I heard everything. Really? That's really troublesome. Zangao adjusted the hat on his head and said helplessly while standing on tiptoe. Then, just like in the original story, Luffy was easily hypnosis and fell down. What should we do with the other one? Kill him, Zangao said to Crocodile after seeing his hypnosis spell working. No need. No matter what he says, no one will believe him. You can attack the village at dawn tomorrow. Holding his eyes with his palms, Crocodile stared at Usopp with disdain, not caring that he had heard the plan. Did you hear that? Liar, no matter what you've heard, it will not have any impact on my plan. Crocodile's words pierced Usopp's heart deeply. His heart seemed to be squeezed tightly. A strange chill emerged from his heart and gradually spread to his whole body. He was so scared that he turned and ran. For the safety of the village, he had to go and inform everyone. However, after he ran for a distance, he was stopped by Su Chen. Usopp, you can't go like this, Su Chen said with deep meaning. Get out of the way. The pirates are coming. The village. I have to protect the village. Everyone will be killed. Kaya will be killed too. Usopp obviously didn't hear Su Chen's words and ran straight into the village. Hey, with a slight sigh, Su Chen tied him up directly. Advertisement in the original work, the image of Usopp is established quite well. Everyone has heard the story of the boy who cried wolf. But Usopp's ultimate attempt to turn facts into lies is not something that most people can do. His kindness is enough to move people. The problem is, in the original novel, if the author hadn't wanted him to die, the injuries he suffered would have been enough to kill him many times over. Now because of his time travel, who knows if anything unexpected will happen. So Su Chen stopped him directly. Even if he couldn't dissuade him from the idea, he had to strengthen his strength, otherwise what if he died before getting on the boat? Usopp, do you want to make a bet with me? If you lose, you can join us. If you win, I will give you the power to resist the pirates. Su Chen said after slightly turning his palm and using a meditation technique on Usopp. Usopp, who was full of anxiety, calmed down under the effect of magic and replied with a cold tone. As long as you let me go, I will agree to anything. It's almost too late now. I have to hurry and inform everyone. I bet no one will believe what you say. If there is one person who believes you, I lose. I agree, let me go. Usopp spoke quickly. This was his hometown, how could no one believe him? Well, the bet is established, you can go. The rope that tied Usopp disappeared instantly, and Su Chen disappeared directly on the spot. On the other side, Nami and Zoro were staying with the kids. They were now sitting on the railing with some confusion. After all, Captain Luffy and Vice Captain Su Chen both disappeared. Ah! Usopp quickly passed them and rushed towards the village. After he ran away, Su Chen's figure appeared on the railing carrying the sleeping Luffy, looking in the direction of the village with a smile. He added a recovery magic to Usopp's body, which could save his life at a critical moment, such as if Mary's bullet missed. Wow wow wow! Su Chen, could you please stop being so elusive? It's scary? Nami looked at Su Chen, who appeared next to her with a look of horror, her tone full of panic. Hey, don't be so surprised. I'm a magician. Su Chen smiled with evil humor. But his eyes were always fixed on the village. If nothing unexpected happened, Usopp had already begun to try his best to protect the village in his own way. Oh no! Everyone listen up, the pirates are going to attack tomorrow. Advertisement, everyone, run for your lives. Usopp's voice awakened the originally quiet village, and anxious and noisy voices came from inside the houses. Some hot-tempered villagers rushed out with brooms and shouted at him. Liar! Don't be so presumptuous, this is the second time today. The vicious look deeply hurt Usopp's heart. He was clearly telling the truth this time, so why were people looking at him like that? No. No, everyone, I'm telling the truth this time. His voice was extremely anxious, and even sounded like crying. What I said is true. The pirates are really going to attack the village tomorrow morning. It seems I have to teach you a lesson this time, you liar. The surrounding villagers picked up brooms and farm tools and ran towards Usopp angrily, showing no sign of trusting him at all. At this time, Usopp remembered Crocodile's words and the bet that Su Chen made with him, and ran towards Kaya's mansion with tears on his face. There, Kaya would definitely believe him. Hey, you said Crocodile was a pirate. No wonder the captain ran so fast, he must have gone to inform everyone, the three little kids shouted in surprise. Nami didn't dare to fight with Su Chen, so she had to vent her anger on the sleeping Luffy. Luffy, who was woken up, covered his aching head and slowly told Su Chen what he had heard. The three little kids were scared and screamed, and ran towards the village. You are the bad guy. Kaya slapped Usopp in the face, her tone full of disappointment. The slap didn't hurt much. Kaya had been ill for several years and didn't have much strength, but Usopp felt as if his heart was torn apart. The person in this village, the one he cared about the most, refused to believe him. Bang! After a gunshot, Usopp turned and ran away due to the severe pain in his arm, with large amounts of blood dripping from his hands. Kaya looked at Usopp's running figure, pursed her lips and said nothing, then fell down with her eyes darkening. When the gunshot sounded, Su Chen subconsciously looked in the direction of Usopp. Sure enough, the magic just now was not in vain. He sensed that the bullet was heading directly for Usopp's heart. Chapter 19 It's just a lie, Captain. From a distance, Carrot Head and the other two were the first to spot Usopp. Captain, we have to tell everyone the news about the pirates as soon as possible, the pepper-headed man shouted at him anxiously. Tell you. Usopp remembered what Kaya had just said to him and subconsciously put his injured hand behind his back. Ha ha ha. That's just a lie. Just treat this as a lie, the sun will rise as usual tomorrow, and everyone will think this is a joke from me. As for the pirates, I will have to resist them alone. Usopp's mind quickly changed and he chose the most dangerous option. Hey, it turns out they're all fake. What? I thought there were real pirates. Damn it. It turns out that StrawHat brother was also under the captain's orders. Let's go home. It's boring. I kind of despise the captain. The three little brats looked at Usopp with disappointment, then turned around and walked towards the village, completely unaware of Usopp's injured arm behind his back. Oh, Su Chen and his team were working on a cliff by the sea, listening to Usopp's extremely lost sigh. I like to talk, but no one in the village wants to believe me, Usopp said. But the pirates are really coming tomorrow, these are inevitable facts, Nami answered while standing. Yes, they will definitely come, but everyone thinks it's a lie. They think tomorrow will be a peaceful day like any other day, Usopp said disappointedly. But he made up his mind and stood up suddenly. So, I'm going to fight the pirates right here on the beach. Make this a lie too. I love this village, I want to protect everyone. The crying voice came out of Usopp's mouth, sounding extremely firm. Luffy's mouth curled up into a smile first, and as the captain, he spoke directly. Okay, we will help you too. Let me make it clear first, all the treasures belong to me. Nami touched his chin, wondering how much treasure the Black Cat Pirates had. Advertisement, as long as there's wine. Zoro also smiled. Su Chen stood aside without saying anything, but nodded to Usopp. Well, let's start discussing how to deal with the pirates. After making sure that someone had help, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. We can discuss this, but Usopp, are you sure this is the only place to go ashore? I remember we all came up from the north. Su Chen would naturally not make the same mistake as in the original book. He waited for a long time but ended up in the wrong location. If the Black Cat Pirates had not fallen asleep and wasted time, the village would have been breached long ago. This sentence made Usopp stunned. The whistling sea breeze kept blowing. Su Chen adjusted the top hat on his head with his hand and sat on the shore with some boredom. As the deputy captain and the most mysterious person, he was naturally left here and forced to defend alone. Although he knew that the Black Cat Pirates landed in the north, he couldn't just say it directly. This battle was the moment when Usopp and Luffy would establish a bond, and nothing could go wrong because of him. But the sea at night is really beautiful. This unpolluted sky reveals large patches of stars, and the sky is reflected on the clear sea. Su Chen felt as if he was in the universe. He had been watching this scenery for several years since he came here. From the initial intoxication to the current calmness, his heart gradually changed from the turbulent sea to the calm starry sky. Snap! The sound of thunder and lightning came from the north, and there were some familiar power fluctuations, which were the noises created by Nami using the planetarium stick. Faintly, he also heard Nami shout, "That's my money." Phew, the night sea breeze is still there, but Su Chen's figure on the shore has long been blown away by the wind. Ahem. What on earth did I do to him? Kaya stood there in a daze. After listening to Melly's explanation, her face was covered with tears. Advertisement most importantly, Mary shot Usopp to protect her. He was so desperate at that time. Ms. Kaya. Now is not the time to think about this. I just saw Crocodile go out. You're the only one who can stop him now. Mary was covered in blood. He endured the pain and propped himself up and spoke to Kaya. Then what should I do? Kaya sat on the ground in a daze. Thinking of how Usopp was driven away by her before, she couldn't help but feel distressed. Do you need help, Miss Kaya? Su Chen's figure condensed from the air and appeared next to Kaya. You are the one with Usopp. Can you help me? Kaya was shocked by Su Chen's appearance, but her concern for Usopp overcame the shock. Of course, Usopp is a companion we recognize. After helping Kaya up, Su Chen spoke gently. A gentle warm breeze swirled around Mary a few times, and some of his still bleeding wounds began to heal quickly. Soon, apart from his pale face and the blood all over his body, the only proof that Mary had just been seriously injured was that he was injured. Cough cough cough. That's amazing. If I wasn't so weak all over, I wouldn't feel injured at all. Melly's voice was full of disbelief. I just accelerated the healing of your body, not healed you directly. Su Chen shook his head. Although the magic record recorded healing magic, he did not study most of them in depth, so he was naturally not very skilled in using them. Sir, can I ask you to help us? That child is a good person and we don't want anything to happen to him. Su Chen did not answer Meili's words, but just nodded at him, turned to look at Kaya and said. Ms. Kaya, I can help you, but I think there are some things you need to do in person, whether it's for the friendship between you and Usopp or for an apology. No, Mrs. Body. Meili refused without thinking. No need to say more, Meili. I'm going. Kaya's voice was full of determination. This time Kaya is not running away. She has always lied to be you to find her, but this time, she wants to try it herself. Su Chen handed the cane to Kaya with a wicked smile on his face. Kaya, who was originally confused, took the cane. She was originally very weak, but she stood up straight in an instant. A powerful aura emanated from her whole body, and then she slowly retracted it. It seems you know what to do. Go to the beach north of the village. Usopp is waiting for you there. I hope Crocodile likes this gift. It's a good idea to think about a weak young lady beating up the scheming pirates. Su Chen's voice with a smirk came from the air. His figure disappeared into thin air after Kaya took the cane. Chapter 20 Battle on the Slope. Mary looked at Kaya in shock. He had never seen such a healthy lady before. Ms. Kaya, are you fully recovered? That should be about right, Meili. You stay at home. I'm going to find Crocodile to settle things. Kaya's voice was firm, and the tightly grasped cane gave her tremendous strength. She had never felt this kind of feeling of being wrapped in warmth all over her body. Perhaps it was only when she was little and her mother held her in her arms and coaxed her to sleep that she could feel it. Miss. You have grown up. Please be more careful. Mary wanted to stop Kaya, but after seeing her determined eyes, he nodded with some relief. Don't worry, Meili. With Lyrecloth's companions around, nothing will happen to me. After Kaya said this, she casually put on a coat, left the mansion and walked towards the beach. Judging from the speed at which she walked, she didn't look like someone who had just recovered from a long illness. The coast north of the village. The slope leading to the village was filled with pirates lying there. There was a slight smell of burning coming from their bodies, and they looked extremely miserable. The few remaining pirates were looking at Nami and his group on the slope with fear. What frightened them the most was the crazy woman. She alone defeated most of the pirates, and now only Zhangao and the Kitty brothers are left. If it weren't for her companion, The boy in the straw hat who was praised for hypnosis, they would have been wiped out by now. Go on, that woman doesn't have much strength left, Zhang shouted anxiously. Now the agreed time is getting closer and closer. Thinking of that crazy Captain Klo, if his plan is delayed because of these few people, the entire Black Cap Pirates will be killed. Whoosh! Two figures, one fat and one thin, quickly approached Nami, but were stopped by Zoro in just a moment. Although Nami had her weapon recast by Su Chen, her physical fitness was not much improved. If these two pirates got close to her, she would be in danger. Well done, Zoro, Nami said with relief when the two people rushing towards her were stopped. Advertisement because of the powerful explosion of thunder just now that killed most of the pirates, she now has enough physical strength to use whirlwind once at most. Buzzword. Zoro glanced at Luffy below. That idiot actually fell for hypnosis. How easy it was to fool him. That's right, Luffy was hypnosis just like in the original story. After bursting out for a while, he fell into a sleep. Otherwise, Nami wouldn't have overdrawn his physical strength and used large-scale thunder. Whoosh! The sharp claws quickly chased Zoro, who only had one sword left. As a swordsman who used 3 swords, he was not very good at using one sword, so he was madly suppressed by the Cab brothers and even looked a little precarious. After seeing this situation, Usopp took out the slingshot from his waist bag, took aim, and a lead bullet flew out. Watch out for the lead star. The flying lead bullet made Zoro's heart move, and his body automatically blocked the lead bullet. A pain came from the place where he was hit, making his body pause. There's a flaw, the Cat brothers shouted in unison, and then their claws left long scars on Zoro's body. Nami, who had been paying attention to the situation, was startled. It was Zoro who blocked the lead bullet himself. We can't go on like this, Usopp. You cover me up there. I'm going to steal the knife, Nami said calmly after analyzing the situation. Her figure flipped downwards. Although she was a little exhausted, her steps were still neat and her eyes were fixed on the long sword that was falling below. Ta-ta, ta-ta. Nami's figure was like a shadow, surrounded by a green whirlwind, and she rushed to the side of the long sword in an instant. What do you want to do with the knife? Zhang said as he threw the dart in his hand hard at Nami. Bang! Before it hit Nami, a dark lead bullet hit his dart hard. The huge force knocked the dart out of his hand and embedded it into the cliff next to it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nami fiercely picked up the long sword on the ground and threw it directly at Zoro. Surprisingly, Zhang and the Cab brothers did not disturb her movements, but froze in place, their pupils contracted rapidly, and drops of cold sweat dripped madly from their foreheads. Advertisement: a sinister figure walked out of the woods. Crocodile carried the bag and gently pushed his glasses with his palm. There was a murderous look in his eyes. He spoke without a trace of emotion. It's already dawn, and I want to ask, why the plan didn't go as planned. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, and a huge murderous aura enveloped Zhang and his group. Captain Crow, it's over, we're dead this time. Some pirates who were knocked to the ground by Nami's electric shock were trembling all over and said with fear on their faces. I didn't expect that you would be blocked by a kid like this. It's too shameful for the Black Cap Pirates, isn't it? Crocodile's voice didn't change at all, like the ice of 10,000 years. But, you said that day, even if you let this kid go. It'll be okay. Zhang's voice trembled a little. The impression Crocodile had left on him back then was too deep. So what? I think even if this guy comes to deal with us, we can easily deal with him. But your incompetence is beyond my imagination. You are really useless. Crocodile glanced at the remaining Zhang and his tone was full of sarcasm. You actually said we are incompetent, and called us trash? The Cab brothers' eyes turned red and they replied with gritted teeth. To them, Crocodile, who abandoned the pirates 3 years ago, was a traitor. Moreover, after 3 years of growth, they were no longer the kind of people who could be slaughtered at his will. Ha ha ha. What, you want to attack me? Crocodile laughed cruelly. The pet that hadn't been seen for a long time actually wanted to kill its master. Is there anything funnier than this? Captain Crow, we have attacked countless villages and destroyed countless pirate ships in the past 3 years. And you have been pampered for 3 years. I wonder how much of your original skills are left. Can you still defeat the active Cab brothers? The Cab brothers pointed their claws at Crocodile, and the depths of their eyes had turned blood red. Rather than being killed here, it would be better to fight back desperately. Maybe there would be an unexpected surprise. A black and a white long sword fell from the sky and landed in Zoro's hands. Although he was a little unhappy because Nami kicked his sword, he would not be afraid of anyone with 3 long swords in his hands. Chapter 21. The housekeeper and the lady whoosh. The cat-like claws scraped through the air, making a loud noise. Crocodile's figure disappeared in an instant, and the strange bundle was torn to pieces by the Kitten brothers, leaving only some rags on the surface. You tell me, who do you want to kill? Crocodile spoke with murderous intent. His figure appeared behind the Kitten brothers, and on his hands, long and sharp claws appeared. This rapid movement scared Nami and the others around him. What weapon is that? Zoro's voice sounded a little surprised. He had never seen such a unique weapon before. The Kitten brothers turned around quickly, but still couldn't keep up with Crocodile's speed. Everything was deceiving them. Crocodile put his hands on the shoulders of the 2 Kitten brothers, and the huge force imprisoned them. They were unable to move and let out miserable groans. You were right. I really feel that my body is not as flexible as before, but it does not mean that I have become weaker. After 3 years of rest, my temper seems to have improved a lot. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't clean them up in 5 minutes, I'll kill you all. This chilling tone made the surrounding pirates tremble. The reign of terror by Crocodile 3 years ago had established a strong authority in their hearts. Although 3 years had passed, those thoughts no longer dared to be carried out after the Cab brothers were captured. I leave it to you. Don't let me down. Crocodile let go of the Cab brothers and walked 2 steps to the side. Do these 2 people think he is a soft persimmon? Zoro watched the Cab brothers look at him again, and after thinking for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. He drew out the 2 long swords in his hands and assumed a 3-sword style posture. That guy. Just kill that guy. That's right, he was no match for us just now. If we kill him we won't be killed. Even if he has 3 knives, he will definitely not be our opponent. After the Cab brothers looked at each other, fierce light flashed in their eyes and they pounced directly at Zoro. You simply don't understand. What's the difference between using 3 swords and 3-sword style? Zoro took 2 swords and put them behind his back, staring at the Cab brothers who were rushing towards him. Tiger hunting. Advertisement. Zoro's figure instantly staggered with the Catman brothers, and tiger-like scars covered the Catman brothers' bodies. The extremely powerful slash instantly chopped them both away, and the figures around them were stunned for a moment. Haha, that's interesting. I didn't expect that useless liar BU could have a friend like you. Crocodile pushed his glasses with the hand with the strange weapon. Will it take 5 minutes? I can kill you all right now? Zoro pointed the knife at Crocodile and said with great confidence. You can try it, Crocodile said with some disdain. He was just a pirates hunter who became famous after he hid his identity. As a famous pirate in East Blue, he had no idea how many of these minions he had killed. You have to know that he is the great Captain Crow. Even the colonel of the 153 Marine branch was promoted because of his plan. Crocodile, enough. Kaya appeared on the slope and shouted angrily. She stared at Klo in a daze. After 3 years of getting along with him, she couldn't believe that he was actually a pirate. But the scene before her undoubtedly made her certain that the elegant and gentlemanly man was an out-and-out liar, and everything he had was just a disguise. What a surprise. Miss, how did you get here? Chloe's voice was full of disbelief. In his mind, Kaya shouldn't have the strength to walk so far, but from what he saw now. Kaya has clearly recovered. Mary has told me everything, Kaya said, staring at Chloe. Oh, that man is still alive. Chloe was a little disapproving. Kaya didn't care about his tone, turned to look at Usopp, and said in a crying voice. Usopp, I'm sorry, maybe you won't forgive me, but I really couldn't believe that Crocodile was a pirate at the time. Stop talking. Didn't I tell you to run away? Why did you come here? Usopp's voice was filled with anxiety. Aren't you fighting too? Kaya yelled. Even though we treated you so badly, aren't you still fighting with your injuries? Crocodile, tell me why you did this. If you want property, I will give you all of it. So please leave this village. Kaya turned and looked at Chloe, wiping away her tears and said with determination. Advertisement, miss, you misunderstood. I want more than just money. I also need stability. I spent 3 years gaining the villagers' trust. The way they treated me made me feel very comfortable. Therefore, it is necessary for the pirates to unexpectedly attack the village and for you to leave a suicide note before dying. Chloe lowered his head and rubbed his eyes with his palms again, then explained everything gently. He raised his head again, his eyes filled with endless murderous intent. From his previous gentle and gentlemanly temperament, he instantly transformed into a stern, brutal and ruthless pirate. So that's how it is. Kaya lowered her head, her tone a little dull. Click. Kaya pulled a pistol from her bosom and pointed it at Chloe. Leave the village, Chloe, you shouldn't have hurt Mary. Usopp looked at Kaya in shock. He had never expected that she could be so strong. I didn't expect that. Miss Kaya, you've become stronger in the past 3 years. Chloe shook his head. But now you can't stop me. As he spoke, Chloe's figure instantly moved behind Kaya. The espada in his hand opened up, silently cutting through the air and grabbing Kaya's back. Ding! A light shield spread from the staff Kaya was holding, blocking Crow's espada outside. What? What? They actually blocked Captain Chloe's attack. Zhangao opened his mouth wide in the distance and couldn't close it for a long time. That looks like Su Chen's cane. Nami took the opportunity to run to Luffy's side. After seeing what Kaya was holding in her hand, she recognized that it was Su Chen's thing. Crocodile, you are not the man I know, but since you've been with me for 3 years, please leave before I do anything. Kaya's voice became hard. She held a gun in one hand and clenched a glowing cane in the other, looking at Chloe firmly. Chapter 22. Who are you? Just call me Captain Crow. Chloe was not shaken at all. Although there were some changes in Kaya that he didn't understand, he still didn't give up the plan in his mind and spoke in a cold tone. In the past 3 years, I have been pretending most of the time. There is no need for you to pretend to let me go. You should know that I am the one who has the upper hand now. Bang! The espada in Chloe's left hand cut through the air and collided with the cane held by Kaya. After a loud collision, it broke instantly in front of his eyes. That's not how I used the cane I gave you. Holding Kaya's arm slightly, Su Chen glanced at the cane that broke Chloe's weapon and said, It seems that you are not as strong as I thought. Are you reluctant to give up his hypocritical face for the past 3 years? Crow's expression changed instantly. The moment the weapons touched, the powerful force made his arm numb. If Espada had not broken directly, his arm would probably have been broken by the brute force. I once heard a saying that goes, "Put down your butcher knife and you will become a Buddha." This saying is probably what those people use to comfort themselves. Forgiveness is something that only those you've hurt can do. All I can do is send you to meet those you've killed. As one of the deadly pirates, Kuro had killed countless people before he went into seclusion. This could not be resolved by just Kaya telling him to go. Su Chen didn't care what other people thought. But in his mind, isn't it normal to pay back debts and to pay for murder? Besides, in the world of the Pirate's King, if he doesn't care, no one will care. As the seemingly righteous party, the Marine is rotten to the core at the top. There may be people who want to change, but under this system, there is no chance of resistance. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly in the next second. At the same time, Kuro's pupils contracted rapidly. This speed is even faster than his silent steps. Since you have committed those crimes, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Click. Su Chen kicked Kuro's waist hard with one leg. With the sound of broken bones, Kuro's waist was instantly fractured. Advertisement, puff. The severe pain from his broken waist caused Kuro to spit out a large amount of blood and fly directly in the direction of Luffy. I don't know where Su Chen, a magician, got so much strength, and even his physique is so strong. Bang! Kuro rolled quickly in the air and then crashed directly into the mountain wall, making a loud noise. Ahem. Who are you anyway? There's no one as powerful as you in East Blue. Su Chen looked at Kuro, who had stopped with some disdain, and said. Su Chen, the vice-captain of the StrawHat Pirates. The StrawHat Pirates? Kuro thought about it and confirmed that he had never heard of this name. Don't be ridiculous. You just made up a random pirates group. Do you think I will believe it? I can prove that he is not lying. I am the captain of the StrawHat Pirates. Luffy, who was sleeping, was awakened by the sound of Kuro's collision. After hearing his doubts, he stood up and spoke. Who are you? Kuro's face darkened and he looked at Luffy awkwardly. They appeared one after another, leaving him no time to prepare. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will become the king of pirates. Luffy spoke confidently, with a smile on his face. Don't be ridiculous. As long as I kill all of you here, my plan can still proceed. A fierce look appeared on Kuro's face. The espada, in his other hand, was opened wide, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Although you are strong, as long as I use that trick, you will all die here. He was originally a little anxious, but his tone gradually became calm and he was full of confidence again. I'll knock you away. Luffy's face turned serious. Damn you little brat, you're looking for death, spoon. Although he was ridiculed, Kuro was not a fool. He directly activated a skill that he could not fully control. Oh no. That's a skill that even Captain Kuro can't control. Run away. We will be implicated too. The pirates who were knocked down by Nami struggled to get up and slowly ran towards the ship. Advertisement. After Luffy left, Nami used her traditional skill of treasure hunting and sneaked into the Black Cat Pirates ship early in the morning. Not long after, she came out staggeringly with a bag of treasure. When she saw Su Chen appear just now, she put her mind at ease and went treasure hunting with peace of mind. Squeak. From time to time, a few long scratches appeared on the pirates' bodies. Their originally charred appearance was soaked with large amounts of blood, making them look particularly terrifying. Even on the cliffs along the coast, these long scratches gradually appeared. Luffy's expression was extremely focused. Although he could withstand this kind of attack, he would still get hurt if he wasn't careful. Ah, Captain Kuro, please stop it. With this indiscriminate skill, everyone will die under your attack. We are all comrades. As the pirates fell one by one, Su Chen frowned tightly. Although these pirates deserved their punishment, it was really ironic to be betrayed by their companions. Luffy on the side couldn't hold it in any longer. The idea of treating his companions as victims had never occurred to him before. What Chloe did touched his bottom line. Come out, butler. What do you think of your companions? Luffy's shout seemed to have some effect. The pirates were not hurt again, and the claw marks that appeared all around were approaching him quickly. Su Chen stood next to Kaya on the slope, trying hard to think about how Luffy defeated Kuro in the original work. In the current scene, it was obvious that Luffy could not keep up with him. Before Kuro approached Luffy, he remembered that it seemed that Luffy took Kuro's claw head on and grabbed him before he left, but Luffy seemed to be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously put a shield on Luffy. Tear it apart. The huge espada cut Luffy's clothes open and was blocked by a thin cover the moment it approached his skin. The huge resistance directly caused Kuro's figure to pause for a second. It was this pause that allowed Luffy to seize the opportunity and pull him out of the air. After pulling him around, he used all his strength to slam him to the ground. Bang! A loud noise accompanied the cracking of the slope, and all the bones in Chloe's body groaned in pain. Especially the waist that had been kicked by Su Chen before, now it has completely lost consciousness. The glasses he had been wearing also flew off with the impact. Chapter 23 Monkey D. Luffy and Su Chen's memory of his previous life. This hidden identity Croco caused a lot of trouble to the Straw Hat crew. Basically everyone was seriously injured. If Usopp hadn't been lucky, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to get on board. He would have died either from Mary's shooting or from being surrounded by the pirates. All this was reversed after he came here, although a lot of things still happened. But the one who was most seriously injured was only Usopp, and that was the injury that Mary had inflicted on him before. Chloe's ending was actually already determined. No matter whether it was the strong Kaya or the strengthened Nami, as long as they calmed down, they could defeat Chloe. However, they still lacked some courage now. Once Arlong's issues are resolved, Nami will probably be completely relieved. Even Usopp, without experiencing the desperate scenes in the original work, would he still be able to make up his mind to follow Luffy? Su Chen was not sure. Although I made a bet with him, it is impossible to wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Ahem. Chloe stared at Luffy. I never thought that I, Chloe, would be defeated by you. Who are you? Tread. Luffy placed one foot next to Kuro's head, bent down slightly and replied with a smile. I told you, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm the man who will become the king of pirates. Your plan will never succeed. I will not be defeated by a pirate who escapes from the sea. Pirates will only abandon their names when they lose their lives. After saying this, Luffy kicked Chloe directly in the direction of the pirates and turned to walk towards Su Chen's position. We won. We protected the village. At some point, the three little brats, Carrot Head, appeared and looked at Usopp with admiration. As expected, their captain was the most powerful and conquered the pirates once again. Hey, Su Chen, it was you who saved me just now, thank you, Luffy said with a smile, putting his hands behind his head. Since he was not injured by Chloe, he naturally would not fall down like in the original story. Now he didn't feel anything except being a little hungry. Luffy, isn't this what we should do? Su Chen replied with a smile. However, Su Chen's eyes were always on Kaya's position. Because he had taken back the cane, although Kaya did not fall down, she still looked a little weak. Advertisement Zoro also took advantage of Luffy's fight against Chloe to knock Zango to the ground and got another kill. Why were you so angry just now? Su Chen and his group were sitting cross-legged on the cliff. Nami couldn't help but ask Luffy and Su Chen first. Luffy, lying down, answered first. I hate those guys, they did the wrong thing. What are you talking about? For pirates like them, doing such things is a matter of course. Nami looked at Luffy deeply and said while holding his straw hat. That's not right, Nami. Not all pirates are like them. Many people go to sea just for their dreams. Su Chen's eyes were filled with memories. When he first watched Pirates King, he was attracted by the fantasy of freedom. You guys. Nami didn't know what to say. This was the first time she met people like Su Chen and Luffy. At the same time, on the other side, Kaya was cast several healing spells by Su Chen, who was worried about her, and now she was sitting opposite Usopp with an excited look on her face. Usopp said to Kaya and the others hesitantly, can you please not tell anyone what happened here just now? The three little kids were the first to start making a noise, their voices full of confusion. What? Why can't you tell anyone? Carrot Head. That's right, the captain is fighting to protect the village, said the green pepper-haired boy. Everyone will definitely look at the captain with new eyes, Onion Head. Kaya was also surprised and asked in a panic, yes, Usopp, you have to clarify everyone's misunderstanding of you. It's okay. There's no need to tell everyone about these past events. It will bring fear to everyone. Usopp felt particularly relieved now. After experiencing no one's trust in a real battle, Usopp's heart has become much stronger and he has become much more mature. There will be no pirates attacking such a remote village, so the villagers can live in peace. Just pretend that nothing happened. Everything that happened yesterday was a lie on my part. Usopp smiled. Nothing ever happened. It was all a lie, advertisement. Usopp. Kaya looked at Usopp with a distressed look and muttered something softly. Kaya, do you feel wronged? Usopp keenly noticed that something was wrong with Kaya and tilted his head to ask. No. Kaya had a relieved smile on her face and she flicked Kaido's hair slightly. On the other side, Su Chen subconsciously glanced in the direction of Usopp. The morning breeze blew Kaya's hair, and the two of them were staring at each other in a daze. The picture was beautiful, but Su Chen felt like he was being fed a mouthful of cold dog food. Then, Mr. Luffy, I will take care of your ship. Kaya, wearing a coat, stood in front of Su Chen and his group and bowed deeply. Thank you, thanks to your help. Without you, this village would not be saved. Usopp stood next to Kaya, put his hands on his hips and said with a smile. Don't say that. If you don't do anything, I won't bother to help you, Zoro said lazily, holding the knife in both hands. Me too. Luffy was so hungry that he didn't want to talk. He, don't mention it. We got the treasure anyway. Nami answered with a dazed smile, holding the treasure she looted from the ship. But Su Chen did not answer, but just nodded slightly. His thoughts were no longer on what had just happened. He was now thinking more about whether he should spend more money and let Kaya make the Mary more sturdy. In the original work, Luffy burned Mary to death, which made him heartbroken for a long time. After resting for a while, Su Chen used magic to clear away the traces of battle on the coast. If the villagers suddenly came here on a whim, Usopp's lies would be exposed. Later, at Kaya's invitation, Su Chen and his group came to the mansion. Halfway through, the three little kids and Usopp left separately. On the one hand, I have to hurry home, and on the other hand, I have to go back and pack my luggage. After all, Usopp has been fully accepted into this patchwork group of pirates. Chapter 24. At Money. The waves were surging on the sea under the moonlight. Having experienced defeat, the Black Cat pirates are licking their wounds and planning their next attack. Among them, Chloe was sitting in the captain's seat, looking at the wounded pirates below with a sinister look on his face and muttered. Damn Su Chen and that Straw Hat kid. I didn't expect that the plan I had been planning for 3 years would be ruined by a group of rookie brats. And this bunch of losers, if they weren't so weak, I wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Chloe was also filled with murderous intent. He planned to kill these trash who followed him as soon as his injuries got a little better. Only in this way can he move to another place and continue hiding. Sure enough, it is better to kill you. For people like you, it is a sin to keep them alive. Su Chen's calm voice came from the sky. A simple sentence determines the life or death of the Black Cat Pirates. Chloe looked up in disbelief. He had heard of this ability to float in the air in legends. Only some outstanding generals in the Marines could do it. He really didn't expect that Su Chen, an unknown person, could do it, and how he found himself while flying in the vast ocean. This really terrified him. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Atone for the sins of those who died under your knife. Gravity magic, pressure. A huge gravity descended from the sky, directly pressing the entire ship of the Black Cat Pirates into the sea. Due to the buoyancy of the ship, a large pit appeared on the surrounding sea surface with the ship as the center. After a while, a huge uzumaki was formed, and the ship exploded instantly after holding on for a while, turning into pieces of broken wood floating on the waves. A faint cry for help came from the blood-red seawater. Although Su Chen's magic pressed the entire ship into the sea, several people still survived, including Chloe. Mercy. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. The Cat brothers floated on the sea. They were already scared out of their wits. Who would have known that in such a small village, there would be such a terrifying person? Water, abyss. Su Chen didn't even look at them and once again launched a high-level water magic. Advertisement. Under the influence of this magic, the ocean current formed an uzumaki over 5 kilometers long, sweeping everything around it. The pirates who had just survived were unable to escape this powerful force and were directly swept to the bottom of the sea. Under the extremely strong pressure and suffocating environment, people will either be crushed to death or die from suffocation. Under Su Chen's highly concentrated magic power, he had already discovered the true faces of these people who deserved no pity to die. Even the person who committed the least crime had killed at least 7 or 8 people, so he had no intention of holding back. He nodded with satisfaction and instantly disappeared over the sea. He still had to ask Mary if the ship could be built stronger. Inside the mansion, under Kaya's arrangement, Luffy and his friends were happily having a banquet. For Luffy, having a good meal after a fight was simply the most wonderful thing. Not to mention that in order to thank them, Kaya had a banquet that was mostly meat, with only Nami's side having some vegetables and fruits. It's so delicious. I wish I could keep eating it. Luffy patted his stomach contentedly. He hadn't eaten so well in a long time. Of course, Luffy. I hope you guys can stay a few more days so that I can thank you properly. After changing her clothes, Kaya spoke sincerely opposite Luffy. No, I have an agreement with Shanks, and I want to be the man who is the king of pirates. Luffy paused while eating meat and waved at Kaya. That's a pity, but Mr. Luffy, you can come back here anytime. You will always be welcome. Kaya smiled and spoke to Luffy with kindness. At this time, Su Chen had returned to the mansion and found Melly, who was arranging people to build ships. Want to make the ship stronger? Wearing a sheep-horned hat on his head, Melly listened to Su Chen's questions gently and answered with some embarrassment. Yes, the ship is another partner of ours, so of course the sturdier it is, the better. Su Chen spoke to Melly sincerely. He felt very sad when the Mary was burned by Luffy. Now he can start over again, and he hopes to change the fate of the Mary. At least he could sail farther. After reaching the Seven Water City, he would naturally have a way to transfer Mary's ship Elf. Of course you can, but the cost may be a bit high. After all, the ship is almost completed now. Su Chen's request did make Melly a little embarrassed. Advertisement, tell me how much money you need. Su Chen spoke immediately. He had been wandering around East Blue over the years and had saved a lot of babies. It will take at least tens of millions of Baileys, and that's assuming we have enough basic materials left over from the years. Melly thought for a moment and said, if Mr. Su Chen and the others were not in a hurry to go out to sea, we would have almost made it just right. Unfortunately, it is too late now. I now have 30 million Pele, is that enough? Su Chen took out a few boxes and a bundle, pointed at them and said to Melly. 30 million Baileys? Melly's eyes widened. Although Miss Kaya could also take it out, it wouldn't be so easy, so he was scared by Su Chen. Well, these were originally meant to buy boats. Although Miss Kaya said that she would take care of the shipbuilding, we won't let you suffer too much. Use all these Baileys for reinforcement, and use the remaining melee to purchase supplies for the ship. Su Chen's voice was very serious, Mr. Su Chen. After being stunned for a moment, Melly nodded firmly. Don't worry, Mr. Su Chen, I will do my best to make the Mary stronger and I will definitely not let you down. After reaching an agreement with Melly, Su Chen originally planned to return to the banquet. You know, he went to deal with Chloe and his group just now, just finding an excuse to go to the bathroom. Wow, Su Chen, you are so rich. Nami ran over with golden eyes and touched Bailey on the ground with extra tenderness. She came out to find Su Chen and wanted to ask him about his next plans. At the party, one was eating meat like crazy, and the other was drinking like crazy. Even Kaya left because she was worried about Usopp. She didn't want to stay with those two idiots. Although Su Chen is a little mysterious, a little sinister, and even steals her money, most of the time he is very gentle. Why are you out? Aren't you going to eat with Luffy and the others? Su Chen was a little confused. Logically, Nami should be holding a banquet now. This is the money for building the boat. Don't mess with it or I'll take the stick back. Chapter 25 Heading to the Sea. Hey, you obviously already gave it to me. Nami let go of Bailey on the ground reluctantly and stood up under Su Chen's threat. Su Chen found it very funny to see her looking back at Bailey from time to time. You want it? Yeah, Nami nodded repeatedly and quickly affirmed Su Chen. Another deal? If you do it, I can give you 10 million Baileys this time, Su Chen said temptingly. Hiss, tell me, Uncle Su, what do you want me to do for you? Nami was directly overwhelmed by the number of 10 million, and two symbols representing money appeared in her eyes. Then what did I say? Su Chen said. Tell me, Uncle Su, I will definitely help you as long as I can do it. Nami's voice was a little out of tune. You know, that's 10 million. There weren't many pirates with assets exceeding 10 million in East Blue. After the Buggy pirates were plundered by them, they only had treasures worth 10 million Baileys. As long as Su Chen doesn't let her do anything that goes against her principles, she will do it at all costs. Take us to Kokoyashi village. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Nami. Kaya Nishimura. Nami's originally bright eyes became empty, her pupils shrank rapidly several times, and her body trembled with fear. Are you scared, Nami? Su Chen's voice seemed to come from the sky, waking up Nami who was in fear. If you are afraid, just give me back the stick I gave you and pretend I never said anything. Su Chen's voice made Nami subconsciously glance at the folded wooden stick, and then looked at Su Chen with a calm gaze, which was full of emptiness. When did you find out? When we first met, the little thief cat who was famous in East Blue, Kikia West Village must be your hometown. Su Chen replied. I see, no wonder you stole my Bailey. Nami's eyes flashed with understanding. So are you going to confront me now? What do you want to do? Kill me or drive me away? Advertisement, as a magician, it should be easy for you to make me disappear quietly. As expected, they said they would let me be your navigator, but it turned out to be all fake. Nami didn't give Su Chen a chance to speak. After she told him everything she was thinking about, she felt particularly empty inside. You're wrong, Nami. Arlong and his gang kidnapped you and threatened you to draw sea charts for them to maintain their rule by threatening you with the village. At the same time, they lied to you that as long as you earned 100 million Baileys, they would allow you to redeem the village. Su Chen just looked at Nami quietly and told her everything he knew. Lied to me? There was some expectation in Nami's voice, and she actually expected Su Chen to continue speaking. Yes, he lied to you. He has no intention of fulfilling his promise to you. He has already colluded with the rat colonel in the marine. Even if you collect 100 million Baileys, he will not hand over the village. You must be very tired these years. It must be very painful to endure the pressure and smile in the village. As Su Chen spoke, he walked up to Nami, took the wooden stick from her waist and placed it in her hand. Now, I have placed the power to protect the village in your hands. Are you willing to trust me? Nami tightly clenched the wooden stick in her hand and looked at Su Chen in a daze, not understanding why his face was a little blurry. Drops of tears flowed down her cheeks like they were free. Are you telling the truth? Did he really lie to me? Nami's voice was hoarse as she choked with sobs. I won't joke about this kind of thing, and besides, aren't we partners? Su Chen's voice was more gentle than ever before. Nami raised her head, and in her blurry vision she saw Su Chen's gentle smile. She pounced on him and hugged him tightly. She smiled and nodded in Su Chen's arms, saying, Time flies, a flash of time passes. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Nami had long since returned to her previous state, and was walking back and forth on the newly built Mary, getting familiar with this ship where she would stay for a very long time. Because of the change in her identity, she is now particularly serious about her requirements for ships. After Su Chen added money, she was very satisfied with the Mary, and then she walked to Luffy and Su Chen with some excitement. Everyone, please look. Advertisement. Mary proudly introduced the ship, which was a fast-sailing ship with a triangular sail at the mizzen mast, a central rudder at the stern, and a sheep's head at the bow. At Mr. Su Chen's request, we rebuilt it using the best materials we can get now. Everything is of the highest quality. Although she is not the best ship, she is definitely the most careful one. Sometimes I even feel like she has a soul. Ladies and gentlemen, come on up and take a look. This is another partner of yours. Mary's voice was particularly excited, as if he was looking into his own dream and had already imagined the scene of her sailing on the sea. Oh. The moment Luffy saw the ship, he opened his mouth wide, cheered loudly, and ran over. Ha ha ha, that's great. Is this my pirate's ship? He quickly stretched out his arm, grabbed the bow, and pulled his body to the position of the sheep's head at the bow, which was his exclusive seat in the original book. Zoro followed behind and slowly found a place to lie down. For him, it was good enough to have a place to lie down. Although the boat is not big, it feels really good to lie down on it, and he is very satisfied with it. However, Su Chen and Nami, accompanied by Melly, carefully toured the ship. As people who have spent a lot of money and as future navigators, these are things they need to know. Somewhat different from the original version, the ship has been tightly reinforced from top to bottom, making it much more sophisticated and sturdy in terms of protection. Especially the location of the keel. In Melly's words, he used a material second only to the precious tree atom, which is enough to sail in various dangerous waters. After seeing all this, Su Chen nodded. He was very satisfied with this configuration, which even exceeded his expectations. Hey, wait for me. Usopp, carrying a large backpack, rolled down directly from the top of the ramp. At the last moment, in order to prevent his beloved ship from being hit, Luffy stopped him directly. Liar. You really are going out to sea? Kaya, who was standing nearby, spoke with some disappointment. Although she had known that he would go to sea one day, she still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when the day finally came. Yes, I must set off before my determination wavers. Don't try to stop me. Facing the somewhat lost Kaya, Usopp's voice trembled a little. But he immediately put on a smile and said to Kaya with a big laugh. Next time I come back, I'll tell you adventure stories that are more incredible than lies. I'll wait for you, Kaya answered Usopp expectantly with a gentle smile. Chapter 26 Their respective positions. Let's go, Usopp. Luffy invited Usopp with a big laugh, and that smile was particularly contagious. Of course, everyone had no objection to Usopp boarding the ship. After all, after going through the battle, they had become companions. The Mary slowly left the coast, leaving behind a girl who had been waiting for him. Usopp made an agreement with her after the long voyage. He would come back here and tell her the story of that thrilling and incredible adventure. It's time for a party, for a new ship and new companions. After a loud commotion, everyone on the Mary quieted down again. After Luffy was full, he lay in a corner and started making something, and refused to let Su Chen and the others see him. After a while, he came with a black flag with crooked patterns painted on it. Clang clang, finished. Pirate's flag. Luffy shouted confidently to Su Chen and the others. Ha 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 ha, I thought about it for a long time and decided to use this as our logo. Su Chen slapped his forehead hard with his hand, looking helpless. Although he had long known that Luffy had no artistic talent, this style of painting was so distorted that he could hardly bear to look at it. You can tell at a glance that this guy has no artistic talent. Usopp opened his mouth. No. From a certain perspective, it's probably art. Nami couldn't think of a better explanation, so she racked her brains to come up with a barely acceptable explanation. It's not scary at all. The pirate's flag is supposed to be a symbol of death. Zoro also crossed his arms and couldn't help but complain. What? Hee. Luffy grinned, looking particularly proud. No. Your drawing is so bad. Usopp snatched it away with a serious face and drew a new one. After being slapped by Luffy and Zoro, he instantly became obedient. Soon, a pirate's flag that Su Chen remembered appeared in front of everyone. Advertisement. Okay. Hang it on the lookout tower, and then paint another one on the sail. After taking a look, Su Chen nodded affirmatively. As expected, it was drawn by Usopp. It feels completely different from the anime, and is more vivid and exquisite. Okay, now that we have determined the flag, what we need to do now is to determine our own identity and positioning. Gathering everyone together, Su Chen raised another question. After all, it is better to sort out some things. Yeah, as more and more people come, everyone needs to understand what they should do. Nami agreed directly. Because Su Chen made things clear, she has now completely accepted her identity as a navigator. Oh, then I'm the captain. After hearing this, Luffy patted his chest and raised his hand. Then I'll be considered a combatant, swordsman. Zoro's voice was firm. Nami continued. I'm a navigator. I can do part-time cleaning of the battlefield. Hee. Then I am the sniper. I am very confident about this matter. Usopp originally wanted to say that he was the captain, but for such a solemn matter, he still said what he was proud of. I'm a magician, a fighter, and I can do some part-time work until I find a real doctor and a chef. Su Chen thought about it for a while and said something selectively. After all, if you really want to find out more, he can replace the positions of all the staff. No, you are still the deputy captain. Luffy rushed to Su Chen and patted his shoulder with a big laugh. Nami and the others nodded in agreement. Su Chen's previous actions had completely won their approval. After confirming their identities, the group's mood obviously changed. Everyone has a sense of belonging to this pirates group that is not complete but full of vitality. Sailing on the sea is always so boring. Su Chen was practicing magic, Zoro was training like crazy under the pressure of Su Chen, and Nami liked to count Baileys in the cabin and didn't feel bored at all. Only Usopp and Luffy, both active people, were almost driven crazy by this kind of sailing. They muttered to themselves, and their eyes involuntarily drifted to the cannon on the ship. Boom! The loud noise startled Zoro, and the dumbbell in his hand almost hit his leg directly. This feeling made a big cross on his head, and he couldn't help but yelled. Advertisement, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death. It's rare to have a cannon on board, so I'll practice shooting. Luffy looked at the cannonballs that flew out and didn't land in the expected position. Kaido said with a disappointed tone. But it seems that the shooting is not very accurate. Watch me. Where should I hit? Usopp looked excited. Although he was very accurate in shooting, he had never played this thing before. Just aim for that rock. Luffy pointed in the direction he had just aimed and excitedly said to Usopp. Boom. The sound of the cannonball rang out again, and this time, the rock shattered. Su Chen, who was teaching Nami how to control the airflow in the cabin, stopped, winked at Nami, and walked out of the cabin. Calculating the time, Zoro's two minions should have been blown away by Luffy and his men by now. You know, they're the key to going to the restaurant on the sea. If something really happens, Sanji, the chef, will probably miss it. He didn't want to cook all the time, and he didn't want the StrawHat Pirates to be missing anyone, otherwise this free adventure would not be complete. This time was a little different. Before Luffy could beat up Johnny, Zoro recognized him first. After a brief introduction, Johnny brought Joseph, who was resting on the rock, up with him. It was obvious from his appearance that he was suffering from scurvy. Of course, their rock was exactly the same one that Luffy and his team had bombarded. The two people who realized they had done something wrong quickly apologized, and then jumped up and down to help. Johnny also said the classic quote, "If an apology can solve the problem, there will be no need for the police." Undoubtedly, these words made Luffy and Usopp feel even more guilty. What Su Chen and Nami saw when they walked out was this chaotic scene. Seeing Su Chen coming out, Luffy and Usopp seemed to have found their backbone and ran over to ask him to check on Joseph quickly. Su Chen and Nami looked at each other and clapped their hands on their foreheads at the same time. "What an idiot," Nami said unhappily, pointing to the kitchen and ordered. "Luffy, Usopp. There are limes in the kitchen, go squeeze some orange juice and bring it over. This is scurvy, which occurs due to a lack of nutrition from fruits and vegetables. As long as you supplement the nutrition, you can recover within a few days," Su Chen added, standing aside. Then he gave some instructions to the two people who hurriedly took out orange juice from the kitchen, and asked them to feed it to Joseph carefully. Chapter 27 Find a Chef, Brother Su Chen, Sister Nami. When Johnny heard from Su Chen and Nami that his partner could still be saved, his eyes were filled with eagerness. Zoro also breathed a sigh of relief. "Nami, you are so amazing. You are like a doctor." Luffy opened his mouth in shock. "Can you please have some common sense of navigation? If you keep going on like this, you will die sooner or later." Nami's eyes almost popped out when she heard Luffy's words, and she opened her mouth and yelled loudly. Aren't you guys still here?" Bang! Nami's fist hit Luffy's head hard, and a huge bump appeared. Usopp on the side was trembling with fear. "I really didn't expect that this seemingly weak girl could be so violent and even beat up Luffy, the captain. Remember this is the most basic navigation knowledge, you must remember it." Yes. Before Zoro and the others could say anything, Johnny and Joseph jumped up and nodded quickly. It seemed that they were also scared. After seeing that Nami didn't seem too angry, Johnny said awkwardly, "Big sister, after all, we don't have a chef, so we don't understand this aspect." Nami glared at him, then turned away and thought before speaking. "Chef. Come to think of it, Su Chen is also our chef part-time, we should find a dedicated chef." Speaking of food, Luffy looked up instantly. He was very satisfied with the recent food. After all, his favorite meat was always there. "We are eating well, even though Su Chen always secretly puts broccoli, which I dislike the most, in the meat." With Su Chen around, there would be no shortage of food during the sea voyage, but he was not a professional chef after all, and his cooking skills were only learned when he lived alone in his previous life. It's okay to eat your fill, but it's more than just eating your fill. The cooking skills in this world are quite good. Besides, he doesn't want to be a chef forever. Wouldn't it be nice to play magic? Thinking of this, Su Chen shook his head and said to Luffy, "You know my cooking skills, although I can fill you up, I'm definitely not as good as a professional chef. And I don't know how to make special nutritional preparations." Advertisement, so the next thing to do is to find a dedicated chef. After listening to Su Chen's words, Luffy recalled his action of stuffing broccoli into the meat and nodded in agreement. "It's decided. Let's go find the chef first. The most important thing is that we can eat delicious food on the ship." Luffy smiled when he thought that he would no longer have to eat the strange food made by Su Chen. After hearing the decision made by Luffy and the others, Johnny thought for a moment and spoke out. Brother, if it's about finding a good chef, I know a good place, but I can't guarantee they'll want to come to this ship." "Oh." Luffy and others looked at Johnny in surprise. They never expected that Johnny knew such news. "It's very close to the Grand Line, so there are many bad guys there. Some time ago, Joseph and I heard that the man you've been looking for, the eagle-eyed man, also appeared nearby. If you don't mind, I can lead the way. Sea Restaurant, Barati. The restaurant with the name of Battle is the most famous restaurant in East Blue. Following the principle of never wasting food, it has many fully armed battle chefs. The restaurant looks like a giant ship with fish-shaped figureheads on both ends. When encountering a battle, the ship can quickly switch to combat status. It sounds a bit scary, but most of the chefs here cook delicious food, especially the owner and Chef Zeph and the sous chef Sanji. Their delicious dishes are so delicious that even some important characters in Marine come here to eat." After 3 days, Su Chen and Luffy and his crew sailed in a slightly northerly direction and finally saw the giant fish-shaped ship from afar. "Brother Zoro, Brother Su Chen, Brother Luffy, Brother Usopp, and Brother Nami, we are at Barati, the restaurant on the sea. How about it, what do you think?" Johnny introduced proudly. After seeing this huge dining boat, Su Chen was also a little surprised. Although he had seen many giant steel ships on the internet in his previous life, he didn't know why, but he always felt that the ones photographed by reporters looked like toys and very small. This giant ship is made entirely of wood. It is not easy to build such a huge ship. Without Nami's confused look, how did she become the big brother? And just when they wanted to go to the restaurant, a marine ship was coming from far behind. Advertisement. Marine's ship. Usopp, who had the best eyesight, was the first to notice the ship and immediately spoke up to warn them. This was the first time that Luffy and his crew had seen a marine ship. Although they had dealt with the marine before, encountering one on the sea was like a first time for a young lady. I have to say that as the legal and violent administrative agency of the world government, the Marines' ships look really good. They look even more sturdy than the Mary that Su Chen spent extra money to build. I've never seen a pirate's flag before. Is it a new pirate's flag? As the warship approached, a figure walked out from inside, and a voice full of disdain came out of his mouth. He was wearing a white patterned suit and shirt, his flirty pink hair was parted in the middle, and he had a pair of iron ring boxing gloves on his hands. I'm Captain Naval Headquarters, Iron Fist Finbuddy. Who's the captain? Looking at this relatively new pirate ship, Finbuddy was even more disdainful. It was obviously a group of fledgling pirates, and he didn't even have the desire to take action. I'm Luffy, captain of the StrawHat Pirates. I am the man who will become the king of pirates. Luffy ignored Finbuddy's ridicule and said his catchphrase seriously. Tisk, unrealistic childish fantasy. After taking a look at Luffy, Finbuddy turned around and walked into the ship. He was in no mood to listen to such a childish joke. Sink it. After Finbuddy spoke, the Marines on the ship turned their cannons around and aimed at the Mary. Hey hey hey, oh no, that guy is aiming his cannon at us. Usopp's voice was filled with fear. Was he going to die here so soon after going out to sea? He had made an agreement with Kaya that he would return alive and tell her about this incredible adventure. Don't be afraid. Walking to Usopp's side, Su Chen patted his shoulder gently, said something in a soft tone, and turned to look at Nami beside him. Nami, want to see what you can do with the stick I gave you? This sentence not only made Nami's eyes light up, but even Zoro and Luffy focused their attention on Su Chen. They also wanted to see how strong Su Chen was. Chapter 28 The Power to Change the Celestial Phenomenon. Are you going to take action? Nami's voice was a little excited, and she excitedly handed the wooden stick on her waist to Su Chen. You know, she has long wanted to see the true power of the celestial stick, but her physical strength can't support her for long. Without saying anything, Su Chen nodded and took the stick. Originally Luffy wanted to inflate his body and use the rubber balloon, but after seeing Su Chen standing in the front, he walked to the side with trust. I have added 4 permanent magics to your stick, representing the weather, wind, thunder, rain, and snow. Su Chen held the stick seriously and explained to Nami, as a navigator, this is the most suitable for you. Fire. After Finbuddy shouted loudly, he saw several gun barrels firing shells at the Mary at the same time. First up, Ray, snap. After seeing Finbuddy firing, Su Chen on the Mary side gently swung the wooden stick. In an instant, a bolt of lightning more than 10 meters thick appeared out of nowhere and struck the flying shell directly. The moment the lightning touched the shell evaporated instantly. The remaining thunder continued to fall and smashed directly below the sea level. After a while, huge fish floated up with their bellies turned up. Usopp's mouth opened wide and his eyeballs almost popped out. Although he had seen Nami use a wooden stick to attract thunder, it was only as thick as an arm. The people around were also looking at Su Chen in shock. Even though they were so far away, their hair seemed to be electrified and automatically floated up. Especially Zoro, after seeing such powerful thunder, he tightly gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist. He felt the taste of death in the previous attack. You know, the last time I had this feeling was when I was completely exhausted after being hungry for more than 10 days. However, the most normal one was Luffy. As an insulator, he didn't feel anything at all. He just felt a little dizzy. He thought to himself that it would be great if he could swim. The fish on the sea looked pretty good. Is this lightning? Finbuddy and his men on the marine ship widened their eyes, almost popping out, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Advertisement, next comes wind and rain. Su Chen's plain voice sounded rich and devilish. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind blowing within a 10-mile radius stopped instantly, and an extremely oppressive feeling appeared in the hearts of the people around him, like the calm before some kind of catastrophe. Phew, whoosh, a breeze blew from the sky, accompanied by extremely thick clouds. Within just a few seconds, the breeze became strong. Under the pouring rain, the flow of the sea water became extremely violent. Before Finbuddy and the others could react, waves more than 10 meters high, mixed with strong winds, hit the ship hard under the terrified gazes of the Marines. Bang! The powerful collision sent several Marines flying and slamming hard against the railing before they could get up. Behind the wave that was more than 10 meters high, layer upon layer of waves followed closely, and the mast on which the sail was hung was directly broken. In this harsh environment, the soldiers on the warship were completely turned into headless flies. From time to time, some shells piled on the deck rolled down, making them dodge in a panic. Ah! Nami's sharp scream resounded through the sky, stopping Su Chen's swinging stick. Looking back at Nami, Luffy and the others, they were also knocked around by the sudden waves. Only Luffy and Zoro were still standing, but they looked a little unstable. The wooden stick in his hand gently swept through the air, and a green airflow surrounded the sea restaurant and the Mary. The surrounding waves and strong winds automatically bypassed them after coming into contact with the airflow. Pa pa pa. The rain poured down on the warship like a waterfall. After a while, the waterline of the warship dropped by at least 2 or 3 meters. The soldiers on the ship seemed to be crazy, pouring water out desperately. You know, when the ship sinks, Uzumaki will be produced. Under this kind of astronomical phenomenon, they can't escape at all. Brush. Su Chen grabbed Nami's celestial stick and swung it upwards with force. Luffy and the others felt that the vision around them suddenly became lower, and then returned to normal. A wave of 50 or 60 meters high swept the warship. In just a moment, the dark clouds and strong winds disappeared from the sight of Luffy and his companions. Even the turbulent sea surface returned to its former calm. Nami stared at the wooden stick in Su Chen's hand with shining eyes. For her, who had a keen grasp of weather and wind direction, the power to change the weather was second only to Pele's temptation. As for Zoro's two younger brothers, they had completely collapsed on the deck, with expressions of shock and fear on their faces. Advertisement. With this thing, I don't have to be afraid of naval battles anymore. As a sniper, Usopp immediately thought of future battles. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you are so awesome. Luffy clapped his hands and laughed after seeing everything was over. To him, what Su Chen did was very interesting. Okay, now that everything is settled, let's go to the restaurant. Zoro looked at the direction where the warship disappeared, and he let go of the hilt of the knife. His palm looked a little pale because he had used too much force. Although it was good to have a strong man like Su Chen on the boat, he also felt powerless under such pressure. Now Zoro felt his own weakness for the first time. He thought that he had no way to deal with the extreme weather just now. After Su Chen and his group were no longer harassed by the marine, the Merry quickly approached the Bharati restaurant. As mentioned before, due to the special nature of this restaurant, they basically will not refuse any customer. After the Merry approached Bharati, after securing the boat, the StrawHat Pirates went straight into the restaurant. As soon as they came in, all the guests dining in the restaurant looked at them with fear in their eyes. This is a restaurant, right? Bring me something delicious. Luffy spoke first. After stepping onto the ship, he smelled the delicious food. Patty, wearing a black chef's uniform and a pink scarf, came over, rubbing his hands together and smiling. He looks like Popeye, but with a hint of fear in his expression. He saw everything that happened outside just now. This group of people was not the same as the ones he had received before. If he was not careful, something might happen. Don't be afraid, we are not unreasonable people. Su Chen looked at him and forced a simple smile on his ferocious face. A strong feeling of awkwardness emerged from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but speak directly. It seemed that Patty was obviously relieved because he was sure that Su Chen and his group had no intention of taking action. Just when he was about to say something, Su Chen took out a large stack of Baileys from his arms and shook it at him. Whatever delicious food you like, just go ahead and order it. Chapter 29. Sanji appears. Patty was a little scared at first, but then he saw the money in Su Chen's hand. The stiff smile on his face instantly became sincere. Such a generous and magnanimous guest is not easy to come by. Ha ha ha, please come in, sir, I wasn't scared at all, I was just happy to see you. After quickly scanning Su Chen and his group, Patty confirmed the number of people and greeted them especially warmly. Dear guests, please follow me. The restaurant on the sea will do its best to serve you. The group of 7 sat down around a large round dining table. After Patty enthusiastically served them tea, he stood aside, took out a menu and asked. Dear guests, our signature dish is the exquisite half-head abalone from East Blue near the Calm Belt. The amount we can provide every day depends entirely on the amount caught. It just so happens that there are 7 left now. Would you like to try it? Other ingredients include special ingredients from the Kingdom of Goa, South Blue Sauri that follows the ocean currents, and the Grand Line's flamingo. Patty was flipping through the menu quickly, trying his best to promote the restaurant's various special dishes. He also directly told these generous guests about the high-end ingredients that they usually left behind. After all, ordinary people can't afford this kind of food, and those little pirates are definitely not willing to eat it. After Patty quickly read out the menu, a figure suddenly appeared and stood next to Nami and said gently. We also have desserts made from special rainbow fish paste that we just asked a merchant to buy from the Seven Water City. They have a very good effect on skincare. After hearing this voice, the corner of Patty's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect this guy to show up. Oh, see. Thank you for letting me meet her today. If I can be with her, I would be willing to be a pirate or a devil. Sanji was wearing a black suit. He opened his arms and began to chant. One eye appeared from under his golden hair. He stared at Nami with affectionate eyes and a dazed look on his face. That's great, you can leave here and become a pirate, Sanji. Zeppu stood in the corner of the restaurant, crossed his arms over his chest, and said in a somewhat cold tone, this store no longer needs you. As soon as Zeph finished speaking, Sanji's originally blurred eyes suddenly cleared up, and he turned around to look at Zeph in the corner. Advertisement, I'm the sous chef here. What do you mean by this restaurant doesn't need me anymore? Tisk, you always argue with other customers, get excited when you see a girl, and you can't cook good dishes. You are simply a burden to this restaurant. Zeppu glanced at Sanji with disdain and spoke. You know that the other chefs have long disliked you. Pirates, or whatever you do, just get out of this restaurant. What are you talking about, old man? I'm silent but you keep talking and going too far, right? Sanji walked over to Zeph and reached out to grab him by the collar. Before he could continue asking questions, Zeph grabbed his hand and threw him to the ground. The huge impact smashed a table in the restaurant in half. Looking at the noise Sanji made, Su Chen, who was drinking tea, called out to the stunned Patty. Is he responsible for our cooking? Yes, guests, don't be fooled by his frivolous appearance. He is the sous chef on our ship and his cooking skills are really good. Although he was not very satisfied with Sanji's attitude, Patty still defended him in front of outsiders. It seems that he is belittling Sanji's unreliability, but in fact he is emphasizing that Sanji's craftsmanship is very good. Is that so? Zoro asked doubtfully. He always felt that this blonde Teddy was a bit annoying and was very skeptical about his cooking skills. Sir, you shouldn't doubt these things if you haven't tried them. Once you have eaten the food I cook, you will know that the greatest insult to a chef is to say that his food is not delicious. After Sanji sensed Zoro's suspicion of him, he retorted in a very tough tone. For some reason, he was also full of hostility towards this weirdo with green algae hair. Su Chen on the side looked at Zoro and Sanji with amusement. He had seen Zoro and Sanji quarreling in his previous life, but their relationship was not incompatible. Their relationship is just like that of Buggy and Shanks on Roger's ship. There is a subtle competitive relationship between the two, and neither of them wants to lose to the other. Okay Zoro, do I believe this one? Su Chen tilted his head in confusion. Advertisement, my name is Sanji. Sanji smiled and saluted, looking very gentlemanly. This deputy chef Sanji will definitely not disappoint us with his cooking skills. Su Chen also smiled and nodded to Sanji. Patty, who was standing nearby, originally wanted to pull Sanji away. After all, he was disturbing the guests, but when he saw that Su Chen didn't care much, he didn't say much. Guests, please look. Su Chen turned his head and glanced at Patty, then nodded and said, use all of the ones you mentioned, and you can match the others as you see fit. Luffy, who was already extremely hungry, brightened his eyes. Usopp and his two younger brothers Johnny and Joseph were also excited. They had heard of the reputation of the sea restaurant and were already extremely greedy. Only Nami's heart trembled. She just glanced at the menu and the prices on it were not something she could afford at the moment. After hearing this, Sanji, who was standing by, disappeared instantly, and then rushed behind Nami with a few things in his hands. I was rude just now. To express my apology, I would like to give you a bowl of fruit cheese. Please enjoy it, Your Highness. Wow, thank you. Nami looked at the fruit in front of her, her eyes turned, and she put her hands together and smiled. Chef brother, you are so considerate, heart. Seeing Nami's admiring eyes, Sanji pretended to be a gentleman and lowered his voice, and replied lightly, it should be, heart. Your Highness, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Whoosh. Like a whirlwind, Sanji's figure disappeared in an instant. Before disappearing, he snatched the menu from Patty's hand. Soon, under the temptation of Nami's beauty, one jaw-dropping and appetizing dish after another was served on the table. Okay, Your Highness, the dishes you ordered are all here. Here is the after-dinner drink I specially selected for you. Gon Many liqueur. Please enjoy it slowly. Just now, Teddy was tied up in the kitchen by Sanji, so this time it was Sanji, the teddy bear, who came out to serve Su Chen and his group. I'm starting. Luffy, who had long been unable to bear it any longer, roared, grabbed a huge unknown roasted leg in front of Johnny with one hand, and swallowed it in one bite. Chapter 30. I am particularly picky about food. When Luffy started eating, the others also picked up their chopsticks. After Su Chen put a piece of abalone that Patty had emphasized into his mouth, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad, to be honest. Su Chen had never eaten abalone in his previous life. He had always heard others say how delicious it was, but his financial resources were really tight, so he could only look at it online. This is my first time trying this kind of extremely high-quality ingredient, not to mention that it was made by an anime character. In terms of taste, it is crisp, refreshing, sweet, full-bodied, and long-lasting. The soft, tender and smooth feeling explodes inside the mouth, and the taste is really amazing. For a moment, the only sounds on the table were those of chewing and swallowing. How is it? The food I cooked is good, right? Sanji left the hall while Su Chen and the others were having dinner, and when he thought the time was about right, he came back with a smile on his face. I used the finest ingredients in my special cooking techniques. I wonder if it suits your taste. The most important thing is, Your Highness, did you enjoy your meal? He looked at Zoro provocatively, then ran to Nami and showed his courtesy. It's delicious, chef brother. Nami smiled and swallowed the red wine in her mouth, throwing a wink at Sanji. Oh. Really? Does Princess have any other instructions? Sanji's eyes immediately showed pink. Nami's actions seemed to pierce his heart. Well, the food here is a little bit expensive for me. Nami held Sanji's head and said pitifully. Of course it's free. Sanji's head was dizzy, and he was tempted by the beauty and replied without thinking. I'm so happy. Thank you. Nami hugged Sanji directly, and then pushed him away without any reluctance. After feeling Nami's warm embrace, Sanji put his hands in his pockets and staggered towards the kitchen. He was whistling and mumbling. Woohoo! This opportunity to be praised and hugged by a beautiful woman was not right. It was just a trivial meal, so now Sanji couldn't stop feeling proud. Advertisement, ahem. The dish tastes very good, and the cooking method is also very good, but it's a pity. Su Chen wiped his lips with the tissue on the table and spoke in a flat tone. What a pity. Sanji, who was originally very proud, stopped in his tracks instantly, turned his head and asked seriously. It's a pity that these dishes have lost their original flavor after being processed. I think the chef only wants to show off his skills and pays too much attention to the form of the dishes. Su Chen leaned on the stool and spoke with some disdain. Showing off your skills? Paying too much attention to the form of the dish? Sanji's eyes became more serious. He would not accept the feeling of being slandered for no reason. My dear guest, I want to know how you know these things. Hearing Sanji continue his words, Su Chen's mouth corners curled up secretly. I have very high requirements for cooking. Mr. Sous Chef, I would like to ask, what is the most important thing in a dish? Sanji didn't even think about it and answered directly. Of course it's the taste. No matter how beautiful the dish is, if it doesn't taste good, you won't be able to eat it. A dish is only useful if people can eat it. Hearing Sanji's answer, Su Chen nodded. You're right. Then, a good chef would have an extremely keen sense of taste so that he can better distinguish the flavors of the dishes. That's natural. As a basic thing, Sanji had no reason to refute. After hearing Sanji's answer, Su Chen could hardly hold back a smile on his face. He didn't expect that Sanji was so innocent now. If a chef loses this keen sense of taste, do you think he can still fully bring out the flavor of the ingredients? Of course not. Sanji nodded affirmatively, but soon, he realized what Su Chen wanted to say. You mean I failed to fully bring out the flavor of the food? Sanji walked back to Su Chen and said firmly, My dear guest, I use my own unique cooking method. Compared with ordinary chefs, my dishes are many times better than theirs. When he said these words, his tone was extremely confident. You know, Sanji's cooking skills are well known. Even the big shots of the naval headquarters often take time out to come here to eat his cooking. Advertisement. Su Chen shook his head with regret, pointed at Sanji's left hand and said, If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sous Chef, you should be smoking, right? As soon as the words fell, Sanji's originally confident face suddenly froze. Yes, he had been smoking for a long time, so he had no way to refute Su Chen's words. He could only stand there without saying a word. I'm really sorry. I'll give you guys a free meal this time. You're right. I was too much showing off my cooking skills and failed to fully bring out the flavor of the ingredients. After being quiet for a while, Sanji spoke in a hoarse voice. That's not necessary. I'm not saying this just for free. Look, at least everyone else likes your cooking. I'm just a little more picky. Mr. Sous Chef, we should stay here for a few days. I hope to taste more of your excellent dishes. Su Chen stood up, took out a stack of Baileys from his arms, put them on the table, and walked out of the restaurant. This restaurant at sea does not only provide dining services. For a ship this large, accommodation is also provided. Although Nami and the others didn't know why Su Chen was picking on Sanji, as his companions they definitely trusted Su Chen unconditionally, so they didn't say anything when he opened his mouth. Seeing Su Chen gesture to leave, everyone stood up, but Luffy still held a big chicken leg in his hand. Bang! The door of the restaurant was violently kicked open, and a bleeding figure staggered in. This is a restaurant. Give me food. Anything. Agent said with a grim expression. He was wearing a gray jacket with a red snake pattern, matching trousers, and a blue striped headscarf. He was completely wet, as if he had just crawled out of the water, and looked particularly thin. Patty, who had just been tied up in the kitchen by Sanji, came out and said to Agent with a fake smile. Welcome to the restaurant, you idiot, I said. I'm a customer. Bring the food up quickly. Agent's voice was a little weak, but his tone was still firm. I'm so sorry, idiot. Do you have any money? I don't have any money. Can I use bullets instead? Agent pointed the gun at Patty with trembling hands. Bang! Patty knocked Agent down with a hard punch and then kicked him out. Chapter 31. Are you here to cause trouble? Sanji, still in a daze, was awakened by the movement behind him. After looking at Agent, he turned around and walked towards the kitchen without saying a word. He was too familiar with that state of hunger. It was an experience he would never forget in his life. Agent lay on the deck outside the restaurant, surrounded by endless hunger. After those blows from Patty, he was completely out of strength, so he could only lie on the deck, curled up in pain, feeling his life slowly slipping away in despair. A plate of fragrant fried rice was placed in front of Agent. Eat it. Sanji sat next to Agent and subconsciously picked up the cigarette and was about to light it, but the next moment, his hand stopped moving, and after shaking his head with amusement, he lit it directly. He was actually affected. Gulp. After taking a deep look at Sanji, Jin swallowed his saliva, picked up the plate and started eating. Woo woo woo. This is the first time in my life that I have eaten such a delicious meal. I thought I was going to die. Agent's voice was trembling, and drops of tears mixed with fried rice were swallowed into his stomach in big gulps. Hee, it's delicious, right? Sanji's voice regained confidence, and a bright smile appeared on his face while holding a cigarette. Luffy, who was on the second floor, saw what was happening below under the leadership of Su Chen. It's just as you said, he is a very good chef, hee. Luffy, who was lying on the railing, tilted his head, said something to Su Chen, and then jumped down. Hey, chef. Become our partner. My pirate ship is in need of an excellent chef like you. Luffy's presence startled Sanji and Kin, but his next words stunned Sanji. So you are pirates? No wonder your crew members attacked the marine directly just now. The movement was really amazing. Sanji was very impressed with Su Chen. Advertisement. It was not only because he pointed out the problems in his cooking, but also because of the storm that Su Chen had just created. You know, he thought the restaurant would sink as well. Su Chen. He is indeed very strong. I don't know how far he can go. But I will become very strong too. You know, my dream is to enter the Grand Line. I want to be the king of pirates. Luffy said as he sat cross-legged on the railing, staring at Sanji and Agent with excitement. Wait, please forgive me for interrupting you. I'm looking for a chef. Is there not enough people? Agent asked with some confusion. Now there are 6 of us including him. Luffy pointed at Sanji and answered. Why include me? I refuse, Sanji answered loudly. He had no hesitation at all about Luffy's invitation. And your crew just said that I am not qualified as a chef. Although I don't know why Su Chen said that, I think your cooking is delicious, and you even made fried rice for him. You must be a good cook, so come with me. Luffy touched his chin in confusion, then immediately burst into laughter. I said I refuse, but I have reasons for having to work in this restaurant. Sanji's voice was firm, and he ignored Luffy. Seeing that Luffy and Sanji stopped talking, Jin seemed to remember something, and said with fear on his face. Let me give you a piece of advice, you can do anything, but Grand Line, please give up this idea. Oh, is that so? Do you know something about the Grand Line? Luffy had a puzzled look on his face. He was very sensitive about things like this. No, I don't know. That's exactly why it's so scary. Thinking of that terrifying figure, Ajin held his head and couldn't help shaking wildly. Although I don't know what you encountered, I still want to go to the Grand Line. Luffy grinned confidently and laughed loudly. He remembered the agreement he made with Shanks. From that moment on, his heart belonged to this sea full of freedom. Akin seemed to be infected by Luffy's confidence and broke away from the state of uncontrollable fear, staring at Luffy in a daze. After a while, a smile appeared on his face, and he said in a relaxed tone, Haha. Whatever you want, I have no right to interfere with your freedom. By the way, Sanji, thank you so much. You're my savior, and that meal was absolutely delicious. Can I eat again? Advertisement. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and replied with a smile, you're welcome anytime. After hearing Sanji's answer, Ajin knelt down and kowtowed to him, then jumped onto a small boat and floated away. Su Chen stood on the railing on the second floor, quietly watching Ajin's disappearing figure. After thinking for a while, he put down the magic he was about to cast. If he were killed now, Hawkeye would not meet him, and the crucial battle for Zoro might be missed forever. Moreover, he also wanted to try whether his strength had reached the world's top level. Ta-ta, ta-ta. Su Chen walked slowly down the stairs next to him to the deck below. As a gentleman, he would not be as rude as Luffy. Only a reckless man would jump down directly. Hey, Mr. Su Chef, we meet again. Su Chen stared at Sanji with a smirk on his face and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, distinguished guest. Although he was very unhappy with Su Chen, after all, he had taken the initiative to ask, so Sanji had to reply. After spending some time making fried rice for Ajin, he tasted the abalone left by Su Chen and realized that he had fallen into Su Chen's trap and what he said was just excuses. The essential flavor of the ingredients was just a trick to fool himself if he hadn't been so angry that he lost his composure. He certainly wouldn't fall for such an obvious trick, so there was a hint of gnashing in his voice. Haha. You discovered it. I was just joking with you. As compensation, I will provide you with some special ingredients. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Sanji to discover it so quickly. Mr. Su Chef, can you cook this? Su Chen rolled his eyes a few times and spoke in a sarcastic tone. A pile of strange shellfish was handed to Sanji by Su Chen. These were what he had obtained on Sky Island when he was experimenting with long-distance displacement magic, thinking about what happened on Sky Island before and that somewhat naive girl. A smile unconsciously appeared on Su Chen's face. Sanji gritted his teeth and took the shellfish. This smile was a mockery. It must be a mockery. But his intuition as a chef told him that these things must be very rare, so he had to take them. Dear guest, you are here to cause trouble. Don't worry, I will take good care of it. Just wait to swallow your tongue into your stomach. Sanji clenched his teeth. Chapter 32 Glowing Food. Su Chen ignored Sanji's sarcasm, glanced at him, and said subconsciously. So, is it that the sea restaurant is just famous for nothing? They can't even handle such simple ingredients? Please rest assured, even if the ingredients are new to you, you can still cook them as long as you understand the principles of cooking. At this point, Sanji was obviously very confident, with a hint of excitement in his voice. This unknown premium ingredient really made him excited. Then tonight, I'm looking forward to the deputy chef's cooking. After saying this, Su Chen pulled Luffy and disappeared instantly. Luffy, who was confused, wanted to say something to Sanji, but was instantly pulled by Su Chen and teleported to a room on the second floor. Nami sat behind the table and started counting her Baileys again, as if she would never get tired of it. Zoro was exercising hard with the barbell. It seemed that Su Chen had put a lot of pressure on him before. Only Usopp, after seeing Su Chen and Luffy appear, came forward with an excited look on his face. Su Chen, do you still have that thing that controls the celestial phenomena? It was obvious that after what happened just now, although Usopp had endured for a while, he obviously couldn't help it now. After Su Chen recalled the magic he had been involved in, he looked at Usopp with some embarrassment. There was creation magic in the magic record, but because he found it cumbersome, he had never studied it carefully. He is now mainly involved in elemental magic and additional series, as well as the space and time series to save his life. The rest are mostly some tricks to facilitate life. Although magical, they cannot help Usopp directly transform weapons. Even the strengthening magic patterns that are constantly present inside his body, if it weren't for the fact that the people in this world are all flesh monsters, he would not have stacked so many strengthening magic patterns in his body. As for adding this celestial power to Usopp's weapon, it's not that he hadn't thought about it, but he didn't have Nami's ability to perceive the weather direction, so it wouldn't be able to exert much power on him. Well, Usopp, the power I gave Nami isn't very suitable for you, but I can help you modify your ammunition to have various properties added to it. After thinking about it, Su Chen still felt that he should not be too partial, so he gave Usopp another choice. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Usopp's eyes lit up. Although this method could not be compared with Nami's power to change the celestial phenomena, it was obviously more suitable for him. Additional attributes? Can it achieve an explosion effect or a freezing effect? Su Chen thought about it and nodded. Advertisement. Usopp cheered when he heard this, took out all kinds of ammunition from his waist bag, whispered in Su Chen's ear for a long time, and then stared at him with expectant eyes. Su Chen looked at him with a strange look. He didn't expect that his requirements were similar to those in the original book, and most of them could achieve similar effects with additional magic. Okay, I'll give it to you before dark. After promising Usopp, Su Chen turned to look at Luffy. Now he was lying at the window of the room, staring outside in boredom. Luffy, have you always wanted to ask me why I am so against Sanji? Su Chen walked over and patted Luffy and asked. Ah, it's Su Chen. Although I don't know why, I believe in my partner. You must have some plans. Luffy said firmly, turning around and looking at Su Chen with a serious look. As soon as these words were spoken, Zoro, who was still exercising, and Nami, who was counting money, stopped. They were also very curious. Do you know why Sanji firmly rejected you? There is a very deep story involved. With some memories, Su Chen told the story of Sanji and Jeppu. After his narration, the truth of why Sanji didn't want to leave here was slowly revealed. So Sanji is more interested in repaying his gratitude now? Nami said in confusion after hearing this. Yes, he gave up his dream and chose to stay here, but as the captain, Zeph always felt that Sanji should have a better future. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Yoshi, it's decided. I'm going to help Sanji find his dream again. After hearing this, Luffy put his hands on his hips and made a bold statement. So you were targeting him mainly to arouse his previous dreams? Zoro thought about the way Su Chen had been finding fault with him before, and said affirmatively. Nami and Usopp also nodded in agreement. As for Johnny and Joseph, they were sent back to the Mary to guard the ship by Zoro after dinner and did not hear any of this. Hey, can you hear me? Luffy was posing there for a long time, but no one around him paid any attention to him. Hi. We heard it. Su Chen and the others looked at each other and said perfunctorily in unison. What? You guys are so perfunctory, Luffy yelled and rushed forward. Ha, hurry. Zoro, grab Luffy's hand. Usopp, get out the rope. Nami, lend me your feather pen. I'm going to teach Luffy a lesson today. Su Chen shouted and threw Luffy to the ground. Advertisement, ha. Stop tickling the soles of my feet. Luffy laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Time passed slowly in the midst of this playfulness, and it was time for dinner. Luffy, who was betrayed by his own crew members, was sitting with his legs crossed, sulking with his back to Su Chen and the others. Su Chen, are we going too far? Nami poked Su Chen with her finger nervously. She was the one who was the most aggressive in making trouble just now. Su Chen rolled his eyes, stood up and shouted to Luffy. Let's go, Luffy. Tonight we can have the legendary Sky Island shellfish, cooked by the sous chef. Most importantly, we can have as much meat as we want. Swish. Luffy's figure instantly jumped up. In front of food, let alone being angry, he wouldn't care even if it happened again. Patty was still the receptionist in the restaurant, but this time he took Su Chen, Luffy and others to a place not far from the kitchen. There were several special tablewares on the dining table. Sanji, who had been leaning against the kitchen door, turned and walked into the kitchen after seeing Su Chen and others. After a while, Sanji carefully placed several plates on the dining table one by one and wiped his hands with a wet towel that had just been sterilized at high temperature. With pride, he raised his curly eyebrows. The freshness and fragrance of this shellfish was beyond his expectations. Its meat actually contained a strange power that could slightly enhance physical fitness. Shaking his head, Sanji stopped his wandering thoughts, grabbed the lid on the dinner plate and opened it instantly. Wow! So everyone in the restaurant saw a golden light mixed with hot air rising into the sky, almost blinding their eyes. Usopp and Luffy almost popped their eyes out. Glowing food, anyone looking at it would be confused. Even Su Chen looked at Sanji in surprise. Although he had been feeding these shellfish with pools of water condensed from magic elements since he obtained them, he had never seen such an exaggerated scene when he did it himself. Chapter 33 Invitation again. Try it. I've used all my strength this time, and I won't let you down. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, Sanji walked up to him with a smug look on his face, indicating that Su Chen could taste it. Listening to Sanji's provocative words, Su Chen smiled, picked up the cutlery beside him and started to taste the food. The shellfish soaked in magical elements not only tastes extremely delicious, but also has a unique taste. The meat is not dry and has a sweet aftertaste. Su Chen couldn't wait to swallow the shellfish in his mouth and looked at Sanji with some appreciation. Although he really wanted to find fault, the cooking level was indeed impeccable. Not bad, sir. Although I don't know where you got these shellfish from, my cooking not only preserves the freshness and fragrance of the shellfish, but also stimulates the special effect of the shellfish that can slowly improve the body's fitness. When Sanji saw Su Chen nodded involuntarily, his face became even more proud, and he was excited that he could make such a dish. Su Chen let out a long sigh. Indeed, this lingering taste was not just a matter of raw materials. He couldn't refute it, but, originally, he didn't mean to attack Sanji, but more to lure him to remember his ideals. It's really good. Su Chen put down the cutlery and said. After seeing Su Chen's comments, Luffy, Nami and others hurriedly picked up their cutlery and started eating. This kind of glowing food was something they had never heard of before. If they didn't eat it now, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. What followed was a crazy inhalation, especially Luffy, who seemed to want to eat the entire table. After eating and drinking, Luffy patted his stomach and looked at Sanji beside him. He wanted to pull Sanji on board even more now. He would die if he didn't have such delicious food in the future. Deputy Chef, do you want to know the origin of these shellfish? After finishing his meal, Su Chen stood up, gestured to Sanji, and walked out of the restaurant. Sanji hesitated, then followed. Tell me, what is your purpose? Sanji stood behind Su Chen at the railing of the ship and asked the question he had always wanted to know. Purpose? Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he looked at him seriously with a smile. Of course, we want you to be our partner. We are still short of a good chef on the ship. Impossible. I told you, I have a reason why I absolutely cannot leave here. Without even thinking, Sanji refused directly. Advertisement. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back to the kitchen. It's dinner time now and it's very busy. Not surprisingly, Sanji's answer was already within Su Chen's expectations. But don't you have a reason to leave here? Su Chen said calmly. The legendary All Blue really exists. How did you know? Sanji's face was full of shock when he heard Su Chen's words. Etc. Could it be that the shellfish from before is the product of All Blue? Although he really wanted to say yes, Su Chen was not the kind of person who would lie, so he could only shake his head. This is a special shellfish from Sky Island that I feed it in special water for a while, so it tastes so delicious. Sky Island. Although Sanji felt a little regretful after seeing Su Chen shaking his head, what Su Chen said afterwards surprised him again. In his mind, Sky Island is just a legend. Yes, Sky Island. The shellfish there are not only edible, but also have many special uses. Su Chen affirmed. You haven't told me how you knew I was looking for All Blue. Although he was shocked by Su Chen's words, he did not forget to ask about what he cared about most. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I am sure that the place does exist. Red-footed Jeppu, the only one who served as a captain and formed the pirates group as a chef, I heard that he lost his right leg in a shipwreck. But since then, he has had a child who has the same dream as him. That person must be you, Chef, Sanji. Su Chen's slow and calm words made Sanji couldn't help but take a few steps back. He was horrified by the feeling of being completely controlled by others. His whole body tensed up subconsciously, and he almost couldn't help but take action. But when he thought of Su Chen's previous ability to sweep away natural disasters, his tense body slowly relaxed. I know you are strong, but you want to force me to get on the ship. That's impossible. Sanji's hoarse voice was very firm. Advertisement. Although he didn't mention the consequences of Su Chen forcing him, his attitude said it all. Zeppu's dream is to find All Blue, and you not only carry your own dream, but also his expectations. Do you want to give up what you've been holding on to for so long and stay in this tiny East Blue forever? When Su Chen mentioned this, his face looked extremely serious. Join us. This world is not just a small piece of sea. Only we can make your unattainable dream come true. Just as Su Chen was persuading Sanji, Luffy, who had followed them out and was hiding nearby, couldn't help but jump out. Yeah, Sanji, be our partner. After taking a look at Luffy, Su Chen walked up and patted Sanji on the shoulder. I won't force you. In fact, I don't want you to agree right away. You can think about it carefully before we leave. This matter is not easy to make up your mind. But you have to know that if you miss this, you may never see the All Blue where all the ingredients are gathered in your life. Sanji lowered his head gloomily. He heard what Su Chen and Luffy said. He basically didn't dislike anyone in this pirates group. If he wanted to go out to sea, they would probably be the most suitable ones. Then he thought about what Jeppu had done for him, and he became hesitant again. Let's go, Luffy. There are some things he needs to consider on his own. Seeing Sanji standing there in a daze without saying anything, Su Chen didn't say anything, but just asked Luffy to leave. After taking a reluctant look at Sanji, Luffy followed Su Chen off the deck. In the next period of time, the Straw Hat crew will give themselves a vacation, planning to rest up at the Barati restaurant and taste the various delicacies from East Blue. Although Su Chen had not treated them badly before, their level was still inferior to that of professional chefs. During this period, except for the green algae-headed Zoro, they all formed an inexplicable friendship with Sanji. Especially Su Chen. After that confession, he returned to his previous state. Every day, he took out some special ingredients from all over the world and gave them to Sanji to cook. In this situation, Sanji almost treated him as his breadwinner. Although he was still attentive to Nami, he was obviously not as crazy as when they first met. This made Nami very unhappy. After all, she could no longer eat free food. That's right, Su Chen even charged for the ingredients he brought out himself. What a hateful thief and robber. Chapter 34 East Blue Overlord, Krieg. Just when Luffy and his friends started to coax Sanji into doing something hard every day. This tranquility was interrupted by an unexpected guest who finally arrived. Bang! Several delicate glass cups fell to the ground uncontrollably and shattered into pieces upon impact. The crystal-clear wine reflected several faces covered in cold sweat and with wide eyes. Luffy and his friends who were playing around were attracted by the sound and turned to look at the other guests outside Barati who were standing by the window, looking at them in shock. What? What is that? As the distance got closer, a pirate's ship slowly floated over. In front of the approaching pirate's ship stood a Black Panther's bow, and on both sides of the skull on the pirate's flag were two strange hourglasses. Someone recognized the sign and shouted in horror. That's the pirate's ship of East Blue's overlord, Admiral Krieg, the dreadnought Saber. His words were full of shock. He couldn't believe that Admiral Krieg would appear here. As the most famous pirates group in East Blue, Big Pirate Krieg is arrogant, ruthless and despicable. Anyone who has come into contact with pirates in East Blue cannot avoid him. Especially the flag flying on the pirate's ship, which represents the captured prey in the deadline of death, and also means, "You will surrender to me sooner or later, it's just a matter of time." So after hearing the man's shocked shout, the guests around understood the meaning of the word, Krieg, and suppressed their fear and took decisive action. Run! Get out of here now, hurry up and leave, otherwise you won't have a chance to leave. Why is Admiral Krieg here? Shouldn't he be heading to the Grand Line? While crying and shouting loudly, the guests in the restaurant quickly fled the place. In just a few minutes, the originally bustling Bharati restaurant became quiet. Apart from a few members of the StrawHat Pirates, only the original employees of the Bharati restaurant were left. Finally, it's here. When Su Chen heard the man's voice, he had already arrived at the door of the restaurant. On the surface, this huge and conspicuous ship looks particularly ferocious, but if you look closely, advertisement, the tattered sail and the bow with a large hole missing made the ship look particularly scarred. It was obvious that the ship was at the end of its strength. Even the most basic pirate's flag, which best represented the pirate's face, was broken to only half. The previous experience of the Grand Line has brought this ship to the end of its life. After Krieg's vehicle got completely close to Bharati, the people still on the boat saw the entire pirate's ship. This shabby boat made the people who had been hanging there all the time look shocked. They were still afraid, but now they were only confused. Are there still people alive on a pirate ship like this? The same thing happened to Agent before. He looked like he was about to starve to death, and he didn't look like the crew member of Admiral Krieg as rumored. I heard earlier that Krieg led his 5 Senju into the Grand Line. Johnny and Joseph, who were standing in the background, spoke up. Judging from the state of Agent before and the current state of the flagship being in tatters, they must have met at the Grand Line. Before they finished speaking, everyone around them showed a look of surprise. After all, he became so miserable, he must have encountered something unexpected and horrible in that terrifying sea. But they didn't expect that the extremely famous Krieg pirates would lose so badly, and it was already a critical moment of life and death. To damage such a huge ship to this extent, it is absolutely impossible with human power alone. Sanji lit a cigarette and said as a summary, it must have encountered some natural disaster. Su Chen, who was standing outside, heard Sanji's summary and glanced back at him. Young, so young, really, if you knew they were driven back by just one person, your eyes would pop out. But why did Hawkeye keep chasing Krieg? Did Krieg see him rowing with a black knife? Imagining Hawkeye standing on a coffin-shaped boat and paddling hard with a knife, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. If someone saw me like this, I would probably chase after that person and chop him up. It would be so embarrassing. Look. The guy who was beaten out by Patty before is helping Krieg down. Several sharp-eyed chefs noticed Agent and Krieg coming down. That person is. Advertisement Luffy also saw the figure coming down. Sanji. It looks like he's the one who ate your fried rice. It had not been long since the meal, so he still clearly remembered Agent who gave him advice after dinner. It's him. No wonder Krieg came to us. Sanji. It's all your fault for feeding him. Now Admiral Krieg is here, you have to take the main responsibility. Patty's dissatisfied voice sounded, and he glared at Sanji fiercely. Then the chefs took out their weapons and looked at the approaching figure with nervousness. Zoro took his hand off the hilt with some boredom. He had heard people around him talking about the East Blue Overlord, and he was quite interested in competing with him. Seeing how weak they are now, they're probably not even as good as that blonde teddy. That's right, during this period of time, Zoro and Sanji have competed more than once, and each time they were basically evenly matched, so they disliked each other even more. The nervous chefs around saw Krieg, who needed Agent's support to move, and was weak all over, and had nowhere to go. Their faces were filled with deep surprise and confusion. After all, in their understanding, the overlord of East Blue, Admiral Krieg, should be an exceptionally powerful and strong person. Even after the failure of the Grand Line, he should not have fallen into such a state. Huff, 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 Agent panted and helped Krieg into the restaurant, looking at Sanji eagerly. Before he could say anything, Krieg interrupted him weakly. Excuse me, can you give me some water and food? I have money, I will give you whatever you want. This miserable appearance makes it hard to tell that this is the famous pirates, Admiral Krieg, who shocked the entire East Blue. After saying these few words with all his strength, Krieg's whole body went limp and he fell to the ground as if he was kneeling. Please, save the captain. Seeing his captain so weak, Agent's face became particularly eager and anxious. If this continues, he will die. Chapter 35 Hawkeye Tracking. Ha 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 ha, that's ridiculous. Is this the admiral who terrorized East Blue, the great pirates Krieg? Patty put his hands on his hips and laughed. He was frightened when he heard Krieg's name just now, but now after seeing his weak nature, he naturally no longer felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. No need to give him food, take this opportunity to capture him and send him to the marine. That's right. He does so many evil things every day, he should be starved to death. If we let Krieg regain his strength, he will definitely attack our store. We can't even give him a drop of water to drink. However, Sanji on the side ignored the noise of the chefs around him and walked into the kitchen quietly. As a person with the same experience, Sanji could empathize with the feeling of hunger the most. Bang! After a while, Sanji came with fried rice and kicked Patty to the ground. Agent, give these to that guy to eat. Sanji's behavior caused an uproar among the chefs around him. They really didn't expect Sanji to cook for that kind of person. However, after seeing Sanji's performance, Luffy, who was standing far away, had his eyes light up even brighter. Amid the scolding and noise of the chefs around him, Krieg frantically swallowed the food handed to him by Agent. Then, Krieg, who had finished his meal, stood up suddenly and slapped Sanji, whose attention had been diverted, with one hand. The huge force knocked him flying, and after rolling a few times, he lay on the ground. This kind of ungrateful change made Luffy full of anger. This villain was just as hateful as Crocodile before. If Su Chen hadn't held him down, he would have rushed forward directly. Strangely enough, this kind of physical condition that can almost restore strength after eating food is simply an exclusive skill in the pirate's world. It really makes Su Chen feel incredible. You lied to me, Captain Krieg. A Jin looked at Krieg, who stood up in disbelief and shouted angrily, I brought you here because you promised me not to attack this store. Besides, that person is our savior, advertisement. Ignoring Agent's shock, Hawkeye instructed the chefs around him to prepare meals for 100 people. The only young and reckless man, Patty, led the chefs in a rebellion, but was severely beaten up in the end. But later, Zeppu came out with food and negotiated terms with Krieg. Then, the East Blue Overlord, Big Pirates Krieg, regained his former glory and put on a smug smile again. With light purple hair and wearing dazzling golden armor, he returned to his own ship with 100 portions of food. Seeing Krieg disappear from his sight, Su Chen let go of Luffy, who was unable to hold back. Su Chen, why did you stop me just now? Luffy asked angrily. Although Su Chen was a companion he trusted, he still felt a little angry at the feeling of being directly blocked from doing what he wanted to do. If Su Chen could not give him a satisfactory explanation, the fist he was going to use to hit Krieg would be imprinted on his face. I know you want to knock him away, Luffy, but it's not our turn to do that yet. After all, they're that guy's prey. Su Chen looked in the direction of Krieg's ship somewhat mysteriously. Behind the dreadnought battleship Saber, a small boat that looked like a coffin board appeared in the deep sea and was slowly floating towards this side. Why do you say that? You know, a villain like him who took away 100 portions of food after recovering obviously has no gratitude at all. Nami also came out and asked with confusion. After Su Chen's series of power displays, she is no longer afraid of pirates like Krieg. After a simple comparison, let alone Su Chen, even Luffy can easily knock him away. Although his armor is a bit troublesome, I believe Luffy will find a way. Besides, the fact that they asked for so much food means that the people on the ship must be as hungry as he was before, and they are half dead. So after eating food to restore their strength, they should directly target this ship that is within their reach. Zoro also looked at Su Chen with curiosity. Logically speaking, reaching Krieg now would be the best choice. Aren't you curious about why Krieg and the others have fallen into this state? Just be patient and you will know soon. Advertisement. Since Su Chen said so, Luffy and the others had to suppress their doubts and followed him to the deck outside Barati. The view shifts to Krieg's boat. Krieg, who brought the food back to the boat, was staring at his men who were wolfing down the food with a look of dissatisfaction. The ugly way they ate really discouraged him. After all, if he wanted to get on the Grand Line, he couldn't just rely on these useless subordinates. However, he never expected that the man who caused their tragic situation, the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, was sitting on that strange ship, floating straight towards this side. Agent was standing aside with deep suspicion and great inner conflict. Although he had seen Krieg deceive others many times, this time he was their savior. Time passed slowly as the pirates around them swallowed it. After his men had eaten and drunk their fill, Krieg once again began to encourage them to re-enter the Grand Line. However, the men around him were already frightened by the devilish shadow. Whenever this matter was mentioned, they could not help but tremble. Even his most proud subordinate, Agent, had a taboo expression on his face. Even though Krieg killed several of his most cowardly men, the eyes of the surrounding pirates were still filled with fear. Seeing this, Krieg had no choice but to set his sights on the Barati next to him. Seeing that they didn't have to go to that terrifying sea, the pirates slowly regained their courage, took out their swords and began to roar. But just before Krieg was ready to act, the Mihawk carried by the coffin had already arrived near the sea area. When he saw Krieg's ship, he swung down the black knife with water stains on his hand. Clang! A transparent wave was drawn out from the tip of the knife, gently tearing the air, and passing by like a stunning goose. The next second, under the shocked gaze of Krieg and his men. Without any hindrance, the stunning sword energy passed through the hull of the dreadnought battleship Saber and disappeared into the sky. Snap! The huge hull split into two halves after two loud noises. The cut part was extremely smooth, as if it had been polished by the most sophisticated instruments. This exquisite control ability is extremely extraordinary at first glance. Chapter 36. Challenge of Disparity in Power. The strong vibration shook everyone on the boat to and fro. Except for Krieg and Akin, most of the other pirates fell into the sea. How is this possible? In this sudden situation, Krieg, who had recovered his strength, froze, and the smile on his face seemed to be frozen. His eyes were fixed on the figure in the distance. After seeing the coffin-like boat clearly, his eyes widened and bloodshot quickly appeared on his eyeballs. Why? Why wouldn't you let us go? We have already surrendered and destroyed most of my fleet. Do you have to kill me before you stop? Krieg clenched his teeth tightly, and the huge force caused a little blood to seep out of his gums. However, he didn't care about these things at the moment, as his body was filled with tremendous resentment. It was this man. More than 90% of his 50 ships and more than 5,000 men remained in that terrifying sea just because they took a closer look at this man. You know, they were not defeated by those Marines, nor were they defeated by that strange natural disaster. Instead, they were completely killed by a tiny, weird person. This undoubtedly made Krieg full of resentment towards Dracula Mihawk, not to mention that he was driven around like a stray dog and almost starved to death. The huge warship slowly separated, revealing the figure sitting on the coffin ship hidden behind it. Because of the noise outside, everyone who came out could see the face of that figure clearly. That is, how is it possible? Why would that guy appear here? Zoro, who was in shock, saw a figure slowly appearing from behind. As if it was fate, the man also looked at him. In this subtle atmosphere, his eyes were fixed on him and did not move away for even a second. That's him. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. His throat trembled, he swallowed, and his body was shaking slightly. This feeling is not fear, but more excitement. The dream he had been pursuing for a long time appeared in front of him so clearly for the first time, making him extremely excited. The trembling of his body was a manifestation of this unexpected joy. Advertisement thinking of the agreement he had made with his best friend in his more than 10 years of sword training career, his desire to fight had never been so strong. Go ahead, isn't this what you've always wanted? The dream is right in front of you. If you don't try it, you will definitely regret it. A gentle yet firm voice came from the side. Zoro turned around and saw Su Chen looking at him seriously. Not only Su Chen, but also his companions who had always been with him stood behind him. Come on, Zoro, your dream is right in front of you. Luffy waved his arms, a big smile of encouragement on his face. As a partner of my Captain Usopp, don't lose. Usopp, who had another attack, looked proud and gave instructions to the #1 thug besides Su Chen. Luffy? Who is Luffy? He is just a traitor who rebels against his superiors. Captain Usopp will not stand up to him. Come on, big brother. You can do it. Johnny and Joseph, who had known Zoro for a long time, also shouted loudly. As Zoro's younger brothers, they must have known his dream for a long time. Nami changed her mind and looked at Zoro worriedly. Unlike those guys who only thought about muscles, she was more concerned about Zoro's safety. After all, Su Chen had told her before that there were too many powerful people in this world. Among them, the only ones who can be called the best in the world, apart from the long-dead pirates King Roger, are Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world, and Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Feeling the encouragement from his companions undoubtedly filled Zoro with confidence and determination. He nodded solemnly. If I fail this time, I will let this ambition and my body be buried in the sea. Under the gaze of everyone, Zoro resolutely came to the deck of the dreadnought battleship Saber which had not yet sunk. In front of him, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was gently swinging his black knife, sweeping away the remaining bullets shot by the crazy pirates. After doing all this, he looked at the figure with the aura of a swordsman with some indifference, and quietly put the black knife back on his back. Advertisement. He looked as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. Nami on the other side slowly moved to Su Chen's side. He asked with some concern. I don't think Zoro can beat him. Although it was a question, the voice seemed to have confirmed that Zoro would lose. No way. There will be no problem with Big Brother. He has been training for more than 10 years. Zoro's two younger brothers immediately retorted. To them, even Big Sister Nami could not have any doubts about their big brother. Although Usopp didn't say anything, he still nodded in agreement. After all, Zoro's powerful figure had been demonstrated on that slope, and he still believed that Zoro could succeed. Su Chen looked at Nami with some amusement. He didn't know why she still asked about something that she had already known for a long time. If nothing unexpected happens, Zoro will be killed in one move. One move? Nami was stunned with some surprise. Even though she already knew that she couldn't beat Zoro, she didn't expect the gap to be so huge. And Mihawk probably didn't take it seriously, Su Chen added kindly. Then why didn't you stop Big Brother? And you encouraged him to go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro's two younger brothers exclaimed anxiously. Su Chen's strength had already left an impression in their hearts, so what Su Chen said was very credible. However, after seeing Su Chen's gaze, their voices dropped rapidly. That's his dream. Why should we stop someone from pursuing his dream? Su Chen's words were very soft, as if he was speaking to himself. However, even such a slight word was still heard clearly by everyone around. Luffy, who was in the lead, had his eyes lit up and was even more satisfied with his decision to pull Su Chen on board. Sanji, who was standing among the chefs, silently took out a cigarette, his eyes involuntarily drifting towards the green-haired guy who didn't get along with him. Dream. What a great dream. This battle with a huge disparity in strength attracted almost everyone's attention and made everyone present appear particularly serious. Of course, except for Hawkeye who was at the center of sight and Su Chen who already knew the result. Chapter 37 The Wound on the Back is the Swordsman's Shame. As the overlord of East Blue, Krieg naturally recognized Zoro's identity a long time ago. You should know that before entering the Grand Line, Zoro had already been a pirate's hunter in East Blue. the reputation of Zoro in World of Warcraft is quite spread. His unique three-sword style is probably unmatched in the entire East Blue and even in the Grand Line. His sharp eyes and the aura he exudes make him look very powerful. Mihawk, on the other hand, looked nonchalant and casually took out a cross-short sword from his neck. It looked too short to be used for cutting fruits and was extremely insulting. Not only was he arrogant and rampant, he could even be said to be deeply disdainful. He said that this was the smallest knife he could take out, completely treating Zoro as an ant. Looking down on others. There should be a limit, Zoro said in a muffled voice while biting the hilt of the knife tightly, and quickly rushed towards Mihawk. Don't regret it after you die. Demon slash. Frog in the well, let me teach you how broad this world is, Mihawk said with disdain as he gently waved the knife in his hand. Bite. The knife hit the center of the three long swords accurately, directly blocking Zoro's slash. Zoro couldn't accept this kind of joke-like feeling at all, and bloodshot quickly appeared in his eyes. This huge gap made him seem crazy. Impossible. The gap between us can't be that big. There won't be such a huge gap in the world. Zoro, who was in a frenzy, launched an offensive like a violent storm. His throbbing muscles and sweat formed a picture called a dream. During this process, he seemed to see his past, the agreement between him and Kuina, the pirates who were sent to prison by him personally, and Johnny and Joseph recognizing him as the boss. And most importantly, he wielded the sword regardless of wind or rain for more than 10 years. All of this was completely denied as Mihawk swung his knife playfully. Weakling. What are you carrying? What do you want after you become strong? Mihawk noticed Zoro's madness and asked meaningfully, do you want to be pierced through the heart like this? Why don't you retreat? The wound on his chest caused by the knife was bleeding profusely. Zoro looked at Mihawk, his voice still calm and firm. Advertisement, ahem. Who knows? It feels like if I take a step back, many things and vows will disappear, as if I can never come back here again. Mihawk finally looked at Zoro seriously, and he was a little shocked by this amazing will. It is better to choose death than to fail. It seems that he did the same thing a long time ago. Kid. Tell me your name. Roronoa Zoro. The knife in Zoro's hand was spinning like a windmill. Although he had just realized the gap between himself and Mihawk, it did not mean that he had lost the courage to attack. I'll remember that. Mihawk pulled out the black knife, knight, from behind very seriously. Although the man in front of him is still very weak now, his will has proved that he is by no means a weakling, but a strong man who is worth fighting. Then, Zoro used his last move of this time, the highest secret of the three swords style, 3,000 worlds. In an instant, the two of them staggered apart. In addition to Kuina's sword in his mouth, the long swords in Zoro's two hands were broken into pieces. Clang. Sheathing the remaining long sword, Zoro turned around with a calm face, opened his arms, laughed and uttered that particularly infectious famous saying. A wound on the back is a swordsman's shame, well said. For the first time, Mihawk showed a smile of praise on his face, and with approval, he gave Zoro the final blow. With the bright red blood, Zoro fell backwards into the sea with some satisfaction. Zoro. Luffy and Usopp who saw this scene couldn't hold back any longer and screamed, especially Luffy, who used his rubber body to swing himself out. Brother. Advertisement Johnny and Joseph already had tears in their eyes as they rushed madly towards the sea where Zoro fell. This calm situation made even Sanji, who had been avoiding his dream, look moved. Why didn't he run away? That idiot, the other party is the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, who watched the battle from beginning to end, was full of disbelief. You know, although Zoro and he didn't get along well, after spending such a short time together, he didn't want Zoro to lose his life in vain. All you need to do is give up your ambitions and take a few steps back. There is no need to fight against such an enemy. Sanji, this is actually a very simple matter. Zoro has his own reasons for ending the fight. Su Chen, who had been staring at Zoro without turning back, spoke in a serious voice. Just like the all blue in your dreams, you are willing to give your life for it. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman is his long-determined goal, even if it means sacrificing his life. After listening to Su Chen's words, Sanji fell into deep thought. At this moment, he had an impulsive idea, which was to join the pirates group that had been pestering him. This group of pirates who were willing to sacrifice their lives for their dreams is where he should be. After patting Sanji who was in a trance, Su Chen walked towards Mihawk with a solemn expression. The world's top power? He has long wanted to see it. If he hadn't always wanted to join the protagonist group, he wouldn't have stayed in East Blue for so long. Although he also wanted to practice magic, it was more because of Luffy. Sanji stared at Su Chen who was leaving in a daze. This open and heroic figure left a deep impression in his heart. Regardless of whether he persuaded Su Chen or not, he knew that he could not persuade him at all. Just like the first time he went out to sea, wasn't he the same as these people today? As Su Chen walked in, Mihawk, who was still wondering if he had hit too hard, turned around instantly and stared at the approaching figure with sharp eyes. I didn't expect that I would meet so many interesting people here just by strolling around out of boredom. Are you also a companion of that swordsman? He is very lucky. Obviously, as one of the world's top masters, Mihawk noticed Su Chen the moment he appeared, but unfortunately, the man was not a swordsman. Thank you for the compliment. I should be the lucky one. I actually met such good companions. They are all people who believe in dreams. With a smile, Su Chen looked at Nami and others who followed him while speaking. Even Usopp was now standing next to Su Chen with trembling legs. Chapter 38 I want to try, so, what is your purpose? After listening to Su Chen's summary, Mihawk looked Su Chen up and down and spoke with some doubts. Purpose? I want to try out the peak power of this world. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Krieg and his group around him were stunned. They had seen the fight between Mihawk and Zoro just now. That overwhelming victory undoubtedly showed how strong Mihawk was. With such a huge disparity in strength, there were still people who were not afraid of death and launched a challenge, which was really unacceptable to them. Perhaps, in their hearts, Su Chen was just a clown. After all, the guests who had seen Su Chen's power had already fled when Krieg arrived. And the most important thing is that the clown actually chose to use his cane to fight the enemy. Doesn't he know that this is an insult to a swordsman? This is not just stupid, it can even be said to be seeking death. I see. But I will not show mercy to those who are not swordsmen. Mihawk didn't see Su Chen clearly because he was using the cane. After all, judging from the aura he sensed, this was a strong enemy that would not be easily encountered. And a cane can also be considered a weapon. See, he actually intends to use a businessman's cane to fight the enemy. He doesn't think fighting is just a game, does he? This kind of thing can be cut off with one knife. That guy is really just a clown. On the other deck, the pirates of the Krieg's regiment climbed out of the water and began to talk after seeing Su Chen's joking actions. Well, I think I can still make you want to take action. Want to fight? Su Chenwei held up the top hat on his head, shook his cane a few times and said, You are strong, but you are not a swordsman. Mihawk did not sense any aura of a swordsman from Su Chen. I have no desire to attack you. Well, I'm not a swordsman, but as a swordsman, you should respond to anyone who challenges you. Advertisement Su Chen's voice was somewhat bewitching. After all, there were not many people who could measure their own strength. So now you are challenging me? Very good, I accept. Mihawk replied very seriously, just think of it as you're here to avenge your companions. I will do my best to defeat you. I couldn't ask for more, Magician Su Chen, please give me some advice. After saying that, Su Chen gently waved his cane and moved Nami and his group and the rescued Zoro back to the deck of the Barati restaurant ship. As for the people from the Clark Pirates, they deserved to die. Seeing Su Chen's nonchalant action, Mihawk's interest was piqued. He still had the most basic respect for the strong, so he drew out the black knife behind him again. Obviously, the pressure brought by Su Chen made him ready to use all his strength. Don't die, magician. Su Chen was about to answer, but the next second, his face suddenly became extremely serious. After giving the reminder, Mihawk's figure sank slightly, and then the black knife in his hand instantly swung from back to front. At the same time, an extremely bright dark green slash appeared on the black blade and swept straight towards Su Chen. Under this unparalleled knife light, the entire sky seemed to be cut in half. How is this possible? The sky is cut in half. All the pirates present, whether they were from the Krieg Pirates or Nami and his crew on the Barati restaurant ship, widened their eyes and shouted loudly. Is this the gap between him and me? Zoro, who was rescued by Johnny and Joseph, leaned on the railing and stared as wide as he could, trying to remember this scene firmly in his mind. One day, he would also be able to make such a stunning strike. In the eyes of others, Su Chen was like a weak ant in front of the huge blow. Interesting, did you use all your strength? When Su Chen saw Mihawk's slash, he instantly remembered the origin of this slash. It seemed that he had slashed at Whitebeard in the same way during the Summit War. Without time to think, looking at the rapidly approaching attack, Su Chen decisively grasped the end of the staff, and the magic power in his body surged rapidly. Ice Eternity. Snap. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the cane held by Su Chen collided heavily with Mihawk's blow. Advertisement looking closely, a thin layer of dark blue ice appeared on the staff. Because of the slash, there were some tiny cracks on it. As time went by, these cracks continued to expand. Interesting. Mihawk's eyes lit up. Could he block this kind of attack? Sure enough, his sensing was correct. Give it back to you. Su Chen held the cane tightly. Although he had expected that he could block it, Mihawk's slash was really not to be underestimated. You know, this layer of ice was already slightly affected by the realm of time. There would actually be tiny cracks appearing under his blow. On the next side, the deep blue light completely permeated the entire slash. Under Su Chen's control, the slash that shocked everyone around him was easily revolved back. The dark blue slash emitted an incomparable chill as it rolled back towards Mihawk. A large piece of thick ice formed on the sea surface wherever it passed, and then it was split into two halves by the effect of the slash. Even the sky was filled with snowflakes in this bone-chilling cold. Good job! Mihawk shouted excitedly, and swung out another powerful blow, which instantly collided with the blue sword energy that was rolling back in the middle. The world seemed to be silent in an instant, the fluttering snowflakes solidified in an instant of control, and then a strong shockwave instantly spread out from the center of the collision. On the sea surface in the center area, the two slashes exploded instantly after the collision. If a large yield bomb was launched, the already completely frozen sea surface would be shattered instantly. Krieg and his group, who were closest to the battlefield, were struck by this collision as if they had suffered an unexpected disaster, and it was unknown how many of them were killed or injured in an instant. It's amazing, this is an unparalleled special skill. Mihawk, who blocked his own attack for the first time, expressed his sincere admiration. After all, Su Chen not only blocked his attack, but also, with his addition, the attack contained a bone-chilling chill. I will remember you, Magician Su Chen, come again. As Mihawk finished his words, his figure disappeared instantly. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and he appeared in front of Su Chen, and the black knife in his hand quickly slashed towards Su Chen. Click. Su Chen had already expected this rapid movement, and the clenched cane and the black knife collided violently. Behind the flying ice chips are a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Advertisement Chapter 39, The World's Top Collision. When their eyes met, blood-red lightning seemed to appear in the air. Two extremely vigorous auras emanated from Su Chen and Mihawk, and at this moment, a violent collision occurred. The people around suddenly felt dizzy under this momentum. Although they did not faint to the ground, they felt weak all over. The strange thing is that Luffy seemed to sense something in this momentum, and a faint strange breath slowly emerged in the depths of his mind. The next second, the black knife and the dark blue cane separated and then collided fiercely. Bang! The extremely violent impact swept around in an instant. Under this shockwave, the sea surface below Su Chen and Mihawk sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka. Then, biting cold emanated from the flying ice chips. Circles of ripples were instantly frozen, and the entire sea surface solidified in an instant, appearing as turbulent as waves. Sizzle. Deep red electric currents appeared between the collision of the black knife and the cane. This strange sight created deep pits in the surrounding frozen sea surface. A group of Krieg people who were nearby forced themselves to crawl quickly along the ice surface with their weak bodies. This is the collision of the world's top forces. I didn't expect it to be this far, it's unimaginable. A monster? He can actually stop the world's greatest swordsman? The only safe place now is the Buggy dining ship. Under Su Chen's deliberate control, the dining ship and the Merry dock nearby, pushed by the waves, quickly moved away from the center of the battle. As for Clark and his group, I have said it before, they deserved to die. Everyone on the Buggy dining ship was trembling all over at this moment. Although they felt incomparable fear, this world-class collision also made them feel extremely excited. Not everyone is lucky enough to witness this kind of confrontation, and they will remember this scene for the rest of their lives. Luffy had a serious look on his face, staring at the two people standing on the ice in the distance. Although he had known that Su Chen was very strong, he did not expect him to be so strong. But then he thought, Su Chen is his partner, and his face was filled with a smile again. Look! The clouds in the sky are dispersing. Usopp was shivering, his legs already weak, and he subconsciously glanced at the sky. Advertisement He had never seen that scene before in his life. Fear and tension filled his heart so much that his voice was trembling. Nami tightly clenched the wooden stick in her hand. Su Chen said that as long as her physical strength could keep up, she could master this kind of ice power. By then, she will be able to solve the nightmare that has shrouded her for many years by herself. In the center of the ice surface, while Luffy and his group were thinking, Su Chen and Mihawk had already separated. The snowflakes floating around were spinning rapidly with the vigorous momentum of both sides. You are so powerful. Fighting a strong man like you is something I have been looking forward to for a long time. Mihawk's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I didn't expect that the weakest East Blue would have someone like you. This is a huge gain. You are all very interesting people. Hey, East Blue is not the weakest sea. Su Chen grinned a few times, and the magic patterns inside his body flashed with amazing light under the fierce collision. Whether it's Luffy who aims to be the pirate's king, or Zoro who dreams of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, they are both powerful and ambitious people. Really? Let me see what you can do, Mihawk said seriously, holding the knife with both hands, and then slashed out with force again. Su Chen grinned. Now he was sure that his strength had indeed reached the top level in the world. He then waved his clenched cane again. When, in an instant, the crisp sound of ice breaking resounded across the sea, and the sweeping gale roared out again, rolling even farther. At the center of the battle between the two men, huge energy was raging wildly, and the deep red electric current and the deep blue cold air collided wildly. Magician, pure physical strength is so powerful. It's really surprising, Mihawk said very seriously. In these collisions, although the power was extremely huge, they were more of a test of each other, just like Su Chen understood his own level of strength. Mihawk also felt that in addition to the strange power on the cane, Su Chen was more of a physical collision with him. Advertisement, just speaking of swordsmanship, you are the strongest I have ever seen. Su Chen was also a little solemn. Although he had determined his own level of power, he still needed to be cautious when dealing with the world's greatest swordsman. After all, Mihawk's attacks could easily break through his current strongest defensive magic. After the conversation, the two bumped into each other again. A powerful force surged, and under this huge reaction, they instantly separated and stood on both sides of the ice. After a slight pause, the two figures rushed towards each other again. In just a moment, the waves generated by the collision between the black knife and the cane swept out again. Boom! This collision was inadvertently directed to the ice surface below, and infinite sword intent and biting cold rolled towards the bottom of the sea. Everything around was shrouded in these two auras, becoming eerie, cold and solemn. Hurry, run faster! Krieg called on the remaining men and quickly fled towards the Buggy dining ship. In the air, a layer of sky blue airflow appeared around Su Chen's body, making him float in the air as if he had no weight. His figure flickered, and he swung his cane, which had been restored by magic, out again. In just a moment, his figure was in front of Mihawk, and his cane smashed down cleanly with a biting coldness. The blow came too fast, so Mihawk could only turn sideways, and the cane grazed his body and hit the sea surface. Ka. The sea water under the ice was fluctuating violently, and the deep blue cold air was surging rapidly along the walking stick and went under the ice. In just a moment, the seawater deep under the sea quickly condensed, and with the surge of cold air, it spread madly into the deep sea. As if endless, in a blink of an eye the deep blue cold air rushed straight into the depths of the seabed until it hit the seabed, forming a large piece of strange ice around it, completely connecting the seabed and the sea surface. Some strange fish and unknown creatures had no time to react and were frozen in the ice, completely losing their lives. Mihawk dodged the attack and shook the black knife in his hand, and the blade slashed towards Su Chen, who was right in front of him. The beautiful counterattack left Su Chen completely unable to react, and the fierce killing move was aimed straight at his neck. Careful! Nami, who had been paying attention to Su Chen, widened her eyes and shouted out loudly in fear and worry. Chapter 40 Ice moment. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, it was too late to defend. He sighed slightly. As expected, because of the difference in combat experience, he actually put himself in a passive position. The magic power in his body surged rapidly, forming a special pattern under his feet. In an instant, Su Chen's figure appeared far away from Mihawk. A sharp slash came out from the blade of the black knife, and because Su Chen disappeared in an instant, it cut straight into the ice surface. Shish! Just like cutting tofu, the surging sword energy cut a large piece of ice neatly. The ice floating on the sea surface was like a mirror, reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Huh? Mihawk looked at Su Chen in surprise. He had always thought that ice was his ability, but he didn't expect that he also had the ability to disappear instantly. What a strange power. You can dodge my attack in an instant. Is this why you call yourself a magician? Mihawk stopped his attack and asked curiously. Who knows? I won't confront you head-on again. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. Although his strength was up to par, he still lacked experience, and a duel with Mihawk wouldn't allow him to learn slowly. After all, as a swordsman, his attack power is considered to be the most powerful one. If he is not careful, he may die on the spot. You must know that the magic pattern can only provide him with powerful strength and physical strength, and defense is only a small part of the improvement. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Make your move. Mihawk, who didn't hear Su Chen's answer, didn't say much. His sharp eyes stared at Su Chen, signaling him to attack. Ice Setsuna. Su Chen's magic power was highly concentrated, and extremely mysterious patterns spread out from under his feet after the magic circle was fully unfolded. The air stopped flowing instantly, and the surrounding unfrozen waves also stagnated instantly. A gust of sea breeze blew through Su Chen's hair, and the walking stick he was holding shook slightly. The thin layer of ice shattered instantly, and there seemed to be some mysterious patterns on the surface of the walking stick. In just a moment, his figure appeared in front of Mihawk, and everything around him was coldly absorbed into the cane. There was no frills at all, and it was swung cleanly, simply and directly. Boom! Advertisement. Mihawk blocked in front of him with the black knife at the last moment, ignoring the huge force transmitted from the cane that sent him flying and disappeared on the ice in the blink of an eye. The incomparable airwaves mixed with cold air formed a long airflow in the void. At the farthest point of this airflow, Mihawk maintained a defensive posture, frozen inside by several thousand meters of deep blue ice. Su Chen was breathing heavily and standing on the ice he had just created. This was the first time that he had consumed such a huge amount of magic power. Some of the dried-up meridians in his body felt a dull pain, but this feeling was slowly disappearing as time went by. After pausing for a while, Su Chen looked in the direction where Mihawk flew with anticipation. Did you win? He was a little uncertain. Although he used 80% of his magic power this time, he had no idea whether he could beat Mihawk. Click, click, the sound of ice breaking came from a very far distance, and obvious cracks slowly appeared inside the huge piece of ice. Then, several dark green slashes flew out from inside, cutting the entire piece of ice into irregular pieces. Revealing the exhausted Mihawk, he looked particularly disheveled, with a layer of white frost all over his body, and his violent breathing brought out bursts of white mist. Even his iconic hat and cape became tattered in the cold. It was such a powerful blow. I almost died in there. After saying this, Mihawk flashed and landed on his slowly floating coffin. I can only say that he is worthy of being the world's greatest swordsman. Looking at Mihawk, Su Chen blinked. Logically speaking, if he wasn't dead, he would be seriously injured. He could still perform such a nonchalant movement. It had to be said that the people in the Pirates King's world had really good physical fitness. However, after landing on the coffin, Mihawk did not attack again, but put the black knife back behind his back. It seems that the move just now did have an effect on him. Since Mihawk had no intention of attacking again, Su Chen put his cane back. This battle has made his future direction clear to him. Although he has already reached the world's top level, combat experience is something that still requires frequent fighting. Advertisement long-range attacks are very cool, but the top figures in this world basically have strong physiques. It seems that the magic patterns in the body need to be further stacked. While Su Chen was thinking, Luffy and his group were looking at him in amazement in the distance. The shock brought by this battle was no less than that of Zoro's calmness in facing death. It can even be said that the battle between Su Chen and Mihawk allowed them to see how the world's top forces fight. This. Is this strong collision real? Krieg swallowed hard. He and Agent were the only two people left in the entire pirates group. He's not even a human being, he's a monster just like that guy. There was a deep fear and uneasiness in Agent's eyes when he looked at Su Chen. Phew, fortunately he's okay. On the deck of the Buggy restaurant boat, Nami slumped over and carefully wiped the sweat off her face. When Su Chen was almost hit by a knife just now, her heart almost jumped out. If Su Chen hadn't disappeared instantly and launched a counterattack, she would have been able to barely breathe a sigh of relief. Whether it's Zoro or Luffy, even Su Chen is starting to go crazy now, but the result is still pretty good. I won't bother with him this time. When Nami slowly made the decision, Mihawk on the other side smiled at Su Chen. Goodbye, Magician Su Chen, I'll be waiting for you in New World. As these words were spoken, the coffin boat slowly drifted away into the distance. This accidental pursuit out of boredom yielded quite a lot of gains. The energetic young captain, the powerful swordsman who aspired to be, and the magician who already possessed peak power, such people are not easy to encounter. Hey, Su Chen. At Zeph's signal, the Buggy dining ship slowly approached Su Chen's position. Luffy, who had been unable to hold back, was the first to shout. Su Chen, you are so awesome, even that long-eyebrowed swordsman can't beat you. He looked at Luffy with some confusion, and it took him a while to realize that Luffy was talking about Mihawk. He glared at him with some amusement. Only Luffy had such a talent for naming. Okay Luffy, I'm really hungry now, I need to eat something first. After touching his belly, Su Chen instantly moved to the deck of Buggy. Chapter 41 Sanji's decision. Wait a minute, can I ask, is what you said true? Before Su Chen entered the restaurant, Sanji stood in front of him, his dull voice filled with deep fatigue. After seeing Zoro's calm attitude towards death and his confrontation with Su Chen and Mihawk, there was a strong collision between his dream and his promise to Zeppu, and now his thoughts were extremely confused. Of course, all blue really exists. Su Chen seemed to have noticed Sanji's change and laughed loudly. Su Chef, hurry up and make something to eat, we are starving. After saying that, Su Chen once again took out some rare ingredients that he had collected during his time, handed them to Sanji, and winked at him. Zeppu, who had been standing in the captain's room looking outside, made a decision in his mind. Sanji, you can't waste your life in this small place. Ahem. Krieg and Agent climbed onto the deck from the sea, although the battle just now was extremely terrifying. But because they abandoned most of their men and fled, they were lucky enough to escape with their lives. Haha, even if I don't have my men anymore, this ship still belongs to me, East Blue Overlord Krieg. Krieg was a little afraid of Su Chen, but where could he go if he left here? Moreover, after such an intense battle, Su Chen still has some strength left. Maybe this is an opportunity. Such a noise. I was annoyed with you just now, and now you dare to come back. Luffy had been displeased with him since he snatched food from Krieg, if it weren't for the fact that he was the captain of a kin. And Su Chen had been trying to stop him from taking action, so he would have knocked him away long ago. Captain. Let's go. Agent was somewhat reluctant to fight with Sanji and the others. Although he was called the Ghostman Agent, he also knew how to repay a favor, not to mention that the person was his savior. Agent, I order you to do it, Krieg roared and took out various weapons from his golden armor. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, before he started to attack, Luffy punched him in the face with great force. In an instant, blood mixed with strange liquids flowed wildly down the ape-like face, directly interrupting his movements. Advertisement Sanji, who was about to go in to cook, also started fighting with Agent beside him. It seems that it will take some time to determine the winner. Su Chen had no choice but to walk over and sit next to Zoro, who was more seriously injured, and glanced at him. Well, the injury looks serious, but the fatal part was avoided very cleverly, so he will be back to full health after some recuperation. He reached into his bosom and pulled out a bottle of wine that looked expensive. He shook it in front of Zoro's eyes and began to drink from it in small sips. How is it? How do you feel now? Zoro's face looked particularly pale due to excessive bleeding. His eyes followed the wine bottle in Su Chen's hand. The smell alone aroused his alcohol addiction. I almost died, but one day, I will catch up with him. After forcing an ugly smile, he answered, Can I have a drink? Su Chen nodded. He still believed in Zoro's will. What you lack now is probably a kind of intention. Mihawk's slash carries the intention of cutting through everything. Idea? Zoro looked at Su Chen in confusion. The one who taught you the way of the sword should have told you about the realm of a swordsman. Next, swing the sword with your mind. After Su Chen finished speaking, he put away the wine, stood up and left immediately, leaving Zoro with a confused look on his face. This sinister behavior made Zoro's mouth twitch twice. I really don't understand why Su Chen showed him the wine but didn't let him drink it. Originally he was quite grateful to Su Chen for reminding him, but now he was left with only helplessness towards Su Chen's bad taste. At least give him a sip. After realizing the intention, Zoro should have reached the level of being able to cut through iron. As for Hawkeye, even Su Chen himself hasn't figured it out yet. What collided with Mihawk before was just his Kamui pressure, otherwise Nami and the others would have fainted long ago. However, during the collision, I did feel a small but tenacious momentum. Could it be that Luffy and Conquerors have begun to awaken at this time? Let's not talk about these for now. As for strength, we'll talk about it after he has eaten his fill. For some reason, after fighting with all his strength, he felt that his body seemed to have some unknown changes, which he had to study carefully. Advertisement on the other side, Sanji finally made up his mind and kicked Agent to the ground, and he couldn't get up for a long time. As for Luffy, after hearing Su Chen urging him to eat, he completely ignored whether he would be hurt or not, and knocked Krieg away in a few seconds, smashing the golden armor into pieces. At this point, the Krieg pirates were completely destroyed. Nami and Usopp on the side cheered when they saw the fighting completely stopped. Together with Su Chen, they urged Sanji to hurry up and make something delicious. Although the battle did not last long, the thrilling feeling was more frightening than a long battle, and they were already extremely hungry. The chefs who had been hiding consciously tied up Krieg and Agent at this time. In any case, this is a lot of money, even though there are only 2 people left in the Krieg pirates. But the bounties of Devil Akin and Admiral Krieg added up to nearly 30 million Baileys. With such a huge sum of money, you can get a share of it just by doing a little help. It would make you laugh even in your dreams. Eat, this is a reward after the battle. Sanji placed delicious dishes in front of Su Chen and his group. Because of Krieg's sudden arrival, they hadn't eaten anything since they got up, so Su Chen felt that this meal was Sanji's best ever. It seems to have a taste of dreams. The chefs in the restaurant also sat at the dining tables because all the customers had left. They had nothing to do today, and because they were celebrating having protected the restaurant again, they also prepared a banquet. Of course, there was also a reason why someone was leaving the party. As if he had made up his mind, Sanji walked up to Zeppu after delivering the food to Su Chen and the others. Have you made up your mind, brat? Zeph seemed to know what Sanji wanted to say, and interrupted Sanji before he could open his mouth. Ah, yes, old man. Sanji's voice was choked with sobs. Calculating the time, he had been here since this restaurant opened, which meant it had been more than 10 years. It's not like you to be so timid. You pointed a knife at me at the beginning. Zeppu's voice was dull, as if he was recalling something. Thank you very much for your guidance and training during this period. Sanji finally couldn't hold back any longer and hit his head hard on the deck, tears welling up in his eyes. Don't catch a cold. Chapter 42. Things that must be done. Looking at Sanji in front of him, Zeph's eyes also had some tears. But he had wiped away the tears the moment Sanji looked up. My own children are about to go on a long voyage, so how can I, as a parent, create obstacles for them? Zeppu said hoarsely, you should have left a long time ago, brat. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the captain's room on the 2nd floor. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to hold back the tears in his eyes. Not only Zeppu, but the chefs gathered around him also lost their usual ferocious looks. They all sniffed emotionally, trying hard not to cry. All these years of quarrels are not something that can be put aside just like that. After all, this is their sous chef, and almost everyone has watched him grow up. Only Patty and Cobble expressed this emotion in a different way, clamoring to take revenge on Sanji for all these years of dissatisfaction. However, in front of Sanji's exquisite leg skills, he was kicked into tears and his words were full of resentment. Let's go, Mr. Sous Chef. Luffy and Su Chen, who had eaten and drunk their fill, jumped up first, and dragged Sanji onto the Mary from the left and right, leaving him no room to resist. After all, when Sanji was cooking in the kitchen just now, Zeph had already packed his things and placed them on the Mary. It was no longer up to him to decide whether to leave or not, and besides, he had already said goodbye. Nami and a weakened Zoro followed closely behind. I forgot to mention that Su Chen cast a healing magic on Zoro before eating. Although his injuries had basically recovered, he had become a weakling. Zoro is a bounty hunter who is feared by pirates. Nowadays, when people go out, they have to be supported by others. If they are seen by people they know, they will probably commit suicide out of shame. That's all. After the incident at the sea restaurant Barati, the StrawHat Pirates gained a chef. Under the leadership of Captain Usopp, we once again began to move in the direction of the Grand Line. Advertisement. Are you G done yet? Nami, who was lying on a sun lounger, couldn't stand Usopp telling her story over and over again, so she picked up an orange and threw it at him. Ha ha ha, Nami, don't be angry, I think what Usopp said is very interesting. Luffy, who was sitting next to Usopp, laughed and caught the flying orange. He looked at it for a few seconds and then swallowed it in one gulp. On the bow deck, Su Chen, who had been checking the changes in his body, finally opened his eyes. It had been 3 or 4 days since he set sail again, and he had finally figured out the changes in his body. Because of the fierce collision with Mihawk, the magic patterns in his body have been completely connected into one, which seems to be natural. Because of this, he can no longer add magic patterns to his body. However, correspondingly, the power of the existing magic patterns has more than doubled, and he himself does not know how powerful it is. But he estimated that even without the magic, he could fight Mihawk head-on. Taking a look at the irritable Nami, Su Chen knew the reason for her irritability. It was not because of Usopp's narration over and over again, but because the current sailing direction was not far from Kokoazi village. There are only 2 options to solve Nami's problem. Or just defeat Arlong directly and completely lift the haze that has shrouded Nami for many years. Either bring Nami enough power, so that she will naturally not be afraid of Arlong anymore. Su Chen is more inclined to make Nami stronger on her own. After all, this is something that has to be done sooner or later. After Nami returned to Kokoyasi village by herself, Arlong was knocked to the ground with a stick when he was preparing to intimidate and deceive Nami as usual. Wasn't this a big surprise? Thinking of this, Su Chen stood up and walked in front of Nami and said with a smile, "Nami, it's time to make a decision about your matter." The bewitching voice slowly reached Nami's ears, calming her originally irritable mood. "We are all behind you, so, do you want to try to break this haze yourself?" The sunlight behind Su Chen was a little dazzling, so Nami's eyes were dazzled and became a little moist. "What is it?" Luffy seemed to have noticed something was wrong with Nami, and coupled with Su Chen's vague words, he couldn't help but ask. "Su Chen, what do you mean?" Advertisement. After thinking for a while and getting Nami's confirmation, Su Chen called everyone on the ship to the deck. "Luffy, now the chef has been found though, but I think there's one thing that needs to be resolved before we head to the Grand Line." Although the sailing direction of a ship is determined by the captain, Su Chen still spoke out. "What exactly is it about?" Even though Luffy was carefree, he could still tell that Nami was clearly in an awkward mood, so he asked seriously. "Luffy, this is something that must be done." Su Chen spread out his hands and a wanted poster appeared instantly. After seeing the wanted warrant in Su Chen's hand, Nami, who was originally prepared, still trembled subconsciously. Everyone who saw this scene immediately felt something was wrong and looked directly at the photo on the wanted poster. The figure above had a weird, jagged nose and looked extremely ferocious. After seeing it clearly, Johnny and Joseph's expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at Nami with some astonishment. Luffy and Zoro were a little confused as to why they thought the StrawHat Pirates would be the problem that Su Chen said needed to be solved. Seeing the puzzled looks of his companions around him, Su Chen looked at Nami with some reluctance and wanted to explain. However, this action was immediately stopped by Nami, and she began to tell the story herself. "A few years ago, a large group of fishmen, led by Arlong, forcibly occupied my hometown, Kikoyasi village." Nami's voice was not loud, but she was choking with sobs. At that time, they demanded tribute based on the head tax. Those who could not pay were all executed. My adoptive mother, Aunt Belmere, was also brutally killed by them during the resistance. After that, they kidnapped me and forced me to draw sea charts for them to maintain their hypocritical rule. They deceived me into believing that as long as I raised 100 million berries, they would allow me to redeem the village. That's why I've been active in East Blue and became that famous little thief. As if venting, Nami's voice turned from low to hoarse, and drops of tears dripped down her cheeks and fell to the ground. After telling all this, she threw herself into Su Chen's arms and burst into tears. Her voice was full of grievance. The haze that had suppressed her for many years was finally spoken out by her with Su Chen's encouragement. Su Chen glanced at his suit that was soaked with snot and tears, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Chapter 43. Nami feels wronged. Well, there is no need to say much about Nami's performance. The words just now and the current performance are enough to fill Luffy and others with anger. You have to know that this was the navigator on their ship, whom even they themselves were reluctant to bully, yet he was deceived and intimidated by a fishman for many years. I want to cook him, especially Sanji, who had just boarded the ship. The fire in his eyes seemed to be about to burst out. Zoro also subconsciously touched the hilt of the knife. After this period of sailing, they had already become companions who depended on each other for life and death. Even the most cowardly Usopp was filled with anger at this time. He seemed to be thinking of Kuro from the Black Cat Pirates, who also used deception to approach Kaya. Su Chen patted Nami's back gently, and rubbed her head very gently as if he was coaxing a child. "Don't be afraid, we are all standing behind you." Nami raised her head, and her tear-blurred eyes reflected the gentle, encouraging gaze from her companions. After wiping away the tears vigorously, she showed a strong smile. Even if Nami didn't say these things, Su Chen was going to solve them. However, only when the victims speak out themselves can we get out of the haze more quickly. As early as when his family fell apart in his previous life, Su Chen understood a truth. No one can always accompany you, no matter if it is a relative or a lover, it will eventually become a journey of one person. Being strong yourself is particularly important. Excellent people are always lonely. Just like the author of the novel he likes to read, even though he failed, he still persists on his own. Therefore, it is particularly important to let Nami speak out about the shadow in her heart. After Nami calmed down, the StrawHat Pirates sat on the deck and began to discuss their next battle plan. I heard that the arm strength of fishmen is about 10 times that of humans. Zoro said with anticipation, I wonder if there will be a powerful fish swordsman. After what happened before, I won't lose again. Advertisement, green algae head, calm down. You are such a weakling now, how can you beat a fishman? Sanji taunted subconsciously, placing an exceptionally luxurious dessert in front of Nami. Your Highness, this is a happy dessert specially prepared for you. Sanji, with a rosy face, said flatteringly. What, do you want to fight, golden-haired cook? Zoro glared at Sanji angrily and clenched his fists. Although he has not fully recovered yet, after a few days of recuperation, it should not be a big problem to take care of a teddy in heat. Fight me if you want, who's afraid of you? Sanji also looked angry, not at all tolerant of Zoro being a sick person. A faint smile appeared on Nami's face. She knew they did it on purpose, so she felt warm now. That's enough for you guys. Let's discuss how to allocate the combatants later. Su Chen took out a stack of wanted posters and placed them one by one on the table on the deck. I will not attack you this time. as the last wave of enemies before the Grand Line, treat it as a test for you. Huh? Usopp and Zoro's two younger brothers shouted at the same time. It was something that Su Chen could easily take away, but now they were asked to fight. Ignoring the surprise of Usopp and the others, Su Chen continued to add. There aren't many people in the Dragon Pirates who have bounties on their heads, apart from the leader Arlong. Only the octopus man Xiao Ba has some strength. The others are just relying on their physical fitness to bully the villagers. So, I hope that in the next battle, Luffy, you guys will stop the other fishmen and leave Arlong to Nami to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Nami and Su Chen exclaimed. I have no idea why Su Chen did this. Doesn't Nami lose to Arlong? Don't worry. We are still about 3 days away from Kokoyasi village. I will train Nami to be able to handle Arlong well. Su Chen's voice was filled with strong confidence. After the battle with Mihawk, he no longer took a small fishman seriously. Besides, I am still here. Hearing this, Luffy and others thought about Su Chen's previous godlike and devil-like appearance, and nodded in agreement. Zoro asked subconsciously based on his swordsman's instinct. Advertisement? Who is Xiao Ba? Why do you think he deserves attention? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and answered directly, a six-sword swordsman. As soon as he heard the word, swordsman, Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword at his waist, with a dazzling light flashing in the depths of his eyes. You can fight, but you have to take good care of your body these days. It would be so embarrassing if you lose because of this, Su Chen said wickedly. After hearing this, Zoro walked directly to the railing of the deck, leaned over it, and said disdainfully before closing his eyes, I won't lose again. Then we just need to hold off those minions, right? Then it will all depend on me, Usopp. I'm not afraid of just a few murlocs, no matter how many come. Usopp is very confident now. After all, his waist bag is full of ammunition specially made for him by Su Chen. Ha ha ha. Usopp, you are so awesome. The stubborn Luffy directly believed Usopp at this time. He was so naive to an absurd degree. The discussion didn't last long. After Su Chen assigned everyone their tasks, the group of guys started making noise again and refused to stop. Zoro went to deal with Hachi, and most of the remaining fishmen were left to Usopp and Zoro's two younger brothers. The rest was handled by Sanji and Luffy, and after everything was done, they went to watch Nami beat up Arlong. As for Su Chen, of course he was resting on the boat. After all, assigning combat tasks was a very hard task. Nami rested her hands on the deck railing at the bow, quietly watching her friends playing around, a smile flashing in her eyes. Are you scared now? Su Chen glanced at his friends playing around and walked unsteadily to Nami's side. No, I was just thinking, it's great to have you guys. Nami's voice was a little choked up, probably because she had cried too much just now and hadn't recovered yet. But it was obvious from her voice that she was not depressed at all, but rather quite happy. Su Chen didn't say anything else, but just leaned on the railing with her, watching Usopp tell Luffy the story of his battle with 3,000 fishmen. Open black lens bracket thank you, Su Chen. Close black lens bracket. Nami turned her head to glance at Su Chen beside her and muttered silently in her heart. Then she shouted loudly. Luffy! Stop listening to Usopp's bragging and turn the rudder. This unbridled feeling returned to its previous state. 2SL Chapter 44. Patterns representing magic after a flurry of activity. Luffy ran to take the helm, and Usopp climbed up to the lookout to familiarize himself with his ammunition. Zoro had fallen asleep long ago, and even Sanji stopped bothering Nami at this time and ran into the kitchen to study the various ingredients that Su Chen had placed there. Su Chen and Nami were sitting face to face on the deck at the bow, discussing something. Nami, the celestial staff I gave you has 5 levels of control. You are only at the first level now. What limits you is your own physical strength. Among the several additional magics, your compatibility with wind is the highest, and your compatibility with snow is the lowest. So, if you want to deal with Arlong by yourself, it's best to strengthen the power of wind, at least to the 3rd stage, to the level of using the cutting blade, Su Chen said softly. But physical strength isn't that easy to improve, Nami said somewhat disappointedly. Just now Su Chen had explained the magic stage to her in detail. The 3rd stage is equivalent to a novice magician. As for Su Chen, he can no longer be summarized by stage. You have to know that she has no magic power at all, and she relies entirely on the conversion circle added by Su Chen to cast magic, which consumes her own physical strength. It is very difficult to reach the 3rd stage. It's not that there is no solution at all. Guess how a weak magician like me could have such a fierce clash with Mihawk. Su Chen's words were full of deep meaning. Strictly speaking, he had not deliberately trained his body. After all, the magic patterns were originally his own strength, and it was not a shortcut. Do you have a solution? Nami's voice became a little higher. Yes, but because you have no magic power, it might be painful, Su Chen said with a frown. When he engraved the magic pattern into his body, he was in excruciating pain, not to mention Nami who had no magic power. While engraving the magic pattern, she also has to add an additional layer of transformation array. Can she endure such pain? So when talking about this matter, Su Chen was very hesitant. Nami naturally saw Su Chen's hesitation. She was not a fool. No matter what the matter was, there would be a price to pay. Is there anything more painful than watching your adoptive mother die in front of you? What's more, she had been at the hands of her enemies for so many years and had already suffered enough. Advertisement, it's okay, Su Chen. I want to take revenge myself and let that guy experience the feeling of real pain. Nami gritted her teeth as she said this. Just tell me what to do, I'll listen to you. Su Chen touched his chin and thought it would be better to explain everything to her first. Although there is no danger to life, the feeling as if ants are running around in the body is really not something that most people can endure. After thinking about it, he stretched out his arm towards Nami, and a large, dizzying array of strange patterns slowly emerged from under his skin, flashing with amazing light under the sunlight. Wow! What is that? It's so cool! Usopp on the battle deck and Luffy at the helm were instantly attracted by the light and exclaimed at the same time. If one of them hadn't been at the helm and the other on the lookout, they would have surrounded us long ago. What is this? Nami asked, ignoring the two idiots shouting. Magic patterns, the basis of all magic. Su Chen replied. Although I am good at elemental magic, without it, I can't directly withstand the slash from the world's greatest swordsman. So you want to engrave this kind of pattern on me? Nami is very smart and thought of the key point immediately. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Although Nami's strength could be improved in other ways, most of them came from external forces and did not belong to her own. Magic patterns are different. As long as a physical strength conversion magic array is attached, this kind of magic pattern will never disappear. As Nami's strength increases, the magic pattern will only become stronger and stronger, growing with her. It's going to be very, very painful, but once you get through it, Arlong, it's just a small fry. Su Chen's voice was full of affirmation. When he first transformed, he was engraved with magic patterns. Since then, he has never encountered anyone who made him escape. Although he did not take the initiative to provoke others most of the time, this undoubtedly demonstrated the power of the magic pattern. It's okay, Su Chen, you go ahead. After being silent for a while, Nami decided to follow her heart. No matter how painful it was, she would persevere. Okay, take off your clothes and lie down. Su Chen said the scary words without any burden. Advertisement, robe. Nami glared at Su Chen angrily. Doesn't he know the difference between men and women? Su Chen looked at Nami innocently. He just asked her to take off her coat, so how did he become a hooligan? The most outrageous one was Sanji. He was far away in the kitchen and heard Su Chen tell Nami to take off her clothes. He jumped out in an instant, his eyes wide open, looking like a pig. What are you thinking about? Take off your coat and lie down. I don't want to look at someone like you. Su Chen muttered speechlessly. Although Nami has a great figure, he prefers the intellectual and mature older sister Robin. Oh. After hearing this, Nami smiled embarrassedly, took off her coat and lay on the ground. Seeing that there was no good show to watch, Sanji showed a disappointed expression on his face, turned around and walked into the cabin, looking back every step of the way. It is very difficult to engrave the magic pattern. Since my physique is a weak point, most of the things I engraved are to enhance my physique and physical fitness. But Nami, you are different. You still have room for improvement in your physique. On the contrary, you are too well suited to the wind element. It would be a pity if all the magic patterns of the physique were engraved on you. So I will mostly engrave the magic patterns of the wind element on you, and a small part will be used as a physical strength conversion magic array. There was a faint light on Su Chen's hand. He spoke while examining Nami's body. It's a pity, for some reason, people in this world cannot cultivate magic power. Their meridians are completely integrated with their bodies and cannot accommodate the flow of magic power. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Although Nami said that she was not afraid of pain, she was still a little scared in her heart. As a result, Su Chen kept talking nonsense and didn't care about her anxious look at all. It was really too much. Okay, I'll do it, you hold this in your mouth. After being yelled at, Su Chen shut up, stuffed a towel into Nami's hand, and motioned her to put it in her mouth. After seeing Nami stuff the towel into her mouth, Su Chen waved the magic wand. The azure breeze enveloped Nami and slowly floated her in the air. The surrounding air currents and air vibrated rapidly, and inexplicable spots of light slowly emerged from the void, bringing exceptionally fresh air. The cane that Su Chen was holding shrank to the size of a pen, and the slightly smaller part of the cane was shining with a milky white luster. Chapter 45. This is not scientific, but it is magical. Yeah, as Nami struggled hard, blue veins emerged as Su Chen's wand moved. Strange and attractive patterns appeared on Nami's originally snow-white skin, and around the lines, the snow-white skin was covered with bloodshot. A gentle poke seems to be able to break through this layer of skin. Drops of cold sweat mixed with tears dripped rapidly from her head. There seemed to be a hint of pleading in her eyes. But when she thought of the suffering she had endured over the years, her eyes became full of strength again. Around, Luffy and Usopp slowly walked over, looking at Nami floating in the air with concern. They wanted to stop her but were afraid of disturbing Su Chen's actions. Zoro, who was still sleeping, also stood up. His still weak body tightly grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist, and his fingers turned pale under the huge force. Sanji, who had just walked into the cabin, came out again, holding a towel, lowering his head, with a gloomy face and no words. Luffy also pushed his straw hat down with his hands, muttering the word Arlong. Ah! The towel in Nami's mouth fell out, and the piercing pain made her unable to bear it any longer. Although Su Chen said it would be painful, this feeling was more than just pain. It is also accompanied by unbearable itching, as if bugs are desperately drilling under the skin. If it weren't for her hatred for Arlong and her obsession with liberating the village, she would have wanted to just die. Su Chen looked at her with some pity, and naturally stuffed the towel that fell on the ground back into her mouth. By the way, he pulled the towel from Sanji's hand and covered her eyes with it. Since you can't bear to look at it, just cover it up. Woo woo woo. Nami seemed to want to say something, but with a towel stuffed into her mouth, she couldn't speak at all and could only stammer. As time passed, the light on the wand slowly disappeared amid Nami's groaning sounds. A large pool of sweat and tears appeared under her body, and it was obvious that she was badly damaged. Okay, it's done. Su Chen wiped the non-existent sweat from his head, looking exhausted. He finally waved the chopstick-sized wand in his hand. Advertisement moved Nami to the previous beach chair and removed the levitation magic attached to her. However, even though it was over, Nami still didn't move and didn't even make any humming sounds. Luffy and the others were terrified and quickly surrounded her, carefully removing the towel from Nami's face. Still alive. As if it was a signal, Luffy shouted loudly. Usopp and Zoro's two younger brothers immediately cheered happily, as if they had won a battle. Su Chen slapped his forehead speechlessly. It seemed like he was going to kill Nami. Was it so outrageous? Ahem. Just like a switch, Luffy and his friend's nervous behavior slowly woke up Nami, whose eyes were originally dull. Feeling the strength of his body slowly recovering, he glared at Su Chen fiercely with eyes full of resentment. She had clearly asked Su Chen for help, but that guy just covered her with a towel without showing any mercy. Seeing Nami thanking him so much, Su Chen naturally smiled back. He said something with his mouth imitating an impolite tone. This kind of behavior made Nami grit her teeth and she almost couldn't help but rush up and bite him twice. Okay, stop surrounding me. Nami needs some fresh air now. Sanji, go make some food, make more, she needs some nutrition. Su Chen asked the people around him to disperse and asked Sanji to cook. If he didn't say that it was Nami who needed food, Sanji probably wouldn't leave the weak Nami. Okay, I'll go right away. When Sanji heard that Nami needed nutrition, he immediately patted his chest and ran to the kitchen. Sanji, I want to eat meat too. Make more. Luffy couldn't help but shout after hearing about the food. Sanji didn't look back, just waved and went straight into the kitchen. Get up and try it. You should have reached the third stage now. Su Chen put the shrunken cane into the inner pocket of his coat and said to Nami with encouragement. Well, the wand is much more convenient after it becomes smaller, and it looks more pleasing to the eye. It doesn't look like a crutch when it becomes bigger. Although it's fun to use it to hit people, when you cast magic alone in the future, you'd better use the smaller form. How handsome. All he needs is a school uniform and he can pretend to be a Ravenclaw student. That's right, Su Chen thought he was a knowledgeable man and only Ravenclaw was worthy of him. Advertisement. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you say that? Nami obviously didn't listen to Su Chen. The engraved magic pattern is slowly emitting its effect, so she is much better now and has the strength to fight Su Chen. What's wrong with me? This is your own choice. When you looked at me just now, didn't you tell me not to hold back? Su Chen's eyes rolled, and he said righteously. Quickly feel the magic pattern, it should have been connected into one piece now, you should hurry up and experiment. After saying that, Su Chen handed over Nami's wooden stick. He had put the stick away when he was engraving just now. The moment he took the stick, an unknown breeze appeared from the void, circled around Nami a few times, and then disappeared into the sky. What's this? Nami said subconsciously. This feeling of being one with the wind really surprised her, and her strength increased by at least 10 times, as if she could smash the ship into pieces with just one punch. Although this is an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength, it is not too far off. The basis of wind is flow. So, Nami, remember, the wind cannot stop. Su Chen's tone was very serious when he talked about this. Seeing Su Chen's serious look, Nami nodded seriously. Feel the wind around you carefully. All the answers are hidden in the wind. Su Chen slowly guided the air currents in this sea area, slowly blowing past Nami. Nami closed her eyes, felt for a while, and then opened them instantly. In a gust of wind, her figure instantly disappeared on the deck. The people around were stunned. Luffy and Zoro only saw a figure rising into the sky in an instant and disappearing behind the clouds in the blink of an eye. It's ready, princess. Come and eat. Where's Nami? Sanji came out of the cabin with some food. After looking around carefully for a few times and not seeing Nami, he yelled loudly with a confused look on his face. Usopp pointed to the sky somewhat stiffly. He had the best eyesight and could see Nami happily jumping up and down in the clouds. This is unscientific. Sanji's eyes almost popped out of his head. But it's magical, isn't it? Su Chen took over Sanji's words and continued. Chapter 46 Strengthening the Merry. Ah ha ha. Su Chen, look. I can fly. Ha 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 ha. Nami's face showed a happy smile that had never been seen before, a smile that was warm and bright. She shuttled quickly in the clouds, her bell-like laughter never stopped, and an unprecedented sense of freedom enveloped her whole body. The sunshine in the sky, the gentle breeze, and even the soft clouds, everything seemed different. In the past, Nami's world was full of dark clouds and gloom. Ever since Su Chen and his group appeared in her world, they seemed like a beam of warm sunshine, penetrating straight into the depths of her soul. Pull her out of the deep quagmire and darkness. So, this was the first time she felt free, so she completely exposed her inner self, and everything around her was full of vitality. On board the Mary. After being shocked, Luffy and Usopp ran to Su Chen with excitement on their faces. How could they not want such a fun thing? Su Chen, I want to fly too, it looks like fun. Luffy was full of excitement, with a gleam in his eyes. Usopp's head followed Luffy's, nodding up and down frantically. Under the two people's expectant gazes, Su Chen thought for a moment and agreed to their request. Although engraving magic patterns on them cannot reach Nami's level, they can still achieve simple flying. He could also strengthen the Mary, an idea he had had for a long time, and he took this opportunity to do it all at once. This is a magical pattern that represents wind. Logically speaking, once you fully comprehend it, you will become the incarnation of wind. Su Chen took out the magic wand from his arms, drew a few strokes in the air, and an extremely complex pattern appeared in the air. From the outside, it looks somewhat like a tornado, but after careful observation, it can be clearly seen that it is a sky blue bird, with wisps of bluish-white air constantly rotating around it. It looks like a bird. It seems to be saying hello to me. Luffy looked at the pattern in the sky with some confusion, not understanding why he felt that the pattern was alive. Su Chen looked at Luffy with some surprise. He never expected that Luffy could see the spiritual nature of the magical elements. It doesn't matter. You want to fly, right? Advertisement. Yeah. Luffy and Usopp nodded quickly. Because you don't have the same talent as Nami, if you want to fly, you can only rely on its power. Su Chen gently tapped the pattern in the air with his magic wand and spoke seriously. Sanji, who was standing beside him, also came back to his senses and asked curiously. Yeah, Glancing at Sanji, who was no longer in a daze, Su Chen continued, I was wondering before whether we need to design a secret mark that belongs to us. The wind represents freedom. People who yearn for the sea are full of freedom. I just need to borrow its power now. How about using this pattern as a mark? Instead of answering Sanji, Su Chen asked a question he had been thinking about for a long time. You have to know that there are many things in this world that can change appearance and hide identity, so it is absolutely necessary to have a thing that can confirm identity after dispersion. And you should know that the magic pattern can be automatically hidden when not in use, so there is no need to worry about others disguising themselves. After listening to Su Chen's analysis, the originally excited Luffy slowly calmed down. After thinking for a while, he nodded and agreed with Su Chen's words. It's good to have an extra layer of protection. After all, not all crew members are as tough as him. I agree, what the deputy captain said is fine. Usopp agreed. Because of Kaya, he was full of gratitude to Su Chen. I have no objection. Zoro was still as cool as ever. Even when Nami suddenly soared into the sky, he was only worried for a moment. After making sure there was no danger, he closed his eyes and rested again. Sanji had even less objection. After all, Nami could fly now, and if he couldn't, wouldn't he be even further away from His Royal Highness the Princess? After seeing that everyone agreed, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I will use this pattern as a symbol for us to confirm each other's identities. After confirming this, the magic power in his body surged rapidly, and little bluish-white light spots condensed from the void and drilled into the pattern floating above the magic wand. After a while, the whirlwind surrounding the bluebird slowly dissipated, and the entire pattern changed rapidly between the bluebird and the whirlwind. After seeing that it was almost done, Su Chen waved the magic wand lightly, and the pattern quickly expanded and was printed on the deck. After the bluish-white light flashed along the lines for a few times, the entire lines were completely integrated into the deck. It can be clearly felt that after the lines disappeared, the sailing speed of the Mary increased significantly, the weight of the entire ship was reduced a lot, and wisps of imperceptible light spots were slowly converging towards the keel of the ship. Advertisement. The most important thing is that Luffy seemed to hear a cheerful voice, so his mood became much happier. Done. After feeling the Mary becoming more and more spiritual, Su Chen wiped the non-existent sweat again and said with a tired look on his face. Hey, didn't we agree to fly? Usopp was a little puzzled. He watched Su Chen busy for a long time but didn't notice any special changes, so he thought Su Chen was fooling him. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Su Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, it's just flying, hold on tight, we'll go up first. Standing at the place where the pattern disappeared just now, Su Chen enlarged the magic wand and gently tapped the deck. The strong vibration made Usopp and Zoro's two younger brothers hold on to the railing tightly. The next second, accompanied by strong airflow and strong winds, the entire Mary instantly soared into the sky and rushed straight into the clouds. Wah! Usopp was caught off guard and let out an extremely miserable cry. In addition, he happened to be holding onto the railing on the side of the boat, so he could see outside clearly. He found himself getting farther and farther away from the ground. His hands and feet became so sore that he almost peed himself. Wow! Ha 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 ha! This is so funny. Luffy, on the other hand, was completely different. He was seen carefully holding up the hat on his head. He had already excitedly sat down on his exclusive seat at the bow, looking at the rapidly changing clouds outside with a comfortable expression. Only someone with such a big heart wouldn't care about why he could fly directly into the sky. Zoro and Sanji on the side stabilized themselves and looked at their vice captain in surprise. Although we have long known that he is mysterious and powerful, no normal person could have imagined that he could fly with a ship. Nami in the distance slowly calmed down after the initial excitement. After seeing Su Chen and the others actually flying, she rushed over instantly. Su Chen. Did you see that? I have completely mastered the magic patterns in my body. Looking at Nami in surprise, Su Chen felt that the magic patterns in her body had been completely integrated into her body. Then he smiled at her with some approval. That's right. Now you just need to slowly build up your strength. Hearing Su Chen's approving praise, she smiled exceptionally brightly and sweetly. Chapter 47 Wind Element. Qingling is a former member of the Sun Pirates. Arlong is quite capable. When he was young, he also had dreams and fantasies about the human world. So he led the construction of the Dragon Empire headquarters, using the style from the Sabaody Archipelago amusement park. In his plan to dominate East Blue, he led the fishmen who followed him to quickly occupy more than 20 villages. After making certain gains, he bribed the local rat colonel and made him his umbrella. With this operation, the villages he occupied had no way of escaping his control. After satisfying all his needs for pleasure, he began his pervert career of living a life of debauchery, enslaving and abusing humans. As an extreme racist, this is the only way he can be satisfied. Therefore, watching humans in despair is what he likes to do most. Nami's talent for sailing is simply the strongest he has ever seen in his life, so he made a promise that is hopeful but impossible to fulfill. Even if she managed to raise 100 million Baileys by chance, there is still Colonel Mouse. When the time comes, he just needs to communicate, and Nami will never escape from his grasp. Just like today, it was time to pay the fees to Umbrella again, and Arlong was sitting face to face with Colonel Mouse, laughing at each other. Arlong laughed and pushed a stack of Baileys over. Here's this month's money, take it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Then I won't be polite. The colonel, who looked like a mouse, laughed shrilly and took the large stack of Baileys on the table into his arms. Arlong's worldly wisdom made him very satisfied. In this world, money is the most reliable thing. Arlong, who was wearing a floral short-sleeved shirt, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, why are you being so polite? He did a lot of things when he came to East Blue, but the one that satisfied him the most was hooking up with Colonel Mouse. After all, a protective umbrella that only requires a little bit of Bailey is pretty cool. Now that I have finished my work, I will take my leave now. Colonel Mouse stood up and said with a sly laugh, it would be terrible if someone discovered that the patrol ship was docked here. Ha ha ha, fine, I won't see you off. Advertisement. Arlong sat on the stool with a lazy look on his face, and nonchalantly ordered Octopus Zalba to send Colonel Mouse back. What I thought in my mind was indeed that Nami had been out for a long time, and the Bailey she raised should be close to 100 million. Okay, now the old logo won't be visible. On the deck of the Mary, Su Chen took the wand off Nami's arm. Just now, after driving the Mary back to the sea, he engraved the Qingling pattern on the arms of Luffy and others. That's right, he gave a name to the original form of the wind magic element because it looks like a blue bird. This nice name was unanimously agreed upon by everyone even though Usopp and Luffy were bruised and battered, and there was no reason for violence at all. Is that all? Luffy had dark circles under his eyes and was floating in the air excitedly. In the face of such fun things, he had forgotten about Su Chen beating him. On his left arm, a bluish-white spirit was emitting a faint glow, and the air currents surrounding him formed a blurry little bird, which seemed to be looking around curiously. The others also floated up and down with excitement on their faces. Although they couldn't control it as freely as Nami, it was enough to satisfy their curiosity. Su Chen replied somewhat unhappily. Otherwise, what else do you want? He paid a huge price and consumed 70% of his magic power to engrave Qingling into their bodies. This group of people's rejection of the magic pattern was beyond his imagination, and it was not as smooth as Nami's. Except for Usopp, they all have a strange power in their bodies. The moment Qingling engraved it, their bodies almost exploded. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used magic power to suppress and regulate it, everything would have been over. But it's no big deal. Under his powerful magic suppression, Qingling has completely merged with them, which is equivalent to having a second-stage wind attribute magic apprentice resident in himself. It's pretty good for flying or moving small things in the air, but the speed is not important. Another point is that people who have been engraved with Qingling can vaguely sense each other's positions as long as they are within a certain range. This function is great. I just don't know if there will be some special changes after they awaken their ability to see and hear. So you all know now. Advertisement. Su Chen explained the role of Qingling bit by bit with seriousness. Although Qingling provides you with some special effects, it is still not as good as Nami's. Luffy and the others were still floating up and down excitedly, completely unaware of what Su Chen was saying. You know, this is the first time they have encountered such a fun thing. After waiting for a long time without hearing any response, Su Chen looked back with some confusion. In an instant, several big T-tick-T scores appeared on his forehead. The wand he was holding instantly grew larger, and he walked towards Luffy and the others with a sinister smile. After seeing this, Nami on the side tactfully covered her mouth and said nothing. She carefully walked a few steps towards the bow and looked forward. On the sea in the distance, two familiar fishmen were approaching the Mary quickly. Bang! Two noises were heard on the deck of the Mary, and Shioyagi and Basaro leapt out of the sea and landed on it. Nami, are they all your captives? Shioyagi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Just now he saw this strange pirate ship from a distance and thought that unknown pirates had accidentally entered this area. If they hadn't seen Nami, they would have been ready to drill a hole in the bottom of the boat. Luffy and the others looked at the two Murlocs the moment they got on the boat. Because of Nami's incident, they no longer have a good impression of Murlocs. Oh, it's Shioyaki and Basara. Are you guys on patrol today? Nami asked in surprise. Logically speaking, Hachi and Mu should be patrolling during this time. Boss Arlong said that an important person is coming to visit recently, so Xiao Ba was called back to receive the important person. Basara said with a simple look on his face, not suspecting that there was anything wrong with Nami. However, Yan Xiao looked at Su Chen and his group carefully. He always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. That's right, but they are not my prisoners, they are my companions. Nami said happily, not feeling the tension she had before when she was with the fishman. What? Chapter 48. Cocoa West Village. Shioyaki's expression changed instantly. He was not a stupid fish like Basara. Like Arlong, he is a thoroughgoing racist, and even towards Nami, he remains deeply suspicious. At first he had always been against Nami being their navigator. If Arlong hadn't insisted on saving Nami, it would be a question whether she could survive until now. That's right, he found something wrong. It can be clearly seen that the pattern belonging to the pirates on Nami's exposed arm has completely disappeared. Instead, there is a bluish-white bird pattern. Nami betrayed Arlong. When Shioyagi realized this, he jumped overboard without a second thought. Now they only have 2 murlocs, and they absolutely cannot engage in a head-on confrontation with them on the boat. As long as they enter the sea, even if there are only 2 of them, they can sink the ship. Basara, hurry up! Nami betrayed Arlong. Seeing that he was about to fall into the seabed, Yan Xiao shouted loudly. Kindness. After a few seconds, he looked around in confusion, wondering why he hadn't fallen into the water yet. On the Mary. Nami put one foot on Basara and looked at Shioyaki, who was restrained in midair by her wind with a mocking look on her face. Now that you're here, don't leave so quickly. I want to repay you for taking care of me over the years. Nami still had a smile on her face, but her calm voice was chillingly cold, and contained an incomparable anger. When Shioyaki heard Nami's calm yet angry words, his heart sank. It's over. Nami got some unknown power from somewhere and now he is no match for his opponent. Zoro, who was standing behind, had a somewhat interesting look in his eyes. Nami had become so much stronger after Su Chen engraved the magic pattern on her. He felt a little itchy. Whispering sound. Usopp looked at the 2 fishmen who were easily dealt with by Nami, and felt that these people were nothing special. He fiddled with the cannons on the bow with some disdain. He has already got the little gadgets that Su Chen made for him, plus the Qing Ling engraved on his arm. He now has a particularly good idea. For example, a cannon that can turn. After watching Nami easily deal with the fishman, the remaining Luffy and others also dispersed. Advertisement. Since it has nothing to do with them, why are they still standing around? Are they waiting for Nami to whip them? Nami then used a long whip made of wind to whip Shioyaki and Basara for more than an hour. The 2 fishmen with their mouths blocked let out muffled groans. Even though their bodies were slightly stronger than humans, they were still knocked unconscious. Seeing the 2 men who were only breathing their last breath, she let out a sigh of relief, tied them up, and hung them on the mast to make them dried fishmen. After that, the voyage of the Mary went smoothly without any accidents. Even the Sea King's move that Arlong brought to East Blue did not appear. The StrawHat Pirates successfully arrived at the pier of Kokoazi village. The road leading to the village was dilapidated and withered, covered with layers of fallen leaves. It seemed that no one had taken care of this road for a long time. Why did it turn out like this? Nami's voice was trembling. She hadn't been back to the village for a long time and she never expected that the village would become like this. Su Chen sighed. He walked up and patted Nami's shoulder gently. In this situation, he didn't know how to comfort Nami. The group walked towards the village in a depressed mood. None of them were in a good mood. Fortunately, no fishmen appeared in front of them at this time. Otherwise they will let the fishmen who encounter them taste what real fear is. You're Nami? Aegean jumped out from the bushes nearby and looked at the group of people in front of him with surprise. The one who took the lead was actually Nami, who had been avoiding them for many years. Su Chen glanced at the man in front of him indifferently. Apart from the scars all over his face, the only thing that attracted people's attention was the windmill on his head. Why did you suddenly return to the village? I haven't seen Nami for a long time, so Aegean asked in confusion. You know, every time Nami came back, she would go to her own orange orchard to see Nejigo, and she would never return to the village. Ah, I haven't seen you all for a long time. I wanted to come back and take a look before I end all this. Nami quietly looked at the weathered man in front of her, walked up to her with some reluctance, and spoke in a nonchalant manner. After hearing Nami's answer, a feeling of heat came out of Aegean's eyes. Miss you all? Yes, you have to know that she was only a few years old when Arlong took her away. Having been alone outside for so many years, the child must have suffered a lot. Under such circumstances, Nami actually said that she missed them. Advertisement. This feeling made Aegean want to fight Arlong to the death. This was the girl he had watched grow up, and because of that hateful fishman, she had to suffer so much. Don't cry, I'm fine. I came back this time to end it all. Nami smiled at Aegean, turned around and introduced Su Chen and others behind her. These are my companions, Luffy, Su Chen, Sanji, and Usopp. Aegean's brewing emotions were instantly disrupted by Nami, and he looked at the group of people behind him with a somewhat amused look. There was a silly guy wearing a straw hat, a long-nosed guy looking around suspiciously, and 2 guys in suits. But the blonde one looks a bit creepy, so Nami has to be reminded to stay away from him. The other one, wearing a suit jacket, looked quite good, elegant and with a warm smile. Among this group of people, he looks the most normal. Are these Nami's new companions? It seems a little unreliable. Okay, Jien, I'll take them to my house first, and visit my sister Noki Gao by the way. After briefly introducing each other, Nami invited everyone to go to her home. Jien didn't want to go at first, but when he thought about what Nami said about ending it all, he couldn't help but follow. As for Zoro, he was ruthlessly abandoned on the Mary to watch the ship because he fell asleep. His two younger brothers were also left on the boat to take care of him because their fighting ability was too low. After passing through a large orange orchard, a small house appeared in front of Su Chen and his group. A slender figure with simple short blue hair, wearing a vest and trousers and flip-flops. Standing in front of an orange tree, watering it carefully. After seeing her, Nami ran up to her affectionately. Nejigo. I'm back. You're back, so why are you still acting like a little kid, making so much noise? Hearing Nami's shout, she turned around with some surprise, and was stunned for a moment after seeing a large group of people behind Nami. Then he walked over with confidence. Hello, I'm Nami's sister, Nokigo. What? I'm only 17, what's wrong with being a kid? Nami was very dissatisfied with Nejigo acting like an adult in front of her and retorted unconvincedly. Chapter 49. Hachi finds Zoro. Okay, you're still a kid, and I'm old, okay. Nejigo rubbed Nami's head helplessly, and said helplessly, please introduce your partners to me, especially this handsome guy. After Nejigo finished speaking, he stared at Su Chen with a teasing look. HMPH, Nejigo, let me tell you, I am different now than I was before. Nami put her hands on her hips with a proud look on her face, now she can handle Arlong by herself. Oh, why is it different? Could it be that little Nami has a boyfriend? Nejigo teased, nudged Nami with his wrist, and spoke in a hissing voice. What are you talking about? Nokigo, I told you they are my friends. Seeing her sister say this, Nami stamped her feet anxiously and quickly began to introduce them. This is Luffy, my captain. Although he's carefree and silly, well, he's a good guy. Seeing that Nami was really anxious, Nokiko stopped teasing her and nodded to Luffy with a smile. Ha ha ha, hello, I'm Luffy. Luffy laughed nonchalantly, not caring at all what Nami said about him. Nejigo looked up and down at Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat and grinning, and muttered to himself. She is really silly, but little Nami has really changed this time after coming back, she looks much happier. This is Sanji and Usopp, one of them is a cook and the other is a sniper. Seemingly a little embarrassed, Nami carefully leaned into Nokiko's ear and whispered. One of them is an old pervert, and the other one likes to brag, but they are still nice people. My beautiful lady, I am Sanji, a valiant knight. After Nami introduced him, Sanji rushed in front of Nejigo, with hearts in his eyes, he took out a big bouquet of roses from somewhere, knelt on one knee and handed it to her. The corners of Nokigao's mouth twitched twice, and he reluctantly took the rose. He is indeed an LSP. After Nami finished speaking, Usopp put his hands on his hips with a proud look on his face and began to brag about his heroic battle against the 3,000 pirates. This kind of behavior made Nejigo doubt whether Nami had been deceived. Could this group of people be called partners? Also, this is the most normal one among them, the deputy captain Su Chen. He is a magician, but he is a bit sinister, greedy, and has a bad temper. Most importantly, he also stole my Bailey. However, overall he is still very reliable and his strength is super strong, except for the most normal sentence at the beginning. The other Nami spoke more and more quietly, for fear that Su Chen would hear it. Originally, Su Chen was listening to Nami's introduction and nodding from time to time, but then she leaned close to Nokiko's ear and whispered something. Did he really think he couldn't hear her? Advertisement in front of Nami's family, he barely endured it, but in his heart, he had already begun to plan her extra training. Is it reasonable for a navigator to not be able to sweep across the new world like Xiao Mage? Ahem, hello, I'm Su Chen. After thinking about the plan, Su Chen put on an exceptionally sincere smile on his face and greeted Nejigo. Looking at the smile on Su Chen's face, Nokigao naturally lifted his hair, his eyes flickered and he spoke. This guy is really handsome. It seems that Nami has good taste. Let's go inside first. After saying this, Nejigo put down the watering can in his hand and asked everyone to go into the house. Ajian, who was at the back, was just a tool and everyone had forgotten his existence. At this time on the other side, Zoro was still sleeping soundly on the deck of the Mary, unaware that they had already reached the shore. Those scumbags didn't even ask for his opinion and just left him on the boat to watch over the boat. Johnny and Joseph lay on the edge of the boat with bored looks on their faces, swinging their legs and looking at the desolate scenery at the dock. It's so boring, Joseph. Why don't we wake up our eldest brother and go to the village together? Johnny turned his head to look at Joseph, who was also lying down like him, and suggested with an expectant look on his face. No, have you forgotten that big brother is grumpy when he wakes up? Be careful or he'll grab you for sparring again. Joseph seemed to have thought of something. After a shudder, he firmly rejected Johnny's proposal. What they didn't see was that in the other direction of the Mary, an octopus man with 8 tentacles was slowly and carefully crawling up from the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart sounded behind Johnny and Joseph. A snow-white long sword brought up an air current and slashed towards the two people who were completely unprepared. The next second, an unknown breeze blew by, instantly knocking the two people lying on the edge of the boat to the ground. However, he also avoided this sudden attack. Interesting, are they the new pirates that have just gone out to sea? Xiao Ba asked, mumbling as he held the long knife in his hand. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Joseph's face was full of anger. If they hadn't been blown away by the wind just now, they would have died here. Joseph, something is wrong. Have you forgotten what Brother Su Chen said about the fishmen that need to be watched out for? After observing Xiao Ba carefully, Johnny stopped Joseph, who was about to draw his knife and rush forward with a serious look on his face. Advertisement. After hearing what Johnny said, Joseph calmed down a little. This guy does look like a tricky person. You're not talking. You're an intruder. Xiao Ba didn't hesitate at all. He drew his knife and rushed towards Johnny and the other man. You know, as a former member of the Sun Pirates and now one of the cadres of the Dragon Pirates, he is quite sensitive to combat. It was obvious that these two weaklings were no match for him, and he could easily defeat them and then interrogate them slowly. It's so noisy. Zoro's angry voice came from the recliner at the side. The unknown breeze just now also blew across his body. In addition to feeling chilled to the bone, the surrounding noises were also transmitted to his ears, waking him up directly. He is very angry now. For Zoro, there is nothing else to do except drinking. Who is the idiot who dares to disturb my sleep? Another hobby of his is sleeping. As for kendo, isn't it a profession? Huh, there's actually another powerful guy. Xiao Ba had a look of surprise and looked at Zoro, who was slowly getting up with some strangeness. He had just checked the deck, so where did this person come from? Mercemen. Zoro stared at Hachi intently. After what Nami had said, he wasn't too friendly towards this race, let alone having his sleep disturbed. You are the one who has been bullying Nami. Come on, you fishman with 6 swords. When Hachi heard Zoro mention Nami, he said in surprise. Nami? Are you Nami's new friends? Zoro was about to say something else when Johnny grabbed his hand and whispered in his ear for a long time. In a nutshell, he was trying to trick Xiao Ba into taking him to find Nami and his group. Zoro's eyes lit up after hearing this. I'd be so happy if I could kill more people. Chapter 50. It's time to collect debts. Ahem, well, yes, we are Nami's friends. Johnny saw that Zoro agreed to his plan and said to Hachi in a serious tone. Anyway, the 2 fishmen that were killed by Nami had been thrown away long ago, so there was no need to worry about Xiao Ba finding out. Oh, is that so? Xiao Ba scratched the sharp hair on his head with his hand, put away the sword with a look of realization and said. So we're friends. My name is Xiao Ba. Are you here to look for Nami? Calculating the time, now is the day she returns to Arlong Paradise. Xiao Ba, right? Can you take us to find Nami? Johnny rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Get into the octopus pot, I'll take you there. Zalba crossed his 4 hands in front of his chest and pointed at the octopus pot that was covered by the Mary. He didn't doubt at all that there was something wrong with Zoro and the others. Compared to other fishmen, he was the only one who really regarded Nami as a partner. Zoro and Johnny looked at each other, said nothing, and jumped in directly. Xiao Ba pulled Zoro and the other 2 and swam slowly towards Arlong Paradise. No, absolutely not. In the house in the orange orchard, Nejigo was G the table hard, not giving Nami any face. Why not? I am now capable of protecting everyone. Nami stood opposite Nejigo with a serious look on his face. No, you know how powerful Arlong is, and there's that scary monster. Nejigo's voice trembled a little. That horrible creature was the culprit that destroyed the town. I told you that I now have the power to protect everyone. Why don't you believe me, Nokigo? Nami slammed the table hard again and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Nejigo has changed now and doesn't believe her at all. Nami, sit down first. Su Chen directly stopped Nami, who wanted to leave, pushed her back and said. Nejigo is just worried about you. Think about it the other way around. Would you believe that a person's strength can increase so quickly just after not seeing him for a short time? Don't worry, we are here for you. After comforting Nami, Su Chen smiled at Nokigo and said. Advertisement, there are no people in this world who would seek death, right? We are not to be trifled with. It seemed that Su Chen's confident smile infected Nejigo, and she was no longer as excited as before. After carefully observing the people Nami brought back, and after a series of ideological struggles, she nodded. Okay, Nami, now that Nejigo has agreed, let's go find Arlong. Su Chen showed a relaxed smile. After all, with the support of his family, Nami should feel more relaxed now. Wait a minute, I'm going to give the money to Arlong and see if he will abide by the agreement he made with me. With the support of Su Chen and Luffy, Nami is now full of confidence. Moreover, her body, which has become many times stronger, also gives her a strong sense of security. Shouldn't we just knock him away? Luffy asked in a somewhat strange tone. No. Nami glared at Luffy with disgust. He really didn't understand her at all. As a miser, how could she possibly give up the Bailey in her hand? You have to know that this is the lifeblood she has collected for many years. After so many years of hatred, I won't let him go easily. Whether it is for Aunt Belle Mere or for the oppressed villagers around her. It is impossible to hand over this money easily, and even if she handed it over, she would get it back after she defeated Arlong. Just the right amount of startup capital to restore the town. Now, it's time to collect the debt from Arlong. Come on, I'll take you to see the treasures I've collected over the years. Nami cheered loudly. She ran excitedly into the utility room on the side, took out several shovels and handed them to Su Chen and others, then called on everyone to rush into the depths of the orange orchard. Treasure. At the same time, golden light appeared in the eyes of Usopp and Luffy. They were so excited that they quickly followed Nami. What is the pirate's goal? Of course, the golden treasure. Let's go and take a look. Nami has really done some amazing things over the years. After Nuo Kagao stood up, he invited Su Chen, the only reliable one. As for Sanji, he followed Nami the moment she ran out, without any need for anyone to stop him. Advertisement. What, you said Shioyaki and Basara disappeared? Arlong grabbed the gold roots with golden characters engraved on his head and chest with a gloomy face, and a strong murderous aura quickly seeped out from his eyes. Yes. Yes, brother Arlong, they should have returned long ago according to the schedule, but until now, there is no trace of them. Jin Jen stared at Arlong, who was holding him with some fear. Although he was his elder brother, after thinking for a moment, he added. Xiao Ba has already gone to check where they're patrolling. I believe there will be news soon. After hearing this, Arlong breathed a sigh of relief and sat back on the stool with a relaxed look on his face. He was still quite relieved about Xiao Ba. Anything else? Arlong asked lazily. Jin Jen thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Nami seems to have returned to the village. Some brothers just heard some noise coming from over there. Oh, it looks like her Bailey is almost ready. Arlong touched his chin and said cruelly, call that rat and ask him to take someone over. He should know what to do. Ha 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 ha. Arlong, you were really evil. The surrounding fishmen were stunned for a moment when they heard Arlong's words, and then they all started laughing. As their little navigator, how could they let her go so easily? Squeak, squeak, squeak. I get it. Your boss is really a good partner. The mouse colonel hung up the Den Den Mushi before he walked far. With an excited look on his face, he let out an unpleasant and evil laugh at the Den Den Mushi. Give the order to turn the rudder to Kokoyasi village. Yes, sir. The warship, which was originally heading towards the detachment base, began to turn and then headed straight towards Kokoyasi village. It's right here, all my treasure is buried down there. Nami pointed excitedly to a piece of ground deep in the orange orchard. There was an orange tree nearby with some strange symbols carved on it. Ha ha ha, Usopp, dig quickly. Luffy also looked excited. With a treasure of nearly 100 million berries, how many banquets can it hold? It's exciting just to think about it. Chapter 51 Colonel Mouse. What a fortune. Su Chen looked at Nami with some surprise, who looked very proud, and then looked at the pile of treasures on the ground in front of him. He really didn't expect that there would be so much. Hee, these are my lifeblood. I've saved a lot of them for many years. It was obvious that Su Chen's astonished expression made Nami very happy. She had never seen such an expression on his face before. Ha 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 ha, Usopp, we're rich. Luffy, who was looking excited, didn't care about anything else. After greeting Usopp, he pounced directly on him. Bang! Before he could land on the treasure on the ground, Nami hit him on the forehead with a stick, and a big bump appeared. This is mine, Luffy, don't even think about touching it. After glaring at Luffy fiercely, Nami looked at Usopp with an expression that looked like he wanted to eat someone. Ahem, I don't know anything. Usopp's eyes wandered everywhere, and he threw the shovel in his hand behind him, not daring to even look at the treasure on the ground. Okay Nami, how are you going to carry this huge pile of stuff? Su Chen's eyes rolled quickly, and he put on a bright smile and looked at Nami sincerely. How about I help you collect it first? What? Impossible, don't even think about it. Nami thought Su Chen wanted to say something, but it turned out that he wanted to cheat her of her money. Can she be fooled by this trick? No, come on, who are we following? Su Chen walked over and patted Nami on the shoulder, pointing to the folded wooden stick on her waist. Look, I helped you strengthen the stick and engrave the magic pattern on it. All in all, I only charged you 200,000 Baileys. I'll help you put these things away for now. When you need them, just come to me. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Su Chen's voice was a little bewitching, and the sincerity in his eyes made Nami a little shaken. Yes, it's worth 100 million Baileys. It would be very difficult to move it by yourself. And if you leave it outside, Luffy will either use it to buy meat, or Zoro will steal it to drink. Advertisement. Even Usopp might secretly use our money to buy new weapons. By this calculation, Su Chen is actually the most trustworthy person. Or, do you agree to let him give it a try? Nami felt confused as she heard Su Chen's gentle voice. She thought it would be more convenient this way, but she was reluctant to part with those golden treasures. Su Chen, who was standing aside, looked at Nami's wavering expression and realized that now the only thing left was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Chen crossed his arms over his chest, gently touched Nami, and took out a box. I won't cheat you. Take the 100 million Baileys that have been exchanged for it. Aren't you going to test Arlong? I'll lend it to you first. But you have to do something for me afterwards. Of course, it's something that will benefit you. Is it really beneficial? You didn't lie to me? Nami looked at Su Chen, who seemed sincere, with a look of doubt on her face. After thinking carefully and deciding that there was nothing wrong, she nodded slowly. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he collected the treasures on the ground with a wave of his hand, and said meaningfully. It will definitely be good for you, I swear. Hearing Su Chen say this, Nami nodded with satisfaction. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I'm Colonel Mouse of Marine 16, and you must be the criminal Nami. Colonel Mouse walked in from outside the orange orchard with a large group of Marines. After looking at Su Chen and his group for a few times, his eyes stopped on Nami. Criminal? Nami looked at the group of Marines who came in with some surprise, and said with a mocking look on her face. That's true, because I'm a pirate, so of course I'm a criminal. But I am a cadre of Arlong's group. This colonel should know the consequences of attacking me. Glancing at the colonel who looked like a rat, Nami smiled disdainfully. In the past, she might have had some feelings towards these guys. But looking at this, it is exactly the same as what Su Chen said, he is in cahoots with Arlong. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What are you talking about? I haven't received any such information. Colonel Mouse didn't notice Nami's disdain and continued to talk. The information I got said that you are a thief who specializes in stealing the treasures of pirates. So hand over what you stole. Our government has the right to keep it. The real purpose is revealed. Advertisement, haha, as expected, Su Chen, you were right. Nami's eyes flashed with intense anger. When they were invaded by pirates, these guys didn't come. When they were oppressed and abused, these guys didn't come. Just when they were about to get rid of this situation through their own efforts, this group of guys showed up. What kind of marine is this? What kind of justice is this? What kind of government is this? Nami instantly pulled out the long stick from his waist and hit Colonel Mouse hard in the face. The power enhanced by the magic pattern almost killed him. After letting out a pig-killing howl, the mouse instantly flew out of the orange orchard and disappeared from everyone's sight. You guys might as well just die. Nami's eyes turned red and his face was gloomy. A breeze slowly blew in the orange orchard. Even the sky, which had been clear at first, was covered with dark clouds since I don't know when. Su Chen walked up and patted Nami, his eyes flashing a faint pink light. Come, look at me, and tell me about the deal between the rat and Arlong. Do you know anything about it? The gentle voice was like a ray of sunshine, shining deep into the hearts of the Marines around her. The truth. The Marines who were about to chase after them suddenly became quiet, and even some of the Marines who had picked up their guns put their hands down. It was no surprise. As the base commander of the 16th branch, Lao Shu had already completely bribed these Marines. Even if there were innocent people, they would have been killed by them long ago. Okay, all of you go to hell. After listening to the stories of this group of Marines, there was nothing much to say, after Su Chen snapped his fingers. Thunderbolts fell from the sky. These Marines were not even Marines. Without moving at all, it let out an extremely miserable howl and was directly turned into charcoal by the thunder. Luffy, who was originally laughing, became a little silent. Even the timid Usopp was only slightly frightened when he saw the dead body, but he calmed down soon after. Sanji took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it quietly and held it in his mouth. He said nothing, but it seemed like he had said everything. Can't figure it out. Su Chen dissipated the magic in his eyes and spoke to break the depressing atmosphere. Not only Nami, but even Luffy nodded at this moment. Chapter 52 Departure, Arlong Paradise. It's right if you can't figure it out. Su Chen put one hand in his pocket and walked slowly to the center of the crowd. This world is not black and white, and the law needs to be upheld to protect the people. Those Marines gave up their duties, which is why people like Arlong, who are not strong but can always dominate, were born. But don't they represent justice? Nami lowered her head and growled in deep confusion. Justice, what a high-sounding word. Su Chen seemed to think of a very happy person and couldn't help but smile. Nami, they don't represent justice. They betrayed the people and violated morality. They're just a bunch of bugs. You just do what you think is right. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up. He didn't think much to begin with, so he only understood the last sentence. Just do what you think is right. Nejigo hugged Nami directly. The way Nami was just now made her feel distressed. Ahem. How dare you attack a Marine? It's the damn pirates, I'm going to kill you. The white rat crawled in from outside the orange orchard with a painful look on his face. When he saw the Marine's corpse on the ground, his angry voice gradually became weak. Sanji didn't say anything. When he saw the rat crawling in again, he didn't hesitate at all and kicked it directly. With a snapping sound, Colonel Mouse flew out again, but this time, he had no chance to get up. Let's go. Luffy took off the straw hat on his head, put it on Nami's head in Nejigo's arms, and shouted calmly to Su Chen and the others. Okay, Captain. Luffy, who heard the response, took the lead and walked towards Arlong Paradise. Following closely behind were Sanji and Usopp, both holding cigarettes. After looking at Nami, Su Chen shook his head and followed. Well, let her stay alone for a while, and let Luffy deal with Arlong. Wait a moment. I want to go too. This time, I want to do it by myself. Nami, who was at the back, was silent for a while before breaking free from Nejigo's arms. With an open-minded smile, he waved and quickly followed. Su Chen looked back in surprise. As expected, this group of people would not let him down. They were worthy of being the people who had touched his entire youth. Nami, I won't wait for you. Whoever gets there first will beat Arlong. Su Chen's voice was filled with an unconcealable smile. Advertisement, yes. Sanji, let's run. I want to knock that Arlong away too. Luffy was just that simple, and when he saw Nami was happy, he started laughing too. He treated Su Chen's words as a competition and quickened his pace to run. Don't even think about it. Nami waved the wooden stick in her hand, and a breeze enveloped her. With a whoosh, she rushed to the front of the crowd. Nami, you are cheating. Luffy glared angrily at Nami, who was flying in the air in front of him, then turned to look at Su Chen. After noticing that he spread his hands to indicate that he would not help, I could only quicken my pace. Ha ha ha. Come and chase me. The laughter from the heart spread out from the trace left by Nami. We're here. This is Arlong Paradise. Xiao Ba carefully placed Zoro and the other two on the ground and pointed to the building in front that looked like an amusement park or a resort. Wait a moment, I'll go find Nami for you. Arlong doesn't like humans, they'll be angry when they see you. Xiao Ba, with a silly look on his face, scratched his hair and motioned Zoro and the others to hide aside first. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Squinting his eyes slightly, Zoro leaned gently against the wall of Arlong Paradise. Although he thought about charging in himself, Su Chen had already told Nami to solve it himself. Just like when he defeated Monka before, his strength improved a lot after that. I believe Nami will be greatly improved after this incident. He would never admit that he had not recovered yet and did not want to be besieged by so many fishmen. So he waited patiently. In the distant sky, a long trail passed by, and a figure quickly approached this side. It looked like Nami. Hey, wait for us. Luffy's iconic voice reached Zoro's ears, and then the figures of Su Chen and others also rushed out with him. Ha ha ha, it's Zoro. Why are you here too? Luffy asked heartlessly. Why didn't you call me when you got off the boat? Zoro shouted angrily. Now, these are not important. Now let's get ready to go in. As long as we defeat Arlong, everything will be over. Su Chen spoke in a friendly manner, not because it was his idea to keep Zoro on the ship. Advertisement Nami landed before she saw Arlong Paradise. She didn't want Arlong and the others to see that she was completely different now. Su Chen, Luffy, I want to go in first. Nami's eyes were complicated, and she tightly grasped the wooden stick that Su Chen had modified for her. Su Chen and Luffy looked at each other and nodded. Clang. Nami pushed open the door of the paradise and walked in with big strides. Ha ha ha, it's Nami. You were out for quite a while this time. What did you gain? Arlong sat on a recliner, looking at Nami with a teasing look from deep in his eyes. This harvest is more valuable than all the previous harvests combined. Nami's eyes were gentle and she subconsciously glanced at her arm. There is a full sense of security. I haven't been back for so long, and this house is still the same. The security is lax. Arlong said with disdain. Humph. Who do you think I am? Who dares to come here to make trouble? Indeed, you are the one who controls the entire East Blue. Nami's eyes flickered and he spoke meaningfully. Ha 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 ha, I just like the way you tell the truth, Nami. Arlong laughed a few times, then told the other fishmen. Guys, our friends are back. Let's prepare for the party. Hoo-hoo. The party is about to begin. The surrounding fishmen also looked excited. For them, eating and drinking has become the norm. Wait a moment. Nami spoke in a calm tone, and as soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Oh, Nami, do you have anything else to say? Arlong put down the bottle of wine in his hand. He found that something was wrong with Nami. Also, what was in the box she was carrying? I have a question for you, Arlong. Do you know Colonel Mouse? Nami's eyes narrowed slightly, staring straight at Arlong. As soon as he finished speaking, Arlong thought about it and understood why she became so strange. Ha 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 ha, is it that the money I worked so hard to save for so many years was taken away? At worst, we can just do it again, don't you agree? Arlong laughed loudly with great joy. You know, of the 100 million Baileys taken away by the mouse, 70% of them belong to him. Ha 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 ha, that's right Nami, at worst we can do it again. Yes. Anyway, you have experience, so the fundraising will definitely be faster this time. Come on, let's have a party, these are just small things. Chapter 53 Questions in the Rain Snap, Patter. Layers of dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunder. Rice-sized raindrops mixed with the breeze slowly fell down. A strange sense of solemnity shrouded the entire rain curtain. The sudden wind and rain scared the surrounding fishmen. Such rapid climate change had never happened before. Nami ignored her clothes that were slowly getting soaked and stared calmly at Arlong, who was laughing crazily. There is one more thing, our agreement, does it still count? Nami put the box in her hand on the ground, then she pointed at the box with a sarcastic smile. Here are 100 million berries. I'm here to redeem my village. Arlong's expression froze. What happened to that mouse? Didn't it take away Nami's Bailey? Damn rat, it seems I need to find a new partner. Arlong's thoughts changed quickly and he stood up. After looking at the box on the ground, his eyes moved to Nami's face. I never thought you could accomplish this without anyone noticing. He. As expected of the navigator I chose, even though you are human, you have fulfilled the promise between us. Next second. Arlong had a strange smile on his face. This is a lot of money. I don't want to damage your old Bailey. Nami, you better think about it. After seeing Arlong's gesture, the surrounding fishmen also started to make a noise. That's right, Nami, we don't want that broken, old Bailey. Ha ha ha, we're not rag pickers, Nami, your money must have been stolen. It must have been in tatters, we won't acknowledge it. His words were full of joking, and he kept mocking and making fun of Nami. Their eyes were full of mockery, as if they were looking at a playful prey, and they didn't feel like they were treating her as a partner at all. But there was one thing that made them feel strange. The objects of ridicule and mockery did not show the sadness and anger on their faces that they had imagined. Nami had a calm expression, her eyes full of teasing and mockery. Advertisement, haha, as expected. You guys never considered me as a companion at all. Hearing Nami's words, Arlong's face became particularly gloomy in the rain. Nami's calmness made him feel like things were out of his control. How is that possible? Come on, Nami. I'm still waiting to fulfill my promise. Hand over the brand new 100 million Baileys to me. Arlong stared at Nami with sinister eyes. He didn't believe that Nami could raise such a large sum of money directly. Over the years, most of the things she did were under his supervision, and he knew exactly how much money she had. Good. Holding the stick in one hand and picking up the box with the other, Nami nodded calmly. Open it and take a look. There are 100 million brand new Baileys inside. That is to say, from now on, our agreement is complete. Closing the box in his hand, Arlong's pupils contracted rapidly and he felt a burning pain on his face. A smile appeared on Nami's lips. She had begged Su Chen for these 100 million berries, so how could there be any damage or incompleteness in them? But I never thought that Su Chen was so rich. After getting on the boat, I must find a way to make him hand over all his money. Ahem. Nami, you only have half of it. It's still a long way from 100 million. Arlong's shameless voice came from behind, completely lying with his eyes open. Two expressionless fishmen blocked her directly and tried to drive her out. You are truly shameless, Arlong. Nami smiled uncharacteristically. She was no longer as helpless as before. Seeing that Nami was obviously not doing well, Arlong had a bad feeling in his heart. Bang! Next second. With a loud bang, the gate of Arlong Paradise exploded instantly. After the rubble exploded and smoke filled the air, one by one the fishmen's men were hit by the exploding rubble and fell to the ground, seriously injured. The one called Arlong. Who is it? Luffy asked Arlong and his group with a serious look on his face. Who are you? Arlong was originally wondering why Nami was acting so abnormal, but the sudden appearance of Luffy and his group immediately disrupted his thoughts. Advertisement. Luffy, who heard Arlong's answer, clenched his fists and walked directly towards his position. Monkey D. Luffy is the man who will become the king of pirates. Sanji and Zoro followed closely behind, one holding a cigarette with a look of disdain on his face, while the other walked slowly, with one hand gently resting on the hilt of the knife. Usopp walked last, holding a slingshot that was glowing with light. After testing the ammunition given to him by Su Chen, although he was still a little afraid, he was more concerned about how to test its power on this group of fishmen. Only Su Chen, without anyone noticing, waved his hand and collected the box at Arlong's feet. He leaned weakly against the gate. As a weak magician, he was lucky enough to just guard the gate. And he bet that as long as he didn't say anything, Nami would definitely come back to look for the box afterwards. Bang! The straight punch sent Arlong flying, and he hit the wall hard. Wah! Lord Arlong! A-hole! How dare you act wild here? A group of small fry widened their eyes in shock, then rushed towards Luffy and the others with loud roars. Etc. Arlong's voice made the surrounding fishmen stop. After being punched, he finally reacted. These people should be Nami's support. It is estimated that Shioyaki and Basara are probably in danger. After sorting out his thoughts, Nami's abnormal behavior before was no longer inexplicable. I think you should give me an explanation, Nami. Arlong stared at Nami with cold eyes. You brought these people here, didn't you? Yes, it's me. Under the orange hair, there is a warm and determined smile. Arlong, the feud between us for so many years should be resolved. Okay, I want to see what you are going to do. Arlong's voice contained suppressed anger. With a ferocious look on his face, he stood up and kicked away the rubble in front of him. You are just a few low-level races, what can you do? Take them down. Led by Kruby and Ju, a group of fishmen rushed towards Luffy and his group frantically. Especially Xiao Ba, after seeing Zoro, he realized that he was deceived, and he took out a big conch in anger. It blew towards the edge of the sea. Mu, Chapter 54, Fight. The waves rolled, and a huge black shadow emerged directly from beneath the sea. As the water curtain fell, a sea monster with scales on its chest and alternating white and green patterns appeared in everyone's sight. The funniest thing is that although it looks so innocent, it actually has a ring on its nose. Manatee. Food. The moment Sanji saw this thing, his chef's instinct began to plan how to eat it. Ha 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 ha. Is this a snack for us? Su Chen leaned against the door with a dark look on his face, his eyes rolling around, and he spoke loudly to Luffy. I heard that the meat of this sea beast is very delicious. Luffy, why don't you try it? Meat. The bewitching voice reached Luffy's ears, and his originally doubtful look instantly changed. Moo. After a huge roar, the moo that looked like a manatee opened its mouth wide, and the rain from the sky dripped down quickly through the huge gaps between its teeth. Let me deal with it, don't waste time, Luffy yelled excitedly. Not sure if it was because he really didn't want to waste time or because Su Chen said it was delicious, he rushed directly towards Moo Moo who had climbed up the embankment. Zoro also stopped Xiao Ba directly. If he hadn't asked him to bring him here, he would have taken action on the boat. Seeing that everyone else has found their match, Sanji had no choice but to look at Krieg with two funny ponytails. He looked down upon the other minions. As for Arlong, he had long been assigned to Nami's opponent. Sure kill. Flame. Fiery star dance. Usopp narrowed his eyes slightly and took out a bullet with a dark red pattern from his waist bag. The violent explosion was accompanied by a flowing heat wave. The fishmen minions attacking from all directions were instantly blown backwards by the strong heat wave. The blood all over the ground mixed with rain looked bloody and cruel. Ooh, Su Chen, this thing is too powerful. Not only the villagers who followed them, but also Luffy and the others were all stunned by what Usopp had just done. I never expected that the seemingly most unreliable person could defeat the fishmen who are more than twice as powerful as humans. It seems that this time he can really get rid of Arlong's slavery. Advertisement. Thinking of this, tears could not stop flowing from the depths of the eyes of the villagers of Kokoaxi. Before they could be moved for long, a huge black shadow floated over their heads, accompanied by a miserable howl. Luffy grabbed the two horns on Moo Moo's head tightly, and quickly pulled it in the air and spun it dozens of times. Luffy threw it out, and it hit the sea behind them heavily, and it didn't wake up for a long time. In order to hit Moo Moo as quickly as possible, this stupid captain stupidly stuck his legs to the ground. After being bombarded by Usopp's ammunition and Luffy wreaking havoc with Moo, the entire Arlong paradise now looks extremely messy, with all the tables, chairs, benches, decorations and food scattered everywhere. He threw the monster from Grand Line away. What an amazing, destructive power. A group of villagers wiped their cheeks quickly, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. The things that happened one after another were beyond their dreams. Damn it. If we had known this would happen, we should have just started fighting from the beginning. What's up with that guy? Demon fruit power. Now the only ones left are Xiao Ba and two other cadres. All the other murlocs were either blown up by Usopp or mooed away by that stupid captain. Roronoa Zoro, how dare you lie to me, I will kill you. Xiao Ba raised his 6 arms angrily and pulled out 6 long swords with clanking sounds. 6 sword style, sheathed sword, tisk. The two figures staggered apart in an instant, and Zoro took out the Godo Ichimonji from his mouth with disdain. He is no longer the seriously injured man in the original book. After Su Chen treated him, he is still a little weak. But with the long swords of his 2 younger brothers, he would not be defeated again. Hachi, Krieg and Ju exclaimed at the same time as they looked at the figure that fell down instantly after the misalignment. But then Xiao Ba got up again, which made them feel relieved. They thought Xiao Ba was killed in one move. Ahem, damn it, I'm really angry. Enduring the pain in his chest, the angry Xiao Ba used the secret of his 6 sword style, the 6 sword waltz known as the meat grinder. Bang! As the blades collided, Zoro followed the swirling wind and slashed Xiao Ba's hands several times. Advertisement, UB ********D. This feeling of being unable to grasp made Xiao Ba extremely angry. Xiao Ba, we're here to help you. Krieg and Ju looked anxious. Before they could make any move, a long leg kicked Krieg in the face with such great force that it embedded him into the wall of Dragon Park. Sanji lit a cigarette proudly and looked at Zoro provocatively. The fish next to him was also hit by a bullet with a freezing effect, which instantly froze him on the spot. Usopp raised his eyebrows in great pride, bared his teeth and gave Zoro a thumbs up. 3 swords style. Tornado. Wind. A huge airflow, along with Xiao Ba's figure, rose into the sky, marking the defeat of Xiao Ba, Arlong's most trusted fishman. In the entire Arlong paradise, Arlong is the only one who still has the ability to fight. Sanji, Usopp, pull me out. Luffy looked at his legs in confusion. His legs, which he had just inserted into the ground to throw Moo away, were stuck at this moment. He can't pull it out now, otherwise he would be considered a stupid captain. Usopp and Sanji looked at each other and walked towards Luffy with a wicked look on their faces. Luffy's chaotic behavior just now scared them a lot. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would have been swept away along with that cute manatee. Ignoring Luffy's screams for help, Su Chen turned his gaze to Nami, who was closer inside. At this time, she was confronting Arlong with a wooden stick. Arlong had a gloomy face as he watched his men around him being defeated. The anger in his heart was almost unsuppressible. Nami, you did a great job, but I'm not like them. Next, I'll let you experience what real fear is. Jagged teeth appeared on his hands, which were directly picked out from his mouth. After a simple accumulation of energy, his entire body rushed towards Nami like a cannonball. After observing carefully for a while, he found that the current Nami was no longer the person he knew, so he used all his strength when he attacked. Shenyu's thrust was so fast that even the rain curtain around him was pushed away by his quick sprint. However, Nami, who possessed the magic pattern, just jumped lightly and completely avoided this seemingly fierce attack. Then Nami tightly gripped the stick and hit Arlong hard on the back of the head from the air. The huge force knocked him to the ground. Chapter 55. It's a nice day when the clouds turn sunny. Bang! Dense cracks appeared on the ground of the paradise, with Arlong as the center. In particular, a huge pit appeared under Arlong's body. What? The pain coming from all over his body made Arlong's face full of disbelief. Especially the huge force coming from behind his head, which pressed him to the ground and he couldn't even get up. This is impossible. Arlong was a little confused. He thought that Nami had changed, and this voyage might have brought her great improvement, otherwise she would not have rebelled against him. But this one-sided crushing was really unacceptable to him. The power he was proud of was completely insignificant compared to the power coming from behind his head, plus the feeling of dizziness coming from his head. However, he felt that it would be better for him to just faint like this, as it would be too embarrassing. 8 years. Do you know how I spent these 8 years? Looking at Arlong, who was completely unable to move, Nami's voice was somewhat happy. Ever since you killed Belmere, I have wanted to kill you all the time. You scum, you don't have any feelings as a living being at all. No matter how you look at it, you should be completely crushed and have no right to live in this world. When a brave man is angry, he draws his sword against the stronger. When a coward is angry, he draws his sword against the weaker. You are nothing but a bunch of pathetic scum. You sadly take pleasure in abusing those weaker than you, and rely on conspiracy to maintain the emptiness in your heart. No matter how much you disguise yourself with fangs, you will never become strong. Go to hell with your beautiful dreams. The last sentence was spoken by Nami softly into Arlong's ear. Her tone was calm, like the cold wind in winter, without a trace of warmth. After hearing what Nami said, Arlong felt a surge of shame and anger in his heart, and an inexplicable fear enveloped him. Unfortunately, his inner thoughts were unable to stop Nami's next action. Bang! The huge force kicked Arlong directly out. This terrifying force caused his body to roll rapidly on the ground. All the objects placed in front of his rolling body were smashed away, and finally hit the tall building, burying him whole before stopping. Advertisement, don't pretend, we've been together for 8 years. Nami quietly looked at the rubble that Arlong smashed into the building. During this process, I have wanted to kill you countless times. I know your physical fitness. Snap. The rain in the sky was getting heavier. With a tremor, Arlong's figure crawled out of the ruins. Yes, after 8 years of being together, he basically knows everything about her. He can't hide from Nami. However, although he stood up, he looked obviously seriously injured. The blood on his face mixed with rain quickly slid down to his feet, and even his iconic nose was almost completely broken. Ha 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 ha, cough cough. Arlong panted, laughed a few times, and then started coughing violently. After realizing that he could not escape death, he said sarcastically. That little mouse has grown up now, ha ha ha, that stupid woman. It's ridiculous that I would be willing to die because of you two boring guys. Ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. He clenched the wooden stick tightly in his hand, and the force was so strong that Nami's palm turned particularly pale. You actually dared to mention her. Under the rapid gust of wind, Nami's figure disappeared in an instant. A wooden stick with a bluish-white glow emerged from the air, hit Arlong's left arm hard at the joint, and then hit him in the mouth. With a snapping sound, his left arm instantly went limp and the whole person flew backwards, rolling a few times before lying on the ground. Arlong gently covered his left arm, and after letting out a muffled groan, he continued laughing loudly. The teeth that had already grown were broken again, and the few remaining teeth mixed with blood were spat out by him. Luffy stopped shouting at this time, and watched quietly from the side with Sanji, Zoro and Usopp. Su Chen, standing at the door, just watched quietly. Nami's reaction was just slightly beyond his expectations. Advertisement, but it only goes to show that people like Arlong, oh no, fish, really deserve to die. They totally deserve it. Gently swinging the wooden stick, the blood on it was thrown away along the glow. Nami's chest rose and fell violently. This was not tiredness, this was complete anger. At this time, she had completely lost the desire to speak. Now, she just wanted to crush this scum fish to death. Nami, sometimes living is more tortuous than dying. Su Chen felt that something was wrong with Nami in this state. He didn't care about the life or death of the shark, he was just a little worried about Nami, so he subconsciously opened his mouth to remind her. As soon as he finished speaking, Nami paused and looked back gently. Su Chen, Luffy and his group were looking at her worriedly. Najigo was also standing quietly outside the door of Arlong Paradise at this time, looking at her with a worried look on his face. Nami took a few deep breaths, looked at Arlong lying on the ground with a complicated expression, then looked at the room above the building next door, and gently raised the wooden stick. The howling winds gathered quickly, and the large dark clouds in the sky seemed to be approaching the ground. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough, kill me. Several bluish-white wind ropes hung Arlong tightly in the air. Even if he struggled with all his might, he had no way out as he had no leverage. Then Nami raised the stick and waved it in the air. The strong winds gathered around, forming imperceptible wind blades, and the swirling dust covered Arlong's figure and the building behind him. Luffy and the others only heard screams like ghosts and wolves howling from the sand and dust stirred by the storm, accompanied by creaking sounds like a knife scraping against bones. As time passed, the horrible and miserable screams gradually became weaker until they could no longer be heard. Su Chen looked quietly at Arlong in the storm. I watched him change from a lively and energetic person to a useless person with blood all over his body and his limbs broken. In the end, Nami didn't kill him, but except for its head, all the bones of the shark were crushed into powder. It was completely useless and was in pain all the time. Perhaps, letting him live like this is the best punishment for him. A beam of sunlight shone directly on Nami. She turned her head slightly, looked at her worried companions and Najigo around her, and smiled from the bottom of her heart. Victory! Look, finally Arlong Park has completely disappeared. As the wind and rain disappeared, the haze that had been shrouding the villagers' hearts seemed to disappear with it. It's a nice day with some clouds turning sunny. Chapter 56 Carnival before leaving. A half moon hung in the sky, after the villagers of Kokoazi village informed the surrounding villages of the defeat of Arlong and his gang. All the surviving fishmen in Arlong Paradise were tied up and handed over to the new marine. There were not many black sheep like Colonel Mouse in the marine. Surprisingly, the cute manatee and Hachi who was chopped away by Zoro disappeared. They had originally planned to kill and eat it at tonight's banquet. After all, Nami's companion Su Chen said that the meat of this manatee is very delicious. But it didn't matter. Having freed themselves from oppression, they didn't care about these things. They moved all the food from Arlong Paradise back to the town and started a grand banquet. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after daybreak. Anyway, everyone here is a villager and no one would steal. Afterwards, this group of villagers who had endured humiliation and oppression for many years. At this grand banquet, he completely dropped his previous disguise and was either crying or laughing, like a madman. Zoro held a large glass of wine and sat face to face with Sanji, who was full and smoking a cigarette. Burp, I'm so full. It's nice to eat so much that you don't want to move sometimes. Sanji, who was smoking a cigarette after dinner, pretended to be cool and spoke in a low voice. Hey, Sanji, just now, what was put on the cantaloupe that we ate last? Luffy walked over with a large piece of meat in his mouth and asked vaguely. Not only that, but he was holding 3 huge pieces of barbecue in each of his hands. Zoro's face was covered with cold sweat, and he said speechlessly, how can you eat so much? Your hands are full of meat. Obviously, when it comes to the meat issue, Luffy completely ignored Zoro and stared straight at Sanji. That's prosciutto cantaloupe. As the name suggests, it's topped with prosciutto. Sanji answered casually, not knowing if he was trying to fool Luffy or not. Raw ham and cantaloupe. Where did you get them? Luffy asked relentlessly. Who knows? The whole village is having a buffet dinner. I wonder who took it out. Sanji was so full that he didn't want to move at all. I'll go find it. After saying this, Luffy turned around and left, not paying any attention to Zoro who was drinking silently. The next second after Luffy left, Sanji ran towards the location of the beautiful girls in the village. He kept shouting that he was full and it was time to go out and play, and pink hearts appeared around his body. Ha ha ha. I am the Captain Usopp who killed the fishman leader. Advertisement Usopp stood on the platform, singing an ugly song loudly using a loudspeaker made of a paper tube. Below, the villagers, who were already in a state of complete revelry, cheered together and occasionally said, Captain Usopp, give me an autograph. For Nami's companions and the benefactor who rescued them, even if the singing was unpleasant, at this moment, they felt it was more moving than those heavenly sounds. The other side. Aegean, holding a bottle of wine, was standing in front of Belmare's grave. While expressing his suffering, he poured the bottle of wine, which looked good, onto the cross tombstone. Ahem, excuse me. Su Chen's voice came from behind him. Moonlight in the sky was like a white veil, quietly draped over his hat and body, making him look mysterious and elegant. You are Nami's partner, right? What's the matter? Aegean asked with some confusion. After all, at this time, Su Chen and the others should be enjoying the carnival in the town, so why would they suddenly come to find him? Su Chen stretched out his left hand, a flash of light passed by, and an extremely tattered doll appeared on it. Take this. I don't want anything to go wrong in Nami's hometown after we set sail. What is this? Although he was confused, Aegean still reached out and took the doll that Su Chen handed over. Ever heard of magic? Su Chen's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said mysteriously. This is the legendary magic doll, but it took me a lot of effort to make it. If there's a problem in the village in the future, just take it out and throw it on the ground. Aegean looked at the doll in his hand with a dark face. The tattered pieces of white cloth were tied together randomly, with 2 buttons sewn on his eyes, and a crooked mouth, which looked particularly funny. If you look closely, you can see some red dirt on it. He suspected that it was the blood from someone who pricked his finger while sewing clothes for the doll. Thinking of this, Aegean subconsciously glanced at Su Chen's fingers. What are you looking at, don't you believe me? Aegean's performance made Su Chen reply with some annoyance. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck the sea surface fiercely, and innocent fish floated up with their stomachs turned upside down. This extreme behavior scared Aegean. Why are you so sensitive? I didn't say anything. Then he looked at Su Chen with an innocent face, not knowing what to say. Advertisement, ahem. Here are 100 million Baileys. You can use them to rebuild the town. This is what Nami had in mind. I took away the money she stole over the years. After all, it was still of commemorative value. After saying this, Su Chen dropped a box and disappeared in an instant as if escaping. Left there was a confused Ken and Luffy who was slowly moving towards them from a distance looking for meat. At this time, the ruins of Arlong Paradise. A slender figure was looking for something carefully, and a figure in a suit jacket condensed in the air behind her. Staring at Nami who was looking for something seriously in front of him, Su Chen touched her back without emitting any breath. The sudden shout almost scared Nami to death. A gust of wind flashed by, and her figure appeared more than 10 meters away. She looked back at Su Chen vigilantly, holding a wooden stick. Su Chen, you are going to die. Nami's voice was filled with fear, and then anger. Didn't he know that scaring others could kill them? Looking at the seemingly elegant and gentlemanly man in front of her, she really hated him to the core. This kind of bad taste was really too much. Hey, it seems that you are quite alert. By the way, what are you looking for? Su Chen's eyes rolled around a few times, first with confusion, then with a look of sudden realization, he asked. It can't be the box containing 100 million Baileys. Cough cough cough. What are you talking about? I just came back to look for the sea chart, that's right. Nami looked embarrassed, her eyes wandering around and she didn't dare to look at Su Chen. Oh, so you're here to look for a sea chart. I'm here to invite you to the party. Since you are busy, just take your time to look for it. After Su Chen finished speaking jokingly, he pretended to believe it and turned to walk towards the town. Su Chen. You're so annoying. Wait for me. Nami stomped her feet and followed. She was not a fool. She had already realized that Su Chen was teasing her on purpose, and she estimated that the disappeared box had already been quietly put away by him. Chapter 57. Shocked Marine Headquarters. Alright, I'll give the box to Jien. Unable to bear Nami's chattering complaints along the way, Su Chen finally revealed the whereabouts of the box containing 100 million belly. That money was used to rebuild the town. I think so, too, Nami. Glancing at Nami who suddenly wilted, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. So what? All the Baileys you deposited with me have been spent, and you still owe me 7 million Baileys and one condition. Su Chen's voice was very gentle, but Nami thought he was a devil, so stingy that he even asked her for 7 million Baileys. Nami, feeling dejected, followed Su Chen back to the town. What greeted them was Usopp's unpleasant singing and the villagers who were completely immersed in the banquet. The most outrageous thing was that Zoro actually soaked himself in a large amount of alcohol. His two younger brothers were pouring alcohol into his mouth with excitement, fearing that they would not get him drunk to death. Sanji's face was covered with red lipstick marks. He had lost his way and was being chased around by several girls from the village. Well, it's obvious that he must be very happy tonight. Luffy was lying on the food table with a belly bigger than that of a pregnant woman, still desperately stuffing pieces of meat into his mouth. Even if I had never eaten in my entire life, I would never be as horrible as him. Seeing this, Nami closed her mouth in shock and glanced at Su Chen who was as stunned as her. As expected, compared to Luffy and the others, even if Su Chen is a little bit sinister, greedy, and stingy, at least he is still a normal person. Thinking of this, Nami, who was originally dejected, actually became a little happy. It was really inexplicable. Su Chen, Nami, come and play. While Luffy was eating meat, he glanced at Su Chen and the others and greeted them hurriedly. After Su Chen and Nami looked at each other, they rushed forward. They had not eaten for a long time since they got off the boat. World government is directly under the Marine headquarters, Marineford. A huge fortress spans the entire island, and huge and majestic warships are constantly entering and leaving the port. Advertisement maintaining law and order in the world's oceans in the name of absolute justice. This is the center of the entire marine and is considered a symbol of peace in the Great Pirates era. At this time, in the solemn office, several of the most powerful people in the marine and some vice admirals gathered together, discussing things with serious faces. No, absolutely not. A vice admiral with X-shaped scars all over his face and brown hair hanging down to his shoulders took a photo and slammed it on the table. The person on top was Su Chen, who was holding his top hat with one hand and had a mysterious smile on his face. Since they fought like that with Hawkeye, we must not let them enter the Grand Line so easily. Why don't you try to stop them? Vice Admiral Doberman. The punk-haired, bearded flying squirrel spoke with a mocking look on his face, not giving Doberman any face at all. You, go ahead. Do you think I don't dare? He was firmly committed to absolute justice, so he stood up without any hesitation. That's enough. Vice Admiral Doberman, please sit down and listen to the report first. It is not the time to stop them yet. Sengoku, with a serious look on his face, stopped the hot-tempered Doberman and motioned him to sit down first. Although he was very dissatisfied with the flying squirrel's ridicule. But Doberman listened to Sengoku and sat back in his seat. Continue your report, Sengoku said to the staff officer standing nearby. Magician Su Chen was born at the Uncertainty Terminal of the East Blue Goa Kingdom. When he was about 10 years old, he left the Kingdom of Goa on his own. During this time, he was active in East Blue from time to time as a bounty hunter, businessman, and magician. But there's something strange here. The staff officer paused, turned a page and continued. Ever since he went out to sea, he would disappear for a while every few months. During this time, the astronomical phenomena and ocean currents in East Blue were extremely unstable. More than a month ago, at the invitation of the Straw Hat Boy, I joined the StrawHat Pirates as the vice captain. That day, a sheet of ice extending over 10 miles appeared in East Blue, but it disappeared after a few minutes. The general staff has sufficient reasons to conclude that the abnormal astronomical phenomenon in East Blue a few years ago was caused by him. His subsequent battle with Hawkeye also indirectly proved the correctness of this judgment. Advertisement. In East Blue, where the average bounty is less than 3 million, there have been 3 pirates groups with bounties over 10 million, all of which were crushed by them. This is before Su Chen made any move. He was able to fight Hawkeye. This man's strength has already reached the world's top level. So we conclude once again that we no longer have the forces to stop the Straw Hat crew before they enter the New World. Hereby, the General Staff recommends that we give up the direct blockade of the Straw Hat Pirates and increase the bounty while looking for opportunities to defeat the Straw Hat Pirates one by one. That's all. He was sitting aside, her brows furrowed, and she signaled the staff officer who had finished his report to leave first. As the chief of staff, she was the one who proposed the last suggestion. There are only a few people in the Marines who are capable of stopping the Straw Hat Pirates. The three of Kuzan have now been assigned tasks. We can't just let her go alone, an old lady, and she may not be able to win. There was no way Sengoku could move either. She had never thought of a group of fledgling pirates being confronted by a Marine Marshal in such a humiliating way. The only one who can take action now is that guy Garp. But seeing him chewing the senbei slowly with a nonchalant look on his face, it was clear that he didn't want to make a move. And judging from his behavior after receiving the news, he and the Straw Hat Boy probably have an unusual relationship. After listening to the report, everyone fell into a long silence. For a moment, they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Only from Garp's side, there was a series of crunching sounds of chewing. Bang! Sengoku, with a frown on his face, slapped the table in front of him, scaring Garp so much that he almost bit his fingers. Sengoku, you want to eat too? Don't be so stingy, it's just a bag of snacks. He was so confused that he subconsciously said, you scared me, I have to take a week off. Garp, if you keep messing around you'll get out of here. Sengoku's angry voice echoed outside the office. The Marine soldiers on guard were already used to it. Although this time we were in a meeting, this kind of situation has happened before. Okay Sengoku, what's important now is how to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates, especially the magician Su Chen. After giving Garp a helpless look, he spoke calmly. Over the years, he really hasn't changed at all, and as he gets older, he has become even more free-spirited. Chapter 58 Monsters of the New World. Alas. The world's top combat power at the age of 18. Sengoku was a little shocked and asked, is it true that there is no chance for such a person to be recruited into the Marine? It's almost impossible. When he was still a bounty hunter, we sent people to contact him, but he was very resistant to some things and rejected us directly. Crane's answer dispelled Sengoku's last bit of fantasy. If he couldn't recruit them, he could only treat the Straw Hat crew in a different way. Although he was shocked by this unprecedented talent, Sengoku was worthy of being called the resourceful general. After a simple adjustment, he immediately gave the order. The captain of the Straw Hat crew, Monkey D. Luffy, has a bounty of 30 million berries. The navigator Nami, who defeated the evil dragon, has a bounty of 20 million berries. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then continued, as for the magician Su Chen, he is wanted and the reward is 100 million berries for the time being. As soon as he finished speaking, the vice admirals in the office began to talk. You know, the first reward of 30 million was already a record-breaking one, not to mention a reward of 100 million. This kind of thing is really shocking. Although this is unprecedented, the price is definitely not high. Sengoku's voice was filled with calmness. Then he shouted loudly, in the name of absolute justice, I declare the meeting adjourned. The firm tone mixed with the sound of knocking on the table reached the ears of the Marines around him. After Sengoku announced the order, the already busy Marine headquarters began to operate even faster. Several wanted warrants were delivered to the World News Economic Times at the fastest speed. After all, the wanted posters issued by the Marine have to be sent to all parts of the world, so they have to use their messenger pigeons. At the newspaper headquarters, Morgans, who was fat and looked like an albatross, received the wanted posters and looked at the top one with excitement. Interesting, really interesting, not only is there D, but there's also someone who's tied with Hawkeye. As President Morgans, who has been in albatross mode for a long time, he is very interested in this kind of big news that can obviously shock the world. This is really scary. This amount of reward has never been offered before. Marine is giving it unparalleled attention. But never mind. This time, the big news will be hosted by me, Morgans. Ha 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 ha. Morgans was so excited that he slammed several wanted posters in his hand on the table. Hurry up, I want to send the photos of the Straw Hat crew to every corner of the world in the shortest possible time. Following Morgan's order. Soon, newspaper pigeons carrying freshly published newspapers flew to every corner of the world. Advertisement New World. Unlike the first half of the Grand Line, the weather here is more extreme. Can be active in this sea area. They are either the four emperors who have long dominated the world, or the extremely brutal pirates. However, even these brutal pirates did not dare to confront those extreme storms head-on. A certain flying pirates who wishes to remain anonymous has to wear a rudder-shaped headdress forever because of an incident involving extreme weather. Not only did he lose the chance to become the king of pirates, but he also became completely neurotic, which is outrageous to think about. And at this time, in this dangerous sea, a huge pirate's ship is breaking through the waves. The bow of the ship looks like a white whale, and judging from its huge hull, I wonder how many people it can accommodate. Dad, look, this is my little brother Luffy whom I told you about. Ace, with black hair, freckles on his cheeks and a cowboy hat, happily waved a newspaper and ran to a huge seat. Look, that's him. He quickly flipped through the newspaper, took out a bounty, and smiled excitedly at the figure sitting on the seat. This is my little brother, he finally went out to sea. Ah ha 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 ha. An extremely heroic laugh resounded throughout the sky. This man, wearing a huge cape and a crescent-shaped beard, is known as the strongest man in the world. He looks like a healthy young man, full of energy, he feels good. Whitebeard Edward Newgate laughed and glanced at Ace, the son that made him so proud. Marco on the side reached out and took the wanted poster. After carefully examining it for a few seconds, he smiled and teased Ace. Is this your brother? He looks much more active than you. In addition to this reward, there is another 30 million Baileys. This is a record-breaking one. Even though Marco was teasing Ace, there was still a hint of surprise in his eyes. In East Blue, which is known as the weakest, such a bounty has never appeared before. What is this? Dad, look, advertisement. Marco was just a little surprised at first, but he accidentally saw the newspaper under Luffy's wanted poster. An exaggerated news headline with another wanted poster on it. A peerless warrior who fought against the world's greatest swordsman. Why has the mysterious strong man been hiding in the weakest ocean, East Blue? Shocked. Marine actually made such a decision because of him. Although the title is extremely exaggerated, there is absolutely no trace of falsification. It clearly captured the battle between Su Chen and Hawkeye. Even from the angle, Su Chen has a slight advantage. Below the photo is some basic information about Su Chen. The most striking thing is that he is only 18 years old and has a whopping bounty of 100 million berries. Ah la la la, what an amazing boy, 100 million Baileys, and that's before we even get into the Grand Line. The newbies nowadays are really scary. Ace, you have to work hard. Edward Newgate was indeed surprised by Su Chen, who could actually fight with Hawkeye. Judging from his condition, Hawkeye should have used his full strength. It is really interesting to see that he has world-class strength at only 18 years old. Wano Kuni on the other side. Jin's eyes were fixed on Su Chen's bounty order. Next second. Along with the bounty order being torn into pieces, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and soon disappeared into the horizon. Judging from his flying direction, it should be Onigashima. Cake Island. Katakuri, keep an eye out for news about this guy. After entering the new world, invite him to my tea party. The ant looked at the information recorded in the newspaper and spoke directly after confirming its authenticity. The red-haired man in the unknown part of the new world glanced at the newspaper and said, "Are you finally here, Luffy?" Then he invited his compatriots to start a party. As for the reason, does it count as celebrating Luffy being put on the bounty list? Has a bounty been offered? On one of the Grand Line's routes, Mihawk on the coffin-shaped ship touched his still stiff arm, a slight smile showing on his indifferent face. What a pity, not a swordsman, and that straw hat. Let's go to the new world. Chapter 59. Surprise before Logue Town. On the sea behind the Mary, except for Luffy and Su Chen, Nami and others were swimming frantically on the sea. Behind them, huge sea beasts were chasing them desperately. After Nami stole Aegean and his friends' wallets, they had left Kikoyasi village a few days ago. Naturally, Su Chen also began to retaliate, oh no, and started training Nami. As for the others, they are just runners-up. Hey, Nami, you can't hold on any longer. As long as you open your mouth, I will pick you up directly. Su Chen's face was full of smiles. He held the skewers and waved them temptingly at Nami. Su Chen. You're a big liar. Wow, 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 I don't want that, my Bailey. Nami, with a sad face, looked at Su Chen, who was eating barbecue on the Mary and deliberately seducing her, and she was so angry that her teeth were itching. She shouldn't have believed Su Chen before, saying that what he said was good for her. In the end, when she wanted to go back on her word, he even used Bailey to seduce her. He said that as long as she persisted in his training, not only would she not have to pay back the 7 million Baileys she owed him, but he would also give her an extra 5 million Baileys. But in the current situation, it is still uncertain whether we can survive. If she hadn't thought about the fact that she had persisted for several days, she would have stopped playing with Su Chen long ago. Crying. There's also time to cry. Su Chen smiled wickedly, showing no sympathy for Nami at all. Stop talking. I can't hold on any longer. Usopp was breathing heavily, and since he was in the worst physical condition, the waves he made were now smaller. These days, apart from eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping, they spent almost all their time in the sea. Even their daily sleep time was only 3 hours. If they were ordinary people, they would have been killed by Su Chen long ago, but they unexpectedly became much stronger, and even he can now beat at least 10 times his former self. No one knew where Su Chen caught the Sea Kings and put them behind him to chase them. This cruel method made Usopp silently swear in his heart that no matter what happened in the future, he would never provoke Su Chen. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen, they look so happy. Luffy grabbed a large piece of Sea King's barbecue in one hand and patted Su Chen's shoulder with his greasy palm. He looked at the people being chased by the Sea Kings and said, "It looks like fun. It would be great if I could swim." Advertisement, you guys are really going too far. Nami, who was already exhausted, saw Luffy and Su Chen still gloating. He almost gritted his teeth and used the wind to condense a large ball of seawater, which whooshed towards Su Chen. This was the first time she used magic without the help of a wooden stick. She relied entirely on her talent and the magic patterns in her body. Su Chen glanced at the oil stain on his shoulder, then quietly accelerated and turned the seawater group condensed by Nami. Bang! The ball of seawater hit Luffy directly in the face. In a second, he fell directly into the sea. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Help! Help! Luffy struggled frantically for a few times and sank directly. After taking a look at the place where Luffy sank, Su Chen first cleaned the oil stains on his shoulders. Then he moved Nami and the others who were swimming quickly behind him onto the boat, and after waiting for a while, he rescued Luffy at the right time. Luffy, how could you be so careless that you could fall into the sea while eating barbecue? Su Chen clenched his fist with a serious look and hit Luffy's bulging belly hard. This punch not only knocked out all the seawater in Luffy's stomach, but also shook the deck of the Mary. Ahem. I'm alive again, alive again. Luffy covered his stomach and swore again that he would never mess with Su Chen again. But why say again? Ignoring Luffy's exaggerated movements, didn't he know how much strength he had used? Su Chen set his sights on Nami and the others. They were now collapsed on the deck, too tired to even move a finger. Nami, who had cursed the most fiercely just now had dead eyes and looked like he had been beaten to a pulp because of the forced condensation of the water ball. Seeing this, Su Chen took out his wand from his inner pocket and waved it at them. Life. Restore. As the voice fell, milky white spots of light condensed from the void and then penetrated into the bodies of the four of them. Next second, the four men who were about to die suddenly stood up and rushed directly to the pile of food that had been prepared long ago in the middle of the deck. Su Chen did not practice recovery magic too much, and he was only able to use it because of the strong magic power in his body. So relatively speaking, his recovery magic is more about stimulating the cellular recovery ability of Nami and the others. The consequence of this is a strong feeling of hunger. Advertisement looking at Nami and the others wolfing down the food. Su Chen shook his head and said nothing more. It seems that we are not far from Logtown now, so let them take a rest. After half a day of adjustment, after receiving the 5 million Baileys promised by Su Chen, Nami has recovered 100 times more energetic. As long as you have money, whatever Uncle Su says is right. As for the other 3 people who felt that they had become significantly stronger, it was even simpler. After eating a meal and sleeping for half a day, they all recovered completely. After a good rest, Nami did the first thing when he came to the deck was to flip through the newspaper he had bought earlier. I expressed the complaints that I didn't have time to make at the time. Is it because the world is not peaceful recently that even the price of newspapers has increased? If I hadn't earned some more Baileys, I probably wouldn't be able to afford clothes or anything. As she was complaining, a few strange pieces of paper fell down. After she took a subconscious look, she was stunned for a moment. What is this? A wanted warrant. Luffy on the side also came over instantly and picked up the one that belonged to him on the deck. At this time, he had long forgotten about falling into the sea before. Wahahaha. Looks like we're wanted. Luffy grinned and laughed without caring. He did not show the nervousness of being wanted at all, and pointed proudly at his bounty of 30 million Baileys. Are you stupid? You don't realize the seriousness of the problem. With a bounty on the head, someone is eyeing our heads. Nami covered her head in distress, looking at her bounty order. A full 20 million Baileys. If she wanted to earn that much in the past, she would need to make at least 3 voyages. Sanji, who was originally looking at Luffy's bounty notice with Usopp, rushed over after hearing Nami's complaint. Dear Princess, your knight Sanji will protect you. Sanji knelt on one knee and took out a bouquet of roses from somewhere, and pink hearts appeared around his body. Su Chen stared at Sanji, who had a crazy look on his face, speechlessly. Where did he get the bouquet of roses in his hand from? It's even more magical than him. Chapter 60 Drama Queen Nami. Su Chen, look at your bounty, it's worth 100 million Baileys. And what's described in the newspaper is really exaggerated, isn't it? You're already so strong. Nami simply ignored Sanji's advances and waved the newspaper excitedly. After walking to Su Chen, he handed him the newspaper. Su Chen, who was leaning on the edge of the boat, took the newspaper and put it aside without even looking at it, then pointed in the direction where the Mary was sailing. He had read these newspapers before when Nami and the others were training. Nami looked in the direction Su Chen pointed with confusion. Over there, a vague island slowly emerged from the sea level as the Mary moved. Huh? Have we arrived here already? Nami was a little surprised. No wonder Su Chen let them go half a day in advance. Then she turned to Luffy and said, this is Log Town. The former pirates King Roger was born here, and was also executed in this town. Luffy was obviously attracted by what Nami said. His goal was to become the king of pirates. It's where the pirates king was executed. Are you going? Nami asked with a smile. Of course. Luffy said excitedly. Log Town, as the last stop on the East Blue's way to the Grand Line, naturally attracted a large number of pirates to stop here for supplies. Logically speaking, this place should be in chaos. However, due to the presence of the famous Marine Colonel Smoker, this place is more prosperous than other towns in East Blue. If we really want to go into details, East Blue is known as the weakest ocean. Except for the unnamed marine hero who goes home to visit his family and clean up from time to time. More importantly, it is this Marine Colonel who ate the fruits of nature. In East Blue, where even Devil Fruit is considered a legend, he is a professionally trained smoker. Advertisement. It's like the max level characters are returning to the novice village to kill indiscriminately, leaving no chance for the new pirates who have just set out to sea to survive. After a while, Luffy and his friends parked the Mary at a dock. After several days of brutal training, everyone was ready to relax. But before that, they still need to draw lots to decide who will stay behind to guard the ship, so the most basic sense of vigilance is still necessary. Unfortunately, Usopp, the sniper, was forced to stay. Ignoring his complaints, Su Chen and the others simply sorted out the things they needed to do and planned to go sightseeing separately. Before that, except for Luffy, everyone came to Su Chen to ask for money. Most of the treasures from the 3 pirates groups that he had defeated before were pocketed by him. It doesn't matter. He had already obtained part of the gold from Sky Island. He was just haggling with Nami because of his special bad taste. Sanji was going to buy some fresh ingredients. As a professional chef, he could already smell the scent of high-quality ingredients. After taking 1 million Baileys from Su Chen, he disappeared into the crowd. Zoro's long sword was broken by Hawkeye, and he now has to buy a new sword, so Su Chen also gave him 1 million belly. Although he might not be able to spend a penny, won't he meet Tashigi, who looks exactly like Kuina? Zoro, who has never been stabbed in the kidney by Buggy, will not have no reaction this time like in the original story. This 1 million can be regarded as the starting capital for his love life. Being with a girl will cost some money. As for Nami, Su Chen showed an especially sincere smile when he saw her approaching. Isn't it easy to get money? You just need to do something for him. Nami, I can give you the 1 million Baileys you asked for, but after that, you have to do something for me. No, I don't want it anymore. Before he finished speaking, Nami's face changed instantly, and he shook his head quickly in fear and refused. You must want to trick me again, I won't fall for it. Nami's horrified and firm answer made Su Chen's face darken. Is he that kind of person? What do you mean by again? It was obvious that the previous times were all for her own good, and she doesn't know how to be grateful at all. But this time, she really has to do it. Who made him obsessed with that new magic recently? Su Chen suppressed his unhappiness and showed a simple smile on his face, and was about to say something. When Nami saw this smile, she turned around and ran away without giving Su Chen a chance to speak. Su Chen noticed Nami's escape and stopped her instantly. This made Nami even more frightened. Advertisement. She looked around anxiously, as if trying to find someone to save her, but Luffy, Zoro and Sanji, who were there just now, had disappeared long ago. Even Usopp, who was on the boat, turned his back and closed his eyes tightly after seeing Su Chen's smile. He kept muttering, I didn't see it, fearing that Su Chen would notice him. After realizing that no one could help her, Nami looked at Su Chen with a look of despair. Well, do as you please. Boom, Su Chen tapped Nami, who played a very dramatic role, with his finger and said unhappily. Stop pretending. I need puppets that you can sew by hand for my magic experiment. Please sew 10 for me. This 1 million is an advance payment. I will give you another 2 million after you finish. Su Chen waved 1 million Baileys in front of Nami's eyes, his eyes full of sincerity. The next second, Nami snatched the 1 million Baileys and stuffed them into his waist bag, not looking like he had lost all hope in life at all. I've said it before, as long as you have money, whatever Uncle Su says is right. Nami, thinking he had gotten an advantage, laughed a few times, then turned and ran away. Looking at Nami, whose heart was beating with excitement, Su Chen showed a meaningful smile on his face. That thing is not easy to sew. The sewing needle is very painful. Even with such a strong body, he can't stand being pricked. But Nami is a girl after all, so there should be no problem in sewing a ragdoll for her, right? It was she who didn't ask clearly, and he didn't deliberately cheat her. After thinking about it, Su Chen began his stroll. It's really lively. He walked slowly on the street, surrounded by numerous stalls and shops everywhere. It was clear that the Marine Headquarters Colonel was extremely capable. Almost all the people coming and going have smiles on their faces, which shows that the living standards of the people living here are pretty good. Even though it is the last stop on the East Blue to Grand Line route, it is still full of laughter and joy. I wandered around the town and bumped into a few other people from a distance. Zoro was shopping with a girl wearing glasses. Sanji was walking back carrying a huge tuna, while Nami was bargaining with the owner of the clothes shop. However, there was a huge noise coming from the execution platform that Luffy was heading for. A gust of wind blew by, and Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The wind direction seems to have changed. Chapter 61. Preparing to sail. Colonel. This is terrible, Colonel. A base messenger rushed into Smoker's office in panic, startling him. Colonel, we found Buggy the Clown and his gang causing trouble at the execution square. On the execution platform, the Straw Hat Boy who was wanted on the wanted warrant just now is also there. Smoker's eyes narrowed. The order he had received before was not to stop them but to disperse and defeat them. But he easily let the Straw Hat crew into the Grand Line, as he was a Marine. Can't do it. Order the elite troops to gather at the port, and the secondary troops to secretly surround the square from the street. Smoker said to the herald while putting on his coat, everyone else, stand by at firing range in the square, over. Yes, yes. Just as the herald was about to run out, Smoker added another sentence. Also, where is Tashigi? Report, Sergeant Tashigi is not far from the square. After waving his hand to signal the herald to leave, Smoker put on his weapon and walked directly towards the square. He had to first look for the deputy who deliberately acted cute from time to time. The next battle is not like playing house in the past. I will feel uneasy if I don't bring her with me. The other side. Su Chen stopped and a guy in a cloak appeared in front of him accompanied by a strong wind, blocking his way. The inherited will, the dream of mankind, the waves of the times, these are things that cannot be stopped. As long as humans are still pursuing freedom, these things will never stop, Pirates King Roger. Su Chen looked at Dorag, who started talking to himself as soon as he appeared, and a big cross appeared on his forehead. Ahem, sorry, I just have some feelings. Dorag noticed Su Chen's strange look, explained, and then asked. You must be one of Luffy's crew members, right? It's amazing that Albatross didn't exaggerate. Su Chen's eyes turned and a simple smile appeared on his face. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. You are very handsome even without eyebrows. And the mark on your face, is it from when you were a child and your father beat you with a slipper because you were disobedient? As these words fell, the atmosphere between Su Chen and Dorag became awkward. The strong wind that was blowing around stopped in this strange atmosphere. Little guy, didn't your parents teach you not to be so sharp-tongued? Dorag said, gritting his teeth after a moment of silence. Uncle, don't you think people who talk to themselves are also low? After a brief exchange of words, the two fell into a long silence again. Originally, Dorag came to see Su Chen this time just to confirm whether the information he received was true or false. I really didn't expect this kid to have so many sharp tongues, and he wasn't sure of winning, which made the situation quite tricky. It is really suspicious for a world-class person to join a fledgling group of pirates. The atmosphere between the two became more and more depressing as time went on. Su Chen couldn't help but spoke first with a smile. Don't worry, uncle. I'm not as complicated as you think. Even if I am, you can't stop me, right? Su Chen's teasing gaze collided with Dorag's somewhat gloomy gaze, and the next second, a terrifying aura instantly burst out from their bodies, and two extremely condensed auras collided extremely violently within a 5-meter range around the two of them. After finding that they couldn't do anything to each other, the two groups of energy collided and soared into the sky. A big hole appeared in the thick clouds in an instant, and the sunlight came in through the hole, shining on both sides. After this tentative collision, Dorag fell silent. Let's go, uncle. We can compete again when we have time. My captain is still waiting for me. After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards where the Mary was docked. As for Luffy, since Dragon is there, he is too lazy to get involved in the affairs between them. Dorag did not stop him. The simple test just now made him realize that he could not stop this man at all. Moreover, there is no need for such a person to lie. Snap! With a roar of thunder, heavy rain began to pour down from the sky. The bean-sized rain mixed with strong winds hit Luffy and his group heavily as they ran, making their cheeks sound like crackling. A storm of this magnitude. The stronger Nami was very keenly aware that something was wrong. There is a high possibility that this sudden storm was man-made. And the lightning she just guided down was too easy. It even looked like it was about to strike Luffy, which really made people wonder if there was someone hiding behind it. But now is not the time to think about these things. Nami put aside her guess, looked at the sky and said, Everyone, I have to go back to the boat first. Usopp alone can't control the Mary in a storm like this. Nami's eyes narrowed, and she instructed Luffy and the others, You must hurry up. In this storm, we must set sail immediately. The next second, Nami's figure disappeared instantly, like a gust of breeze, quickly passing through the rain curtain in the air and escaping in the direction of the Mary. As soon as Nami left, the remaining 3 Luffys faced off against Smoker and Tashigi, just like in the original story. The only difference is that this time, Luffy and Sanji cooperated and lasted for a while under Smoker. Su Chen's previous pervert training plan was still very useful. The other side, Zoro and Tashigi are even more fun. Zoro, who had recovered, beat Tashigi like a kid, and the originally good battle turned into a teaching game. However, no matter how strong he becomes, Zoro still can't do anything to this familiar face. Even her personality is very similar to that person. Dorag at the corner stared outside, waiting for the strength to attack. It wasn't long before this opportunity arose. Luffy anxiously punched Sanji on the forehead, and the powerful punch knocked him to the ground. Smoker seized the opportunity and pinned Luffy to the ground, while his other hand reached for his weapon. Seeing this situation, Dorag rushed out decisively. But the next second, Luffy and Sanji, who were originally suppressed, appeared in the distance. Even further away, Su Chen was smiling and nodding at him. After returning to the ship, Su Chen thought about it and decided that it would be better to let Luffy take a look at Dragon. After missing this opportunity, they didn't know how long it would take for them to see each other again. So he happily made a decision to come back to help Dorag. Oh no, he should miss his son too. Luffy's eyes met with Dragon's and then they looked away in an instant. The feeling just now made Luffy feel particularly strange. Why, it seems so familiar. Before Luffy could think about it, Sanji got up and pulled him to run. Since someone helped stop Smoker, only a fool would not run away quickly. I saw Luffy and the other two running away. Dorag suppressed his inner awkwardness and uttered that classic line. No reason can stop a man from running to the sea. Chapter 62. The oath before the Grand Line. Usopp tried his best to hold the reins, but finally the rope was about to give out. He saw his companions from a distance. Luffy, hurry up. The rope can't hold on any longer, Usopp shouted anxiously. You guys, come on board quickly. The boat is about to sail. Nami on the side also shouted. It took her a lot of effort to stabilize the ship in such bad weather. If she hadn't returned early, the Mary would have been swept away by the waves. As all the personnel arrived, the Mary quickly sailed away from Logue Town. After some time, Smoker, who was still in Logue Town, and Buggy the Clown also made up their minds. Getting ready to head to the Grand Line. One was to capture Luffy, who showed that familiar smile. And the other one might want to see what the final outcome would be for the person who smiled the same smile as the captain. Upside Down Mountain. Due to its special geographical location, the weather and ocean currents in the nearby waters are generally difficult to predict. Coupled with its proximity to the calm belt, the extreme climate it brings is fraught with danger. As the Mary approached, from afar, you can see that the sky over there has long been covered by a large dark cloud, and the drifting ocean currents are filled with the wreckage of damaged wooden ships. Some strange reefs are densely distributed around the waterway. In its depths, countless turbulent currents are hidden. If you are not careful, you will be swept away by the undercurrent and crash into the red soil. Wow! The waves are so big. In this kind of weather, Luffy was chased up and down by the waves that came from time to time. Nami, standing next to the rudder, was soaking wet but didn't care. From time to time, she glanced at the sky, then immediately looked down at the sea, checking the direction of the ocean current. Suddenly, a turbulent undercurrent surged out, carrying the Mary, and after spinning continuously in place, it quickly headed towards the wrong channel. Su Chen. Do you see that light in the distance? That's the navigation light. Advertisement. The entrance to the Grand Line is right in front of that light. We need to turn right immediately. Su Chen nodded and turned the rudder hard. The sky blue airflow tried its best to stabilize the ship and headed towards the correct course. Usopp, go and reef the mainsail. The ship needs to change course immediately. Nami stretched out her hand to feel the current wind speed and immediately shouted to Usopp. As for Zoro and Sanji, they were desperately trying to get rid of the debris and rubble swept away by the huge waves. Even Luffy, who was being chased around by the waves, occasionally found the time to knock away some of the wood that crashed into the ship. Su Chen, standing at the helm, smiled with satisfaction. They had really become stronger. Even the most cowardly Usopp reacted extremely quickly at this time. Usopp endured the huge force coming from the reins in his hands, quickly folded the mainsail, and continued to wait for Nami's instructions. After the sails were folded, the Mary, under Su Chen's control, quickly changed course following the ocean current and wind direction. I have to say, Nami's grasp of navigation is simply genius. Most navigators would just leave it to fate when their ship was caught in an undercurrent, but she managed to turn the ship in this life and death situation. No wonder that Coxcomb wanted to capture her and make her his navigator. With everyone's concerted efforts, the Mary was finally pulled back to the correct position, and Usopp raised the mainsail at Nami's signal. The surging ocean current is already right in front of us. Before entering the Grand Line, Sanji, who had some free time, pushed out an empty wooden barrel with an excited look on his face. Ha ha ha, we need a ceremony before entering the Grand Line. Dong. Luffy saw the barrel's excited face and was the first to step on it. To become the king of pirates. Even though it was raining heavily, Sanji, who still had a cigarette in his mouth, spoke seriously. For the legendary All Blue. Zoro looked yearning, and subconsciously touched the scar on his chest and said, to become the world's greatest swordsman. To draw a map of the whole world. Nami stuck out her tongue mischievously and winked at everyone. After a series of training, Usopp stepped on it without hesitation. To become a brave sea warrior. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen suppressed his excitement and stepped forward. To become the freest traveler. Advertisement. The next second, 6 people simultaneously revealed an indescribable smile, which was sincere and full of desire for their dreams. Su Chen had heard of it in his previous life. A person should have at least 2 impulses in his life. One is a reckless love and the other is a spontaneous trip. Although he has not yet encountered love that he will risk everything for. But it is also a pretty good thing to be able to go on a journey of dreams and adventure with like-minded partners who share the same ideals and are willing to help you. Whoosh! This time, as if infected by the intentions and beliefs of several people, the Mary sailed directly into the surging ocean current without any accidents. Under a layer of bluish-white airflow and riding the rapidly fluctuating waves, they crossed the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! I see the Grand Line. Luffy held the sheep horns on the bow and shouted loudly towards the front. Wait! What is that? Usopp ran back to the observation deck and looked at the huge black wall slowly appearing in the distance with a look of shock. That's one of the Sea Kings, the island whale. Su Chen sat on the top deck with his feet dangling in the air, swinging back and forth with a mysterious look on his face. Turn left quickly. We can go around from the left. Zoro, Usopp and Sanji quickly ran towards the rudder, while Nami on the side was anxiously controlling the strong wind to slow down the Mary. Only Su Chen still looked indifferent. His eyes looked to the other side of Laboon's body. There, Vivi and her partner Mr. Nine were riding a small boat, carefully approaching Laboon. Bang! After a huge roar, a shell hit Laboon directly. With great force, the Mary stopped directly. What did you do? Nami and the other 3 were extremely angry and shouted at Luffy in unison. Before they could continue, Laboon's figure slowly sank, and a huge eye looked towards them. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, it opened its incomparable huge mouth and swallowed everyone. Along with the huge Uzumaki, the Mary quickly fell into Laboon's stomach. Nami subconsciously wanted to control the Mary to fly out directly, but after seeing Su Chen shook his head at her. She gave up the idea. The deputy captain is not in a hurry, so there should be no danger. He never did anything without confidence. Chapter 63, Pirates King's Ship Doctor. Then, without anyone controlling it, the Mary was sucked directly into the big mouth of the Laboon by the Uzumaki, and Vivi and the other person who suffered an unexpected disaster were also sucked in. After passing through a long dark passage, a dazzling light came from the end of the passage. A clear sky appeared that was almost identical to the outside world, and Luffy and the others were stunned. There is even a small island in the very center. However, if you look closely, you will find that the sky and white clouds above are just painted on. But even so, it is enough to shock people. No wonder Su Chen looks so nonchalant. It turns out there are such scenes here. Nami looked very proud, as if she was not the one who was scared just now, and she didn't know who almost controlled the Mary to take off. Usopp asked in disbelief, "Are we dreaming?" Sanji and Zoro beside them nodded. They also felt that they were dreaming because they were obviously swallowed by a whale. While they were seriously discussing whether they were dreaming, Su Chen tied up Vivi and the other person who had sneaked onto the Mary and threw them on the deck. The sudden appearance of two people surprised everyone. Where did they come from? Before they could open their mouths to ask who the two men were, bursts of coughing were heard from the house on the island. Crunch. Along with the sound, the door of the house opened from the inside, and an old man walked out. He was wearing clothes with colorful stripes and a circle of red petals on the back of his head. "It's a flower." Sanji looked at Crocus in shock, and after observing him carefully, he added, "No, it's a human." However, Crocus had a serious face and said nothing. He just looked at the StrawHat Pirates in silence. "Say something, a-hole." Usopp obviously couldn't help himself, and he shouted directly, "If you want to fight, we'll join you. You be asterisk 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 D. We have cannons." This old man's behavior is really disrespectful. Contempt, this is real contempt. Crocus didn't remain silent this time, and glanced at Sanji and the others from the newspaper. "You'd better forget it, someone will die. How dare you look down on us?" Advertisement. The feeling of being ignored by Crocus filled Sanji with anger, and he was about to rush up and give him a good beating. "Don't be impulsive, let me ask." Zoro stopped Sanji from being impulsive, and then asked Crocus. "Grandpa, where is this place and who are you? Can you tell me?" Crocus asked back, "When asking someone a question, it's polite to state your name first, isn't it?" Zoro scratched his head, thought for a moment and said, "That's true. I'm so sorry, my name is." As a result, before Zoro could finish his words, Crocus introduced himself. "My name is Crotus, and I am the keeper of the lighthouse at Gemini Cape." Zoro said angrily, "Can I cut him?" However, his action was stopped by Su Chen, who jumped down. Having read the original novel, he naturally knew who this strange old man was. "Wait, Zoro, let's be polite to this senior. His identity is not that simple." Su Chen smiled and added, "More than 20 years ago, after completing his last voyage, the Pirate King Roger disbanded the pirates. The ship's doctor was very famous. I remember that his outfit was similar to yours, old man. If I'm not mistaken, you are the companion of the Pirates King Roger, right, senior?" The Pirates King's companion? The ship's doctor? Zoro and the others' impatient expressions instantly turned into astonishment. Is this true? In such an inconspicuous place, there would be companions of the Pirates King? As soon as he finished speaking, Crocus, who had a lazy look on his face, suddenly changed his expression. His identity had been hidden for a long time, and he did not expect to be recognized under such circumstances. However, after he looked at Su Chen carefully for a few times, he nodded in sudden realization. It turned out to be the magician Su Chen, who had recently caused chaos in the sea. This group of people should be the Straw Hat crew. No wonder they know his identity. "Why, do you want to do something for my old man?" Crocus, who had figured it out, smiled and said, "I don't have anything worth remembering here except the record pointer." Admitted it. After listening to Crocus' words, except for Su Chen, everyone else widened their eyes in shock and opened their mouths as if they had heard a shocking secret. Advertisement. Luffy looked at Crocus excitedly, his eyes wide open as he lay on the edge of the boat. "The pirate's ship's doctor, he's a legendary figure." Su Chen smiled and asked directly, "Senior, you misunderstood. I just want to ask, do you have a permanent pointer to Magnetic Drum Island in Alabasta?" As a companion of the Pirates King, even though he is old now, it is completely impossible to deceive him, so it is better to tell the truth. "Is that so? It's not impossible to give it to you." Crocus searched his pockets, and when he didn't find the record pointer, he remembered that he had placed all the pointers next to the navigation lights at Twin Capes. Before he could open his mouth to explain, a huge vibration came from the surroundings, and the originally calm sea of stomach acid was stirred up into huge waves. If Su Chen hadn't reacted quickly, Vivi and the other person who were tied up would have probably fallen directly into Laboon's stomach acid. Crocus disappeared from the spot, probably going to give Laboon a sedative. After seeing Crocus disappear, Luffy belatedly looked at Vivi and the others, and asked in confusion, "Who are you and why are you on my ship?" When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Vivi and the other girl were afraid that Luffy would just throw them off the ship, so they explained their origins very seriously and told him some of their difficulties. "We are from Whiskey Peak and we come here to look for food." Afterwards, Vivi and the other person lowered their posture and asked Luffy to take them to Whiskey Peak. After listening to Vivi's request, Luffy thought for a moment and decided to help them. As for the others, they had no objections at all. Su Chen naturally had no objection either. He had to go to Whiskey Peak to see Robin, whom he had always been thinking about. After Crocus calmed Laboon down, he led Luffy and his party out along the waterway inside Laboon. Just like in the original novel, after listening to Laboon's story, Luffy was so moved that he impulsively started fighting with Laboon. There's nothing much to say, just force a 55-level opening. Finally, Luffy made a promise to Laboon that they would come back and fight again after sailing around the world for a week. Su Chen felt that if Luffy was slower, he would probably be eaten by Laboon again. But as rubber easy to digest, Crocus also took out 3 record pointers from the navigation lighthouse and handed them to Nami, the navigator. 2 of them are permanent pointers that Su Chen specifically requested. Chapter 64 Whiskey Peak Sailing on the Grand Line. What you need to pay most attention to are not those dangerous pirates. Compared to the unpredictable weather and strange turbulence here, the danger of pirates should be even lower. Although the pirates here are very strong, the chance of encountering them directly is still not very high. After Su Chen's reminder, there was no collision with icebergs on the way to Whiskey Peak. But the extreme changes in weather still caused Luffy and his friends a lot of trouble. Either the temperature suddenly dropped to winter levels, or if one was not careful with the steering, the entire ship would turn 180 degrees and head in the completely opposite direction. Fortunately, those storms that came without warning did not have much impact on them due to Nami's advanced prediction and guidance. After experiencing another storm, everyone was so tired after seeing the weather change that they lay down on the deck. Zoro stretched lazily and stood up. What a comfortable sleep. He briefly glanced around, except for Su Chen, who was looking at the rudder, facing a booklet that looked like a ghostly drawing, and fiddling with something that looked like a doll. All the others were lying on the deck to bask in the sun. Even if the weather is nice, you shouldn't be so lazy, right? Zoro showed a look of disgust. These guys were really too lazy. And why are these 2 guys on the boat? They look like they have some evil intentions. Why'd I feel like their names are so familiar, as if I've heard them somewhere before? Zoro stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. Bang. Nami, with a gloomy look on his face, punched Zoro on the head and stared at him with murderous eyes. The pain in his head interrupted his thoughts, and a big lump appeared behind his head. You actually slept until now, Nami roared angrily. Advertisement he originally wanted to resist. As a result, Nami, with a gloomy face, hit him twice more, knocking him down directly, and 2 big bumps appeared on his head again. No matter how I call you, you still sleep soundly. Nami glared at the prone Zoro and added, you actually called us lazy, you deserve it. After dealing with Zoro, Nami yelled at the other people lying down. Cheer up. Whiskey Peak is just ahead. As for Vivi and the others, after vaguely seeing Whiskey Peak through the mist, they carefully slipped away from the boat. They were frightened by Nami's angry look. It was the first time they had seen such a cruel navigator. Crash, Vivi and the other person emerged from the water, already soaked through, and lay exhausted on the shore. If they hadn't rushed back early to inform everyone, they wouldn't be so tired now. This movement quickly attracted the attention of the island residents. A curly-haired steward walked up to them, carefully helped Vivi up, and asked, what's going on? Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, you guys went whale hunting, why are you in this state? The steward was surprised to see the 2 men looking so embarrassed. Logically speaking, the newly set out pirates should not be their match. Don't mention it. Although they had been riding the boat for a while, Nami had been ordering them to do this and that, which had made them exhausted, and they didn't dare to resist. As a member of the Baroque workshop, the Straw Hat crew that caused such a stir before can still be recognized. So they didn't dare to sneak away until they were close to the town. After Vivi's explanation, the leading manager finally showed an expression of sudden realization. I didn't expect it to be them. It looks like the task the boss ordered can be completed. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, please write a report about this incident and pass it to the boss. After listening to the 2 people's words, the curly-haired manager analyzed the situation calmly, motioned Vivi and the others to go and rest first, and turned back to look at the subordinate members of the Baroque works around him. Let's prepare to receive this group of pirates. This time they are different from the previous ones. They have already become famous in the sea, even in the weakest East Blue. We must be careful. Advertisement, gentlemen, the pirates have a total of 150 million Baileys. If we capture them, we will be rich. The curly-haired manager had an excited look on his face and laughed with great joy, and the members of the Baroque workshop around him also became excited. But, a bounty of 100 million for big pirates, this number. A nun dressed differently from the people around her, with some hesitation in her expression. This bounty amount has already reached the supernova level, and according to the intelligence we received, he is evenly matched with the world's greatest swordsman. We have to try it no matter what, and we are just holding them back. The curly-haired steward who was in the lead hesitated for a moment and decided to proceed according to the plan. Once the information was passed on, support would arrive. With his final decision, everyone else followed his instructions and went down to prepare. Whiskey Peak, located on one of the Grand Line routes, is a secret base for bounty hunters and subordinates of the Baroque works. Pirates who are unaware of the truth may think that this is a town that welcomes pirates due to the enthusiasm of these bounty hunters. As long as they accept their invitation to the party, most of the pirates will be buried under the cactus-shaped peaks in joy and fantasy. Therefore, most pirates who have collected more complete intelligence will not go to this route. However, Luffy and his crew's intelligence-gathering capabilities were almost zero before Robin boarded the ship. Su Chen, the only one who knew the truth, chose to say nothing in order not to miss the first meeting with Robin. So when the Mary sailed in, Luffy and his crew saw an exceptionally grand scene. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. Large groups of residents were gathering around the pier, holding various banners and flags to welcome them. What's going on? Usopp and Sanji, who had always believed that even if this was not an island full of monsters, they would be expelled by the island residents, were confused by what was happening now. Ha ha ha. Isn't this great? Let's go down and play. Luffy looked excited and didn't notice anything wrong at all. The moment the Merry docked, Luffy, Sanji and Usopp jumped down instantly. The party, the beauties and the admiring residents were exactly what Luffy and the other two wanted. For them, how could such enthusiastic residents set a trap for them? Behind, Su Chen, holding a book of ghost paintings, followed Nami and Zoro. Chapter 65. Mutation of Nami. Welcome. Ahem. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler slowly walked out of the crowd. He had curly hair on both sides that looked like toilet paper. He was holding a saxophone and introduced himself enthusiastically. I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak, Ecolem. Hospitality is a proud tradition of our town. Please allow us to hold a banquet to welcome you all. I wonder if you all. Ahem. Would you please do me the honor? With a smile on his face, full of anticipation and enthusiasm, he opened his arms in anticipation towards Luffy and his group. Wahahaha, willing, Luffy and the other two agreed without hesitation, laughing at the same time. After hearing the answer, the surrounding residents cheered loudly and gathered around a few people, heading towards the center of the town. The tavern over there had already prepared everything for the banquet, and of course, traps were also prepared. Nami originally wanted to ask how long it would take to record the magnetic field of this island. As a result, Su Chen pulled her from behind and caught up with Luffy and the others, without giving her any time to react. The only one left at the scene was Zoro, who felt something was wrong. However, when he saw that Su Chen didn't say anything, he put his guess aside and followed the crowd. Night slowly fell and a bright moon appeared in the sky. The carefully prepared banquet was held as scheduled. Luffy and his companions enjoyed themselves eating, drinking and having fun under the warm reception of the Whiskey Peak residents. Beauty, beer, food. Usopp boasted unscrupulously and enjoyed the admiring looks from those around him. Ecolem hosted the toasting competition, and Nami also participated in the competition with money at stake. As for Zoro, he was drunk and unconscious, and Luffy, he completely let go of his appetite and sucked in the meat like a storm, shocking everyone. Sanji was with all kinds of girls, enjoying their massages and was completely addicted to it. Su Chen, what on earth are you holding? You've been fiddling with it for several days. Under the influence of alcohol, Nami forgot how he had cheated her before and moved closer with some curiosity. Seeing that Nami was a little curious, Su Chen stopped what he was doing and handed the half-assembled doll to her. Advertisement. This was something he slowly condensed using his magic power. He put a lot of thought into the magic that was called forbidden. Is this a puppet? Ha 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 ha. Su Chen, are you a child? You're so funny, aren't you a doll toy? Ha 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 ha. Nami looked at the joints of the doll in her hand and started to assemble it directly. After finishing the splicing, she laughed loudly. It took me several days to make such a simple thing, it's really hilarious. He is so cute, is he a child? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Nami, who was laughing wildly. He felt an urge to kill her to silence her. I'll give it back to you. You're so stingy. You can't even talk to me, humph. The smile on Nami's face instantly disappeared. He was very sensitive and noticed that something was wrong with Su Chen's mood. After all, he had been fooled several times. She stuffed the assembled doll into Su Chen's arms, turned around and started drinking with the burly nun again. Huh? Su Chen looked at the assembled doll in his arms and made a puzzled sound. He didn't expect that something he had spent several days working on could be completed so quickly in Nami's hands. This made him feel particularly strange, and he subconsciously closed his eyes and used his mind to feel the magic patterns in Nami's body. Scare. The dense lines inside her body were completely connected into one. In the void outside, imperceptible wind elements were constantly gathering into her body. In just a short period of time, the color of the lines on Nami's body became darker, as if she had become the incarnation of the wind. If the speed of convergence remains unchanged, it will only take 1 or 2 years for her to reach his current level. Coupled with her compatibility with the element of wind, there are probably no more than a handful of people in this world who can fight against her. No wonder, she was beaten down by Zoro before. No wonder, she was able to slightly influence the storm in the Grand Line. Thinking of this, Su Chen fell into deep thought, and then an interesting smile appeared on his face. Bang! Thinking of this, Su Chen drank the wine in front of him in one gulp, and slammed the empty glass on the table with force, making a loud noise. Advertisement. The people at Baroque Works were so frightened that they almost thought they were exposed. Since Su Chen had been sitting inside without eating, the food placed in front of him was specially spiced. They kept thinking, how could they get Su Chen to drink it? Su Chen's action of drinking it directly made them feel relieved, and then they looked at each other excitedly. Now everyone in the StrawHat Pirates is either drunk or indulging in pleasure. Even Su Chen, who had the highest bounty, drank the wine in which they had put a special drug, and everything was going according to their plan. Afterwards, Su Chen really lay down on the table after shaking a few times, which undoubtedly made them even more excited. After some time, all the Straw Hat crew members lay on the table. The subordinates of Baroque Works around them laughed silently and walked out of the tavern carefully. Oh, God. Hiccups, these guys can drink too much. The muscular, dark-skinned, and powerful nun covered her stomach with her hands, her face full of resentment. Although I drank with them using bubble tea, I still almost ate to death. Ekolem was extremely excited. Things were progressing unexpectedly smoothly, which made him a little bit unbelievable, so he immediately ordered. You've worked hard, but now is not the time to rest. Go to the ship, confiscate their treasures, and tie these guys up. Ahem. Sorry. Zoro sat on top of the house, the moonlight shining on him, looking mysterious and powerful. Can you let them sleep peacefully? After such a long voyage, they must be very tired. The sudden appearance of Zoro surprised them, because this man was obviously drunk. As a swordsman, I will never be paralyzed by alcohol. I will be your opponent. Inside the pub. When Zoro was chopping people outside, Su Chen's eyes lit up and he sat up again. As an elegant and mysterious magician, how could he be fooled by such a little trick? Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one else at the scene, Su Chen stood up and walked to Nami. Just now he only sensed the magic patterns in her body. He needed to practice to figure out the specific things. At the same time, along with miserable howls, the sound of fierce fighting was heard outside the window. Su Chen grabbed Nami's arm with excitement, and gently tapped Xing Ling's position with the magic wand in his hand, and the magic pattern changed. It's so interesting, such good material, such a good partner, he must help with all his heart. Chapter 66 Wind Element, Xingling. The strange feeling on her arm made Nami unable to pretend anymore, and after Zoro left, she was ready to get up and take a look. After all, it seems impossible to think of a town that welcomes pirates. Seeing Nami moving around, Su Chen subconsciously, in panic, hit Nami on the back of the head with his magic wand. Well, now I don't have to worry about her waking up suddenly. But if you think about it carefully, this unexpected incident cannot be blamed entirely on Su Chen. Putting aside the facts, is Nami completely at fault? After all, she was the one who woke up suddenly and scared him into having a stress reaction. Now that she had fainted, they were even. He was magnanimous and didn't bother with her about her suddenly waking up and scaring him. However, he still felt a little guilty, so he decided to check her more carefully, just in case something went wrong due to the different power systems. Before we check, there is one more thing to do. What if Usopp, Sanji and the others suddenly woke up? What would he do if he got scared since he was already quite timid? So, he was fair. He raised his wand and walked behind the three people who were lying down, and hit each of them on the back of the head. The three of them groaned, and a small lump slowly formed behind their heads. Seeing this, he nodded in satisfaction and returned to Nami. Magic patterns, also known as magic patterns for short, involve the basic composition of magic and occupy at least 1/3 of the thickness of the magic record. Its importance can be imagined, it is simply the beginning of all magic. The reason why Su Chen's magic power is so strong now is because he has mastered a considerable part of the basic magic patterns. In Nami's case, he had only seen it on the last few pages recording the magic patterns. Although there are not many records about the mutations of magic patterns, most of them will develop in a good direction. However, there are also situations where one completely merges with the magic pattern and loses self-awareness. For example, the basic form of the wind element now looks like a bluebird. But the original magic element had no form. Advertisement. The current state is that after a certain senior carved the magic pattern, he failed to suppress the power of assimilation and completely integrated into the elements. Therefore, for Nami's safety, this physical examination is completely necessary and essential. It's not because of Su Chen's curiosity. He waved his wand gently, moving everything on the table around, including Luffy and the other two. Then, Nami's body automatically floated above the table and slowly hovered. The thick and deep magic power quickly gathered at the tip of the wand, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere completely enveloped the room. A layer of faint white light enveloped Nami's body. The wind elements that had been constantly condensing in the void suddenly stopped at this moment, and they dissipated instantly after losing their target. After a while, sensing the disappearance of the wind element, a sky blue bird emerged from Nami's arm. The little head turned a few times in confusion, not understanding why the food he liked had disappeared. But the next second, it saw Su Chen standing next to Nami, and after sensing the abyss-like magical power in his body, it hid in fear to the other side of Nami's body. He carefully poked his little head out and stared at Su Chen quietly, afraid that he would do something. Seeing this spiritual performance, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was too interesting. He actually began to possess the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. He then controlled the wind element and condensed two small snakes, which slowly drilled into the white light covering Nami in the air and made an attacking gesture. The next second, the little bird instantly flew across the void, grabbed two small snakes condensed from the wind element in its hands, sucked them into its mouth like eating noodles, and burped. It seemed that because Su Chen gave her food, she no longer hid from Su Chen. Instead, she held her head high and chest out, showing off her brave performance just now, as if she was saying that they were just two little snakes, no big deal. Because of the burp, her sky blue body seemed to turn a little pink, which slowly faded away as time passed. A book of ghost paintings appeared in Su Chen's hand, and then automatically turned to one of the pages. Su Chen looked at it carefully for a few times, compared the patterns on the booklet with Xing Ling's, nodded in sudden realization, and put the booklet away. The next second, the white light covering Nami disappeared instantly, and the wind element in the void gathered into Nami's body again. Originally, the sky blue bird also wanted to drill back into Nami's arm, but the moment it drilled into the magic pattern under her arm, it hit her skin directly, causing her to somersault several times in the air and fall on the table. If you look closely, you can see tiny, almost imperceptible words floating above her tiny body, making her current form completely solid. Advertisement. Su Chen smiled slightly, and then his face became expressionless again. He stared at Qing Ling, who was shaking her little head on the ground. Now he had some guesses, and now he just needed to look at the magic patterns on Luffy and the other's arms. Then he walked to Luffy's side, ignoring the fact that Luffy was already belly-blowing, grabbed his arm and lifted him up, then used his wand to randomly tap the location of the magic pattern. After feeling it for a while, he threw Luffy back. Go back to sleep, he has nothing to do now. It has been confirmed that Nami's perception of celestial phenomena comes from her special physique. Coupled with the fact that he had carved the essential magic pattern of the wind element for her, an unknown complementary effect was created between the two. The essential form of the wind element actually regained consciousness and is now considered a magical creature. It is somewhat similar to the Zeus that Nami will obtain later, but of a higher nature. In terms of the class of creatures, this thing is at the same level as those mythical creatures. That's why the wind element gathers into Nami's body uncontrollably. If she continues like this, her strength will improve quickly, but it will be troublesome if her physical fitness cannot keep up. Imagine how popcorn is made. All you need to do is increase your training. A smile appeared on the corner of Su Chen's mouth, and he slowly took the surging magic power back into his body. He really enjoys training others. Bang! The moment Su Chen withdrew his magic power, the door of the room shattered instantly and Zoro rushed in directly. Except for the two guys who seemed to have some hidden agenda, he had killed all the members of the Baroque works in Whiskey Peak. When he was thinking about going back to the room to have a drink to celebrate, the door wouldn't open no matter what. He was so frightened that he thought something had happened inside and had been hacking at it with a knife for some time. Hoo-hoo. Are you guys okay? Glancing at Zoro, who was covered in sweat and had some marks of explosion on his body, Su Chen shook his head. Chapter 67. First meeting with Robin, no problem. What's wrong with you? Without waiting for Su Chen to say more, Zoro interrupted him and pointed outside and said, don't worry about it. There are two people outside the door. I picked up the princess who said she was something. Su Chen nodded, and leaned his head out to glance at Vivi and the captain of the guard with toilet paper hair who were lying outside the door. Hiss, the injury is quite serious. It was all Nami and Luffy's fault. They were sleeping so soundly. Looking at Vivi's condition, she seemed to be almost dead. She waved her wand and moved them into the house. It doesn't matter, as long as he's not dead, everything will be fine. If he's dead, it will be troublesome, because he doesn't know how to resurrect now. The key is the resurrection in light magic or the reshaping in life magic. He can't use either of them now because the conditions for use are too harsh. Otherwise, he would have resurrected Belle Mere in Kokoyasi village long ago. Life. Restore. A simple little magic made Vivi and the other person stand up suddenly, and they rushed towards the remaining food in the house with red eyes. The way they ate was just like the Krieg and his gang they met at the restaurant on the sea. At this moment, a pleasant and clear voice came from above the house. Ah, what a powerful method, magician Su Chen. After hearing the voice, Su Chen's lips curled up into an unexpected smile. It's finally here. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the upper side of the house. The first thing that appeared was a pair of long, well-proportioned and perfectly shaped legs wearing boots, gently resting on the outer wall of the house. Look up along the long legs. The figure of a lady with snow-white skin, wearing a lace miniskirt, a purple leather jacket, and a women's cowboy hat. Her long and slender arms gently supported her face, revealing a mysterious and charming smile. She stared at Su Chen quietly with a captivating look. Seems to be waiting for his answer. The person who came was Nico Robin, whom Su Chen had been thinking about. After seeing the real person, he was simply overwhelmed by the thrill. Advertisement. Her height of 1.88 meters and her well-proportioned figure exude perfect feminine charm. If Nami is your childhood sweetheart who played and fought with you on campus, then you, Nico Robin, are the gentle older sister who tolerates all your strengths and weaknesses. Intellectual, mature, with stories and a look that seems to see through everything. Hiss, Su Chen swears here that he is definitely not the kind of person like Sanji. As an elegant and mysterious magician, he naturally possessed a firm will, so he replied very calmly. Ahem. Madam, you are too kind. This is just a small trick. The words were full of pride and had a strong sense of showing off. Oh, this is not some simple trick. Robin's voice was full of intelligence and tenderness, deliberately with a little bit of admiration. In this ocean, there are very few people like you who have so many tricks. This undoubtedly gave Su Chen's senses the ultimate satisfaction. He was very pleased with Robin's compliment to him, but he still had to be reserved. After all, he is an elegant and mysterious magician. Therefore, he just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, narrowed his eyes a little, and then asked in a brisk tone. Thank you, thank you. May I ask if this beautiful lady is just here to talk to me about this? Robin smiled softly, petals flew, and arms built a staircase in the air. Then she walked slowly and gracefully to Su Chen, looking straight into his eyes. Robin winked playfully and said with a slight breath, I came all the way to see you, is it a surprise? Without waiting for Su Chen to react, Robin's tone suddenly changed, changing from the seductive tone just now, and said in a serious tone, just kidding, the boss asked me to invite you to join Baroque Works. In the room, Vivi, who had been stuffing food into her mouth, paused. After eating a large amount of food, she regained her ability to think. I just heard from the man with the knife that the strongest one among them is the second in command who just healed their injuries, a seemingly elegant but actually stingy and sinister one. He also said that even if you offend everyone else, you must not offend this person, otherwise after being sold, you will help him count the money. Advertisement. I wonder if he will accept Miss Allsunday's invitation? If he joins, will others be able to help me return to Alabasta? Vivi stared at Su Chen from behind with a nervous look on her face, fearing that he would agree directly. Su Chen felt a chill on his back, as if he was being framed. He subconsciously turned around to look at Zoro, who was standing. He was the only one awake now. Zoro's heart tightened when Su Chen stared at him with dead fish eyes, as if he was being stared at by something scary. This feeling made him feel a little creepy, and he couldn't help but tightly grip the handle of the knife. Let me see, it was that B***************** D who was plotting against me behind my back. However, after Su Chen moved his gaze to Vivi, who was eating, this feeling completely disappeared. Su Chen saw Vivi's somewhat nervous expression, and suddenly glanced at Zoro again with sudden realization. I guess this guy should have finished telling everything. After thinking about it, Su Chen turned around and looked at Robin with an extremely interesting expression, and replied in a flat tone. Forget it, I'm not interested, but I am very interested in you. That's right, if you were to ask who the most interesting person in Pirates King is, it would be Nico Robin. Su Chen's words made Robin's face freeze. She was stunned by this statement. What did he mean by being interested in her? Could it be those disgusting scum again? What are you thinking? I'm interested in the knowledge in your mind. There are some things that need to be verified. And once you understand what I want to do, you should also be interested. Seeing Su Chen's sincere face, and these words that obviously carried a profound meaning, Robin was able to dispel the doubts in his heart. I'm not interested and I won't be interested. Since you don't want to join the Baroque works, I have nothing more to say. I hope you guys take care of yourself. After saying that, Robin took a deep look at Vivi and the other person in the room, threw a permanent pointer at Su Chen, and turned and left. Su Chen caught the thing that Robin threw over and watched Robin's back as she left, but did not stop her. It seems that now is not the time. Without a foundation of trust, it is impossible to expect a person who is struggling to survive alone to suddenly trust you. And the next sentence she said didn't seem to be directed at him, right? Chapter 68 Vivi's Confession. Chirp. Chirp. Inside the room. After Robin left, Qing Ling, who had just bumped into someone and was in a daze, woke up, flapped his wings, flew over Nami's head, and pecked her forehead twice. A stream of bluish-white air flowed out of her mouth and brushed across Nami's cheek. The next second, Nami felt something strange on her face, and after her eyelids twitched twice, she woke up. Ouch! It hurts. Did someone hit my head? Nami was still a little confused when she woke up, but the tingling sensation at the back of her head made her wake up instantly. She seemed to remember taking a last look at the figure. Su Chen. You actually hit me. If you don't come up with 1 or 2 million Baileys today, I will never let you go. The moment Nami remembered, she stood up instantly, grabbed Su Chen's collar with both hands as if teleporting, and began to shake him wildly. Ahem. Calm down, Nami. Listen to me, I'll compensate you. Isn't it enough for me to pay you? What the hell? With this speed of movement, Su Chen was caught directly due to carelessness, and wasn't she asleep? Ahem. What are you talking about, Deputy Captain? I'm just playing with you. Nami blinked instantly, stuck out her tongue, carefully adjusted Su Chen's collar a few times, and said playfully, remember to say it earlier next time. And the money? She rubbed her hands together twice, hesitated for a while, then looked at Su Chen with golden eyes and asked expectantly. Here you go. I'll give you another 2 million Baileys, then you can do this and this again. Su Chen directly took out 2 stacks of Baileys, stuffed them into Nami's hands, and whispered something in her ear for a long time. After listening to what Su Chen said, Nami nodded with golden eyes, and walked into the house with excited fists. Looking at Luffy and the other 2 who were still unconscious, no, still asleep, he punched them awake with a few punches. Seeing Nami's actions, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Well, it was all Nami's doing, he knew nothing. Luffy and Usopp both woke up with confused faces covering their heads. They really couldn't understand why Nami hit them. As for Sanji, advertisement after seeing Nami smiling at him, he simply ignored the pain at the back of his head and stared at Nami with hearts in his eyes, not caring about anything else. Ahem, ahem, Su Chen asked me to wake you up. Zoro found a princess and I heard there's something else going on. Nami's eyes wandered left and right. After beating them, she still felt a little guilty, but when she thought about the huge amount of small amounts of money she would get later, she became ruthless again. At worst, I can give them some after the deal is done. Just give each of them 100 Baileys. I am so generous. Lower half circle. Thinking of this, Nami's eyes involuntarily drifted towards Vivi, who was eating heartily on the side. She never expected that this girl was actually a princess. Wait a minute, Nami, there's a bird above your head. Zoro had noticed Qing Ling for a while and finally couldn't help but ask. As his voice fell, Luffy and Usopp also nodded. This bird looks so familiar. Bird? Nami tilted her head in confusion, then touched her head subconsciously. Sure enough, she felt a strange touch from her hand, and a cool little bird jumped onto her hand. Qing Ling rubbed Nami's hand affectionately twice, making a chirping sound from her mouth, and pointed one wing at Su Chen, who was standing beside her. She looks so cute, as if she's accusing something. Nami touched Qing Ling in confusion, and looked at Su Chen with her. Qing Ling, get to know her. Because of you, she has regained some simple self-awareness. Su Chen pointed to the magic pattern that appeared on his arm and said. Just think of it as a pet. You don't have to feed it, it can help you gather the storm, and you just need to collect the stick. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Qing Ling flapped its wings angrily a few times, and a burst of wild energy swept towards Su Chen, but before it got close to him, it automatically turned into wisps of slow air. Okay, be good and ignore him. Nami touched Qing Ling's head and put her on her shoulder. For some reason, Nami felt that Qing Ling seemed very friendly and accepted Qing Ling after just one look. Then she raised her head proudly, showed off for a while, and looked at Vivi who was eating. This guy, this is all money. Vivi paused in her rapid swallowing of food, and a strange feeling surged in her heart, as if someone was thinking about her. So much so that she shook her waist-length aqua blue hair and looked around with her eyes. Advertisement, there is no problem, they are all the same people as before. Vivi, who didn't notice anything unusual, shook twice unconsciously and shrank back slightly. This weak and feeble look. This made Nami even more satisfied, as it looked so easy to fool. She imitated the way Su Chen fooled her, revealed a simple and honest smile, and walked in front of Vivi while rubbing her hands. What? 1 billion Baileys? That's impossible, although I am very grateful that you took me in. Alabasta today simply can't afford such compensation. After listening to Nami's story, Vivi wiped her greasy cheeks and refused with a firm look. If such a large reward were really paid, even if the civil strife in the country was eliminated, Alabasta would be destroyed by the financial crisis. Why, aren't you a princess? Just 1 billion Baileys. Nami looked puzzled. Su Chen clearly said. Impossible. Maybe in the past. Vivi shook her head, her face full of sadness. No one can laugh when her country is on the verge of collapse, not to mention that she is the crown prince of this country. The kingdom is now in the midst of a riot launched by the people, it is in complete chaos. Vivi looked up at Su Chen and the others and continued. After further investigation, I found that someone was behind this, and that was the Baroque works. The people started the riot under their instigation, but other than that, there is no other clue, so we can't take action against them at all. I came here to look for evidence. I only have 500,000 Baileys of my own money now. After listening to Vivi's story, Nami was immediately disappointed and said, I see. I finally understand what happened. The country is in civil strife and has no money, right? On the contrary, after listening to it, Luffy asked curiously. So who did you find out was behind this? 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Su Chen's calm voice illuminated the entire room like thunder. Compared to Vivi and Ikelem's shock, Nami and others looked indifferent. It turned out that this deputy captain had known about it a long time ago. Forget about the various news about East Blue before. He even seemed to know a lot about the Grand Line. Chapter 69 The Despised Doll. Ah, how did you say that? That is a secret that cannot be told. Without caring about being surprised, Vivi stood up instantly and shook her hands anxiously. Her language became a little panicked, and she tried hard to explain the danger of the matter. Even though you are strong, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea along with Hawkeye. You will never be able to defeat him. Now that this has been revealed, your lives will also be threatened. After hearing Vivi's words, Luffy looked at Zoro next to him with excitement. Did you hear that? It's Shichibukai. Zoro also grinned excitedly, wondering if this person could also use a knife. He was much stronger now than before. We'll be able to see him soon, said Zoro. Su Chen said indifferently. You should think about what to do next. For him, it was simply too much to restrain Crocodile, not to mention that a Hawkeye had degenerated. Vivi took a deep breath, her thoughts turning quickly. She looked at Su Chen and the others, then at the wounded Ikelem. Then, she prayed with a serious face. Can you please send me back to Alabasta? I want to stop this civil war which is wrong in the first place. My country needs me. After Su Chen and Luffy looked at each other, they nodded calmly at Vivi, indicating that they understood. This indifferent attitude made Vivi, who was ready to accept rejection, stunned. It felt particularly unreal. Why are they like this? Their opponents are such scary people, so why don't they feel any fear at all? That's Shichibukai, aren't you afraid at all? She grabbed Zoro next to her and shook him twice to make him understand the truth of the matter. However, Zoro didn't feel scared at all. He just touched the handle of the knife excitedly and ignored her serious look. Seeing that Zoro ignored her, she ran back to Su Chen and shouted loudly. That's the sand crocodile. He can create a sandstorm with a wave of his hand, aren't you afraid? Su Chen just patted her shoulder comfortingly. Advertisement. Yes, she was right to be afraid. That sand crocodile almost overthrew her country, so she couldn't be blamed. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes showed a little sympathy, and he said very seriously. Don't worry, if we just send you back to Alabasta, there won't be much of a problem. After saying this, Su Chen glanced again in the direction Robin left. Will Robin sneak onto the ship again this time? Su Chen's words and this group of people's indifferent attitude made Vivi's eyes red. Don't they care about their own lives at all? Or maybe it was because of her. Thank you, Vivi said this while crying, feeling both aggrieved and happy. Ikelem, who had been eating non-stop, stopped. At this time, he had recovered enough to think. After seeing Vivi's aggrieved look, he showed pity on his face and made up his mind. Ahem, princess, it's okay, I have an idea. After saying that, Equilem ran to the back of the house, and when he came out, he turned out to be a fat version of Vivi. Nami, who was standing next to Vivi to comfort her, opened her mouth and eyes widened instantly, obviously frightened. Ha 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 ha, uncle, you will definitely be very popular in this outfit. Luffy opened his mouth and laughed, clenching his fists in excitement. Equilem. Why are you dressed like this? Vivi said in shock, wiping her tears. Princess, please listen to me first. Since the boss has already sent Mr. 5 and his men to hunt us down, they will definitely not give up until they achieve the expected results. Equilem's voice was trembling, but for Vivi's safety, he still told her the rest of the plan. Let's split up. I'll dress up as a princess and go straight back to Alabasta. You guys leave via this route. This way, you can perfectly avoid pursuit. But, Equilem, what are you going to do? Isn't this dangerous? Vivi covered her mouth tightly, tears as big as beans dripping down through the gaps between her fingers. It's alright, as long as the princess is safe. Then, please give me the permanent pointer of Alabasta. Su Chen's mouth twitched rapidly. Although he already knew that this person would dress up as Vivi, he still thought she was too ugly in person. I forced myself to suppress the weird feeling in my heart, wondering whether I should get involved. After all, this old man survived the explosion and made it to Alabasta. Do you have any new ideas? Advertisement Nami came over at some point and asked Su Chen quietly. It's obvious from her eyes that she is very excited. Maybe she has been pranked too many times and she also wants to try the feeling of pranking others. However, Nami also reminded Su Chen that she seemed to have helped to assemble a doll just now. Go away. What kind of crazy idea is that? I am an elegant and mysterious magician, how can I do such a thing? After thinking it through, Su Chen pushed Nami aside with a righteous look on his face. Since he couldn't make up his mind, he would just leave it to fate. It's okay. I have a way to let him see you alive. Su Chen stepped forward and said. This sentence made Vivi, who was hesitant to take out the pointer, a little suspicious, but for Equilem's safety. She still stared at Su Chen with an extremely expectant look and asked in a low voice what the solution was. Su Chen reached into his inner pocket, fiddled with it for a while, and then took out the doll that Nami had been making fun of. The finely crafted joints look particularly high-end under the light, and it is obviously the kind of toy that aristocratic children would like. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen, is this the toy you played with when you were a child? After seeing clearly what Su Chen took out, the atmosphere around them suddenly changed. Luffy and Usopp looked at each other and complained a few words, then they held their stomachs and laughed so hard that tears came out. He was even so exaggerated that he lay on the ground and banged the ground hard. Even Zoro, who was usually serious, couldn't help but have his mouth twitching constantly. Judging from his appearance, it must be very difficult for him to endure it. Bang bang bang. Crackling. Dang. Luffy and the others covered their heads in pain, lying on the ground with tears in their eyes. Looking at the big bags emitting smoke appearing above their heads, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Now he can also beat others until they smoke, that's great. Ahem. Where were we just now? He narrowed his eyes and asked Vivi with a smile. Gulp. Vivi swallowed subconsciously, and a few drops of cold sweat slid down her cheeks. After seeing Su Chen's irritable look just now, she really didn't know how to answer Su Chen's question for a moment. Why, you don't believe me? Chapter 70 Taboo Creation, Wei Lisi. Before Vivi could finish her words, Su Chen's eyes rolled and he immediately interrupted him. Forget it, anyway, this uncle won't be in any serious trouble, we will send you back to Alabasta later. After taking a look at Vivi, Su Chen pretended to put the doll away. But before he could kick the doll into his pocket, Sanji snatched it away. Just now, after Luffy and the others were beaten up, they gathered together and whispered for a long time, as if they were planning something. No, I've taken it out, so I can't take it back. Mr. Captain, we have something to discuss with you, right, you stinky green algae head? Sanji, who was holding the puppet, spoke provocatively, then looked at Su Chen, who looked confused, with pride. Well, he was just planning to tease Vivi, but he didn't expect Sanji to teach him a lesson. He put his arms down and wanted to see what they were going to do. Although I hate your smug look, but this time you do have some truth in your words, you perverted cook. Zoro dusted himself off and glanced at Sanji nonchalantly. Su Chen looked at Luffy with some curiosity. They smiled at each other and then surrounded him. What was this? Are you ready to grow your wings and rebel? Whoosh. A transparent long whip suddenly appeared from the air behind him and tied Su Chen up. Su Chen, don't blame me, they forced me to do this. Nami grabbed the whip with shining eyes, and the sound was quite exciting. It didn't sound like anyone was forcing her at all. Surrender. Su Chen. The moment Nami took action, Luffy and the others all rushed over, some holding Nami's legs, some grabbing his hands, with a very clear division of labor. Among them was a sky-blue bird, which flew straight towards the hat on Su Chen's head. At some point, all of them had agreed to teach this sinister deputy captain a lesson for cheating people all day long. Snap. Boom. Bang. Advertisement the next second, with lightning and thunder and flying fists. All the people were beaten like pigs with bruised faces and noses, and they knelt in front of Su Chen with sincere looks on their faces. Private Marseille, sorry, we were wrong. Well, it's very sincere, without any other emotions mixed in. Su Chen's originally neat coat now had several footprints on it, and even his hair had become a mess. A faint purple-blue circle appeared around one of its eyes, and no one knew who did it. There was a bird feather stuck in the messy hair. God knows why Qing Ling in elemental form would lose hair. It's outrageous. They are much stronger now than in the original book. It is impossible to deal with them without hurting them. Besides, it is impossible for Su Chen to really attack them. So Su Chen was forced to take a few kicks and a punch in the eye, and his hair was torn by the bird. If Nami hadn't taken Qing Ling back to the stick, he would definitely pluck all the feathers from the bird. Su Chen glared fiercely at the people who were kneeling on the ground and apologizing. Don't think he didn't see it. Luffy's mouth was almost stretched to his ears, and the others also lowered their heads to cover their mouths, looking trembling all the time. He understood that part of the reason Luffy and the others were quarreling with him was to make Vivi relax. However, this does not mean that they are not waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Humph, I'll deal with them later when I have time. Hey, hold the doll first. I'm going to ask you a question. You must think carefully before answering. Su Chen picked up the doll that Sanji had placed on the table and stuffed it into Vivi's arms. After turning his head to look at Luffy and the others, he asked the question. Vivi, are you willing to believe us? Vivi looked at Su Chen with a twitching mouth, then clenched her fists tightly. The civil unrest in Alabasta stems from people's distrust of each other. Now, is she also going to miss the chance to save Alabasta because of trust issues? No way. At this moment, Vivi finally made up her mind, as if she had put down the burden that had been weighing on her heart for a long time, and nodded vigorously. No, I can't help it. Are these guys really pirates? Ha ha, ha ha ha. I believe you. Vivi let out a crisp and relaxed laugh. Advertisement after Luffy and the others' playfulness, Vivi completely let down her guard against them. This group of people is really interesting. After hearing Vivi's relaxed voice, Luffy and the others' eyes lit up and they started laughing too. As Vivi's voice fell, an extremely dazzling light came from the puppet in her hand, and a slightly transparent light also appeared on her body and merged into the puppet's body. A burning sensation was transmitted to her hand, and she subconsciously loosened her hand. The moment the puppet fell, its originally weak joints seemed to have gained strength and it stood directly on the ground. The doll, which was only about 20 centimeters tall, quickly grew larger in the light. Then, a human-shaped figure appeared in the beam of light, and judging from her body shape, she looked very similar to Vivi. Forbidden Creation, Wei Lisi. Su Chen took out the scribble-like booklet again, carefully looked through it for a few times, put it away, and nodded with great satisfaction. It seems that Vivi is really a lucky star. However, we should also thank Nami. After all, it was she who completed the previous process. But now the puppet magic has been completed, and it seems that the 10 puppets sewn by Nami are no longer needed. Should I tell her? Su Chen thought about the way she whipped him just now and decided not to tell him anything, absolutely not to tell him anything. Nami must like sewing dolls. She might have already sewn several. If I tell her about it now, she will probably be angry. And I haven't heard any screams from her during this period. She must be good at manual labor because she has never been pricked once. As for the promise of 2 million Baileys, is that true? I am so kind. With such a mood, the beam of light at the center of the crowd slowly shrank and finally disappeared completely. The doll that was made entirely of wood has now turned into a graceful girl, except that her face shape is very similar to Vivi. She was wearing a gray and white woolen vest and a cute white fluffy woolen hat on her head. A pair of gloves that cover the entire palm, slim jeans and white boots look cute and delicate. Everything about her looks extremely normal, but the clockwork key on her back and the gear-shaped lace skirt around her waist prove that she is not a real human being. If you look more closely, some key parts of her body, although they look exceptionally delicate, still show traces of splicing. Wow wow wow. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled. This exquisite creation, with perfect gears, was so cool. The golden-haired lustful cook, holding a bouquet of roses in his mouth, instantly rushed in front of Velis and knelt on one knee. Chapter 71 The Closest Experiment to God. Next second, Sanji's figure flew backwards instantly, breaking the wall and flying outside. Unreasonable people, don't get close to me. A timid, stiff, soft, and a little childish voice came from the puppet. It was obvious that she was the one who caused Sanji to fly backwards just now. Seeing Sanji so miserable, Usopp, who was standing aside, patted his chest with some relief, thinking to himself that it was a good thing that he didn't try it just now. Sure enough, none of Su Chen's things were simple. Creator, Varys sends you his regards. The puppet Willis moved her somewhat stiff body, and became skillful after a few steps. She walked up to Su Chen, gently pinched the hem of her skirt, and performed an unusually ladylike courtesy towards him. When Vivi saw what Verlis was doing, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she remembered the somewhat transparent beam of light that had just emerged from her body. Moreover, the movements of this puppet who calls herself Velis are exactly the same as those that her father forced her to practice since she was a child. The corners of Su Chen's mouth showed an extremely happy smile. It seems like it really succeeded. Hello, Willis. Su Chen smiled and pointed at the shocked Vivi. Welcome to this world, but your controller should be that person. Wait a minute. Obviously, Su Chen's words startled Vivi, and she looked directly at Wei Lisi. Who is she? What does she have to do with me? Why do I feel that she looks very familiar? Her tone was hurried and her anxiety was obvious. Yes, Su Chen. After being shocked, Nami also looked confused. Hey, what's going on? As for the others, although they did not ask, they also pricked up their ears and looked expectant. Especially when Sanji dragged his disheveled figure and slowly moved in, you could tell how strong their curiosity was. You have to know that he has been beaten 3 times today, he looked so miserable. After all, who could resist getting to know a lady who was so special and a magical creature at that? Advertisement, how to explain it? Let me put it this way, Vivi, you are like her mother. Su Chen organized his words and said something particularly scary. Ah! Everyone around was shocked instantly, their eyes quickly moving back and forth between Vivi and Velis. Vivi, in particular, was stunned for a moment, and then she almost died of shame and anger. What the hell? She has never been in a relationship before, how can she face people in the future? But why are this girl's movements exactly the same as those she learned, and there is a vague sense of familiarity? What is going on? What's so shocking about this? What I mean is that even though she was created by me, she also has a part of Vivi, Su Chen said speechlessly. Nami and others widened their eyes. This news was too explosive. This time, their eyes kept moving between Vivi and Su Chen. After looking at Vivi with sympathy, he looked at Su Chen as if he was a scumbag. Sanji's face was filled with envy rather than anger, and he already wanted to fight Su Chen to the death. Now Vivi was no longer just sad and angry, her eyes were red with anger and she stared at Su Chen. If he doesn't give a perfect explanation, she will let him know that Princess Vivi's teeth are not to be trifled with. I can explain. Su Chen noticed that the atmosphere around him was wrong, and after he realized what was going on, he spoke somewhat awkwardly. Bah, scumbag. The first person to speak was Nami. After snorting at Su Chen, she turned her head away. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you are so funny. Luffy sat on the table, slapping his thigh and laughing. Awesome. Usopp grinned, showing his teeth, and reached out to give Su Chen a thumbs up. That's enough. Su Chen yelled in anger. After fighting with him, these guys are not afraid of him at all now. Just wait for me. After seeing Luffy and the others stop talking, he slowly began to explain. The taboos of creation magic. Advertisement: the puppet Varys is recorded to be terrifying and very difficult to create, but as for her strength, she can easily beat the fat guy Moria. But the terrifying thing about her is that her strength will increase, and she can be regarded as a completely new life form. Over time, the highest level will approach that of legendary gods. In particular, after recording the conditions for the creation of Velis, her origins are also described in detail. In her original form, she was a test subject created by a magician from a certain dimension specifically to verify the possibility of reaching the divine level. After completing this purpose, it was placed in the Central Magic Academy for a long time as a teaching aid to inspire novice magicians. However, with the death of a little girl, she unexpectedly gained her own consciousness. This also allowed the magicians who created her to discover new possibilities, and most of the magicians gathered together to perfect the manufacturing method of Velis. They then claimed to have found a way to become gods, which was to transfer their souls and magic power to Velis. Then, that plane was destroyed by the gods they created with their own hands. The one I gave to Aegean before was a semi-finished product, but even if it was a semi-finished product, it could easily make 10 more Arlongs. Su Chen's order to the puppet was to protect Cocoa West Village, in East Blue, where there were no big pirates, nothing should go wrong. As for the finished product, Velis, it not only requires a backbone condensed from pure magic power, but also requires someone close to the essence of the elements to personally assemble it. These 2 points alone are enough to stump most magicians, not to mention the human emotions that need to be added to the puppets later. The fact that it was able to be produced this time was entirely due to various coincidences. The backbone condensed by Su Chen's magic power met the first requirement. Nami, who possessed a green spirit that was close to the essence of the elements, completed the piecing together of her, barely meeting the second requirement. As for the remaining third point, after Vivi completely let go of the burden in her heart, Su Chen extracted a part of her ultimate emotion and endowed Velis with spirituality. All of this happened too coincidentally and was beyond Su Chen's expectations. If he had known it would go so smoothly, he would not have let Nami sew those 10 dolls. Not only is it a waste of money, but it's also of no use. At most I can just make a few to give to Aegean. The research I have been doing day and night during this period is totally worth it. Strictly speaking, he was the one who created a future god. That's it. Although Willis is a puppet, there is one thing you need to pay attention to. She is also a real life and will slowly develop her own emotions. Don't use her as a weapon. After listening to Su Chen's explanation, Vivi realized that she had misunderstood. He lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. Chapter 72. This is not revenge, this is training. She can also transform directly into your appearance. It would be interesting if someone came after her. Su Chen had a smile on his face with some anticipation, and thought mischievously about the surprised looks on the pursuers' faces when they met Velis. Then the wand in his hand glowed with light, and he gently tapped Willis's forehead, copying part of the magic spell in his mind. After doing all this, he put away his wand and walked aside with some pride. After Su Chen stood away, Velis's pupils flashed blue light quickly, and she whispered softly, "Mimicry magic Nefeltari Vivi." Her body quickly changed in the light, and then a brand new Vivi appeared in front of everyone. This is... Amazing. There is absolutely no difference, she looks exactly like the princess. Ikalem, who was most familiar with Vivi, compared the two of them in shock. When they stood together, there was absolutely no difference between them. If it weren't for the fact that Velus's movements were still a little stiff, he wouldn't have been able to tell who the real one was. However, this stiffness is disappearing rapidly as time goes by. So that's how it is. Vivi said with a look of sudden realization. You must have been prepared for this, it seems like everything happened by coincidence. Ahem. How is that possible? Nami just put this joint together today, it's all a coincidence. Su Chen said this with a guilty conscience, and then immediately added, let her and Ikalem return to Alabasta first. As for you, come with us first. After thinking about it, he said another sentence. After all, Vivi will join the ship later. The main reason is that we are still short of a ship's doctor. We can't send you back to Alabasta directly. I heard there is a very good doctor on Magnetic Drum Island. We need to go there first. A doctor? I see. Thank you for your help. I'll excuse you for the next while. After Vivi finished speaking, she glanced around at the people present. Yes, indeed, none of them looked like a doctor. Ikalem bowed to Vivi alone, and then said, then I will go first, princess. Please be careful. Now, not only the appearance of Velus, but also her aura has become more consistent. So Ikalem was willing to follow Su Chen's arrangements. Advertisement: who wants to die when they can survive? Vivi was obviously happier, and kept giving careful instructions. Well, Ikalem, you must be careful. Although you have the protection of Wailisi, please don't deliberately reveal your identity. I still want to meet you again. She was not a fool. Ikalem had decided to leave alone, obviously intending to commit suicide. Okay, you too, princess. Ikalem nodded to Vivi, and then said to Su Chen and his group. Then I'll leave the princess to you. Wileys imitated Vivi and winked playfully. Creator, and friends of the creator, see you in Alabasta. Woohoo, Miss Verlis, we will be there as soon as possible. When Sanji thought of Verlis's previous appearance, he couldn't help but reveal an obsessed look. Miss Velis, wait for me in Alabasta. Su Chen also nodded. He felt a little weird because his daughter was going on a long journey. In the hidden port of Whiskey Peak, Vivi and Su Chen and his party watched the ship that Ikalem was on slowly sailing away into the distance under the moonlight, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Smell of gunpowder? The next moment, a violent explosion illuminated the entire sky. At the same time, an expected smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Everyone else had an expression of extreme shock on their faces, their pupils slowly dilating with the sparks of the explosion. Impossible. Didn't you say it was okay? Vivi, who had bitten her lip, shouted hysterically at Su Chen. Why are you in such a hurry? Willis is still up there, take a closer look first. On the sea in the distance, the ship that should have disappeared still exists, and the fluttering sails are carrying the ship quickly into the distance. Vivi let go of Su Chen somewhat embarrassedly, with an awkward look on her face. However, Luffy, who is usually carefree, was surprised for a moment and then burst into laughter. Su Chen's heart moved, and he smiled at them with his eyes slightly narrowed. Come on, Luffy, now that they're okay, we should get going. Advertisement: the group quickly returned to the Mary. Nami left for a while and came back with a lot of treasure, probably worth several million Baileys. As for the Kuro that Vivi called a fast runner, it had been on the boat long before Su Chen and the others returned. The Mary sailed upstream of the pier, entered the tributary, and quickly entered the route. After leaving Whiskey Peak, Vivi looked more relaxed. After some time, as the fog slowly dissipated, the sky became much brighter. Vivi stood at the edge of the boat, turned her head to look in the direction of Alabasta and said, I hope Ikalem has a safe journey. I will rush to Alabasta as soon as possible. Now that the Mary had set sail, there was nothing for her to do unless she encountered any terrible storm. Nami and a few others were gathered around Vivi, discussing how many people were chasing Vivi. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the railing of the second deck with some regret. After sensing that the Mary was slowly leaving the waters near Whiskey Peak, he put away his regretful expression and walked to Vivi's side with a smile. He flew up and kicked a few times, kicking everyone into the sea except Vivi and the duck. Go swimming. You can't take a boat ride. This time, even Luffy had one hand tied up and hung on the back of the Mary to soak in the seawater. Su Chen said with a cruel smile, remember, I will not control the speed of Sea Kings this time. If you can't protect the captain, you will die in the sea. This is just the beginning, once they can survive in the sea. When they return to the ship, all kinds of torture, oh no, training are waiting for them. Didn't he think he was pretty good? When he reached a certain level, he would personally practice with him. Vivi and the Kuro stared at Su Chen with horror. After seeing him kicking everyone into the sea, he took a deck chair and placed it behind the Mary, lying down to admire the miserable appearance of Nami and the others. I was so scared that I was trembling. Su Chen glanced at Vivi and said, go and take the helm if you have nothing else to do. I don't want to go on the wrong course. Otherwise, you can practice with them. Yes. Vivi Kuro disappeared in an instant and reappeared at the helm, controlling the course with extra care. After the mist cleared, the warm orange sunlight shone on the lounge chairs, accompanied by wisps of gentle sea breeze. It was a great day for sailing. The sounds of Nami and others struggling frantically on the sea and the excited Sea Kings were a bit noisy. This made him very dissatisfied, so he decided to shut their mouths next time. Chapter 73 Prehistoric Island, Little Garden Grand Line. The Mary was sailing quickly, driven by the sails. After sailing for a while, Luffy and his crew were very close to the second island on this route, the prehistoric island Little Garden. In this situation, Su Chen, who was kind-hearted, couldn't bear to let Nami and the others suffer anymore, so he pulled them out of the sea. As for why they didn't go directly to Drum Island to look for the food reserve chopper, you'd have to ask Luffy. While he was training, he heard Su Chen talking about the giants and the strange animals and plants in the Little Garden, and he insisted on going on an adventure. Su Chen was also very curious about the little girl who could control other people's emotions. Ha ha ha, this island is really big. Luffy looked at the island that was slowly getting bigger in the distance and asked excitedly, why do you call him Little Garden, Su Chen? Read more books, Luffy. Nami walked out of the cabin with Vivi, looking helpless, holding a book. The training effect during this period is quite good and can be clearly seen. Her figure became more even and slender, and her streamlined shape contained explosive power. And after spending some time together, Vivi also integrated into the playful and lively life on the Mary, and treated Su Chen and others as her companions. Anyone who stays on this joyful ship will find all their worries disappear. This is a prehistoric island filled with all kinds of giant creatures. Because the environment along the Grand Line is so harsh, there is hardly any communication between the islands. Nami flipped through the book in her hand quickly and said seriously, each island has developed its own civilization. Some are highly developed, while others are static. This is a completely stagnant environment, still in the dinosaur age. For the residents living here, this place is like a small courtyard, so the famous explorer, Rui Arnott, called it Little Garden. He closed the book gently, and everyone around him, except Luffy, nodded thoughtfully. That's right, except for Vivi and Su Chen who knew the plot, no one knew very little about this island. Looking at this group of illiterate people, Nami slapped his forehead in distress. Why did she go out to sea with this group of people in the first place? I guess she would help count the money if she was sold. Dinosaur. Can I eat it? Advertisement. Luffy's focus is always so strange, huge animals equal to huge barbecue. Vivi touched her cheek, thought for a moment and said, it's okay, but such a large creature must be difficult to cook. Hearing this, Sanji rushed over instantly, patted his chest, and assured seriously, don't worry, Your Highness Vivi, with Knight Sanji here, we can cook any ingredients. After saying this, he subconsciously glanced at Kuro who was on the deck. Gah! Kaluuya called out subconsciously, feeling that he was being targeted. Vivi smiled gently and said, well, I believe you, Sanji. While the group was chatting with each other, the Mary docked in a remote corner along the river of Little Garden. All kinds of terrifying and strange screams were heard from the surrounding jungle, which seemed to be accompanied by the sound of a volcanic eruption. Su Chen said thoughtfully, Sanji, help me prepare some food and drinks, I'm going to go down and take a look. Strange plants and a wide variety of dinosaurs. This is the overlord that has dominated the blue planet for hundreds of millions of years. How can we not go down and take a look? Yes, Sanji, bento. Luffy was shaking with excitement and said excitedly, I want the pirate's bento that's all meat, without any vegetables. Luffy is full of adventurous spirit. How could he not be excited when he encountered such an adventurous island? Got it. Wait a moment. After asking Su Chen and Luffy about their requirements, Sanji walked straight to the kitchen with his hands in his pockets. Luffy, can I come with you? Vivi, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly felt moved and wanted to visit this island as well. Okay, come on, Luffy grinned excitedly and turned to look at Vivi waving her hands. Are you going too? Nami looked at Vivi with some surprise, even though she had trained with everyone after getting to know them. But she probably still can't protect herself on this island. Yeah. If I stay here, I'll have all sorts of crazy thoughts. I might as well go out with Luffy and relax. Advertisement. Vivi looked at the jungle outside with some excitement, and explained to Nami. Besides, it will take some time for Usopp to come back. With Luffy and Runefast here, you can rest assured. Nami complained speechlessly, it was so scared that it couldn't even scream. But since Vivi was with Luffy, she didn't say anything else. After taking the lunchboxes prepared by Sanji, Luffy and others walked directly into the jungle. Since Su Chen had no target, he had to follow them for the time being. After a while, Zoro, who was still sleeping, yawned, stretched, stood up and looked at the surrounding jungle. I'm bored anyway, so I want to go out for a walk. Usopp's body was shaking, and he said in fear, hey, wait, what should we do if you all leave? Although his body and weapons and equipment have become stronger, his heart has not kept up. Perhaps only after he puts on that mask will he truly grow. But it doesn't matter. As long as there are no major changes, Usopp will overcome this problem on his own. But Nami was somewhat concerned about this issue. She punched Usopp on the head, knocking him flat on the deck. He grabbed Usopp by the collar and lifted him up, shouting, show some ability, get off the boat and kill some dinosaurs, or don't come back. After saying this, she threw it out. A whirlwind swept through the sky, and Usopp's figure instantly disappeared into the sky. A miserable howl was faintly heard in the air. It seems, as if, probably, that Nami has become more irritable after becoming stronger. Seeing that Usopp was thrown out hunting by Nami, Sanji did not ask Zoro for help, and naturally there was no hunting competition between them. Ms. Vivi is really brave, much braver than Usopp. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and watched Vivi's gradually disappearing back with an obsessive look on his face. The fact that she dared to infiltrate the enemy's organization proves that she is not a cowardly girl. Nami replied to Sanji and then turned and walked towards the room. The ocean currents here are completely different from those in other places, which makes him very interested. Ms. Nami is really cute to heart. Sanji's eyes narrowed and he fell into Nami's charm again. Chapter 74. Is anyone there? I'm coming in as a prehistoric island. Little garden contains all kinds of dangers and crises. Whether it is the giant dinosaurs at the top of the food chain or the creatures at the bottom of the food chain, they can die if they are not careful. As Su Chen and Vivi went deeper, rustling sounds came closer from the surrounding jungle. After observing Luffy and the other two, they carefully and silently moved away. Hey, look at this. Luffy's voice was very excited, as if he had discovered some treasure. He was standing in a stream, holding a shell as big as a head in his hand. Tentacles stretched out from it, and it was obvious that it was not a normal creature. It looks like an octopus shell, so let's call it octopus shell. Luffy smiled and directly decided on the name of the shell. This. Vivi, who was riding fast, came to Luffy with a serious look on her face. It looks like a nautilus fossil. It should be a nautilus. I didn't expect it to look like this. Su Chen also looked at the shell with surprise. Although he had seen it in comics, he didn't expect it to look exactly the same in real life. However, these tentacles looked really ugly. Oh, a huge head stretched out from the depths of the jungle, making a sound like thunder. Why are there sea kings on land? Luffy held up his straw hat with some confusion, indicating that he couldn't understand. That's a dinosaur. Vivi's mouth opened wide and her pupils trembled rapidly a few times. Dinosaur? Luffy was so excited that his eyes widened and his mouth opened as he ran quickly towards the giant dinosaur. Su Chen looked at Luffy's quickly running figure, and a particularly comfortable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Luffy can really bring smiles to people's faces. Who wouldn't like someone like him? But then he frowned, and after realizing that there was no danger around, he quietly retreated into the jungle and walked in another direction. Only Vivi remained in shock, staring at the dinosaur, unaware that he was the only one left there. Although it has long been known that this is an island from the Archean Cretaceous period. But when she really saw this huge creature, she still couldn't help but tremble twice. This stems from the human's inherent fear of giant creatures, even if the dinosaur looks like a herbivore. Also, that looks like Luffy. Why is he climbing onto the dinosaur's head? Don't climb up, Vivi, who had just reacted, shouted in horror. But her voice did not stop Luffy, and in just a moment, he had climbed up completely. Advertisement, ho ho. Luffy held down his straw hat with one hand and stood on the dinosaur's head with excitement on his face. The volcano in the distance is emitting green smoke, and there are several huge caves next to it. Standing on a high place and looking at the island, the scenery is really nice. The strange plants form a wild yet vivid paradise, just like the name, like a huge little garden. It's so beautiful, the scenery is really nice, I really want to eat lunch here, Luffy said with some emotion. Luffy, it's dangerous. Even though it's not moving, it's still a dinosaur after all. Vivi made a trumpet shape with her hands and shouted at Luffy in a worried tone. Don't worry, it has been eating grass since just now. Luffy didn't care, his attention was focused on the big holes in the distance. They definitely didn't notice me. After saying this, he proudly asked Vivi not to speak for the time being. Ah, bang. Before Luffy could feel proud, the dinosaur raised its head and swallowed him in one gulp. It was eaten. Vivi and Powderkui were both horrified. They had never expected something like this to happen. But the next second, the dinosaur's head was instantly cut off by the huge sword. Luffy fell out of the neck again and landed on a huge hand. Ha ha ha. What a lively person. He seems to be a very interesting guest. The giant Dory laughed loudly, holding the sword in one hand and catching the falling Luffy with the other hand. Wow, it's so big. Are you human? Luffy asked in surprise as he stood up from his palm. He ran so fast that the moment the giant appeared, he collapsed to the ground with foam at the mouth and fainted. As for Vivi, she was looking at Dory in shock. When I wanted to find my only support Su Chen, I found that he had disappeared long ago. Although I knew that Su Chen was not the kind of person who would run away, it was really too much for him to leave a girl like me here. No wonder Nami whispered to her that Su Chen was stingy, black-bellied, and vengeful. She actually didn't believe it before, she was really blind. But now, she could only run fast, shaking with a speechless face, hoping that it would wake up soon. Gahaha, I am Dory, the strongest warrior in Elbaf. Dory opened his huge mouth and let out an exceptionally hearty laugh. His long beard swayed rapidly as he laughed. He had not told anyone this answer in a long time. Advertisement, I'd like to invite you to visit the player. You can eat this dinosaur, it tastes delicious. Okay, I want to eat barbecue. Luffy couldn't refuse this kind of invitation. On the other side, on the Mary. Hey, wine? I remember there's still some on the boat. Nami stared at the giant Brogy in front of her and replied calmly, wait a moment, I'll ask Sanji to bring some out for you. Ha 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 ha, thank you so much, I'll treat you to barbecue. Brogy grinned with excitement. He hadn't had a taste of sweet wine for a long time, and he said to Nami happily, it's the dinosaur I just killed, it tastes very good. Really? But I like treasure more. There must be treasure on such a big island? Nami looked at Brogy with a greedy look on her face, trying to get some information from him. Ha ha ha, of course there is. In this century, almost everyone who came to this island has not been able to leave, so a large amount of treasure has been stored. Brogy's laughter sounded particularly heroic, and he didn't show any disdain for Nami's greed for money. Aren't the children of the sea all striving for freedom and treasure? Sanji, hurry up, I'm going to get off the boat to look for treasure. Nami's eyes lit up and he yelled at the cabin. Here it comes. Sanji came out carrying a large number of wooden barrels. He had also heard Brogy talk about the fresh dinosaurs. Although Su Chen gave him a lot of weird and wonderful top-quality ingredients. But he had never cooked dinosaurs, so he didn't know what the meat tasted like. Deep in the jungle, in a huge wax house, Mr. 3 was holding a cup of black tea and looking at the scenery outside with a comfortable expression. From time to time, he blew gently on the boiling hot tea, as if everything was under his control. Next second, there was a knocking sound outside the wax door. It was as if there was a particularly gentlemanly guest standing outside the door, waiting for the host to open it. Is there anyone inside? I'm coming in. I am a lost traveler. This island is so scary. Can you open the door and let me in? Chapter 75. News about Wei Lisi. Su Chen took out the magic wand from his inner pocket and deliberately made it bigger. He even straightened his clothes and tie, and walked to the wax door in an extremely solemn manner. After knocking on the door with the tip of his cane, he politely stepped back a few steps. The whole set of actions seemed particularly gentlemanly, as if they were carefully planned. Next, a man with a strange, hairstyle on his head opened the door. After Su Chen smiled at him, he swung his wand and hit him in the face. The huge force made him fly backwards and hit the wall on the other side of the house. After smashing several huge strange plants, he fainted. Miss Golden Week's face was filled with horror. She felt something was wrong when Su Chen approached, as if an extremely terrifying creature walked out from the depths of the jungle and stopped outside the house built by Mr. 3. Then there was a slight knock on the door before she could respond. Mr. 3 stood up and opened the door nonchalantly. In just a moment, the powerful Mr. 3 in her heart flew out and seemed to have lost consciousness. Drops of cold sweat quickly appeared on her forehead, and subconsciously, she was about to pick up the paintbrush next to her. I advise you not to move, or I'll have a stress reaction. Su Chen's voice sounded like a devil, causing her movements to stop instantly, and she dared not move at all. Reaching out and confiscating the paintbrush and drawing board next to the little girl, Su Chen then looked around the environment inside. There were not only tables, chairs and benches, but even potted plants and windows. It was obvious that the girl was enjoying herself. You guys really know how to enjoy yourself. You're actually in the mood to drink black tea here. Su Chen checked the tea on the table. This tea seemed to be very precious. He wondered whether it tasted good or not. Hey, little girl, make me a cup to try. Having said that, Su Chen took off the top hat on his head, put it aside and sat on the stool with a smile on his face. This smile made Miss Golden Week shudder, thinking of Mr. 3 who had just been beaten away. She hurriedly climbed down from the bed and made black tea for Su Chen with trembling hands. From the moment Mr. 3 flew out, she had lost the chance to resist. For the sake of her own life, it was better for her to just obey and do as he said. Hey, there's the Den Den Mushi that you can use to contact your boss. Take it out, too. Advertisement. Su Chen ordered the seemingly little girl around without any care. Don't be fooled by her acting like a good kid now, but from what he knows, she is actually a real naughty kid. Luffy has suffered a lot at her hands. However, he was very curious about the ability to control other people's emotions. The comics have clearly stated that she is not a demon fruit power. Her psychological suggestion is a very strong spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is the foundation of practicing magic to deconstruct the world. I wonder if she is like Nami, who can be very compatible with a certain element. It was really interesting. Thinking of this, Su Chen kept looking up and down at Miss Golden Week. This curious look made Miss Golden Week tremble constantly, and the fear in her heart became stronger and stronger as time went by. However, after losing her paintbrush, she had no power to resist at all, not to mention that she didn't dare to resist, because Su Chen was too terrifying. More than twice as powerful as anyone she had ever met, that spiritual force was like the abyss, like a boundless mountain, pressing down heavily on her spirit. Crash! Wisps of hot steam floated above the black tea. After Su Chen took a sip, he sighed slightly. It was indeed good. At the same time, sounds of a volcanic eruption were heard deep in the jungle. In the distance, two huge figures collided desperately. The battle that had lasted for more than 100 years began again against the backdrop of volcanic eruptions, for the honor in their hearts. What a huge figure! Although I have seen some tall humans, I have never seen a giant like this. Su Chen put down the black tea in his hand and said with some sigh. This world is really interesting. Lululululu. Lululululu. The Den Den Mushi that Miss had just taken out and placed on the table suddenly vibrated, making a series of dull sounds. Finally here. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He had been waiting for this call for a long time. Crocodile, he must be in a mess because of Velis now. Mr. 3, the previous mission is cancelled. Unfortunately, the messenger has already headed to your location with the permanent pointer to Alabasta. Advertisement, take Miss Golden Week and go to Alabasta immediately. There are some problems there. A dull voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Crocodile is now very anxious, because he doesn't know where the runaway princess learned all these skills. Even if he tried to take her down himself, he couldn't defeat her in a short time. The most important thing was that sand fruit had very little effect on her. In the close combat, he suffered a loss. In this case, he had no choice but to give up hunting down the Straw Hat crew who might know some of his secrets. Even Nico Robin was sent out by him to collect information about that woman. Alabasta is currently very short of subordinates that can be mobilized. Oh, that's a shame, they can't go back. A light burst out from Su Chen's hands, turning the two animals that appeared on the window into sheep. He said meaningfully, "Crocodile, you should have received the gift I gave you, right? Was it a surprise?" "Who are you?" Crocodile reacted instantly and realized that the person on the other side of Den Mushi was not Mr. 3. And the surprise he mentioned, could it be? "You did it, the changes that Nefeltari Vivi brought about, were you responsible?" Crocodile's voice was full of certainty. After sorting out the context of the matter, a voice full of murderous intent came from Den Mushi. "Don't let me know who you are, or I'll let you know what real fear is." Robin, who was standing not far from Crocodile, had a strange smile on his face after hearing Su Chen's voice. "I can tell you." Su Chen's eyes turned, not paying any attention to the sound of gnashing teeth over there, and he said his name very easily. "The vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the magician, Su Chen." It is obvious that Crocodile was frustrated by Su Chen's operation. Shouldn't ordinary people hide their identities? "Crocodile, we will meet soon, and then I will give you another surprise." Without waiting for Den Mushi to get angry, Su Chen hung up the phone. This kind of naughty feeling is really happy. Chapter 76. What a gorgeous funeral. And on the other side of Den Mushi, Crocodile stood up instantly and kicked over the table in front of him. Everything around him was weathering rapidly. He was so angry that he could no longer control his emotions. Even the crocodile in the room was frightened and took a few steps back. The other side. Su Chen, who was in the wax house of Lil Garden, put down the Den Mushi. His eyes turned to Miss Golden Week, who had been sitting quietly. "What are you doing?" The sudden sight startled Miss Huang Jinzhou. She had tried her best to reduce her presence. Even when her boss called her, she remained quiet and didn't say anything. Why was this person looking at her again? "You have to force people to death. I remember you and Mr. 3 were partners. Can you tell me how you got your abilities?" Su Chen looked curious. Although he could check it himself, it didn't seem right to force a little girl. "I said, can you let me go? And my paintbrush." Miss Huang Jinzhou stared at Su Chen timidly and carefully raised her request. "If you don't know her true character, you will be confused by her current appearance. It's not impossible, but you have to let me check it." Su Chen touched his chin and agreed to her request. "Examine?" Miss Huang Jinzhou's eyes widened, as if she had thought of something, and she stared at Su Chen with a look of grief and anger. "Why is it like this again?" Su Chen slapped his forehead with a frown on his face. Are all girls so sensitive at this time? A 16-year-old child is so mature. When, a big bump appeared on Miss Huang Jinzhou's head, still emitting green smoke. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Su Chen with resentment, as if he was a heinous criminal. "Okay, I just want to check your mental strength." "Oh, all right." Miss Huang Jinzhou rubbed her head vigorously. This person was so despicable that he could actually use such heavy hands to hit a child. "My ability is innate. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I have been able to easily sense other people's thoughts. Advertisement, slowly, I will be able to control others." "Born?" Su Chen's eyes lit up. He stood up and walked in front of Miss Golden Week, and tapped her forehead with the shrunken magic wand. A few minutes later. "Oh, what a pity." Su Chen looked at Miss Golden Week with complicated eyes. It's a pity that she was not born in a world where magic civilization is flourishing, otherwise there would be another great magician who is close to being a god. "What do you mean? What do you mean by a pity?" Miss Huang Jinzhou was horrified and asked anxiously, "Is there something wrong with me? I'm only 16 years old, I haven't had a relationship yet, and I haven't eaten enough senbei." "It's nothing, see if you can see this." Su Chen ignored her fear, raised his wand and drew a circle in the air. "Eh? Why is there a colorful bubble? It's so beautiful." Miss Golden Week's eyes lit up, attracted by the colorful lights that suddenly appeared in the sky. There seemed to be many voices calling her from above, just like the friends she played with when she was a child. As expected, a natural-born magician, seeing Miss Huang Jinzhou's reaction, Su Chen knew that she could see it. Elements would not easily show up in front of mortals. Her spiritual talent is really good, and she can be regarded as another form of Nami. Not knowing what to do with her made Su Chen fall into deep thought. It is impossible to directly engrave the magic pattern on her. Strictly speaking, she is still an enemy. Brainwashing won't work either, as people with strong mental abilities are not that easy to control. Besides, she was so weak that she would be dead if anything went wrong. Even if he controlled her with mental magic, she would not be able to reach the top in an involuntary situation. It would not only be a waste of talent, but also a waste of time. If he doesn't use mental magic to control it, does he have to cultivate an opponent for himself like those brainless villains? He's not that stupid. As for letting him go directly, that won't work either. Even though Luffy and the others are much stronger, this naughty kid can still control Luffy. It's just that simple that a stubborn creature would believe anything anyone said. Not to mention that this little girl directly provoked his emotions. She is simply Luffy's nemesis. Su Chen's eyes flashed quickly a few times, and an idea popped up in his mind. Advertisement. Just because he doesn't have time to educate the child doesn't mean there's no one who can. After completing this trip, he can consider whether to take her on the path of becoming a magician. Look me in the eyes. A strong pink light bloomed in his eyes as he looked at Miss Golden Week. After I leave, you will forget your identity as Baroque works and go look for the Revolutionary Army. Remember, you must not eat the devil fruit. Just wait quietly for me to pick you up. The charming voice directly attracted Miss Huang Jinzhou's attention. After seeing Su Chen's eyes, she was stunned for a moment. After repeating Su Chen's words, she quietly returned to the bed, hugged her legs and buried her head in them. After doing all this, Su Chen left a backup plan deep in her mind. He turned his head and looked at Mr. 3, who was knocked to the ground by him. I don't know when, he disappeared from the vicinity. All that was left on the ground was a large pool of blood and several bloody footprints, extending all the way into the depths of the jungle. After his eyes flashed a few times, Su Chen looked in one direction. Is it okay to just run away? Although he couldn't kill the little girl because of her talent, he could still kill others. As a criminal organization, Baroque Studio only has a few good people. Just like the pirates in this world, apart from Luffy and his gang, there are few who are not extremely vicious. If you dare to get involved in this mess, you must be prepared to die. And he remembered that in the original work, Zoro almost had his legs chopped off because of him, and Nami and Vivi almost died at his hands. Thinking of this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Within the telepathic sensing range, the spirit body representing Mr. 3 is merging with several other spirit bodies and is fleeing madly towards the beach. After carefully sensing that there was no one else nearby, he used his mental power to lock onto Mr. 3. Su Chen slowly raised his right hand. A huge magic circle unfolded from his hand, and mysterious patterns densely covered the entire formation. It can be clearly seen that there is a very special pattern in the center. Celestial magic. Meteor. The next second, a shooting star passed by. In just a moment, a small mushroom cloud appeared at Mr. 3's location, followed by a strong shockwave and vibration, and large areas of trees were uprooted. The plants a little further away were also bent by the strong wind. After everything calmed down, a huge pit over 500 meters in diameter appeared at the location where Mr. 3 was just now, and soon turned into a lake. Chapter 77. Growing Luffy. If you pull the camera up at this time, you can find that the entire prehistoric island has moved dozens of meters in another direction. After confirming that the members of the Baroque Works Society had been completely wiped out, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. As expected, as an elegant and mysterious magician, he should stay away from others and use his skills. As for who was in close combat with Mihawk, he was not familiar with him. After doing all this, Su Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. A fight was about to break out on Luffy's side, and he wanted to go and watch the show. Just now, when the meteor hit, it seemed that there were some explosion sounds on Luffy's side. I guess it's the same as in the original book. The giant Dory drank the dynamite placed by the disgusting Booger Man. He slowly headed towards Luffy's side. During this time, he saw a lost Zoro, running around with a strange rhino at knife point. It seemed that because of the huge explosion and vibration just now, he was now very anxious to get back on the boat. Further away, there was another Usopp being chased by two crazy Tyrannosaurus Rex. Shouldn't he be able to win now? Maybe he was just playing, he has become stronger now. Su Chen nodded affirmatively, looked at him with satisfaction, and then his figure quickly disappeared. Usopp's face, which was originally happy to see his savior, froze in an instant, and his excited face still contained an unspoken request for help. Uncle Giant, Dr. Dory, Luffy and Vivi opened their mouths wide when they saw the giant Dory fall, and shouted loudly in great anxiety. What happened? Why did the wine explode? Luffy stood on Dory and asked Vivi anxiously and confusedly, isn't this the wine on our ship? Vivi, who ran to where Dory's head was lying, was also confused. It exploded in my stomach. It's so cruel. In this sudden situation, she subconsciously placed her suspicion on another giant. Was it the other giant who was fighting him who did it? At this time, Su Chen's figure had appeared not far from them. After quietly tearing off a piece of barbecue from the fire in the middle, he sat down directly at the back. A small sapling grew quickly and formed a wooden stool that just caught him. Then a weak wave spread, reducing his presence to the minimum, and everyone present subconsciously ignored his existence. Advertisement. Vivi's guest just now irritated Luffy. He grabbed Vivi by the collar and shouted at her angrily. What do you think of them? They have been fighting each other for 100 years. How could they do such a despicable thing? Luffy's scolding made Vivi bite her lip. She knew that this guess was wrong. But the explosives were indeed hidden in the wine. Would that make her doubt her own partner? Although she has not actually joined the StrawHat Pirates yet, she has already considered herself a member of the ship during this journey. Who on earth is that? The next moment, the giant Dory, who was still lying on the ground, stood up despite the pain. Ahem. No Brogy, we are all Elbaf warriors full of honor. His eyes were fixed on Luffy below. It was a shame for him to be hurt by such despicable means. Who else can I suspect besides you? Luffy didn't know how to answer at this time. Vivi was right about one thing. His partner would never do such a despicable thing. Therefore, this fight is inevitable. Then Luffy ignored Vivi's obstruction, stuffed the straw hat into her hand, and pushed her aside. Originally, Vivi wanted to rush forward and explain to Dory. But the next second, the void stretched out a hand and grabbed her, pressing her against a tree that had grown into a bench. Huh? Where's Vivi? Vivi's instant disappearance made Luffy confused, and he was almost hit by the giant Dory's giant sword. In this situation, he could only focus his attention on the giant Dory again, thinking that he should defeat him quickly and then look for the disappeared Vivi. Su Chen. Why is it you? Vivi was very panicked when she was grabbed, and she thought that the pursuers from Baroque Works had arrived. However, after seeing who was holding her, her expression immediately turned into anxiety. Now she couldn't care less about blaming Su Chen for abandoning her. Go and stop them. Mr. Dory's body can't withstand intense fighting. She immediately pointed at the giant Dory. Don't worry, just watch the show. Su Chen didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. When he appeared just now, he had already quietly cast a recovery spell on the lying giant Dory. Just to see how strong Luffy is now. Advertisement. But shouldn't we stop them now? Vivi turned her head and looked at Su Chen, who was eating barbecue next to her, and asked doubtfully. And the vibration that just came from there, isn't it dangerous? Don't worry, wait until I finish eating. He nonchalantly stole 2 more pieces of barbecue and handed one to Vivi. I have to say, dinosaur meat tastes really good. Seeing Su Chen like this, Vivi was really helpless and stared at the barbecue in her hands with wide eyes. Ahem, you actually used such despicable means. Dory swung the huge sword and slashed hard at Luffy, who was staring at him on the ground. The sword was already broken, but under such tremendous force, it still made an extremely strong sound of breaking through the air. Although he didn't know why he was so hungry after being injured, it did not affect Dory's desire for revenge. The next second, a long crack appeared in the ground. Luffy, who was supposed to stay where he was, appeared in the sky, after slightly accumulating strength. A very simple shot from the rubber pistol instantly hit Dory in the face, knocking him to the ground. After the devilish training, he is no longer the Monkey D. Luffy who took a long time to defeat a small soldier. Now he is the man who will become the king of pirates. Ahem. Ha. Devil Fruit's ability user, I underestimated you. Dory held his head in pain, not knowing why. He always felt that the pain on his head after being hit by that boy was more severe than that in his stomach. Luffy fell from the air, looked at his fist strangely, and then looked at Dory with confusion. He glanced in Su Chen's direction thoughtfully. Why does the giant uncle seem to be not injured at all and just a little weak? Also, what was that feeling just now? A strange power surged out of the body, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Su Chen washed his hands with water and lifted the magic with a relieved smile. Luffy, you've become stronger. Looking at Su Chen and Vivi who suddenly appeared, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, his intuition was correct. The giant uncle had been cured long ago and must be too hungry to bear it now. Hee, Su Chen, I knew it was you who came. Luffy grinned and looked at Su Chen with a smile. Chapter 78. The crowd gradually gathered. Luffy, are you okay? Vivi appeared from behind and handed Luffy the straw hat and asked with concern. I'm fine, but I'm really angry right now. Luffy put on his hat and shook his head, looking around and said, Uncle is right, it wasn't the other giant who tampered with the wine. My companions would not do such a shameless thing, considering the huge explosion and vibration just now. There is only one truth, that is, there must be other people on this island. After saying this, he, who had always maintained a cheerful smile, now became particularly cold. Su Chen looked at Luffy with great surprise. He never expected that he had learned to think. Luffy is actually very smart, he just didn't want to think about things before. That Luffy, there are indeed other people on the island. Su Chen suddenly spoke, interrupting Luffy's rare thoughts. As he said this, he turned his head to look at Vivi beside him, and then spoke again. They were pursuers from Baroque Works, but I've already dealt with them. Vivi was stunned for a moment. During this period of relaxing journey, she thought she had completely gotten rid of that group of people. I really didn't expect that they had caught up with me without me noticing. What are you thinking about? When I saw them, the sand crocodile was ready to order them to evacuate. Seeing that Vivi was not in a good state, Su Chen directly put his hand on her head and rubbed it and said, and Villas and Ecolem have already arrived in Alabasta. That stupid crocodile must be so exhausted right now that he can't even care about you. Vivi stared at Su Chen in a daze. Why did she feel so warm and had an urge to cry? Huh? Luffy, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, tilted his head and muttered quietly, I wanted to knock them away too. This child's appearance made Su Chen speechless. He always felt like a nanny, and he had to find ways to improve their strength. You are also responsible for taking care of their psychological problems, either comforting one or that. Didn't you say you wanted to be a free traveler? How did you become the male mother in the team? Bang. Boom. Advertisement. Before Su Chen could figure out how to comfort Luffy, the volcano on the island erupted instantly. Waves of smoke and dust accompanied by vibrations quickly spread over here. I'm sorry. I doubted you. The giant Dory, with a buzzing head, supported himself with his hands and slowly stood up. Please let me apologize after the battle. Now I'm going to fight, Vivi shouted anxiously. But Mr. Dory, you are now. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the giant Dory. No need to say more. I am the warrior Dory. I will come back alive on the honor of Elbaf. Although I was very hungry and dizzy, in this ruthless duel of life and death, finding any excuses would be detrimental to my reputation. If he escaped from this battle, he would not be worthy to call himself a warrior of Elraf. He was no longer himself, Meanwhile, on the other side, the giant Buggy stood up as Nami and Sanji watched. The battle lasted for 100 years. Although they had long forgotten the reason for the fight, one thing was certain. Alabast's honor reminded them that this fight would not stop until the winner was decided. Sanji and Nami looked at each other and chose to follow Buggy. A long time has passed. After finishing the search, Nami gathers everyone together and returns to the boat. She always felt that something was wrong with the huge noise at the edge of the island just now. It might be that the people from Baroque Works were catching up with them. Such a strong explosion and vibration were obviously caused by a large amount of explosives. And after Usopp was thrown out by her, the only news he got was from the giant Buggy. Who knows if anything will happen to him? Even if his strength has improved a lot, what if? Zoro doesn't have to worry. Ching Ling just flew back and said that he is riding a rhino and having fun. The most important thing is Su Chen. There is still no news about him until now, and even Ching Ling has not found any trace of him. No matter what. Let's gather together first. Vivi has no ability to protect herself now. Ha ha ha. Dory, this long-lost wine must taste especially good. Buggy's voice sounded very happy. Not only did he get to drink the good wine, but it was also the time for the sacred battle. Advertisement, yeah. It's the wine of heaven. Although Dory's voice was still heroic, the tone was somewhat weak. I don't know why, but my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Instead, I feel even hungrier. I feel like I can eat a giant sea king. And why does this guy's arm look so much like a chicken leg? After a brief conversation, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. And below, Nami and Sanji, who were passing through the forests, finally saw the figures of Luffy and others. Luffy, we're coming, and Su Chen, I didn't expect you to be here too. After Nami greeted him, she went straight to Vivi's side and asked, how are you? Are you hurt? Vivi smiled and shook her head and said, I'm fine, Nami, how are you guys? Although I heard from Mr. Dory that you got off the ship. But I didn't expect you to come over. Did something happen? Along the way, she saw all kinds of exotic and extraordinary animals and plants, which satisfied her adventurous heart. Vivi also began to worry about her companions. Oh, Miss Vivi, you are still so beautiful after seeing you again. Hearing Vivi's greeting, Sanji squinted his eyes with a cigarette in his mouth. After hearts appeared around his head, he quickly greeted them. Nami said that the island is not safe now. Once everyone is reunited, we should set sail quickly. Are you worried about the big explosion just now? At this point, Vivi remembered the pursuers Su Chen mentioned and said in a low voice, don't worry, Su Chen has already dealt with it. I'm sorry. Those people, it's all because of me, and I've troubled Su Chen. It hurts. Nami stood beside her and tugged at her cheek fiercely. Stop saying these things. Su Chen and us love to meddle in other people's business. Yeah Vivi, stop being so dejected. Luffy had been lying on the ground without knowing when, holding a pancake from his backpack in his mouth, and mumbled, want some pancakes? Yeah. Who can blame you? Picking up a pancake and stuffing it into Vivi's mouth, Su Chen smiled and patted her shoulder. Vivi covered her cheeks with each hand, looked at her friends who were smiling around her, and chewed the pancake in her mouth hard. This pancake is so delicious. Chapter 79 Dory and Buggy. For honor. Bang. Dory and Buggy controlled the giant sword and the battle axe, and they collided violently. By the time the Straw Hat crew gradually gathered together, they had been fighting among themselves for quite some time. Dory was in a state of confusion during the battle, as if his injured internal organs had already healed. What followed was a huge feeling of hunger. Now he was so hungry that his eyes felt a little dizzy. What's wrong, Dory? Buggy seemed to sense that something was wrong with Dory and yelled at him, you are really not decisive today. No. I'm the same as usual. Dory's voice was trembling a little, he could hardly hold on any longer. Why is the chicken leg in front of me talking? I really want to take a bite. As Dory was daydreaming, his vision went dark and the huge figure trembled and tilted to the right. Buggy's eyes lit up. After such a long battle, is it finally going to end? Ha ha ha. Buggy raised the axe with all his strength and chopped it down without hesitation. Dory, I win. It seemed that he had seen the god of Elbaf. It stretched out its huge mouth towards him. Then, Luffy and others saw an extremely brutal scene in which the extremely brave giant Buggy was chased and bitten by the giant Dory with red eyes. Especially Dory, who chased Buggy and bit him, while yelling madly, don't run, chicken leg, don't run. Buggy was so scared that he dropped his weapon and used his hands and feet to stay away from Dory, fearing that he would bite something strange. Who dares to believe it? As an honorable warrior, Elbaf actually used his mouth to attack others. Su Chen slapped his forehead speechlessly. What happened was too outrageous. The life-restoring magic should not have caused such consequences. This was entirely the result of his forceful use of magic power. Although it can be restored, it is indeed somewhat different from the original one. It seems that I should try to use less magic that I haven't fully mastered in the future. If you are on an island with a shortage of supplies, you may have to go fishing on the spot. Such an operation is really unworthy of his identity as a magician. What are you doing? Luffy stared at the frantic Dory, clenching his fists and rushing forward angrily. This is not a battle at all. Uncle Giant, wake up. Advertisement, wait, Luffy. Sanji sensed something was wrong with the giant. This look, yes, is the sign of being extremely hungry, having reached the point of losing one's mind. That giant is hungry. Help, I need to start cooking right away. Sanji spoke quickly, a cigarette between his lips. For him, helping hungry people is what a chef should do. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He wanted to help and looked at the jungle on the side. It is really better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Everyone, I'm back. Usopp was running towards this side, dragging two huge dinosaurs with an excited look on his face. God knows where the stone flew from just now, but it directly smashed to death the two Tyrannosaurus Rex that were chasing him. He really has to thank nature for the gift, which gave him the capital to show off in front of everyone. Now he was quite excited after seeing that everyone was there except Zoro. Everyone will be scared by him. Sanji rushed forward to meet them. Two huge Tyrannosaurus Rex were enough. The rest can be used for a banquet, so Usopp has made a great contribution this time. But why does this fatal wound look so much like it was caused by a stone? Usopp happily watched as everyone greeted him enthusiastically. It felt so good to be the center of attention. So much so that he just put his hands on his hips and let out a particularly proud laugh. But what happened next left him confused. Sanji and his companions simply passed by him, completely ignoring his boasting. Ha ha ha, well done Usopp. The only consolation is Luffy. He smiled and patted his shoulder with an expression of admiration on his face. Usopp saw this and immediately boasted about his bravery to Luffy. How the two dinosaurs were lured into a trap and how they were killed. Naturally, Luffy was also particularly supportive and let out exclamations. Why do they always get along? One likes to brag, while the other believes whatever others say. Hurry, Sanji, grill it. With the help of everyone, the two cooked dinosaurs began to emit an enticing aroma. During this period, Luffy, who knew nothing, also wanted to help, but found that he was only making things more troublesome. Nami hit him hard on the head with two fists and drove him aside. After smelling the food, the giant Dory immediately gave up chasing Buggy, ran back, grabbed the barbecue and took a bite, swallowing it quickly. Advertisement. After a long while, Buggy, with a look of horror on his face, tentatively moved over. Dory's appearance reminded him of the past, when he had snatched a piece of barbecue from Dory and was chased by him for a long time. If it wasn't for that little girl, I would have accidentally said who has the bigger prey. Given their relationship, they would never have fought in this place for a full 100 years. So much so that they later forgot the reason for fighting and only knew that it was for the honor of Elbaf. Wahahaha, so that's how it is. After the food was eaten, the giant Dory regained consciousness. After hearing what happened before, he laughed and patted Buggy on the shoulder. This guy who is both an opponent and a friend must have been scared of him. Dory, you guys, just go to bed early if you are injured, Buggy said somewhat dissatisfied. You know, he thought he was going to win just now. It turned out that Dory was hungry, which made him very unhappy. Ha ha ha, the honor of a warrior does not allow for retreat. Dory, on the other hand, didn't care about Buggy's words at all. Because he almost died, he also recalled some things. It seemed, maybe, as if he had chased Buggy like this before. Then there's the fat uncle and the giant uncle. Luffy covered his hat with his hands, grinned and said, now that you're all okay, we're leaving. Yes, there is basically nothing happening on the island now. Buggy had already told them everything while Dory was eating. Luffy felt that he had obtained the best treasure. The mission on this island has been perfectly completed, and it is time for them to embark on their journey. Really? We're leaving now. Seeing Luffy saying goodbye to them, Dory and Buggy looked reluctant. Especially Buggy. He was thinking of repaying the Straw Hat crew, but it seems that is impossible. It's a bit regrettable, but they can't stay here forever. Dory interrupted Buggy. Now is not the time to show such an expression. Luffy and the others have more important things to do. Usopp was so moved that he turned around and shouted, I will go to Elbaf village one day. Then the group headed towards the Merry, but Su Chen always felt that he had forgotten something. He was walking at the end and after carefully observing everyone, he looked suddenly enlightened. Zoro. Chapter 80 Elbaf's strongest gun on board the Merry. After everyone found Zoro riding a rhino, after a quick resupply, we quickly sailed out of the river at Little Garden. Not far behind, Buggy, who had been watching everyone leave, stood up. Their ship has departed. Yes, they will definitely shock the world. We can't just abandon such an interesting group of people. There are monsters hiding in the sea over there. Dory, who had eaten and drunk his fill, grasped the giant sword and stood up. However, there seems to be an extraordinary person on their ship. Do we need to take action? Buggy seemed to remember something, and his eyes fell on Su Chen. The movement just now is not something that ordinary people can do. Hearing Buggy say this, Dory nodded thoughtfully. Just now, Prehistoric Island was hit and moved dozens of meters, and he looked very relaxed. Then go and send someone off and see if you need to take action. I agree this time. Noticing the two giants watching him from behind, Su Chen smiled. Everyone be careful. Nami, who had been staring at the Drum Island pointer, immediately felt something was wrong. Why did the ocean currents here suddenly become chaotic? What? Except for Su Chen, everyone else was startled by Nami's sudden shout. As soon as the words fell, the sea level in front rose rapidly, and two extremely huge pupils appeared under the seawater. With it came huge waves, which surged towards the Merry. This horrifying scene is like that beneath the sea. A huge monster is turning over. Then, everyone saw a goldfish bigger than the island suddenly emerge from under the sea. its big mouth opened and swallowed the Mary like an abyss. Wow! What a big piece of meat, Luffy said excitedly while grabbing the edge of the boat. He was so excited that his mouth opened wide and saliva was about to flow out. I was wondering how long I could eat such a big goldfish. FK. Usopp's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he thought about the big talk he had told Kaya. When I go back to see her next time, should I tell her the lie again? Zoro tightly gripped the hilt of the knife and stared at the island eater with a serious face. He once again felt his own powerlessness. But it is impossible to make him surrender. Advertisement. As for Vivi and her fast runner, their legs went limp and they sat on the deck at the same time, nearly fainting from fright. At this time, Nami was very calm and jumped onto the middle deck. She pulled out the wooden stick from her waist, ready to control the Mary to take off directly. Even if such a creature can be defeated, it is also a thankless task. Don't worry, our friends are still behind us. Su Chen grabbed Nami's stick and pointed at Dory and Buggy behind him. Trust them. The final secret from Elbaf is not so common. After saying this, he smiled at the two giants behind him. Just listen to me, okay, Luffy? Yeah, of course, Luffy answered seriously, then drooled at the goldfish. Then go straight ahead. Su Chen had a confident smile on his face. How could this little goldfish scare him? Ha ha ha, Dory, it seems that our friends trust us very much, Buggy said happily. Ha 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 ha, yes, then we can't let them down. Dory clenched the giant sword in his hand tightly. In the name of Elbaf, my friends, set sail, Hikoku. They both roared at the same time. The huge green airflow and red airflow merged together and quickly poured into the weapon. After accumulating power, it was instantly released. The intersecting air currents were like a fast-moving laser, rushing straight towards the island-eating goldfish from the position between the two people. The seawater that this airflow passes through was instantly evaporated. A hole appeared on the body of the giant goldfish without any obstruction. Under this huge impact force, the Mary soared into the air, and in just a moment, it disappeared from the scope of the sea. Split the sea. The power of a warrior. Is this Elbaf? Usopp felt this shocking power, and his snot, tears and saliva flowed down quickly. This is the power he has always been looking forward to and longing for. Ha ha ha. It's so high. Luffy covered his straw hat and sat in his exclusive seat at the bow, feeling the strong wind blowing around him with excitement. Then he shouted loudly to the back, Fat Uncle and Giant Uncle, let's drink together next time. After the Mary landed, the StrawHat Pirates began a new journey. A few days later, Luffy heard Usopp still bragging about the giant, and ran over to join him with an excited look on his face. They are so energetic. Advertisement. Vivi took 2 glasses of juice, sat next to Nami and handed one to her. But Nami, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so listless? Thank you. Nami took the juice absent-mindedly. As for why, just look at Su Chen who has been hiding and observing him since leaving Little Garden. No one knew what was wrong with him, but he just kept visiting her secretly, causing her to not sleep well these past few days. The other side. Su Chen quietly withdrew his gaze. After seeing Nami and Vivi whispering to each other, they looked quite energetic. His heart finally settled down and he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had been worried since Luffy chose to explore Little Garden. I was afraid that Nami would get the same strange disease as in the original book. But this time it's okay. Nami, who has the magic pattern engraved on him, has a completely different physique. No way. Nami, are you serious? Vivi exclaimed. When she saw Luffy and the others were looking at her, she quickly covered her mouth and pulled Nami into the cabin. Wow, it's actually true. Vivi's voice was full of shock, and then seemed to be a little worried. It's amazing, but, Kosa. After hearing the exclamation, Luffy and the others ran inside. The scene presented to everyone was Vivi holding a newspaper, looking at the information on it with shock and worry. What's wrong? Luffy asked with some concern. Is it about Alabasta, Vivi? Sanji, who had always been a fangirl, regained his composure at this time and looked at Vivi with some worry. He walked forward and took a look at the newspaper. At the top were some particularly eye-catching news items. The strongest princess in history, as strong as the Shichibukai. On the possibility of Crocodile being kicked out of Shichibukai? Shocked, what on earth did the weak princess go through? It seems like something strange has mixed in, but it doesn't matter. The newspaper recorded in detail that the mysteriously missing Princess Vivi appeared in the capital, Albania. She forcefully forced the rebels and the rebellious king's army to stop their offensive and adopt a policy of peace talks. During the negotiations, an unknown huge sandstorm hit the negotiation area. When everyone was evacuating, an eyewitness said, the originally weak Princess Vivi had a fierce confrontation with the Sand Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. The Sand Crocodile was forcefully defeated, and the victorious Princess Vivi showed up once before disappearing again. However, this incident also sounded a wake-up call for the rebels, and they began to doubt the authenticity of the king's use of dancing powder. So they temporarily stopped the attack and began to investigate the truth. Chapter 81 Unexpected Events. After reading the information published in the newspaper, Sanji, who was originally worried, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not what he thought. Show me. Su Chen took the newspaper from Wei Wei's hand and looked carefully at the photo of Velas fighting with Crocodile. It can be clearly seen that Wei Lisi used field magic. After binding most of the dust together, she vaporized it with flames, so Crocodile was forced to fight her in close combat. As a result, his legs were almost broken. The body of Velis, made of pure magic, was so hard that even he couldn't break it in a short period of time. At most, simple methods such as exile, suppression, sealing and destruction can be used. But Crocodile is really amazing, even though he suffered a loss due to information asymmetry. But Velis only fought him off, and it was basically impossible to keep him. Nami, how long will it take to get to Magnetic Drum Island? Putting down the newspaper, Su Chen turned and asked Nami. Ahem. Less than half a day. Nami, who was normal just now, coughed, looked at the pointer on his hand and continued. These past few days. The sailing has been smooth, and we are getting very close. Then hurry up. After we find a doctor, we will rush to Alabasta immediately. Su Chen nodded and didn't notice Nami's abnormality. After all, he had been observing for several days. Nami, who had the magic pattern engraved on him, had become much stronger. Perhaps nothing had happened this time. Now, he was more interested in getting Chopper on board and heading to Alabasta quickly. He was looking forward to meeting the boy with black hair and Madara on both sides of his cheeks. When he first saw that scene, he had the urge to kill the author. Now with him as a variable, the ending might be a little different. Thinking about this, Su Chen took the lead and walked out of the cabin. I wonder if Zoro has deviated from the route again. I could clearly feel that the temperature, which was a little cold just now, was actually starting to warm up. Bang! Nami fell directly on Vivi next to her. Vivi was caught off guard and had no time to stand firm. She was dragged to the ground by Nami, and her head hit the deck with a loud noise. But Vivi didn't care and immediately checked Nami's physical condition. Advertisement. Everyone who had not yet walked out of the cabin immediately turned around and exclaimed at the same time. Damn it, how could this happen? It's clear that nothing happened. Although he couldn't understand why Nami still had a problem, it didn't hinder Su Chen's actions. He appeared beside the two of them in an instant, helped Vivi up, and then put Nami directly on the bed. The others also gathered around and looked at Su Chen anxiously. You know, he is now working part-time as a doctor, and in Nami's situation, they can only rely on him. The temperature is over 40 degrees. It's not good to continue like this. Please move aside, she needs fresh air now. After driving everyone away, Su Chen cast a constant life magic on Nami. As for why he didn't choose to heal directly, maybe he could do it in the future, but now, he really can't do it. The healing magic he knows is similar to battlefield first aid, and it cures injuries, not diseases. To treat the disease, you still need a professional doctor, who knows what the specific cause of the disease is. Inappropriate treatment is tantamount to using light magic to treat dark creatures. No one can tell whether it is saving lives or killing people. Will Nami die? Sanji, who was standing beside him, was holding a cigarette in his mouth, with tears and snot flowing down his face. He asked in a tearful tone, is it possible, Su Chen? Hearing Sanji's exaggerated question, Su Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance. Don't worry, we're not far from Drum Island now, she'll be fine. He took the pointer off Nami's hand and handed it to Vivi, and I'm here, so what are you worried about? After answering Sanji's question, Su Chen ignored the happy people and said to Vivi seriously. You are the only one on board who has some knowledge of navigation. Take us to Drum Island, please. Although Su Chen really wanted to teleport directly with Nami, there was only one permanent pointer to the magnetic Drum Island. If they left, Luffy and the others would have no choice but to turn around and head to Alabasta. Without Nami, he was really afraid that Luffy and the others would die on the road. The storm on the Grand Line was no joke. Don't worry, leave it to me. Looking at the pointer on her hand, Vivi nodded vigorously, come with me. Our route just now has deviated. Now, we need to change the rudder immediately. Advertisement, get moving. Get to work. After hearing Vivi's roar, everyone except Su Chen, who was a part-time doctor, ran out. Although Su Chen said that Nami would not have any major problems, they were still full of worries. Whenever they were injured in the past, he would recover quickly, but this time Nami didn't get better, which undoubtedly showed the seriousness of the matter. The Mary was moving quickly on the sea. Without any human control, a layer of transparent airflow automatically surrounds the ship. The entire ship maintained a speed that could reach its limit and sailed quickly. Don't know when. Snowflakes began to float all over the sky, and gusts of biting cold wind were constantly eroding everyone's nerves. All of you, put on your clothes. Looking at the thinly dressed people on the deck outside, Su Chen slapped his forehead speechlessly and moved their winter clothes out with a wave of his hand. Winter Island is not like other places. The geographical environment here is destined to be shrouded in cold currents all the time. Unless he directly uses magic to change the environment, this blizzard will never stop. Everyone looked at Su Chen with gratitude as he returned to the cabin and put on their thick coats. They wanted to go in to get some clothes just now, but suddenly they saw a person standing on the sea, so they didn't have time. It's really cold today. The man slowly stopped in front of the Mary and said. Yeah, it suddenly got cold. Oh, it's very, very cold, because of the snowstorm. Usopp and Luffy replied in agreement. Next second. A huge submarine boat emerged from under the man's feet, which looked several times larger than the Mary. The waves came one after another, and the Mary tilted backward at a considerable angle, drifting quickly for a distance. What the hell is this? Luffy grabbed the railing with one hand and held down his straw hat with the other. He expressed his guess in surprise. Is it a watermelon? Su Chen in the cabin quickly stabilized Nami, who was about to fall to the ground, and looked outside with some anger. He thought he would never meet Wapol. After all, the timing didn't match. Unexpectedly, not only did Nami fall ill, but this person also showed up. This was really beyond his expectations. Is there really a world-correcting force? Chapter 82, Kill Wapol. That thing, isn't it a ship? Zoro raised his head, looked at the slowly expanding sail, and expressed his guess. Then, the huge submarine slowly transformed and raised a pirate's flag with a hippopotamus logo. Oh no! It's the pirates, said Usopp. He had the best eyesight and was the first to spot the pirate's flag, so he immediately reminded everyone. Tisk. Why did you show up at this time? The calm Zoro stared at the soldiers who jumped onto the Mary with a look of disdain. This group of soldiers looked well trained. Most of them were holding rifles, and only a few were holding swords. They didn't look like ordinary pirates, but more like soldiers from a certain country. But even so, Luffy and the others, except Vivi and Usopp, didn't seem nervous at all. Luffy looked at the soldiers holding guns and said seriously, well, we are in a hurry. There are patients on board now, this is not the time to play around. What they want to do now is to rush to Magnetic Drum Island as Nami's condition is the most important. Ha ha ha, are you the only ones on the boat? A very fat Wapol wearing a hippopotamus skin came out. His upper body was wearing steel armor, and the area below his face seemed to have been modified. While eating meat, he looked at Luffy and others with disdain. After making sure that there were only a few people, he swallowed the knife that had stabbed the meat in one gulp. This behavior startled Luffy and the others, but then everything returned to normal. In the Grand Line, this kind of performance is not surprising, it should be some kind of demon fruit power. But never mind. Do you have a permanent pointer or a record pointer to the Iron Bucket Kingdom? Wapol asked with a grin, swallowing the rest of the knife handle in one gulp. Luffy and the others looked at each other and confirmed that they had never heard of the name of this kingdom. No, I haven't even heard of the name of this country. Sanji crossed his arms over his chest and said calmly. Luffy, who was sitting on the railing, also shouted at Wapol. Have you finished asking questions? Then hurry back to your boat? Vivi on the side had a strange look on her face. When she saw Wapol, she seemed to remember something and dodged subconsciously. Wapol looked at Vivi standing beside him, and a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Advertisement. After recalling it, he showed an expression of sudden realization. Catch that woman for me, Wapol yelled. He already remembered who Vivi was, and what she was holding in her hand was the permanent pointer to Drum Island. Bang! The moment Wapol gave the order, Sanji kicked the man who was pointing a gun at him. His figure disappeared instantly and he quickly kicked the other soldiers still on the Mary. The man kicked by Sanji flew backwards and knocked all the vice admirals out. After wailing miserably for a few times in the air, it fell directly into the sea. Sanji didn't hold back at all. It would be no exaggeration to kick to death this guy who was preventing them from finding a doctor for Nami. Seeing Sanji's kick, Zoro also drew the long sword from his waist. In just a moment, the miscellaneous soldiers rushing towards Vivi fell to the ground. There were scars from being slashed on their bodies, and they were no longer able to breathe. Only a few seconds passed, and all the soldiers who had run onto the Mary had fallen, leaving only Wapol standing on the edge of the ship. You. Who are you? Wapol's face turned pale. He never expected that his men would be dealt with so quickly. Snap. Wapol heard no answer. He was frozen into ice. As for the Iron King behind him, it was also covered by thick ice. A breeze blew by, and the huge ship instantly turned into powder and merged into the sea. Looking at Su Chen walking out of the cabin, Luffy and others were stunned for a moment. This guy is still useful, but the others are just scum, Su Chen explained. Ha ha ha, it's okay, I believe you. Luffy simply adjusted the straw hat on his head and showed an indifferent expression. That's amazing. How's Nami? Sanji grinned and showed concern for Nami inside. The situation is still optimistic, he has woken up. Su Chen answered, thought for a moment and then added, but she's still having a fever, so make her something light. Okay. Sanji ran into the kitchen in an instant. He was very happy about this kind of thing. Zoro glanced at Vivi thoughtfully. The man who was frozen must have shouted for action after seeing her. Then he pointed at Wapol, who was frozen into an ice cube, and asked directly, do you know this guy? Advertisement. He is the king of Magnetic Drum Island, which he calls the Iron Bucket Kingdom, Vivi replied. Ah. This guy is actually the king. If you are a king, why do you become a pirate? Is it because you have the same reason as Vivi? Do you have any unspeakable reasons? Luffy and Usopp came over and looked at Vivi with some curiosity. He is a B*****************. Not only is he tyrannical and cruel, he has also imposed unimaginable tyranny on his own country. I heard that after Blackbeard attacked his country, he simply abandoned his people and fled to the sea to become a pirate. Vivi looked very angry. It was this guy who hit her hard when she was a child. I didn't expect to run into him here. But meeting this guy means we are not far from Magnetic Drum Island. Everyone, get dressed and get ready to go ashore. It's very cold on East Island. Winter Island? What is that? Except for Su Chen, everyone looked at Vivi in confusion. Su Chen couldn't bear to watch any more and walked into the cabin, letting Vivi explain to them slowly. Anyway, He basically knew everything he needed to know, so there was no need to continue listening. It would be better to focus on Nami's condition. After a while, Vivi stopped because her mouth felt dry. That's basically it, so when you're in a sea with a stable climate, it means you're very close to the island. I see. It is because of these islands with different climates that the ocean in the Grand Line is so strange. Usopp concluded. For him who was already smart, it wasn't difficult to understand this. Luffy, on the other hand, was fine when I first heard it. As a result, when Vivi finished speaking, he already had a mosquito repellent look in his eyes and didn't hear anything at all. Indeed, I saw the island. Zoro put down the telescope in his hand and pointed in front of the Mary. Over there, at the end of the blizzard, a snow-covered island appeared before everyone. The wind and snow in the sky were gradually dying down as the Mary approached. From afar, you can see that the huge mountains and the dense jungle are covered by a thick layer of white. Luffy, who was still dazed, suddenly woke up and sat on the bow with great excitement. A white island? Is it snow? Is it a snow island? Luffy muttered as he sat cross-legged at the bow, his eyes filled with longing for adventure. Chapter 83. The Witch's Legend, then prepare for landing. After Sanji gave the prepared food to Nami, he came out wearing a scarf. Luffy, let's make it clear first. Our main goal this time is to find a doctor. Once we achieve that goal, we will set off immediately. He had not forgotten about Vivi, even though Miss Vivi had gone to Alabasta. Looking at Vivi's expression when she saw the newspaper before, although she didn't say anything, she must have been anxious. Who's going to find the doctor then? Zoro asked. Oh my god. Luffy immediately raised his hand. I'm going too, Sanji said, standing behind Luffy and clenching his fists. Let me go. I'm more familiar with this place. Su Chen stood up directly. It was he who proposed coming to Magnetic Drum Island. So this matter naturally fell on him. Originally Sanji and Luffy wanted to fight for it, but they accidentally fell and got bruised and battered. They wisely gave up this idea and chose to visit the village that Su Chen mentioned. While everyone was discussing, the Mary sailed along the river and stopped at a place where they could go ashore. At this moment, a voice came from all around. Don't move. That's it, pirates. Dense crowds of people appeared on both sides of the shore, each of them armed and looking well prepared. Su Chen glanced at them and ignored them completely, walking straight into the cabin. After taking out winter clothes from the closet and putting them on Nami, he carried her on his back and walked out. When leaving the cabin, they took out Wapple, who had been frozen into ice. Outside, Luffy was explaining to a leader that they were here to see a doctor. But it was obvious that those people didn't believe it at all. After being attacked by Blackbeard before, they are now full of disgust towards pirates and think that all pirates are despicable and shameless people. Whoosh! Bang! Su Chen, carrying Nami on his back, instantly fell in the middle of the group of people. Then, Wapple, who was hanging in the air behind them, instantly fell next to Wilton, who was in the lead. The surrounding villagers were frightened and subconsciously prepared to shoot. Advertisement, wait. Don't shoot yet. Wilton, the leader, saw clearly the ice falling in front of him and immediately yelled. Who are you? What are you doing here? StrawHat Pirates, come here to find a doctor. Su Chen looked at the villagers who had regained their composure, and then slowly said, you should be familiar with this person. All those who followed him have been buried in the sea. This person is our sincerity. Once we find a doctor, we will leave immediately. Wilton glanced at the weak Nami behind Su Chen, then looked at Luffy and others who were preying on the Mary. After weighing the pros and cons, he made up his mind. Come with me. I'll take you to the village. Wilton asked the villagers around him to put away their guns, turned around and led the way. Luffy and the others looked at each other happily and quickly followed. On the Mary, there were only Zoro who volunteered to stay and a shivering runner. There is only one doctor in this country. If you want to find him, just go over that snowy mountain. She is already 140 years old, but her medical skills are unquestionable, she just has some quirks. While leading the way, Wilton glanced at Su Chen and said, go to the palace on the top of the snowy mountain. The doctor known as the witch lives in the palace. Thank you. I see. Su Chen nodded. Knowing the reason, he naturally did not ask why. He lifted Nami up. It seemed that Nami had gained weight recently. She looked very heavy. However, Vivi and Luffy seemed very interested and ran over to Wilton to ask about the country. Why do you call her a witch? Luffy asked curiously. It is rumored that when the moon is full, she will descend from the sky on a sleigh. Many people have seen it with their own eyes, Wilton said mysteriously. And some people also say that she lives with an extremely strange creature, which is why she is called a witch. After hearing this, Usopp said with some fear. It's true, look, there is a snow monster. This is a snowy mountain, there must be monsters. But everyone ignored him, especially Luffy, who was extremely excited. Wow. A witch. There are monsters. Luffy's eyes sparkled with stars. He was so excited that he immediately approached Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, do witches also know magic like you? I've heard that witches all know magic. That shouldn't be the case. There shouldn't be anyone like me in this world. Su Chen thought about it carefully and replied. Oh, well. Luffy pouted in disappointment and walked aside dejectedly. Advertisement. So what should people in this country do if they get sick or injured? Vivi asked a key question. She would sometimes come down from the mountains and find the sick and heal them. Wilton stroked his chin and replied to Vivi, but the reward is to take away everything the patient likes in her home. What a nasty old woman, Usopp sighed as he walked behind. Oh, just like the pirates, Luffy followed with a comment. Time passed slowly as everyone chatted. Soon after, a village covered with heavy snow appeared in front of everyone in the distance. Large groups of people and some strange animals were coming in and out. Wow, the animals here are so weird. Oh, it's the snow country after all. After arriving at the village, Luffy and Usopp opened their mouths wide and looked around in surprise. For them, such a scene had never been seen before. Okay, I'll go straight to the top of the mountain. The doctor should not have come down the mountain yet. Su Chen nodded to Luffy and the others, then turned to look at the huge snowy mountain. From the moment he came ashore, his spiritual strength has been locked on the 140-year-old woman on the mountain. So he naturally knew whether the chopper he was looking for had come down or not. Please, Su Chen, you must find a doctor, Vivi said worriedly. After hearing this, the remaining Luffy and others stepped forward and patted Su Chen on the shoulder, signaling him to be careful. Nami, are you ready? Su Chen gently shook Nami on his back to wake her up. We are leaving. Feeling a little weak, she leaned her head on Su Chen's shoulder and nodded gently. Air move. An extremely complex magic circle appeared under Su Chen's feet, emitting a unique transparent light. Usopp took a curious look, but in an instant, an incomparable dizziness appeared in the depths of his mind, scaring him so much that he quickly looked away. Luffy and the others also looked away as the sound of shattering glass was heard. Next second, Su Chen and Nami's figures disappeared instantly. Only the whistling wind and snow were left. Chapter 84 Cute Dr. Chopper. At this time, on top of the drum peak, a fierce cold wind mixed with snowflakes was blowing rapidly. A blue-nosed reindeer was standing bored at the door of the castle, waiting for the doctor inside. Early this morning, Dr. Duel had already informed him to prepare to go down the mountain. I heard that she said that some villagers at the foot of the mountain were sick, and she planned to cure the illness and bring up some daily necessities. Just as he was waiting, a strong light emanated from the open space in front of him. Then there was a sound of breaking glass. Chopper saw a tall male human appear in the air, carrying a female human on his back. The whistling cold wind swirled around them, and the fluttering snowflakes automatically dispersed when they approached them. Then, the man's eyes seemed to light up and he quickly came in front of him. You must be Dr. Chopper, can you save my companion? We need a doctor, please help us. Su Chen looked at Chopper who was standing in a daze in front of him, his eyes rolled around, he supported Nami with one hand, and snapped his fingers with the other hand, and a pink marshmallow appeared in his hand. This is your reward, okay, wow, how can this man be tempted with marshmallows? Also, he seemed to call me doctor, this guy, don't think he will be happy about this. Chopper stopped and, after hesitating for a few times, carefully took the marshmallow. Then he began to look carefully at Nami who was carried on Su Chen's back. This girl seemed to be in a very serious condition. Seeing that Chopper didn't run away directly, Su Chen's smile became even brighter. Huh? Someone's coming up here. Dr. Kuleha in the castle heard the noise outside and walked out. She was wearing a pair of purple patterned jeans with a belt, a short-sleeved top that exposed her navel and petals, and two glasses, one black and one white, on her gray hair. She looked particularly fashionable. This is... Quick, Chopper. Get her inside now. After seeing Nami clearly behind Su Chen, Dr. Kuleha yelled at Chopper. Advertisement. Then Chopper looked at the marshmallow in his hand and then at Su Chen, stuffed it into his mouth, and immediately grew bigger and took over Nami. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Kuleha and Chopper ignored Su Chen and ran into the castle. This should be a bug bite from the prehistoric island. Chopper, can you tell what's going on? Dr. Kuleha stood aside and asked Chopper. Caskia. Chopper looked at Su Chen again and answered stiffly. Yes, that's it. I don't know how this little girl managed to hold on for so long, but it's definitely Caskia. Then I'll leave this little girl to you, Chopper. Dr. Kuleha nodded and added, come on, don't stay here, let's talk. Su Chen glanced at the limp Nami and nodded, then followed Dr. Kuleha to the reception room next door. As soon as he sat down, Dr. Kuleha took out a bottle of wine from somewhere and took a big gulp. Tell me, how do you know Chopper's name and that he likes to eat marshmallows? Dr. Kuleha asked doubtfully. Although she was inside the castle just now, she could still hear the conversation outside clearly. If I say it's magic, would you believe it? Su Chen took off the hat on his head and put it on the table, saying mysteriously. Dr. Kuleha looked at Su Chen as if he was mentally retarded, and then said, a person with special abilities is a person with special abilities. You are fooling me because I have never seen the world. Oh, you are very smart. Su Chen didn't explain, just smiled. Old man. His answer was very helpful to Dr. Kuleha, but her expression suddenly changed when she realized what was going on. No, you are quite young. After all, Nami was still undergoing treatment, so Su Chen gave in a little. Ha ha ha, kid. I love to hear that. Do you want to know the secret of my youth and beauty? Dr. Kuleha looked happy and took another sip from the bottle. I'm sorry, but I don't want to. Pursing his lips, Su Chen thought about his own lifespan. Probably, perhaps, he had lost count of it. How boring, kid. I don't care how you know about Chopper, but there is one thing I'm curious about. Dr. Kuleha stared at Su Chen closely with a serious look on her face. You're talking about why Nami took so long to have an attack. Su Chen's eyes moved, and after a little thought, he replied. I don't know the details, but Nami's body is much stronger than before. Advertisement, physical condition. It seems you don't have a dedicated doctor on board, Pirates boy. Dr. Kulea took another sip of wine, but her eyes were fixed on Su Chen's reaction. How could Su Chen not see through such a simple test? But it didn't matter if he just said it directly, since he had to invite Chopper on board anyway. Yes, we are indeed lacking a professional doctor. We are pirates too. Su Chen's straightforward answer won Dr. Kuleha's favor. She smiled and said, Good boy, you are very good. Chopper will cure the little girl named Nami. Then, Dr. Kuleha explained Nami's condition to Su Chen. After a while, there was a sound of something falling to the ground from Nami's side. Su Chen and Dr. Doriel looked at each other and ran directly towards Nami. When they walked into the room, they saw Nami had stood up and sat on the bed, her eyes looking in another direction. There, a cute little reindeer was carefully hiding in the corner, with only half of its head sticking out, staring outside. It has a blue nose, 2 antlers on its head, and a hat with an X on it in the middle. Hee, it looks like your fever has gone away, little girl. Dr. Kulea poured himself a drink with one hand and touched Nami's forehead with the other hand, 38.2 degrees. Not bad. Have a good rest. What you need to do now is to rest. Dr. Kulea interrupted Nami's question, glanced at Chopper, and walked out. Nami, how are you feeling? Su Chen ignored Dr. Kulea who was leaving, and walked directly to Nami's side. Yeah, I feel much better. By the way, what was that talking deer just now? Nami felt her body and found that she was indeed feeling much better, and her strength was slowly returning. He was the one who saved you. Su Chen touched Nami's forehead, then looked at Chopper with a smile. He is a great doctor. His name is Chopper. Thank you so much, Dr. Chopper. I'm so annoyed. Chopper ran out from his hiding corner with a double-talking expression, and began to dance. Humans. How can humans thank me? Stop kidding me. Also, don't think I'll be happy just because you call me doctor, humph. 3SL Chapter 85 Come with us, haha, Dr. Chopper you're so cute. Would you like to become our partner and become pirates with us? Su Chen looked at Chopper's hypocritical expression and resisted the urge to pinch him. Our pirates group is just in need of a ship doctor. You are so capable, you must be a great doctor. Partners? Pirates? Chopper froze for a moment, as if he had heard something shocking. Are you pirates? Chopper asked tentatively. Yes. Is it true? That's right. Are there any flags with skulls, and skulls? It's hanging on the boat. Looking at Chopper and Su Chen asking and answering each other, Nami on the bed showed an interested expression. Are you interested in pirates? Nami asked suddenly. The sudden greeting startled Chopper, as if someone knew what he was thinking. He stepped back repeatedly, knocking over the shelf behind him, and loudly retorted. No, idiot. No. Nami completely ignored Chopper's duplicity and replied to him in a perfunctory tone. Hey, got it. Then she immediately revealed a sincere smile and very gently invited Chopper. Then, you come too. Let's go out to sea. Do you want to be pirates together? Chopper, who was sitting on the ground, widened his eyes at the invitations from 2 people in a row, but then he seemed to think of something. Stop joking. I'm a reindeer. How can I be with humans? Have you ever seen a reindeer that can stand up on 2 legs and walk, and can talk to humans? And I have a blue nose? You don't find me scary? Chopper shouted loudly, staring intently at Nami and Su Chen's reactions. Nami and Su Chen looked at each other, then smiled gently and said in unison. So what does this have to do with us inviting you? Assholes. I won't agree to your request. Humans are not trustworthy, you bastards. He yelled at Nami and Su Chen in a mournful manner, got up from the ground, and ran out with tears in his eyes. Advertisement. You guys are quite capable. You tried to kidnap reindeer without permission while I was away? Dr. Kulea walked in from the door next to him, sat down on a chair and started drinking. I don't know how she can drink so much, now she has obviously changed the bottle. Isn't this what you agreed to, Dr. Doriel? Su Chen's eyes turned, and he raised his hand. A bottle of wine that looked particularly high-end appeared in his hand. Huh? Good boy, if you want to take him away, then take him away. Dr. Kulea snatched the drink from Su Chen's hand, looked at him carefully, nodded with satisfaction and said, But the child was injured, and ordinary methods cannot heal him. I know all this, as long as you agree to it. Dr. Kulea glanced at Su Chen and waved her hand indifferently. Now she was completely attracted by the wine in her hand. This thing seemed to be specially supplied by Wanokuni and was quite rare in the market. Can I ask you about Chopper? Nami looked at the 2 of them and asked confusedly. Su Chen did not answer Nami. He nodded at her and chased in the direction Chopper escaped. Okay little girl, let me explain to you. Dr. Kulea put down the bottle of wine that Su Chen brought out, took a sip of wine, and began to talk about Chopper's life experience. That child was rejected by the tribe since birth. The other side. Chopper escaped and jumped to the top of the castle, sitting down next to a Skull Pirates flag with a sakura flower on it. Some choppers are confused now. Running away when something happens is not what a man should do. A voice with some laughter came from the side. Chopper turned his head subconsciously to take a look. The human male from before was holding a big pink marshmallow and handed it over with a smile. Chopper's eyes narrowed. Because of what happened just now, he didn't just run away. Hey, this is for you. Consider it a thank you for saving Nami. How could this person be like this? He just knew how to tempt him with marshmallows, but he wouldn't be fooled. But why does that marshmallow smell so nice and has a pink color? It must be delicious. After a few seconds, Chopper stretched out his hoof, took the marshmallow, and took a tentative bite. Advertisement so delicious. Chopper's eyes narrowed. He really liked the soft, sweet feeling in his mouth. The previous one was swallowed directly. This marshmallow is so sweet. This human didn't seem so bad. Not only did he invite him to be a pirate, but he also treated him to marshmallows. No, humans are untrustworthy. Don't let them fool you. But cotton candy is delicious. How is it? It tastes good, right? Su Chen looked at Chopper's rapidly changing expression, shook his head with amusement and said, "This is the sakura pink marshmallow from the legendary The Fishman Island. It was just made this morning." Wow, there really is a Fishman Island. I thought it was just a legend. Chopper made a sound of wonder while eating the marshmallow. Well, he now felt that Su Chen, who gave him the marshmallow, was a good person, so he answered naturally. Chopper's answer made Su Chen's smile even brighter. He stared at the flag fluttering in the wind and snow beside him, and his tone was full of temptation. Of course, there are all kinds of islands above the Grand Line. I heard that the marshmallows taste different on each island, and they taste the best when they are freshly made. If I were a pirate, I could go to many places, eat all kinds of delicious marshmallows, and help those in need. As a real man, how can I not go and see the mysterious and vast ocean? Chopper, become our partner and come with us. Dr. Hylaluk probably also hopes that you, Chopper, will go see the ocean he has always longed for. Isn't this flag his dream? Chopper was stunned, with a gleam of longing in his eyes. He stared at Su Chen in a daze, not understanding why there were so many things in the sea, nor why he knew about Dr. Hylaluk. But what he said was really tempting. If we could really go to sea, it would be such a desirable thing. But I'm just a reindeer with an ugly nose. It can even talk. It's a monster. Can I become a pirate too? Su Chen touched Chopper's head with heartache. It was indeed very soft. You're my partner, not a monster. Amid the whistling cold wind and snowflakes, the pirate's flag with the sakura flower pattern was fluttering in the wind. The bright moonlight shone on the roof. A figure, with an exceptionally sincere smile, stretched out his hand and looked at another reindeer holding a marshmallow. Chapter 86 Wapol escapes inside the castle. Nami listened carefully to Dr. Kuleha's story. So in the end, the guy was talking big and unrealistically. Dr. Kuleha drank the wine in one gulp and added to Nami. He blew himself up outside this castle. Don't you think he is stupid? He can't even save himself, yet he still wants to save this rotten country. At this point in the story, Nami already fully understands Chopper's life experience. Pulling Chopper on board was something she had already decided on. It wasn't easy to come across a partner like him. No, I think Dr. Hylaluk is amazing. That's probably why Chopper decided to become a doctor. Nami replied with a smile. He's a brave man. As his adopted son, Chopper will definitely choose to go to sea. You. Ha ha ha, it's up to you guys, if he wants. But now, you'd better lie down quietly. It will take at least 3 days for you to get better. Dr. Kuleha was stunned for a moment, then spread his hands nonchalantly, threatened Nami with a knife, lay back on the bed, and turned to walk out of the house. The wine is finished. As for the bottle given by Su Chen, let's keep it for the time being. She couldn't bear to drink such expensive wine now. Nami watched Dr. Kuleha's actions, and although she was anxious, she still tucked herself into the bed. After some time, Su Chen came to Nami's room with a smile. After seeing that she was asleep, he felt Nami's body temperature with the back of his hand. It's okay. No burning sensation like before. The cold wind outside the window was still blowing quickly, but Su Chen was relieved now, and Chopper finally agreed to him. I don't know whether I was attracted by the marshmallows or wanted to see the vastness of the ocean. But none of this matters. The goal of coming to Magnetic Drum Island has been achieved. He had already carved the magic pattern belonging to the Straw Hat crew into Chopper, and now he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. And because that guy is a deer, he actually has a high degree of compatibility with life magic, so he added a lot of extra things to Chopper's antlers. Next, just wait for Nami to recover and then you can head to Alabasta. I wonder what Luffy and the others are doing now. Wapol has been frozen into an ice cube, so there can't be any problems. At the foot of the mountain at this time, advertisement. A large group of villagers were gathering together, forming a big circle. At the center, the frozen Wapol was lifted onto a wooden platform. Several excited villagers held torches while Wilton was leading some villagers and Luffy to the top of the mountain. Wapol was taken out of his cell and prepared to be burned to death. That's right, Luffy, Vivi and the others were still a little worried, so after repairing the cable car to the mountain, they went directly to the top of the mountain. Burn him. Wapol is not worthy of being a king. Yes. We finally caught him this time. This time we can eliminate all future troubles. The villagers roared one after another. They hated the king who implemented brutal policies and even abandoned his people. But won't there be any problems if we do this behind Wilton's back? There were still some relatively calm villagers who wanted to stop the others who were getting emotional. However, before their voices could be heard, they were drowned out by the excited voices of others. What are you afraid of? Wapol is frozen into ice now. We just need to set him on fire and kill him. Yes, he has no room to resist. Don't make trouble, even if Wilton is here, he will agree. Those residents holding torches completely ignored the advice of others and threw the torches directly onto the firewood in the middle. Huge flames shot up into the sky, and the flames reflected the excited faces of the surrounding villagers. The shackles that had shrouded them for so many years finally faded away slowly in the flames. The ice on Waipal's body slowly melted, and the dancing flames slowly engulfed his entire body. It looked like he would slowly turn into ashes like those pieces of wood. See, I told you, nothing unexpected will happen. Bang! Before the man could finish his words, a shell exploded right next to him, and he flew out instantly. Ha 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 ha. You bunch of stupid villagers. I, King Wapol, have finally returned to my own kingdom. Wapol had some burn marks on his body, and even his outer clothes became tattered. Listen to me, everything in this country belongs to me. His tone was still arrogant, as if he completely looked down on these villagers who wanted to burn him to death. Damn it, I told you something was going to happen. Advertisement, one of them yelled, and immediately called on the others to pick up their weapons and rush towards Wapol in the middle. But everything was in vain. Under the power of Wapol munch fruit, all the remaining villagers were knocked to the ground. Some of them forced him to take the ropeway to the castle. At this time, Chopper was wandering back and forth outside the castle, thinking about how to talk to his Dr. Duel. After living together for so many years, Chopper was very sad to suddenly leave her behind. However, the noise coming from the cable car behind made him hide subconsciously. Oh haha, it's really high here, Luffy said excitedly while standing on the edge of the cliff. Okay, come with me, Dr. Kuleha is inside the castle, Wilton said. He then gestured to Luffy and his group, and led the way into the castle. Chopper hid in the corner, watching a group of villagers from down the mountain walk into the castle with a few strange figures. Those strangers should be the companions that Su Chen mentioned. It looks a bit weird, but it feels surprisingly friendly. This is the taste of Wapol. Boom. Before Luffy and his companions saw Su Chen, they heard the loud roar of artillery shells behind them. Its sounds also include strange roars, some of which sound like deer calls and some sound like human roars. Something happened. The next moment, Luffy and his group immediately turned around and ran out of the castle. The group saw a strange creature that looked like a civet cat and a reindeer, confronting Wapol. How dare a mere civet cat stop King Wapol? Look, I'm going to burn these messy flags you hung up. Wapol roared loudly. He came back here with so much trouble, but what he saw was a pirate's flag with a sakura flower pattern, which filled him with anger. What's more important is that there's a strange raccoon trying to stop him, it's simply courting death. A huge cannonball passed in front of Chopper's eyes and flew straight towards the pirate's flag on top of the castle. Boom. No. After the huge explosion, the pirate's flag with the sakura flower pattern flew into the sky. Chapter 87. Sakura flowers blooming in Winter Island. Chopper's eyes were fixed on the top of the castle. The pirate's flag, which represented the doctor's lifelong admiration, flew high under the impact of the explosion. Next second, an arm shot up into the sky and grasped the flag in its hand. Then, Luffy appeared at the place where the flag was just flying, tied the pirate's flag with his scarf, and raised it up again. I don't know why, but my intuition tells me. Luffy held the flagpole with one hand and looked at Wapol below with disdain. This flag cannot be destroyed by a coward like you. What did you say? Wapol was so angry that his face twisted, and he said angrily, You damn pirates, I told you, this is my kingdom. Look how I destroy your tattered pirate's flag. Although Wapol had seen Luffy, he did not take action at that time. As long as he didn't encounter that monster, he was not afraid at all. Bang! After the roar, the huge shell flew straight towards Luffy. Clang! Boom! The shell exploded directly in the air. Zoro looked at Wapol with disdain and slowly fell from the air. For a character like this, he only needs a knife. Damn it! I'm the king, and you dare to be so rude to me. Wapol gritted his teeth and stared at Zoro falling from the sky. At this time, Su Chen appeared in front of Chopper and helped him up. Chopper, go ahead and defeat him and save the country. Touching Chopper's antlers engraved with magic patterns, Su Chen smiled encouragingly. We are all behind you. Use the one I gave you. Chopper glanced at Su Chen and clenched his hooves tightly. He then quickly rushed towards Wapol, and while running, he transformed into his beast form. But this look is different from before. The most obvious thing is the pair of antlers, which are now streamlined backwards and surrounded by a transparent green spirit, making them look particularly sacred. Especially when he was running, exceptionally green grass grew in his footprints. Advertisement just like the legendary divine deer. The moment this posture was revealed, the surrounding cold wind turned into a warm spring breeze, faintly emitting a medicinal fragrance. As for why such a change happened, you have to ask Su Chen. Bang! After simply speeding up, Chopper suddenly crashed into Wapol like a startled wild goose. There was a loud roar and ripples, and the surrounding air exploded instantly. Wapol only felt a huge force coming, and the powerful body he obtained through the fruit was instantly folded in half like thin paper. After pausing in midair, it turned into a meteor and disappeared on the spot. Transformation. What a funny raccoon cat. Luffy jumped down from the castle. Looking at Chopper's cute appearance when he turned into a human beast form again, his eyes were shining with golden light. Transformation. This is so cool, I'm a reindeer. See, I have horns. Chopper yelled at Luffy. However, the villagers brought by Dalton seemed to be frightened by Chopper's appearance, and they subconsciously pulled out their guns. Although Dalton explained immediately, Chopper turned and ran away after seeing it. Luffy followed immediately. He was quite interested in this interesting raccoon cat. Ignoring everyone's strange looks, Su Chen explained the matter of Chopper to Vivi and the others, then turned back to the castle and handed the key to the hypocritical Dr. Kuleha. By the time he packed his things and brought Nami out, it was already evening. The surroundings had become quiet, and Dalton and other villagers were called away by Dr. Kuleha while he was looking for Nami. As for Chopper, he should be saying goodbye to Dr. Kuleha now. Hey, why don't we go say goodbye together? Luffy sat on the snowball and said to Nami, who seemed to have recovered. With that doctor and the Dododen uncle. Idiot, just let Chopper go alone. Nami was wearing a thick coat and a pair of cute gloves. Kaido said, they will definitely cry and hug their heads. Dr. Doriel has a very gentle heart. She has always treated Chopper as her own son. Usopp also built a snowman, clapped his hands and asked, are we leaving now? Of course, I came here to find a doctor. Now that we have found it, we will definitely go directly to Alabasta. After answering Usopp, Nami smiled at Vivi. Right Vivi, we've been delayed for 2 days. Well, if there's a doctor with us, of course we can, Vivi replied with a smile. Advertisement. Whoosh. A kitchen knife was stuck straight into the wall next to Chopper, scaring him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Dr. Doriel. Please understand. How dare you, a little brat like you, call yourself a man? Stop pretending. Sniff sniff. In Dr. Kuleha's hand, a number of short swords flew quickly towards Chopper, but for some reason, none of them hit him. Wow 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 wow. Chopper was so frightened by Dr. Kuleha's actions that he raised his hoof, widened his eyes, and turned and ran. Afterwards, the villagers who were still helping to move the cannon inside the castle were also affected by the disaster and let out continuous screams. Dr. Kureha held a huge mace in her hand and chased after Chopper, shouting. Stop right there. What on earth can you do out at sea? Are you going to survive on fantasy like that quack? I'm sorry, Dr. Doriel, I really want to see the outside world. Chopper transformed into the divine deer again, pulling the sled and running quickly. After hearing Dr. Kuleha's question, he answered loudly. That's not a fantasy. The doctor's research has been completed. Everyone, jump up, we are going down the mountain. Ah. Luffy and his friends looked at Chopper who was being chased and quickly jumped over. Under an exceptionally bright moon, Luffy and his crew, along with Chopper, flew quickly through the sky. Soon after, there were loud roars. Above the drum peak, the lights illuminated pink snowflakes, which fluttered down in the cold wind. Chopper stopped running and stared blankly behind him. He seemed to hear the doctor talking to him, and this was the answer he had spent 30 years to come up with. Doctor. Dr. Doriel. Tears flowed from the depths of Chopper's eyes, and then he cried loudly. Woo-ah. A man who had never traveled far, after gaining a group of friends, finally made up his mind and embarked on an unknown and adventurous journey. The faint voice of his Dr. Doriel could be heard in the air. Go ahead, silly son. Chapter 88 The Legendary Magic Book. Grand Line, on the waterway from Drum Island to Alabasta, the Mary was rapidly smashing the incoming waves into pieces. After Luffy and the others' deliberate pranks, Chopper recovered from his inexplicable melancholy mood. However, Su Chen always felt that Chopper was led astray by Luffy and the others, and actually hung out with Usopp and the others. During the banquet, he actually imitated Usopp and Luffy and stuck chopsticks into his nose. As for Sanji and Zoro, as expected, they started fighting at the banquet, and neither of them won, leaving the other with a black eye. In this way, time passed quietly as everyone was having fun. A few days later, the weather became exceptionally clear, and the surrounding ocean currents and magnetic fields gradually became stable. Luffy and his group were already quite close to Alabasta. Nami was at the bow, staring at the record pointer on her hand, observing the ocean currents and weather. Zoro is training himself desperately. Sanji captures Luffy and is torturing him because food in the refrigerator has mysteriously disappeared. As for Usopp, Chopper and Runfast, they were sitting on the edge of the boat fishing with guilty looks on their faces. The remaining Su Chen was reading a book full of scribbles and was steering the ship at the same time. Su Chen, I saw you holding this book for a long time, can I ask what's written in it? I've never seen such writing before. Vivi curiously approached Su Chen. She was in a good mood because Alabasta was about to arrive. Since the first time they met, she had seen this strange booklet more than once. Every time, Su Chen was looking for something seriously, but they were not familiar with each other at that time and did not have time to ask. Unexpectedly, he took it out again today. Vivi couldn't suppress her curiosity anymore, so she came over and asked. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and everyone around gathered around. Nami stopped looking at the pointer on her hand, and Usopp and the other two stopped fishing. Sanji also gave up asking about the food that disappeared from the kitchen refrigerator and came over with a curious look on his face, thinking that since Su Chen could provide the ingredients, he might as well just eat it. Even Zoro put down the huge dumbbell in his hand, wiped the sweat off his face and looked over. I said I'm a magician, right? Su Chen looked up at the curious eyes around him. A smile appeared on his face. He closed the booklet and said, this thing is the legendary magic book. Wow, there really is a magic book. Chopper's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise. Advertisement his Dr. Doriel was called a witch, but even so, she didn't have a magic book. Yes, this book records all the magic that was born in all the worlds, and it is increasing all the time. He, that's awesome. Feeling the admiring gazes around him, Su Chen couldn't help but smile proudly. Wow, can I see it? I want to see it too. Chopper and Luffy's eyes lit up, with big stars in their eyes, and they were full of anticipation for what Su Chen had in his hand. Luffy, do you understand? Nami said, looking at Luffy with disdain. She had not forgotten that before in Little Garden, Luffy couldn't even read a book, and even when he listened to her talk about the origin of Little Garden, he burst into smoke. Oh, that's right, as if she had thought of something, Nami excitedly snatched the booklet from Su Chen's hand. Gold, there must be some magic that can turn it into gold. But he said that if he has all the magic, it means it must exist. Nami took the booklet and flipped through the pages quickly, but the scribbles on the pages made her head buzz and she had no idea what was written on them. The strangest thing was that as she flipped through the pages quickly, this booklet, which clearly only had a few pages, was slowly becoming thicker. No matter how many times she turned the pages, it seemed like there would be no end. Bang! The huge book instantly smashed onto the deck of the Mary, and the entire draft dropped by nearly 1 meter. Looking at Nami gritting her teeth and her eyes red, Su Chen shook his head and walked forward to grab her. If she continues to flip over like this, I don't think even the Mary will be able to fit. This booklet, when fully unfolded, is nearly 10 kilometers long, and with the appearance of new magic from time to time, the booklet will continue to grow thicker and larger. How is it possible to finish translating it? Nami, what are you looking for? Su Chen placed his hand on the huge book and pressed it down, and the book turned back into the thin booklet it was before. I can help you find it. You don't know when you will find it if you look for it yourself. Ahem. That. Nami coughed twice awkwardly and rubbed her hands sheepishly. God knows why she suddenly got excited just now, she just wanted to open all the books. The strange thing is that after Su Chen took the booklet back, she regained her composure, but the previous thought still remained. Advertisement, so she showed an exceptionally sweet smile on her face, and said to Su Chen with a smile. I just want to know if there is any magic in this magic book that can create gold? Nami deliberately straightened her chest and pulled her clothes. In addition to a smile on her face, she also threw seductive glances at Su Chen, her eyes full of unstoppable anticipation. Sanji, who was standing next to her, fell to his knees at her deliberately awkward posture. With hearts in his eyes and blood spurting from his nose, he rushed towards Nami. Then he was knocked down by Nami with a few punches, but he still kept muttering things like, it's worth it, this life is worth it. To be honest, as an elegant and mysterious magician, I would not have been moved. Women would only affect the speed at which he cast magic. But after seeing Nami take off another piece of clothing, he couldn't bear it anymore and obediently turned to a page in the magic book. Hiss, this is it, material reconstruction gold. Su Chen pointed to a section of ghostly symbols on the booklet and explained proudly, although there are many magics for making gold, this one is the simplest and consumes the least magic power. Everything in the world is made up of something, you only need to change their order to get what you want. So, the gold you want is almost inexhaustible, but be careful when you watch it. If you can't stand it, stop watching it immediately, you might vomit. Nami didn't care what Su Chen said at all, she only heard the words, gold, and inexhaustible. She pulled her clothes up, and the golden light in her eyes was like a searchlight, staring at the page that Su Chen had opened. The strange scribbles on it looked particularly complicated, although she couldn't understand them, she felt that these traces were the most beautiful patterns in the world and she was reluctant to look away for a long time. After a while, waves of dizziness came from the depths of her mind, forcing her to dry heave subconsciously, and she staggered and fell directly on Chopper. The huge weight rolled Chopper onto the deck. Are you okay? This reaction startled the people around him, and they asked in panic. This is really scary. She just recovered from her previous illness not long ago and now she is like this again. Who can bear it? I'm fine, help me up, I can still see. Nami answered dazedly and tried to get up using her hands and feet. She didn't understand what dizziness was. She only knew that after learning this, she would be the richest woman in the world. It's really okay, just a little seasick. Chopper at the side quickly climbed up, checked it carefully, and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, Nami is fine, she just overexerted her brain a little, she just needs to rest. Hearing Chopper say this, Luffy and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 89. How can you say that the magician's affairs are a lie? Do you want to read it again? Su Chen picked up the booklet that fell on the ground and asked innocently. Except for Luffy and Sanji, they all took a few steps back subconsciously. Who dares to look at this thing? Can't you see Nami is still lying on the ground? Ha ha ha. How funny, Luffy grinned. For him, since there is no danger, it is an interesting thing, so how can he feel afraid? That. Su Chen, cough. However, Sanji, who had just been knocked down by Nami, came over with a burning look in his eyes and a mysterious smile, and whispered in Su Chen's ear. Since there is magic that can turn things into gold, is there also? Magic that can make people transparent or invisible? At this point, Sanji couldn't help but chuckle a few times, with a smile that all men understand. The imaginary women's bathhouse and bathroom, a man's biggest dream, is so close to him for the first time. Nami, who was slowly recovering, and Vivi beside her seemed to have heard some of Sanji's questions, and showed particularly disgusted expressions on their faces. Then dark lines appeared on their faces, and the looks they gave Sanji were filled with sinisterness and murderous intent. But it was obvious that Sanji didn't notice the changes in the girls on the ship at all. No, of course not. Su Chen glanced at Nami, who was slowly pulling out the stick from her waist, and Vivi, who was clenching her fists, then looked at Sanji meaningfully. Whether it's the refraction of light, the concealment of darkness, or even the escape into another dimension in the space series, well, he can't do any of them. How could such an elegant and mysterious magician perform such sneaky magic? If anyone dares to say that he can cast superposition magic close to his face, would you like to know more? Bang. Bang. Bah, I'll beat you to death, you lewd cook. Following Nami's loud shout, Sanji fell to the deck. Then Nami and Vivi's fists and sticks came like a torrential rain, hitting Sanji's entire body madly. After a while, Sanji, who looked like he had gained several hundred pounds, came out. Squeak. After taking a look at the completely unrecognizable Sanji, Su Chen smiled with glee and put away the book in his hand. Advertisement. But the next second, Nami and Vivi looked at him with suspicion on their faces, obviously not believing that Su Chen didn't know this type of magic. After all, he even knew the magic of turning into gold. Why are you looking at me like that? I can't. Subconsciously, Su Chen took 2 steps back and replied directly, but after realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, he immediately changed his words. Great. I didn't expect you, Su Chen, to be this kind of person. Sanji, who was hiding on the side, jumped out instantly after being beaten so much that his whole body ached. He angrily accused. You obviously know this kind of magic, but you lied to me and said you don't. How could you do this? Then he showed an extremely envious expression, as if he had already thought of what Su Chen had done with this magic. Bah. Don't treat me like you. Su Chen yelled in anger, then ran into the cabin. How can you say that the magician's business is a lie? If I say there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. Stop. If you don't explain yourself to me today, I'll make you pay. Nami kicked Sanji hard and immediately followed him in. Vivi, who was standing by, hesitated for a moment, then imitated Nami and kicked Sanji, then ran in. Afterwards, after Su Chen paid a considerable sum of gold and Bailey, Nami walked out with a satisfied smile. Just watch it if you want to be peeped at. There are tens of millions of Baileys there. I guess Su Chen has plundered all of them. He. Anyway, he can make gold, so he shouldn't care about this little money. Although she couldn't understand the magic of making gold, she was extremely happy to be able to plunder a large amount of wealth from Su Chen. Make it rain all over Alabasta. Su Chen, who was still in the cabin, said in surprise. It's possible, even Nami can do it now if he spends some time. Thank you, Su Chen. Vivi was stunned for a moment, then she smiled amazingly. What are you thanking me for? Aren't we partners? Su Chen shook his head, took out the magic wand from his arms, and grabbed Vivi's arm. Bear with it, I'll give you a stamp. Hiss, a burning and stinging sensation came from the back of her hand, and Vivi subconsciously pulled her arm. Okay, you can feel her function yourself. I'll go build one for Pao de Coué as well. He tapped Vivi's arm with his wand, released a recovery spell, and walked out of the cabin. Advertisement. I've always forgotten to engrave her, so I might as well give them one before we get to Alabasta. At this time on the deck, Luffy and Usopp went fishing again because they were hungry again. What is that? Usopp asked in shock. It's marshmallows. Luffy stuck out his tongue. He was already a little hungry, and everything looked like food to him. Marshmallow. Where is it? Where is it? Chopper's eyes glowed with gold and he asked excitedly. Ever since Su Chen gave him that marshmallow. Now when he hears these words, he subconsciously becomes more excited. Then when Su Chen came out, he saw a group of people on the deck outside, standing by the edge of the ship, looking at the smoke rising quickly not far away, and discussing weakly. Even Nami ignored them because she was in a good mood. After making sure that the Mary did not deviate from its course, she also followed over. That's water vapor. It's produced by magma from volcanic eruptions on the seafloor. Nami rolled her eyes after taking a look at this group of illiterate people. Nami is right. After thousands of years, a new island will appear in this place. Su Chen walked over and hit Luffy and Usopp twice with his wand. Just like in the original book, they used running fast as bait to fish, so these 2 hits were considered as him helping Vivi. The one who was rescued looked at Su Chen with gratitude, but when he saw him take out the magic wand and grow bigger, he instantly showed a look of horror. Haha. Completely ignoring the miserable cry of the bird, after stamping its wings, Su Chen turned his head and looked into the depths of the water vapor. There was a swan-shaped ship, floating in the water vapor. Su Chen had a good impression of Mr. Two Bentham, so he didn't just make him disappear like he did to the Candleman. Ah, we caught a guy. Luffy and Usopp looked at the figure on the fishing rod and shouted loudly. This person looked particularly strange. Not only was he wearing a weird swan costume, he also had some weird makeup on. It was obvious that he was not a normal human being. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was saved by pirates I didn't even know. I will never forget your kindness. If possible, can you give me a bowl of hot soup? Bentham sat cross-legged in front of Luffy and the others with a serious look on his face, his expression full of gratitude. After hearing this, Sanji dragged his fat body towards the kitchen. Chapter 90 Mr. Two Bentham because Su Chen is here. Although Luffy stole a lot of food, the Merry still did not face a food crisis. So when Bentham wanted to drink soup, even though he had gained a lot of weight, Sanji still insisted on preparing the food. Soon after, Bentham put down his empty bowl with satisfaction. The hot soup made by this fat chef is really delicious. It seems that he judges people by their appearance. Thank you so much, everyone. Not only did you save me, but you also let me drink this delicious hot soup. Bentham clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and bowed to Luffy and the others. Can't you swim? Luffy squatted beside him and asked with a smile. To him, it seemed like he had found a soulmate. Yes, because I ate the devil fruit. Bentham immediately Kaido. After hearing this, Usopp asked with great interest, hey, what kind of fruit is it? You know, on the Merry, only Luffy and Chopper have eaten devil fruit, so of course he would be curious about this magical thing. Well, as he spoke, Bentham stood up and said, well, there's nothing else to do before my ship arrives. Let me show you. This is my ability. As Bentham spoke, he instantly slapped Luffy with one hand. But this time Luffy leaned back instantly and avoided his sudden slap. What are you doing? Luffy asked curiously. Bentham looked at his arm suspiciously, not expecting it to be dodged at all. But then he smiled and said, your skill is really good, but can you let me touch it? Then I can demonstrate my ability. Without a second thought, Luffy stepped forward and let Bentham touch him. After seeing Luffy being attacked, Zoro and his companions were wary and ready to take action. In an instant, I saw Bentham turn into Luffy. Not only the appearance, but also the voice was exactly the same. This appearance scared them, because this was an ability that even Su Chen had never revealed. Su Chen was a little curious about the principle of devil fruit. Ha ha ha, you're scared, right? Advertisement? Just hit him in the face with your left hand and he'll be back to normal. After Bentham finished speaking, he slapped himself hard on the face and returned to his original appearance. Su Chen felt pain for him when he saw the force. Doesn't he know how much damage a slap can cause to an adult? This is the ability of the clone fruit that I ate. Bentham said this with a proud look on his face. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp said in shock. The voices are the same. And the physiques are exactly the same, WY. Because of Bentham's amazing performance, he quickly got together with Luffy and the others. Then they transformed into Usopp, Zoro, Chopper, and Nami. However, when he was about to lift his clothes, the strengthened Nami instantly appeared behind him, punched him on the head, and knocked him directly to the deck. Soon after, Bentham was so flattered by everyone's compliments that he kept changing. However, an accidental face that appeared among them made Wei Wei subconsciously exclaim, and then immediately covered her mouth with her hands. How is it? I usually don't show my unique skills to others. Bentham stood on tiptoe and performed the swan dance with great pride. So cool. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were sitting in front of him, cheering enthusiastically. They sang and danced together, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Well, Chopper, who had always been worried about being led astray, has completely become friends with the fools on the ship. Look, there's a ship coming. In the distance, a boat slowly appeared. Nami, who couldn't bear to look at these idiots, spotted it and asked, is that your boat? After hearing this, Bentham turned his head and took a look. After confirming that it was his ship, he prepared to say goodbye to everyone. Wait a minute, before you leave, can you imitate her again? Su Chen appeared next to Bentham, holding Nami and said. Oh well. Su Chen's sudden appearance scared him, but Bentham still agreed to the request. Looking at the two identical Nami in front of him, Su Chen smiled, and then signaled Bentham, who had changed to his original state, that he could leave. Advertisement. Well, the good times are so short, I will leave now. After a few moments of hesitation, Bentham pretended to be cool and turned his back. Don't be sad, the depth of friendship has nothing to do with the time we spent together. Hearing what Bentham said, the three fools, Luffy, Usopp and Chopper, said reluctantly, see you next time, and even shed tears. Young men, let's set off. Yes, Mr. 2 Bentham. Ah, he is actually Mr. 2. The sudden information made Luffy and the others stunned for a moment. It seemed, probably, that they had just gathered together with the enemy. He is Mr. 2 Bentham, Vivi said with eyes wide open, full of shock. Vivi, don't you know what he looks like? Luffy asked in shock. After hearing this, Wei Wei fell to the ground helplessly, covering her face and said. I've never seen the combination of Mr. 2 and Mr. 1, and I don't know their abilities. But I heard that. Mr. 2. He is a tall transvestite who speaks in a sissy voice. He likes to wear a swan coat with the words, Bon Mure, written on the back. Everyone was complaining in their hearts, with so many features, how could she not recognize it? But then Vivi's expression was obviously wrong, and she even said in a panic. Just now when he was performing the transformation function, I noticed my father's face in it. He used my father's face, and did what? Zoro thought for a moment and said, indeed, if that guy pretends to be the king, he will definitely not do anything good. It does look tricky. If you can't tell the real from the fake, you won't be able to fight well. Usopp said with his arms folded over his chest. Only Chopper, who knew nothing, asked with a confused look on his face. Is that guy an enemy? Su Chen smiled, used Bailey to comfort Nami, who felt that Su Chen was taking advantage of her, and then jumped directly from the second floor deck. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you feel it? he didn't imitate the most crucial thing. Nami followed and subconsciously touched her arm, then laughed as well. Yeah, you should have felt it. Everyone looked at each other, and then, except for Luffy, everyone had a look of realization on their faces. Chapter 91 Login. Naha. After meeting Xiao Feng, the Mary sailed for a while again and its speed gradually slowed down. Under the sea ahead, the rippling waves seemed to be boiling and looked particularly restless. A huge cat suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea and landed behind the Mary. Sea cat. Vivi shouted loudly after seeing it. But for Luffy, this large sea beast is a big piece of barbecue. Although Su Chen had provided food these days, it still did not stop Luffy's desire for meat. He clenched his fists and prepared to rush forward. Stop. You can't eat it. The next second, Vivi jumped up and kicked Luffy to the ground. In Alabasta, sea cats are sacred animals. And when it appears, it proves that this place is not far from Alabasta. Seeing Luffy biting the railing on the edge of the boat with a look of regret on his face, Vivi still gave a brief explanation. Oh, so that's how it is. Although Chopper was shocked, he was still full of curiosity about this thing he had never seen before. The sea is really magical. There are actually creatures like this. Everyone, get ready to land. We can see land over there. Nami ran over and shouted excitedly. Several people immediately turned their heads and looked in the direction where the Mary was heading. Over there, a prosperous city sits on the Golden Coast. At the port, there are fishing boats and some warships docked, and everything is full of the breath of life. We're finally here, the port city of Alabasta, Nahana, Vivi said with emotion. She has been away from here for a long time. Is she finally going back to the country where she grew up? How strange. When did so many ships appear behind us? Usopp asked curiously. There are the Baroque Works logo on the flag in the ship. They should be the subordinates of the billionaire elder, a senior agent. Vivi looked at it carefully and said with certainty. Is it the enemy? Now's the time to bombard them with cannonballs. I'm going to try out my new invention. Usopp was a little nervous and pointed to the ships behind. Idiot, don't pay attention to them, they're just small fry. Advertisement. Zoro glanced back with disdain. Having killed more than 100 people on the Venetian mountain, he had no desire to attack these minions. That's right, although Miss Willis has already stopped the rebels' attack. Sanji sat on the railing, holding a cigarette in his mouth and said, but we still have to be careful, after all, we are outnumbered. Su Chen picked up the simple map drawn by Vivi, pointed to one of the places and said, let's go restock our supplies first, and then meet up with Velis. She's right here now. In fact, Su Chen didn't say one more thing. Supplies are not important. But there was a person who had been waiting for them in this port for some time. This is. Vivi looked at the direction of Su Chen's finger, her pupils trembled, and she said in surprise, Yuba. Looking at Vivi's surprised expression, Su Chen nodded to indicate that it was correct. That's right, Velis is now at the rebel base camp. After the battle with Crocodile, she hid her tracks after she was sure that she could not completely defeat Crocodile. After showing one side to let others confirm that Vivi was still alive, she changed her appearance, hid inside the rebel army, and waited for Su Chen and his group to arrive. In that case, let's head to the restaurant. An Alabasta. The one who said this was still full of energy. Luffy seemed to have smelled the aroma of barbecue. Vivi gently covered the magic pattern engraved on her arm and looked at Luffy and the others with a smile. Everyone, although this may be a little awkward, I still want to thank you. Alright Vivi, aren't we companions? I've followed you here, and you're still saying things like that. Nami placed her hands on Vivi's shoulders and pinched her cheeks hard. If you really want to thank me, then wait until Alabasta is completely at peace. After all, if your country is destroyed, the reward for sending you back will be gone, Nami added with an extremely sinister look. That's right, Vivi, don't say such polite words. Usopp checked the ammunition in his waist bag, and after hearing what Vivi said, he immediately Kaido. Advertisement. Don't worry, Miss Vivi. As your knight, I will always protect you. Sanji said in a deliberately cool manner, holding a cigarette in his mouth and showing one eye. Vivi quietly looked at her friends who were comforting her, and in her heart, she said thank you very seriously. Not long after, the Mary docked at an extremely secluded pier. It's time to eat, Luffy yelled, and rushed out before the Mary stopped, disappearing into the crowd in a moment. I don't know why he was so anxious. He had to eat 5 meals a day during this journey, and they were all of sufficient quality and quantity. But he still looked like a starving ghost. Looking at Luffy's disappearing back, Su Chen smiled and followed him instantly. Nami looked at the disappearing Luffy and Su Chen, patted her forehead helplessly and said, everyone listen carefully, what we need to do now is to resupply, and then leave immediately, and try not to cause any trouble. The most troublesome and calmest ones are gone, what should I do? Zoro asked speechlessly. It doesn't matter, just go find them in the noisiest place. Nami blinked and said seriously, Luffy is the one who creates troubles, and as for Su Chen, he likes to watch the fun. And at worst, we can just follow Ching Ling to look for them. We can find them within a certain range anyway. All right then. Zoro touched his stomach and said nonchalantly, let's go eat soon. We can talk about other things after we finish eating. This time, because Mr. 3 was hit by a meteor, the remaining Nami and his companions did not dress up. Instead, the group swaggered towards the tavern, but Nami excitedly pulled Vivi to discuss the special costumes here. After all, for girls, delicate and beautiful things are simply irresistible. Meanwhile on the other side, Su Chen, who was originally following Luffy, discovered a familiar figure, Smoker, who was known for being able to beat anyone in the early stages but unable to beat anyone in the later stages. His goal was quite clear, he walked towards a pub on the corner. Su Chen smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Inside the noisy pub, Su Chen's figure appeared in the corner. He stretched out his hand, poured a glass of red wine into a goblet, and then quietly looked at the bar in the middle. There, among the crowd of onlookers, a figure with his back to Su Chen was lying on the food, with one hand raised high, without a single movement. Chapter 92. First meeting with Ace. The figure looked to be in his 20s. He has black hair, with moderate spots clearly visible on his bare cheeks, and a red bead necklace around his neck. His upper body was exposed, and on his left arm were tattooed the four letters ASCE, with an X crossed out over the letter S. He had a dagger on his waist, wore black shorts, and an orange cowboy hat covered his entire face. Next second, the figure who was originally lying down suddenly stood up and continued to eat the food on the table. While eating, he took out a wanted poster with an especially happy smile. "By the way, boss," the figure asked with a smile. "What's up?" The restaurant owner looked at the troublesome figure in front of him with some impatience on his face. "Has this guy been to this city, the one with the straw hat? How dare you eat here so brazenly?" The captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. "Ace. Why on earth did you come to this country?" Smoker walked in from the door, and when he saw Ace, he frowned. Even this great pirate who rejected the invitation of the world government felt a huge pressure. After Smoker's reminder, the people in the restaurant vaguely recalled what the pattern on Ace's back represented, and they all looked at the figure sitting in the middle with fear and nervousness. "Oh, I'm looking for someone, my brother." Ace turned around, with a slight smile on his face, and looked at Smoker calmly. "So, what should I do?" "Just surrender yourself." Smoker stared at Ace. Ace leaned against the bar, looking particularly relaxed. "I refuse. I can't do that." "Well, as expected." Smoker sighed. He was not sure about taking this guy down. "I'm looking for other pirates. To be honest, I'm not very interested in your head." "Then just let me go." Ace spread his hands and said with a smile. "No, I'm a marine." After saying this, streams of smoke came out of Smoker's hands. Don't you see why he ignored the orders from the headquarters and chased the Straw Hat crew directly to the Grand Line? To him, if the marine retreats because of the pirates' strength, can it still be called a marine? The moment Su Chen heard Smoker say this, he moved to the side. Advertisement. Our reckless captain, in order to get a meal, had already flown straight towards us using a rubber rocket. Bang! Luffy's figure instantly smashed out, and the inertia brought by it directly knocked Smoker and Ace away. Yohoo! Food, uncle, I want to eat. Luffy didn't care about the two people he knocked away. He sat directly on the broken bar and quickly ate the food brought by the boss. His eyes quickly went blank, and he opened his mouth willfully and kept stuffing food into it. Looking at his captain's willful behavior, Su Chen's mouth curled up and a smile appeared on his face. Should we say he is reckless, or that he has a pure heart? It seems both are okay. B asterisk 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 D. Where did this B asterisk 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 D come from? Ace got up from the ground, apologized to the family whose wall was damaged, and walked slowly back to the hotel with his fists clenched, ready to teach the guy who knocked him down a lesson. This is, hey, Lou. After seeing clearly the figure that knocked him away, Ace's expression changed rapidly, and finally revealed an expression of extreme surprise. But before he could call out Luffy's name, Smoker followed closely behind him and pinned him to the ground. Straw Hat Boy, you are here as expected. Puff. Before Smoker could finish his words, Luffy sprayed food residue all over his face. Next second, Luffy stuffed all the food on the bar into his mouth, turned around and ran. Because he had suffered at the hands of Smoker in Logue Town, even after a long period of special training by Su Chen, he still chose to leave first. Stop, Straw Hat Boy. Smoker only had Luffy in his eyes and didn't notice Su Chen, who was sitting in the corner and gently shaking the goblet. Plus, Luffy had just sprayed him in the face, and he was now very angry, so Smoker chased after him directly. Luffy. Ace got up from the ground again, yelling and rushing out. Quote. The boss was the only one left at the scene, looking at the miserable restaurant with a confused face, muttering quietly, "This is a free meal." Su Chen stood up with a smile, took out a stack of Baileys and placed it in front of the boss, then walked out. On the street outside, advertisement. Smoker was chasing Luffy quickly, with Ace following closely behind. As for Su Chen, he simply took steps and followed behind slowly. Anyway, since we have the spiritual power to lock on, we don't have to worry about not being able to find the person. After they separate, go see him alone. Tashigi. Gather the Marines and find out where the Straw Hat Pirates are. The Straw Hat Pirates have appeared. Smoker ordered while chasing after Luffy. Yes. Tashigi responded loudly, waved his hand and led the surrounding Marines to start a large-scale search. Since the Straw Hat Boy has appeared, it means that the damn guy has also appeared in Alabasta. Many people stopped and watched the sudden change. It's a dispute between people with special abilities. How amazing. White snake. The huge smoke turned into a white snake and quickly swept towards Luffy. Smoker chased Luffy and asked loudly, Straw Hat Boy, what is your purpose in coming to this country? I'm just here to defeat a guy called Crocodile. Luffy explained loudly while running quickly. What? Crocodile? What's your relationship with Crocodile? Smoker shouted in shock. But the next second, Luffy fell from the rooftop and disappeared from his sight in an instant. At the same time, due to the influx of a large number of marines to disperse the people, Nami and his group were quickly discovered. What should we do now? Vivi asked anxiously. There's no other way. We can't take care of Luffy and Su Chen now. Let's go back to the ship first. Nami said decisively. Then he gave everyone a layer of airflow to speed up the group, and led the way towards the Mary. At this time, Smoker also caught up with Luffy. White fist. A fist of white smoke flew out, about to hit Luffy, when another voice sounded. Yang Yan. Huge flames burst out and collided with the smoke, eroding each other and then canceling each other out. Nami and his group couldn't help but look over here while running. It's you. Smoker narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Stop it, you may be the smoke, but I am the fire. Ace opened his palm and said with a grin, based on your abilities and mine, there's no way to tell who's winning. Ace. It's Ace. Luffy's voice was filled with surprise, and then he smiled brightly. Chapter 93 A gift for you. Ah, Luffy, you really haven't changed at all, Luffy. But now is not a good time to reminisce. You go first, and I will hold these people back. I will chase you. Go. Ace carried the bag on his back and turned to Luffy with a relaxed smile. Luffy, it's been such a long time. Okay, everyone, get back to the boat. Luffy didn't even think about whether Ace could win or not, he just turned around and ran. For him, his brother would never lie to him. Just like he said, he would never die. Huge flames and smoke rose into the sky, and after they dispersed, Ace's figure had already disappeared in front of Smoker. Meanwhile, after getting rid of Smoker, Ace went in the direction Luffy left. Portgas D. Ace, are you looking for your brother? Su Chen's figure appeared behind Ace like a ghost, and he said something in an extremely gloomy tone. The next second, Ace's figure flashed and moved to the side for a long distance. As the former captain of the Spade Pirates and current captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, although his strength has not yet reached the top level in the world, he can be considered as the second tier. The feeling of being suddenly approached like this really made him feel a little creepy. But after he stood firm and saw the person coming, a smile instantly appeared on his face. Hi, I'm Ace. You should be Luffy's partner. I'm his brother. After hearing this, Su Chen knew that he recognized him and smiled. Ha ha ha, sorry, I was just testing your vigilance. As expected, he is somewhat different from Luffy. As a famous pirate on the sea, although he is an easygoing and carefree person, he is not exactly the same as Luffy. It's more like Luffy who has fully matured. Although he is still easygoing and enthusiastic, after years of settling down, he has developed an exceptionally convincing ability. Who wouldn't like this responsible, confident character? Advertisement. It's okay. I should be the one to apologize. My reckless brother has caused you a lot of trouble. Ace's voice interrupted Su Chen's words and he replied with a serious smile. Looking at Ace's sincere and gentle expression, Su Chen subconsciously asked, if you knew. Never mind, it's nothing. As Luffy's partner, I'll give you a present. His mind changed and Su Chen didn't say the rest. Even if Ace knew the ending, he would still hunt down Blackbeard without hesitation. This is his lifelong belief, and he would not regret it even if he died. How could such a gentle and strong person give up his or her goals just because of what others say? What? Thank you, I will accept it without hesitation. Ace did not delve into what Su Chen did not say, but smiled and thanked him extra gently. If you don't mind, can you lend me your dagger? Su Chen pointed to the dagger on Ace's waist. Yes, please. Seeing Ace take the dagger with both hands and hand it over politely, the smile on Su Chen's face became even brighter. He took the dagger that Ace handed to him with both hands and took out the wand with the other hand. After weighing the dagger up and down twice, the magic power in Su Chen's body gushed out like crazy like water. Material reconstruction flame crystal. An extremely dazzling light emanated from above the magic wand, and then Su Chen lightly tapped the dagger in his hand with the magic wand. The temperature in the pub first dropped to freezing point, then rose rapidly. The air within a certain range seemed to boil, and was tightly bound around Su Chen and Ace. In just a moment, the blade of the dagger changed rapidly and turned into a piece of crystal that seemed to be formed naturally. After flashing a few times, it returned to its original shape. At the same time, when Su Chen cast magic, a depressing and dull atmosphere enveloped the entire Nahana, and all the residents walking on the street stopped subconsciously. This depressing atmosphere that makes people vomit blood seems like a sign of some kind of catastrophe. Then this strange feeling quickly faded away and turned into a breath of vitality. The two strange auras intertwined together, unexpectedly making people feel harmony and eternity. Look everyone, why does the sky look like it's burning? Usopp shouted loudly. Nami and his group, who lost Luffy again, stopped and looked at the changes in the sky in shock. Advertisement. Nami took 2 steps back, stood next to Vivi and asked, Vivi, does this happen often here? No, there has never been such a situation. Vivi said with wide eyes. She had lived in Alabasta since she was a child and had never seen such a strange astronomical phenomenon. This astronomical phenomenon seems like a sign of the coming of doomsday, but also like the rising morning light, carrying a strong vitality. The two feelings appeared at the same time, making her feel a little weird, but she couldn't tell exactly what it was. Creation eternal flame. Following this whisper-like sound, a dancing flame condensed in the void and quietly hovered above the dagger. Additional flame magic pattern. The next second, the dancing flame sank into the dagger, leaving dense flame marks on the blade. If you look closely, you will see that this flame-shaped mark is dancing all the time. Okay, give it a try. Handing the dagger to Ace, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead due to excitement. This was the first time he used 3 super-level magics at the same time. Apart from feeling a little uncomfortable, after this discomfort, he actually felt more of a sense of pleasure after being released. It was as if the magic power in the body was cheering, and even the elements that were constantly gathering inside the body became much more excited. Ace felt something was wrong the moment he took the dagger. An exceptionally warm current flowed from his palms throughout his body. The flame surging in his body seemed to have come into contact with something of the same origin, becoming exceptionally restless and excited. So he subconsciously gripped the dagger tightly and swung it upwards with all his strength. Boom! A huge sound wave was accompanied by flames rising into the sky. The flames rose from the bottom to the top, igniting the entire sky. The dancing flames emitted incomparable heat. In just a moment, everyone in the city of Nahana began to sweat profusely all over their bodies. Even the limited water resources evaporate at a rate visible to the naked eye under such temperatures. Su Chen felt the temperature around him and swung his magic wand to send out a stream of cold air, which collided with the flames in the air and formed a large dark cloud. After a flash of thunder, due to the rapid change in temperature, heavy rain fell throughout the city, and the temperature dropped in a short while. Looking at Ace, who was happily playing with the dagger in front of him, Su Chen smiled. As long as he doesn't seek death this time, even if he still can't beat Blackbeard, he won't be beaten as badly as in the original book. Moreover, the flame on the dagger can save lives at the critical moment. Chapter 94 Gentle Brother. How is it? Not bad, right? Su Chen saw the excitement on Ace's face, so he was particularly proud. That's great. Thank you very much. Suppressing the excitement that was surging wildly, Ace put the dagger back on his waist and bowed very seriously to express his gratitude. Now he has a better chance of catching Blackbeard Teach. I guess everyone on the ship will be shocked when he returns victorious. Ace couldn't stop the smile on his face at the thought. Okay Ace, I'm going to go back to the ship. After being proud for a while, Su Chen pointed to a hidden street and said, Luffy is over there, hurry up and go, you must have been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. After saying this, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Looking at Su Chen's disappearing back, Ace smiled and ran towards Luffy. Luffy's partner actually gave him a fright, which was really amazing. At the same time, on board the Mary. We finally arrived at an island, are we going to set sail again now? Chopper looked at Vivi and asked. Yeah, if Su Chen hadn't said there weren't many supplies left, we wouldn't have stopped here. Vivi looked at the confused Chopper and explained, the next city we're going to is the Green City, Elmar. Elmar. Everyone looked at Vivi with some confusion. Shouldn't they go directly to Yuba? Yes, Elmar, that is the way to Juba. Everyone nodded, raised the sails and prepared to set sail. But the next second, they immediately realized something was wrong. Where's Luffy? And there's no trace of Su Chen either. Everyone shouted loudly together, and then slapped their foreheads in silence at the same time. This guy must have run away again. Nami slapped his forehead and complained weakly. Luffy was too unreliable. As for Su Chen, she was not worried at all since he would disappear for a while from time to time. Just start the boat. Luffy is with his brother and will be back soon. Su Chen's figure condensed from the void and appeared on the edge of the Mary. Advertisement. Su Chen, you're back. But is this really okay? We're just setting sail without waiting for Luffy. Chopper looked at Su Chen, and with his kind nature, he immediately asked. The port here will be surrounded by the Marines soon. We have to hide the Mary. Before Su Chen could answer, Nami helped to explain. Vivi looked at the surrounding scenery, thought for a moment and said, let's go over there. I remember there should be a relatively hidden bay ahead. Yeah, let's wait until the storm has passed before looking for Luffy. Sanji said with some distress. Why don't you let Saint Usopp be the captain? I will never cause so much trouble. Don't want. Everyone spoke almost at the same time, directly shattering Usopp's unrealistic fantasy. Although Luffy always likes to do things that are different from ordinary people, he has also unknowingly entered their hearts. After some time, Nami, who was using the telescope, was the first to spot Luffy waving his arms on the shore. The next second, Luffy stretched out his arms, grabbed the edge of the boat, and bounced himself back. But now Sanji and Chopper, who were at the edge of the boat, were knocked to the ground by him. Don't you know how to reflect on yourself? Sanji grabbed Luffy by the collar and shook him with gritted teeth. Believe it or not, I'm getting off the boat. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Sanji. Luffy apologized with a smile. If I didn't know his character, I would probably be D off to death by this attitude. Yes, do you know how much trouble you have caused everyone? Nami came over from the side, put one hand on her waist and said angrily, "At least you should have some awareness as a captain." Sorry, because I was with Ace just now. Luffy said unconsciously, "He is my brother." Elder brother. Except for Su Chen, everyone looked extremely surprised. Among the shocked people, Zoro was the first to react and asked. "I'm not surprised that you have a brother, but why is he in Grand Line?" Because he used to be a bounty hunter, he still had an impression of the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. The current Ace should be in the second half of the Grand Line. He is a pirate, and his goal is also the great secret treasure. Luffy, who was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the boat, grinned and said, "Ace is 3 years older than me, so he went to sea 3 years earlier than me." Advertisement. He looked really powerful just now. I didn't expect that both of you brothers ate the devil fruit. Sanji recalled the flames that he had just seen, and he guessed that the scene in the sky that seemed to be burning was also caused by him. Yeah, I was shocked too, ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed loudly, and then added, "Ace is very strong. Before he ate the fruit, I never beat him in a fight. You, not even once, and your opponent was just an ordinary person." Nami was a little shocked this time. In her mind, if Su Chen had not trained her, Luffy would have been the strongest person on the ship. Ha 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 ha. That's right, I never won once. Luffy didn't care about losing to Ace and laughed loudly. Then he imitated Usopp and boasted, "But now I should be able to win." Next second, Ace's figure leapt high from under the Mary and landed towards Luffy's position. But this time Luffy's reaction was quite quick and he dodged Ace's sudden attack. Huh, Ace showed a surprised expression, looked at his right hand in confusion, and then a smile appeared on his face. "You've really gotten stronger, kid." Ace. Seeing Ace again, Luffy happily and excitedly introduced him. "Ace, these are the companions I mentioned earlier. There are only these few companions, and you are really one of them." Ace teased Luffy for a moment, then bowed his head to Nami and the others. "I am truly grateful for the care you have given me, my reckless little brother." Although the companions were a little angry, they were humble in front of their captain's polite brother and said, "Nothing happened. This kid is very uneducated. I hope you don't mind." Nami still gave face and said, "Nothing." "Ace, why are you in this country?" Luffy asked belatedly after being surprised at the first sight. Didn't you come here because you heard my message on Drum Island?" "Forget it, it's not important. I came around here for some trivial matters, so I just happened to see you." Ace's voice was very gentle, but when he mentioned trivial matters, he subconsciously touched the dagger on his waist and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Trivia?" Zoro asked in confusion, crossing his arms over his chest. Chapter 95. Separation again. "I'm hunting someone. He recently called himself Blackbeard, and was formerly a member of the second squad of the Whitebeard Pirates. My man, he committed the most heinous crime in the pirates. After killing his companions, he fled. As the captain, I must resolve this matter, otherwise I will not come back here." Ace's voice was filled with reminiscence, followed by some gnashing of teeth. He had to capture Blackbeard Teach, who had killed his companions. Even when others advised him not to go, he still insisted on pursuing news about him and came here. "Okay Luffy, let's not talk about this anymore. Just take this." Ace shook his head and took out a small piece of white paper, handing it to Luffy. "What, is this a note?" Luffy looked at the piece of paper in his hand with a confused look on his face and said puzzledly. "That's right. This piece of paper will allow us to meet again next time, don't you want it?" Ace said jokingly. Luffy immediately grabbed the paper and said, "No. I want it. Having such a stupid brother. As an older brother, I'm really worried." Seeing Luffy take the paper, Ace looked at the others again. "You can't do anything to him, right? Then, I'll leave it to you." After saying this, Ace looked at everyone with gratitude, then jumped directly off the Mary. "Please stay a little longer. We finally meet again," Luffy said reluctantly. "No, Luffy, I really want to see that person right now." Ace touched the dagger on his waist and waved at Luffy. "Goodbye, Luffy. The next time we meet, it might be an unimaginable battle." "Goodbye." Hearing Ace say this, Luffy didn't try to persuade him to stay and waved his arms vigorously. "You must be kidding. Such a calm and polite person is actually Luffy's elder brother." Nami covered her chest with her hands, showing a surprised expression. She was extremely shocked by Ace's behavior. "You know, Luffy is a very carefree person. How could he have such a polite elder brother? I thought he would be a guy even more reckless than Luffy, but I didn't expect." Usopp also looked shocked. Ace's politeness was in stark contrast to Luffy's recklessness. Chopper shed tears and looked at Ace's receding figure with envy and said, "It's great to have such a gentle brother." Advertisement. But before they could finish their sigh, 5 ships full of people appeared on the sea in the distance and surrounded them aggressively. "See, that's Fire Fist Ace. If we kill him, we can be promoted 3 levels and become Baroque's high-level agents. Wait, that's the Straw Hat crew. Ha 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 ha, I'm lucky today. Kill them all together." The billions of elders on the ship roared excitedly, and became even more excited after seeing the Mary behind them. Ace looked back at Luffy and shouted, "Luffy, I'll be waiting for you in the new world." Immediately afterwards, his figure leapt into the air, and his lower body turned into a raging fire. He flew over the 5 attacking ships and landed on a small boat that emerged from the sea. Fire fist. A huge flame splashed out, forming a huge burning fist in the air, which penetrated 5 ships carrying billions of elders in just an instant. Fire fist. The huge ship exploded instantly, and under such horrific temperature, not a single piece of debris was left. The remaining flames still burned on the sea, refusing to go out for a long time. After several minutes, the burning flame slowly went out. Ace clenched his fist in surprise. This power was much stronger than before. Then he showed a cruel smile. Teach, are you ready? Amazing. Usopp, who had the best eyesight, couldn't close his jaw for a long time, and looked back and forth between Luffy and Ace in the distance with suspicion. Are they really brothers? The others also stared at Ace in great surprise. The power of this punch was beyond their ability. However, Su Chen smiled interestingly. It seemed that the weapon was quite suitable for him. Let's go. He has things to do. Su Chen suddenly spoke up, awakening everyone who was in shock. We also have things we must do now. With Su Chen's reminder and Ace's departure, everyone calmed down and started sailing again. After some time, the Mary followed the river and stopped near Elmar. During this time, Nami was very careful and helped Luffy sew the piece of paper into the strap of his straw hat. Vivi also handed Luffy a coat, saying that it was because the temperature was too high and the sun would burn the skin. Advertisement. Naturally, Su Chen also simply disguised himself. Now the hat on his head has been replaced with a brown cowboy hat, and he is wearing a black leather coat with 2 buttons undone. A belt of the same color as the hat was wrapped around his waist, and on the right side of the belt was a gun bag with a revolver inserted on it that was obtained from somewhere. On the other side was a small bag with a shrunken wand and a dagger inside. He was wearing a pair of jeans that fit him perfectly and a pair of handsome boots. I have to say, this set of clothes is quite suitable for a place like the desert Gobi. The setting sun and sand, the best matches jeans. Everyone who saw Su Chen's outfit widened their eyes in surprise. Especially Luffy, Usopp and Chopper, they were drooling with greed, they simply couldn't resist cool things. After being severely taught a lesson by Nami, they changed into special sun protective clothing, which Vivi and Nami bought while shopping. Just like that, after getting ready, the group went straight ashore. However, tiny creatures suddenly emerged from the sea in front of them. Oh, the creature in front of him raised its arms menacingly, but it didn't look like it was going to attack actively. Wow, what is that? Is it a turtle? Is it a seal? That's the Kung Fu manatee. Vivi shouted loudly. The cute Chopper acted as a translator. If you want to get ashore, you have to try to defeat me. If you don't dare, go back to the other side, you coward. That's what it says, Chopper said cutely. Hearing Chopper say this, Usopp's eyes widened, and he rushed forward with his fists clenched without a care in the world. He was a brave sea warrior, and he couldn't stand being called a coward. Vivi saw Usopp's reckless action and immediately shouted, Usopp, don't get close to it. Don't be fooled by their cute looks, they are actually very strong. Unfortunately, Vivi's reminder came a little late. Usopp, who had only held on for more than 10 seconds, was beaten and lay down with a bruised face. On the other side, Luffy knocked down a large group of Kung Fu manatees in just a few moves. Then, the manatees' eyes flashed and they began to bow to Luffy. You are not allowed to defeat it. Vivi looked at Luffy over there and yelled speechlessly. If you lose a fight, you have to become that person's apprentice. That's the rule of Kung Fu Hanyu. Seeing the strange looks from her friends around her, Vivi explained a few words. Chapter 96. The former oasis, Elmar. Immediately afterwards, Luffy was not polite and immediately started training those Kung Fu manatees. Oh, wrong. The posture is like this. Yes, that's it. And then this. Nami, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but complain loudly. There are more and more apprentices. However, Luffy and those Kung Fu manatees ignored her and started punching aggressively. Not long after, Luffy looked at the manatees in training, nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, training is complete, let's go to Yuba. Wait a minute, hey. Zoro shouted at Luffy, are you going to take them with you too? This won't work, Luffy. Nami said seriously, with her hands on her hips. Vivi's mouth twitched and she said speechlessly, yeah, it's impossible for manatees to cross the desert. However, the manatees hugged Luffy reluctantly, which made Nami and Vivi feel like they had done something wrong. They hid aside and discussed those cute manatees in a low voice. In the end, it was Chopper who came to the rescue and took out some meat to give to the manatees. The manatees shed tears with reluctance on their faces and watched the StrawHat Pirates leave while beating farewell gongs and drums. Su Chen looked at the group of manatees with some amusement. He remembered that later on, this group of manatees formed a pirates group, and one of them even learned hockey by himself, right? That was really amazing. The world of King Pirates is really interesting. Some strange things are actually very common here. Nami, wearing a layer of white gauze, looked at Luffy with disgust and said, I say, Luffy, do you understand the current situation? Since they want to follow us, can't we just take them with us? Luffy's current train of thought is so straightforward that he doesn't consider the consequences of this matter at all. There are so many of them, they can't even get into any city. How stupid. Nami was really worried about Luffy and scolded him harshly. If Chopper hadn't convinced them, the consequences would have been disastrous. Yeah, they kept saying they wanted to come along. If I hadn't given them the food, they would have really followed me. The cute chopper took small steps and followed behind, twisting and turning. It's all your fault. More than half of the food is gone. Even if Su Chen is here, you should still be more frugal. As a chef, Sanji calculated the food distribution for everyone. After realizing that it would be impossible to reach Yuba without Su Chen's help, he complained helplessly. Advertisement. It's okay. I'll turn Luffy into a sheep and we'll have something to eat. Su Chen said this mischievously and pointed ahead. Look, is there a city over there? Ah. Hearing Su Chen's words, Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. However, his companions around him didn't care about his surprise at all, and all looked at the city that was looming in front of them. As for Luffy, if you are really hungry, he will be the third emergency food. As everyone got closer, the city appeared before them. Above the city, wisps of black wind swept up the yellow sand, and the entire city was half covered by the sand that was blowing all the time. Apart from the yellow sand, there are only some ruins scattered everywhere. It looks particularly desolate and lonely. Is this Yuba? Asked Luffy, the only one who didn't know. Listening to Luffy's question, everyone looked at the city in front of them and put away the smiles on their faces. Vivi's eyes were a little empty as she looked at the abandoned city in front of her. No, this is Elmar, a place that was once called the Green City. Green City. After seeing this city, you will understand what the Baroque works has done to this country. What suffering are the people of Alabasta going through? Vivi turned around and looked at everyone with tears in her eyes. After answering Luffy's question, she led the way into the abandoned city. There was nothing but yellow sand. Some strange wind sounds blew sand everywhere, revealing dry skeletons. It's really a desolate and lonely place. Everyone couldn't help but say. Because it hasn't rained in this country for nearly 3 years. Vivi's voice was heavy, and then she seemed to remember something. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at Nami and Su Chen who were walking behind her. Su Chen nodded to Vivi, but Nami subconsciously touched the wooden stick on his waist. It seems like she can now create artificial rain. What? No rain for 3 years. So long? Luffy and the others asked in particular surprise. 3 years without rain is a devastating doomsday blow to a desert country. Advertisement. After receiving Su Chen's reply, Vivi continued to answer everyone's questions. Not a drop of rain fell. This is an unprecedented event even in the thousands of years of Alabasta's history. But there is one place where it is raining more than before, and that is the capital, Alabasta. That's the city where the king lives. Everyone thinks it's a miracle that happened in Alabasta. Until an unexpected discovery was made. In the port city where we docked before, people actually found a huge amount of dancing powder. Dancing powder can call the wind and rain, but the price is causing drought in neighboring countries. And so the war broke out. Nami nodded thoughtfully, wondering if the rainstorm caused by the strong wind she controlled was also caused in the same way. Everyone nodded in understanding, except Luffy of course. This guy won't listen to anything except the pirates' king and meat. Because of that war, the world government banned the production and use of dancing powder worldwide. When a large amount of dancing powder was transported to the port, it stopped raining in Alabasta except in the city where the king lived. When Vivi said this, her eyes were filled with desolation. Isn't that your father's fault, Vivi? Luffy said innocently. Stupid, that was a frame-up. How could Vivi's father do such a thing? How could he do that? How could he do that? How could he do that? Sanji couldn't stand Luffy's idiocy anymore and smashed his legs hard on his head, hitting him very rhythmically. After taking a look at Luffy who was being beaten by Sanji, Vivi continued. My father knew nothing about this matter. But at the same time, a huge amount of dancing powder was found in the king's palace. Now that I think about it, Sand Crocodile's plan should have started from that time. Vivi was digging graves for those dried skeletons alone. As a princess of a country, she was unable to save the city of her own country, which made her, who was extremely strong, become a little collapsed. After Su Chen helped bury the skeletons, she couldn't help but squat down and shouted loudly with sobs. All of this is a conspiracy set up by the Sand Crocodile. The city is deserted, the people are starving, and the angry rebels are waging a fierce war against the wronged king's army. The peace of the country, the trust in the king, the rain, everything was taken away. Quote. Why? What right does he have to do this? Chapter 97 Dangerous Desert. Ah, with a loud roar, an already dilapidated house collapsed under Luffy's angry fist. Quote. What do you want? Before Nami could finish her question, she was interrupted by Luffy. Let's go. I can't hold back any longer. After seeing Elmar's miserable condition, Luffy now had no favorable impression of the one of the Shichibukai he had yet to meet. All I wanted to do was beat him up, but he actually made Vivi cry. After this incident, everyone felt even more depressed, and they all held their breath as they moved towards Juba. The violent gale kept sweeping up the sand and gravel, and the extremely scorching sun in the sky kept baking the earth. Everyone felt as if they were in a hot steamer, with moisture evaporating quickly from their bodies. In addition to feeling dry mouth and tongue, all the strength in my body seemed to be slowly slipping away. Stop being so annoying, Luffy. Nami smiled secretly at Luffy's uncomfortable look, adjusted the gauze on his head and said, this will waste even more energy. Oh, it's so hot. It's so hot that I can't even sweat. Luffy walked in front, supporting himself with a picked-up stick, sticking out his tongue, looking like he was about to die. But surprisingly, the others looked relaxed and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Even Chopper was still running around twisting and turning. Apart from the curiosity about the desert, everything was the same as usual, and even looked more energetic. Luffy glanced back in confusion. He always felt that there was something wrong with these guys. Why did they act so indifferent even though he was screaming out because of the heat? But the moment he turned around, everyone immediately pretended to be intolerant of the heat, and Chopper fell to the ground in a particularly exaggerated manner, allowing Zoro to pull him away. When Luffy led the way again, everyone returned to their previous state, smiling quietly and looking at each other. Advertisement. In fact, after leaving Elmar, Su Chen was planning to add constant temperature magic to everyone. However, under the unanimous threat from others, they were determined not to let Su Chen attach anything to Luffy. Under this threat, Su Chen had no choice but to agree to this unreasonable request. After all, he is just a weak magician. He will definitely not be able to defeat so many people so close to him. In order to avoid being beaten up by everyone, I have to let Luffy down. Ah, I'm so hot. Usopp is dying of thirst. Usopp moved to Luffy's side in a particularly exaggerated manner, snatched the bucket from Luffy's waist, and began to drink from it in big gulps. After taking a few big sips, he passed it to the people behind him in turn. Luffy watched anxiously as the bucket was rotated, finally passing through Chopper's hand and placed in his. Yohoo! He roared with excitement, ready to drink more in big gulps, and grabbed the bucket to pour it into his mouth. But after waiting for 5 or 6 seconds, only a drop of water dripped into the bucket. Ah, you bastards, give me back my water. Luffy, who was extremely thirsty, rushed towards the crowd, but how could he be a match for them when he was exhausted? After being severely beaten, the kind-hearted Su Chen couldn't help but quietly gave Luffy a sip of water. However, they were accidentally discovered by the group of big demons, and the poor Luffy was forced to take on the responsibility of carrying everyone's luggage. Well, the desert is indeed too hot. Even though all the luggage was taken away by Luffy, everyone still felt a little overwhelmed. Isn't this a bit too much? Why don't we talk to Luffy? Chopper reluctantly moved closer to Nami and whispered, Luffy has already learned his lesson, so let's hurry up and get on with our journey. It's okay, you see. Nami pointed to a large rocky desert in front of them. Luffy, there's a rock wall in front of us. We can take a break there. Hearing Nami's voice, Luffy looked over with extra excitement. After confirming that it was true, the people inside returned to their usual liveliness and rushed over with the luggage. But the next moment, Luffy immediately roared. Damn it, my water and my luggage. When the others, who had been pretending to be slow, saw this, they quickly quickened their pace. After getting closer, Nami and his friends saw a large group of birds dragging their luggage and running quickly into the distance, with Luffy chasing them quickly from behind. Advertisement. Especially the limited water resources, which are being drunk by the birds unscrupulously as they run. Oh no, it's a cheater bird. After seeing the situation clearly, Vivi immediately spoke out loudly. Cheat bird. Yes, this desert is not as peaceful as it looks. In addition to being dry and scorching, there are countless kinds of ferocious beasts, and the deception bird is one of them. This bird is particularly insidious and often pretends to be dying to deceive passers-by. They took advantage of people's sympathy and snatched the luggage of passers-by. They were very fast and no one could catch up with them in the desert. All our stored items were stolen. Vivi explained quickly. Because she wanted to teach Luffy a lesson, something like this happened, so her face looked extremely ugly. What? Nami and the others looked at each other and their faces turned gloomy. The consequences of having no water and food in the desert can be imagined just by thinking about the wreckage of Elmar. But before they could think about it, a strong vibration occurred in the direction where Luffy disappeared. A large group of plants with fangs followed Luffy and rushed back in a dark mass. Oh no, it's the desert man eating grass. The trickster bird and the desert man eating plant work together. The trickster bird is responsible for stealing luggage, while the man eating plant lurks in the desert and eats pedestrians. Vivi once again belatedly told what she knew. I'll do it. Zoro immediately drew his sword and stood up. The group of carnivorous plants looked scary, but under Zoro's quickly swinging sword, their bodies were chopped off in a few strokes and fell to the ground. Huh, I'm finally saved. Luffy heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the carnivorous plants chasing him being dealt with by Zoro. However, the danger was not over yet, before Zoro and Luffy came back. A gigantic lizard, comparable to the size of sea kings, emerged from under the sand and scurried towards the group with drooling mouth. Oh no, it's a giant desert lizard. Vivi exclaimed. She was a little confused about what was going on today. Why did creatures that were rarely seen in the past suddenly appear in groups today? Wow, what a huge monster. Chopper yelled loudly and hid behind Su Chen. It showed half of its small head and looked quietly at the giant lizard. Chapter 98. The Camel. Nami was also shocked and subconsciously pulled out the wooden stick from her waist. But the one who was faster than her was Sanji. He was seen leaping out in an instant, cigarette in his mouth. Bang bang bang. With its long legs flying, the huge lizard let out a few miserable howls and then fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Seeing Sanji successfully get rid of the giant lizard, Nami and Vivi patted their chests and breathed a sigh of relief. The rapid shaking made Sanji rush over instantly, and he hugged Nami and Vivi's long legs with his eyes full of love. This behavior made Vivi and Nami kick him in disgust. But this was exactly what Sanji wanted. Even though he was kicked black and blue, he still couldn't bear to let go. Suddenly, Vivi seemed to remember something and looked sharply at Su Chen and Chopper behind him. Just as she was about to remind him, she saw the ground shaking rapidly, the sand and gravel on the ground separated instantly, and a big lizard like the one before emerged. At this time, Vivi's reminder rang out. I forgot that these large desert lizards usually move in pairs. Next second, Chopper's tiny figure screamed and disappeared into the giant lizard's mouth. Before she could exclaim, a big hole suddenly appeared on the lizard's head. The deer's leaping hooves stomped on the lizard a few times, then jumped in front of everyone with another clatter. Phew, I was scared to death. The shrunken Chopper gently patted his chest with one of his front hooves to show his fear. Seeing this, Vivi smiled. She was worrying too much. This group of companions was unexpectedly powerful. After this series of events, the surrounding desert finally calmed down, and Luffy came back from somewhere with a strange-looking camel. This desert is really dangerous, Usopp said as he sat down with lingering fear. Although he could solve it himself, with so many of his men taking action, there was no need for Captain Usopp to take action. Okay, let's eat something. Su Chen picked out a few pieces of particularly delicious meat from the big lizard that Chopper kicked to death, roasted them, and handed them to everyone. Advertisement. After a short rest, everyone began to look at the camel that Luffy brought back. But what's going on with this camel? It doesn't look like a wild camel. There's a saddle on its back. There is nothing special about the appearance of this camel, but the look in its eyes looks particularly strange. One side is facing downwards while the other side is facing upwards, with a hint of sadness and a bit of disdain. It's really strange. How could such a strange camel come here? Usopp said suspiciously. Then he moved closer with a curious look on his face, but after the camel saw Usopp approaching, its disdain became more and more obvious. Quote. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Usopp roared angrily. Forget about those kung fu manatees before, but now even a camel dares to look down on him. Okay Usopp, this camel seems to be very human-like. Although it can't speak, its thoughts are expressed through its eyes. Vivi stepped forward and comforted Usopp. When the camel saw Vivi coming forward, it immediately waited obediently by the side with hearts in its eyes, looking extremely well behaved. Quote. Usopp was silent when he saw the camel's appearance. Have even camels started to differentiate between beauty and ugliness these days? Bah, he's not human at all, he's obviously a pervert. Sanji knew what was going on at first glance, it felt like he had met a fellow human being. Nami on the side also stood up and took a few steps closer curiously. Sure enough, the camel narrowed its eyes and revealed an expression of special enjoyment and happiness. Ha ha ha, what a funny camel, its thoughts are all expressed in its eyes, and its eyelashes are so long, I'll just call them eyelashes. Nami unexpectedly felt the camel was cute and went up to touch the camel's head. When the camel heard Nami name it, it immediately nudged Nami happily with a look of great love. That's a treatment I don't even get. When Sanji saw this, his eyes turned red and he stamped his feet in envy. Whatever. Since it's a camel, I can definitely ride it. After Luffy had eaten, he ran towards the camel, apparently wanting to ride on it to continue his journey. Quote. Then I won't be shy. Seeing Luffy's actions, Usopp followed with excitement. Advertisement. Moo. However, as they approached, eyelashes began to resist violently, refusing to let them ride on her. It said that it was just a camel passing by, and it was in a dangerous moment, so thank you for your help. Chopper translated quietly, he can let us ride, but only beautiful women. Chopper, can you understand him? Nami asked curiously. Yeah, because I'm a reindeer that ate the human fruit. Not only can I speak human language, I can also talk to animals. Chopper puffed out his chest and looked at everyone quietly, as if waiting for their praise. Wow, Chopper, you are awesome. Nami and Vivi looked at each other and praised each other very politely. Assholes. Even if you say that, I won't be happy, hee hee. Hearing what Nami and Vivi said, Chopper stood on tiptoe and swayed with a look of enjoyment. Sanji was furious when he heard this, and said angrily, I knew it, you actually wanted to take advantage of Miss Nami and Miss Vivi, look, I will kill it and eat it. This guy is too arrogant. Do you know who saved your life? After saying this, he tensed his long legs, grinned, and started beating up the camel with Usopp and Luffy. Okay, since it only wants to carry beautiful women, let Vivi and I ride it. Just keep up with it. With it, we can reach Yuba sooner. Nami said against all odds after glaring at Sanji. Sanji nodded after being glared at. He had no way of rejecting a girl's request. Tisk, boring, Zoro said disdainfully. He had no interest in such things. As long as they could reach Yuba earlier, it would make no difference who rode. But it would be nice to have some wine. After Luffy lost his luggage, he didn't drink any water. Originally Luffy and Usopp wanted to fight for it. However, after they fell on the soft sand and got bruised and battered, they had no choice but to agree to this. Since you have no objection, it is happily decided. Vivi, let's go. Nami retracted her fist and loudly invited Vivi. Chapter 99. The rebels long gone. Vivi refused somewhat embarrassedly. However, under Nami's enthusiastic invitation, I finally sat on it. In the past, she always rode fast wherever she went, but this time she was a little uncomfortable after walking such a long distance. Go, eyelashes. After Nami and Vivi came up, Eyelash held his head high and ran quickly towards Yuba. The vast desert is too vast. There are no plants, only loneliness and desolation. In the absence of water, even with the constant temperature magic added by Su Chen, it would still be difficult to walk for a long time. Especially Luffy, he took out the wooden stick he had used before and dragged his body step by step. Ah, I can't take it anymore, I want to ride a camel. After walking for a distance, the hot weather and hunger forced Luffy to throw away the stick and rush directly towards Eyelashes. Oh no, stop Luffy. Chopper immediately shouted when he saw this. Luffy is not in the right condition right now, Lash is in danger. Next second, Su Chen's figure flashed, and he pressed Luffy to the ground in an instant. With a slight wave of his hand, a bag full of water appeared in his hand. Gulp 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 gulp. Ah, alive. Luffy grabbed the bag and took a few quick gulps before saying with a thankful look on his face. Huh, how can it be so cool? As if feeling the warmth of Su Chen's hand, Luffy hugged Su Chen instantly. Ah, it's so cool. Quote. Looking innocently at the people slowly gathering around him, Su Chen spread his hands helplessly. It's not his fault. In the situation just now, he held down Luffy without thinking. Then he forcefully pulled Luffy off, who was tightly wrapped around him, and cast a constant temperature spell on him. Well, you two actually teamed up to deceive me. HMPH carrot. After listening to everyone's explanation, Luffy sulked and sat cross-legged with his back to express his dissatisfaction. Everyone looked at each other helplessly, and they were also having a headache about how to coax Luffy. It seemed that they were going a bit too far. Just when everyone was worried, a particularly tempting fragrance came from Su Chen's hand. Advertisement. Hey, now that Luffy is angry, let's share this big piece of freshly grilled meat. Luffy's nose twitched, and he couldn't help wanting to look back, but he held back. He couldn't allow a piece of barbecue. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. But then he gave everyone a piece, except Luffy's. The tempting aroma continued to tempt Luffy as he swallowed. After enduring for less than a few seconds, he immediately turned around and pounced on everyone. Leave some for me. In the meantime, everyone just held the barbecue and looked at him with a smile, but didn't eat it at all. You, eat it. Everyone grabbed Luffy, stretched his mouth to a huge size, and stuffed all the barbecue in with their hands. Woo woo woo. Ha 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 ha. After playing around for a while, Luffy, who was eating barbecue, completely forgot about Nami and the others' conspiracy to trick him. The group headed towards Yuba again. Time passed slowly as everyone moved forward. A bright moon replaced the scorching sun and hung quietly in the sky. Under the moonlight, everything seemed completely quiet except for the whistling sound of the wind. Because of Su Chen, the Straw Hat crew didn't feel it was too hard even at night. However, the city that appeared in the distance made Vivi a little overwhelmed. After going through untold hardships, they finally arrived in Juba, but found that the place was already deserted. There is drought and ruins everywhere. There is no oasis or rebel army. Even Velis wasn't here at all. This is so desolate, it's no different from Elmar. Zoro sighed. Sanji, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looked around in confusion and said, Isn't this an oasis, Vivi? Where's the water? Luffy stuck out his tongue and looked around. Before they could ask any more questions, some noises suddenly came from the distance. An old man wearing a hat was digging the sand with a shovel, trying to dig out clean water and change the once prosperous city of Juba. Advertisement. With some hope, Vivi hurried forward and asked. May I ask, I heard there are rebels in this city. Before she finished speaking, Vivi paused, and after taking a closer look at the old man's face, her heart trembled. Your Uncle Dodo. You are Princess Vivi. Dodo turned around in surprise, and after observing for a while, tears streamed down his face. He recognized Vivi. Didn't you disappear again after the battle with Crocodile? I thought you had already. It's all right, it's all right. Vivi covered her face and asked in shock. Uncle Dodo, what on earth happened here? As Duodo explained, everyone slowly understood the truth of what happened here. Although the appearance of Vivi some time ago prevented the situation from developing further, the drought that shrouded Alabasta has not been well resolved. After investigating, there were not many clues. The rebels chose to continue on to Albania. Under the sweeping trend, there are some things that Kosa cannot stop even if he wants to. What's more, he also wanted to see whether the king had given up on them. The terms of the armistice were very simple, even plain. All it takes is a public apology from the king of Alabasta, and for the rest of the country to recover and start seeing the rains. If it was just an apology, Vivi's father could do it, but asking for rain was simply impossible. As long as Crocodile stays there, the drought in Alabasta will never end. As for Duotuo, he did not leave with everyone else, but insisted on digging water here day after day. He firmly believed that one day, when he found water, the king would come to save them and Alabasta would return to its former peace. After listening to the story, Vivi shed tears as she looked at Duotuo, who was now gray-haired and skinny. She clenched her fists and sat on the ground, beating the ground desperately. Ah, Crocodile, you be asterisk 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 D. I'm going to kill you. Vivi, I don't know why you are here, but Kosha has already gone to Albana. You must stop them. Dodo helped Vivi up and gave her a hopeful instruction. If there is anyone in this world who can stop this civil unrest, it is only Vivi. Just like she had stopped the rebels before, forcing everyone to stop the attack and choose to negotiate. I will. Vivi wiped her tears vigorously, and then said firmly, Kosha will definitely listen to me. Chapter 100 Let's bet our lives on it. Then Vivi hugged Dodo tightly and led everyone away quickly. When leaving, Dodo tremblingly took out a can of slightly turbid water and handed it to Luffy with hope in his eyes. Uncle, just leave it to us. Luffy took the can of water that represented hope, and a heavy heart welled up in his heart. Luffy, who had been shouting that he was thirsty all the way, became much quieter after getting the can of slightly turbid water. On the way to Catalya, Luffy, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stopped and sat down against a dead tree. I'm not going. Luffy whispered, I'm not going to Albana. Luffy. The others looked at him. Vivi, I want to beat the shit out of that alligator. Even if we reach Albana and stop the rebels, what will happen? Can this country really be saved? Luffy's tone was dull, and he gently looked up at Vivi. From Whiskey Peak to the desert now, he has seen a lot, heard a lot, and experienced a lot. Even if the rebels were stopped, so what? It can neither change the drought in Alabasta nor the people who have long lost trust in the king. Only by defeating Crocodile can this series of issues be truly resolved. Our opponents are the pirates, one of the Shichibukai. And that was a battle involving 1 million people, and you think everyone is safe. That's really naive. Luffy leaned against a dead tree and said with disdain, closing his eyes. Woo. Nami originally wanted to speak up for Vivi, but was immediately stopped by Sanji, and even her mouth was covered by Su Chen. I know, but I don't want to see anyone die. What's wrong with that? Vivi looked at Luffy and understood what he was thinking. Whispering sound. Everyone will die. Luffy looked at Vivi cruelly and said disapprovingly. Shut up. Advertisement. Bang. Extremely angry, Vivi clenched her fist and punched Luffy hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. If you dare to say such things again, I will not forgive you. Aren't we trying to prevent this tragedy now? Whether it's the king's army or the rebel army, no one in this country is wrong. Why must someone die? It's all that alligator's fault. Bang. Luffy got up from the ground and punched back hard, not giving Vivi any face at all. Then why did you risk your life? Thinking of saving everything by yourself. How can you fight them all by yourself? Are you fantasizing? Seeing Vivi being beaten, Chopper and Usopp opened their mouths wide and their eyes almost popped out. If Su Chen hadn't held Sanji down with his other hand, he would have rushed forward directly. Ah, what should I do? I have nothing left to lose. Apart from my life, I have nothing else. Vivi started fighting with Luffy hysterically, punching Luffy in the face with her fists and tears. Luffy pushed Vivi away and shouted, then please count our lives as well. We are partners, right? Ah, woo. Vivi covered her mouth tightly, her pupils trembled rapidly, and tears kept falling. In fact, you are the one who was most unwilling. I wish I could beat that guy up. Luffy rubbed his fists hard, then put his hands on his straw hat. Vivi, tell me, where is that crocodile? Nami was let go by Su Chen at this time and ran to Vivi to comfort her. Yes, Vivi, Luffy is right, the root cause of all this is Crocodile. Instead of wasting time going to Albana, it's better to go directly to the crocodile. Sanji took a deep drag on his cigarette, resisted the urge to kick Luffy a few times and said, yes, this is indeed the fastest way. Good. Usopp and Chopper also nodded. In fact, everyone's initial idea was to go directly to find the crocodile. Su Chen walked up to Vivi, rubbed her head, and took out a gear. Advertisement. Don't be afraid, we are here for you. You are worried about Albana, right? Varys is there. When she passed by Yuba before, she left some information. Let's take a look together. As Su Chen finished speaking, the gears in his hand emitted a dazzling light. A somewhat unreal figure emerged from above. Hello, Creator, Miss Vivi, Miss Nami, and other companions. Willis said with a smile and a cheerful tone. Wow, Miss Willis, we meet again. Sanji looked at the sudden scene, and pink hearts quickly appeared in his eyes. But the next second, Nami knocked him to the ground with her fist. Now was not the time for him to get angry. Sanji, this is just a photo. Villiers is almost to Albana now. Afterwards, Sanji and everyone else calmed down and looked at the image left by Willis in the middle. I would like to apologize to you here. I am deeply sorry for not being able to deal with Crocodile directly. Velis. After that battle, I looked for opportunities to assassinate him many times, but he was prepared every time, so I failed. Afterwards, due to the changing situation, I chose to go to Albana with the others, hiding my identity. Please rest assured, I will transform into Miss Vivi again at the critical moment to stop this war. If you see this message, please go directly to the Rainland. Crocodile is there. Nothing will go wrong in Albana as long as I'm here. Creator, I hope to see you again soon, Villisliu. As the last words fell, the already illusory figure of Velis disappeared instantly. After Velis disappeared, the gear also turned into powder and dissipated in the wind. Looking at the gears that turned to ashes, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. I didn't expect that it has reached the point where it can replace gears by itself and has learned to assemble parts by itself. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Only Chopper, who had never seen Velis, was a little confused and didn't understand the situation. Nami on the side quickly explained it to him. Since Velis is here, let's go directly to the rainy land she mentioned. Zoro said seriously. But where is the rainy land? The location of the rain land is north of Juba, go north from here. We just need to cross this desert and arrive quickly. Vivi took out the map. They were now in the middle of Yuba and Rainland. It would probably take another day to see Crocodile. What will happen at that time will depend on Luffy and the others. Su Chen promised to help her solve the remaining weather problems. Chapter 101. The Trap in the Rain Banquet. Will there be water there? After hearing the explanation, Chopper stuck out his tongue and asked tiredly. Although he was not uncomfortable because of the temperature, he still felt a little uncomfortable after not drinking water for a long time. As for Su Chen's water, everyone agreed that it should not be touched unless absolutely necessary. After all, they couldn't always live with Su Chen's help. Yes, it was not affected by the riots and is a peaceful gambling city. Wow. Gambling. When Nami heard Vivi's reply, his eyes sparkled with interest. Alright, let's go. We'll talk about these things after we defeat Crocodile. Su Chen took the lead and walked north. Noticing Wilus's progress, he was in a very good mood. As for Crocodile, he didn't take him seriously at all. How strong could a person who was so weak that he couldn't even use Hawkeye and couldn't even defeat Velis be? The sun sets and rises again. After nearly a day's journey, there was still an hour left before the Utopia operation plan was completed. A hint of green finally appeared in front of everyone. This could be considered the first time Luffy and his crew had seen this color since arriving in Alabasta. See, that's the rain land. Vivi pointed forward and spoke to everyone. Okay, kill the crocodile. Luffy instantly regained his spirit. He was almost looking forward to this matter. As for Chopper and Usopp in the back, they shouted loudly, water. I want to drink water. Zoro asked calmly, by the way, didn't Baroque Works notice us coming here? It should have been discovered. It must have been exposed since we met Mr. 2. Vivi thought for a moment and answered directly. So what? Luffy crossed his arms over his chest and said nonchalantly. Now that they know what we look like, we can't move around freely in the rain. If we are discovered, Crocodile will definitely do everything they can to hunt us down. Usopp explained to Luffy. And assassination is also their specialty, so we have to be careful. Zoro said with a raised eyebrow again. Okay, beat the crocodile. Luffy still had his hands raised, yelling without a care in the world. Advertisement. For him, wouldn't it be enough to just knock the sand crocodile away? Finally, after a thoughtful discussion, everyone unanimously decided to go head on. However, something unexpected happened. After entering the rainy land and finding a place to hide, Luffy and Usopp actually went to buy water alone. If we let those two run to get water, there will definitely be a big commotion. Zoro was leaning against a step, teasing the lecherous camel with a branch he had picked up. There's nothing we can do. They ran away on their own. Nami spread his hands helplessly. We can only hope that nothing happens to them. What happened next was just as Zoro said. Luffy and Usopp ran into Smoker and Tashigi in the restaurant, and they ran towards the group with a large group of Marines, causing Nami and others who were hiding to be exposed. Because of Marine, Su Chen and others were also discovered by the Baroque Works agents who were staying in the rain. After cursing for a while, everyone had no choice but to start running away. In any case, it is best not to get entangled with these Marines and agents before seeing the sand crocodile. While running, Su Chen handed the revolver on his waist to Vivi for self-defense. You go first. I'll take care of these people from Baroque Works. Zoro drew his sword and walked to the other side. Most of the people from Baroque Works and Tashigi followed Zoro away with a group of Marines. To Tashigi, no one else is as important as Zoro. No, I have to go first too. Luffy looked at the increasing number of people behind him and immediately asked Vivi who was running, Vivi, where is the crocodile? It's right there. See that building with a crocodile roof? That's the casino run by Crocodile, Yuyan. Vivi said, pointing to the very imposing building in front. Okay, I'll go first, and we'll meet at the rain banquet later. Come and catch me, old Smoker. Luffy said a few words loudly, and then taunted Smoker. Smoker, who was already a little angry, could no longer hold back and turned into white mist and chased after him. Because of the chaos, everyone was completely separated. When they gathered together again, Vivi had disappeared into the crowd at some point. Where's Vivi? Luffy covered his straw hat to avoid Smoker's white punch and moved closer to Su Chen. Advertisement. She ran in the other direction. But it doesn't matter. I left something for her to defend herself. Su Chen kicked away Smoker who was attacking again and quickly replied, let's go in and wait for her first. Then, the crowd quickly gathered together and rushed into the rain banquet. Crocodile, get out here. I'm going to knock you away. Luffy started shouting as soon as he entered, not caring about the many gamblers. How could he come out if you yell like that? Nami grabbed Luffy and said with some complaint. Seeing so many different gambling tools around her, she wanted to have some fun, but now everything is ruined. Nami is right. The other party is a national hero. We can't be enemies with everyone. Usopp also echoed. What should we do then? Luffy clenched his fists and gasped. He was finally about to see the crocodile, but he couldn't find anyone. I've caught up with you, Straw Hat Boy. There's lake water all around us. Let's see where you can run. It's the chain-smoking old man. Everyone run. Su Chen shouted loudly in an exaggerated manner, and hurriedly rushed to the crowd watching the excitement. When Nami saw this, her eyes lit up and she immediately followed Su Chen. At the same time, Crocodile, who heard the noise outside, grinned and told Robin to go down and lure Luffy and others to the VIP room where a trap was set. Seeing someone leading the way, the stubborn Luffy was not afraid at all and rushed in directly. Su Chen's eyes turned and he rushed in. Nami, who was behind, followed Su Chen with a satisfied smile on her face, a bunch of wallets and Baileys in her arms. Next second, except for Chopper and Vivi who were stranded outside, everyone else fell into a specially made sea stone cage. Ha ha ha, is this the Straw Hat crew that's been causing me so much trouble? That's hilarious. I unexpectedly got a Marine Colonel, which really surprised me. Crocodile sat on the sofa not far away, wearing a coat, with a stitch on his face, and looked at the people in the cage with an evil grin. He has been waiting for this group of guys for a long time. Chapter 102 Utopia Plan. A little behind Crocodile, Robin was also looking at Su Chen with interest. She could not forget the oppression that Su Chen brought to her that night, and the strange words he said. But it doesn't matter anymore. In a cage made of sea stone, no matter how powerful a person is, he can't cause any big trouble. Smoker, who fell down together, glanced around, then pulled out the weapon behind him and smashed it at Luffy. Snap. But in the next second, his lower body turned into an ice sculpture. This is. Smoker looked at his lower body in shock, then looked at Su Chen, whose hands were still emitting cold air. Is this ability higher or lower than Kuzan Admiral? Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect that Marine Colonel, a chain smoker, would suffer here. Crocodile looked at everyone with sarcasm. This kind of infighting was really interesting. Sand Crocodile. Smoker's eyes were full of murderous intent as he looked fiercely at Crocodile. Hey, look at me like that. It seems like you didn't consider me as one of your friends from the beginning. But, you guessed it right. Crocodile clapped his hands and stood up from the sofa. I will report to the world government that you died heroically after fighting hard to eliminate the Straw Hat crew. Ha 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 ha. After Luffy confirmed that it was Crocodile who was speaking, he roared and popped out instantly. Sand Crocodile. You be asterisk 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 D. I'm going to beat you up. However, the moment his hand touched the cage, he felt as if he had fallen into the sea. He instantly lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Luffy, how are you? Nami didn't care about the wallet and Bailey she had just obtained, and immediately asked with concern. It's okay, he just lost his power because of Seastone. Su Chen adjusted the cowboy hat on his head, winked at Robin next to Crocodile, and smiled. Quote. Quote. Robin's pupils contracted a few times. Advertisement. She was really speechless about this man. He was caught and still teased her. Was he crazy? Then she glared at Su Chen fiercely with her captivating eyes. You know him. Crocodile noticed something was wrong with Robin and gave her a meaningful look. As for Luffy, he didn't really care, but the man Robin was looking at, he had a score to settle with him. We met once before at Whiskey Peak. After hearing Robin's answer, Crocodile stood up and took 2 steps towards the crowd. That fake one must be your masterpiece. Is this the surprise you gave me? You put your life in my hands. Ha 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 ha. After seeing Su Chen clearly and thinking of the surprise mentioned on the phone, Crocodile almost laughed out loud. That's it. It's just like a clown, only able to find a sense of existence on the stage. No, the surprise is coming soon. I hope you like it. Su Chen glanced at him lightly, then returned to Robin. Can this woman do what he wants? Just as Crocodile was still thinking about what Su Chen said, a figure appeared on the stairs next to him. Crocodile, I'm here to take your life. Vivi had a weapon in her hand, and although her body looked a little messy, she was not injured. Her eyes were fixed on Crocodile below. Welcome, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, no, Miss Wednesday. After Crocodile confirmed that it was not the imposter who had chased him before, he opened his hands and said with ease, It is amazing that you were able to evade the assassins I sent and come here. I'll come wherever you are, because I want you dead. Vivi's eyes were full of murderous intent and she tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand. It's that boring kingdom that will die. Ms. Wednesday. Crocodile said nonchalantly. Peacock chainsaw. An angry Vivi pulled out her weapon and smashed it directly on Crocodile. In just a moment, Crocodile's head disappeared. It's useless. Smoker, whose lower body was frozen, said. Afterwards, just as he said, Crocodile's head disappeared and his body instantly turned into sand and appeared behind Vivi. Have you calmed down? You should know the ability of my sand fruit. He covered Vivi's mouth with his hand and threatened darkly, Do you want to become a mummy? Advertisement. Usopp and the others stared in amazement in the cage, then shouted in shock. It turned into sand. Hole. Let Vivi go. Be careful or I'll knock you away. Luffy gritted his teeth, stared at Crocodile and yelled. Nami looked at Su Chen, wanting his help. It's okay, don't you still believe me? Su Chen shook his head and signaled Nami not to be anxious. Crocodile didn't do anything to Vivi, but pushed her onto the stool. Sit down, you've come at the right time, it's time for the party. Robin checked his watch and said, yes, Operation Utopia is about to begin. Operation Utopia. Smoker was a little surprised, looked at everyone, and then looked at Crocodile. Thinking about the plan that was about to succeed, Crocodile couldn't help but laugh. He had seized all obstacles and no one could stop him anymore. The feeling of being sure of victory was truly pleasing. What on earth are you planning in Alabasta? Vivi immediately raised her head and asked, what exactly is Operation Utopia? Tell me now. Do you understand your current position? But never mind. The battle has already begun, so I will tell you, brave princess, the plan to end this country, Utopia. Haha, I've gone through so much hardship to get to where I am today. Incite the destruction of the dry city, instruct the staff to pretend to be the king's army to commit crimes, slowly expand the people's dissatisfaction, and gradually make them lose trust in the king. Everything went according to my plan. Now we just need the rebels led by Kosa to capture the royal city, and the entire Alabasta will be in my control. Crocodile explained his plan from beginning to end, looking at Vivi with disdain as she lowered her head and remained silent. How about it? Do you like it? The project you participated in has now come to fruition. If you listen carefully, you should be able to hear Alabasta's screams, right? Ha 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 ha. Crocodile couldn't contain his joy as he thought he was about to get that thing. Sure enough, my investigation was correct. Vivi laughed uncharacteristically, then took out the revolver that Su Chen had deliberately left for her from her arms and aimed at him. Crocodile, your plan will not succeed. I have asked someone to run and inform my father about these things. Everything you have done is in vain. So, take your ambitions with you and go to hell together. Next second, a crisp gunshot rang out. Chapter 103 Super Magic Revolver. Boom. A hot wind suddenly arose, centered at Crocodile's location. An extremely violent shock wave blew towards the rear, and the superstructure behind him lasted less than a second before disappearing. Also disappearing was Crocodile, who had a look of disdain on his face just now. Except for Su Chen, everyone around opened their mouths wide and did not close them for a long time. Especially Robin, who was not far from Crocodile, his pupils contracted, and after a burst of goosebumps, layers of cold sweat seeped out of his body. She had already become indifferent to life and death, but at that moment just now, she actually felt extremely panicked. Did this succeed? Vivi lay on the ground, somewhat incredulous. She didn't expect that the thing Su Chen gave her was so powerful. She only used a part of its power and blew away half of the entire Yuan. She herself was sent flying backwards more than 10 meters by the strong reaction force, and the arm holding the gun was broken. Good job, Vivi. Luffy shouted loudly after he realized what was happening. The other people also looked at each other with great excitement. They didn't expect it to end so easily. But before they could be happy for long, voices started to appear around them. Okay. Very good. I didn't expect that. I actually suffered such a big loss. A layer of sand slowly condensed in the air, and Crocodile's body emerged from the sand. He was seriously injured by that blow just now. If he hadn't subconsciously used the hook to buy time to transform into elements at the last moment, he might not be able to stand here intact now. But even so, he was seriously injured. Everyone only saw that Crocodile was now in tatters. Large amounts of blood oozed out of his body, flowing out through his tattered clothes. The most important thing is his left hand, the hook on it has disappeared. Since you insist on seeking death, I won't be polite. Vivi looked at Crocodile, who appeared again, and panic flashed in her eyes. Then, with determination on her face, she tightly grasped the super magic revolver with her other hand. Come on, I won't give in. Desert Sword. Crocodile's right hand turned into a sand blade and slashed fiercely at Vivi not far away, with no intention of showing any mercy. Advertisement. Gigantic sand blades fell from the sky, and even rocks and deserts would be instantly split in half under such sharp blows. Accompanied by an extremely dry and piercing roar, a long crack formed directly at the place where Vivi had just been. Like a mirror carefully polished by high-end instruments, it reflects the surrounding scenes. However, Vivi was not hit directly. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, she endured the pain from her right hand and rolled over quickly to avoid the attack. Next second, a bullet with strange patterns engraved on it appeared in front of Crocodile's eyes. It was so fast that he had no time to dodge it. Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated Crocodile's head and then exploded like a bomb. The incomparable heat spread rapidly, completely enveloping him within a second, and then contracted at an extremely fast speed. Everything within a 5-meter radius around the crocodile was instantly annihilated. Is he dead? Usopp asked, swallowing and looking around. The moment Usopp finished speaking, Crocodile's figure quickly solidified, appeared behind Vivi and quickly attacked Vivi with his right hand. Gun. With a roar, an extended rubber arm smashed his head into sand. At this moment Luffy appeared in front of Crocodile, hugged Vivi and threw her to the people who had been released behind. After drawing an arc, Vivi fell into Nami's arms. Zoro and Sanji also followed Luffy and rushed forward, with only Usopp standing by as long-range support. As for Su Chen, after simply treating Vivi's injuries, he walked to the sofa next to Robin and sat down, then looked at her with an inquiring look. Let's wait for Chopper to come and do the rest. After all, he doesn't know how to set bones. What if he restores them directly and they grow crooked? Bang! Nami's fist hit Su Chen's head hard. What time is it, and you're still picking up girls? Nami put Vivi aside and shouted angrily, can't you see that Vivi is injured? Su Chen touched the place where he was hit with an incredible look on his face, and his pupils shook violently several times. Was he beaten? Change. Bang. After a puff of smoke, a familiar orange cat appeared again, tumbling a few times in the air before landing next to Vivi. Except for Zoro and Luffy who had seen this method before, everyone else showed extremely horrified expressions. Advertisement. Turning a person into a cat directly, this skill is too perverted. Meow. Meow meow meow. Nami, who had turned into an orange cat, let out an especially miserable cry. Then she became ruthless and stretched out her claws, pouncing on Su Chen who had a wicked smile on his face. This guy must be taught a lesson. He actually dared to turn her into a cat again. This time, she will definitely scratch his face. Getting closer. Getting closer. Looking at Su Chen who was so close, Nami's outstretched paws were trembling with excitement, and a smile appeared on his chubby cat face. She seemed to have seen Su Chen trembling under her claws. The next second, that brief distance could never be reached, as a slender finger grabbed the back of her neck and lifted her up. Is this what you wanted to discuss with me? It's really interesting. Robin fiddled with Nami in his hand angrily, touched her head gently a few times, and then put her on the ground. Nami, who was put down, felt a little lost and looked at the woman with a familiar smile. This expression was a replica of the one when Su Chen tricked her before. No, it's not. Why, are you interested in her? Su Chen looked at Robin with a smile, and glanced at Nami thoughtfully. It seems that girls in this world have no resistance to cute things. Desert Sunflower. Before Robin could answer, Crocodile roared under the siege of Luffy and others, directly interrupting the conversation between Su Chen and Robin. This group of guys really annoyed him. What's more, on the other side, there was a smoker staring at him hungrily, so he directly used a large-scale attack. Suddenly, as Crocodile's skill was activated, the stone slabs underfoot quickly turned into sand, mixed with the water in the lake and began to flow rapidly, forming a huge quicksand that entangled everyone present and caused them to sink downwards. Walk. Then, Crocodile turned into yellow sand, sweeping Robin away quickly. Su Chen subconsciously raised his right hand, but the next second, Nami found an opportunity and scratched him hard with his claws, and the surging magic power stopped instantly. At the same time, Crocodile and Robin disappeared from sight. Seeing this, Su Chen could only shake his head. Chapter 104 Heading to Alabasta. Watching Crocodile and Robin disappear before your eyes. Su Chen glared at Nami who was caught by him and turned her back into human form. But now is not the time to settle accounts with her, because the stone slabs below have become sandy, and the seawater in the lake is rapidly spreading into the room. Just look at Luffy and Smoker, they are now limp and have no strength left. There were also a lot of banana crocodiles surrounding them. The next moment, a large amount of lake water broke free from its restraints and completely flooded the room. After Luffy let out a scream, he was swept into the water. After a while, Sanji grabbed Luffy and climbed up from the lake. As for the others, except Usopp who was knocked unconscious by a stone and was rescued by Nami. Su Chen also returned to the shore carrying Vivi, whose hands were injured. Rororo Zoro, Smoker, holding an extinguished cigar in his mouth, pointed his weapon at Zoro and asked, why did you save me? When? Zoro directly blocked Smoker's weapon. I was just following the captain's orders. It doesn't matter if you don't thank me. After hearing this, Smoker just looked at Luffy silently, then looked at Su Chen next to him, and remained silent. The direction that Crocodile left should be Alabasta. After evaporating the moisture from his body, Su Chen said to everyone, so, we need to go to Alabasta. But what about Chopper? I haven't seen him yet. After hearing what Su Chen said, although Vivi was anxious, she did not forget that there was still a partner who had not shown up. Look, the Straw Hat crew. Colonel Smoker is over there too, gather your forces and support the colonel. The Marines who suddenly appeared in the distance discovered Luffy and the others, and immediately rushed over here shouting. Walk. Seeing the Marines slowly approaching, Nami grabbed Usopp, who was still unconscious, and turned and ran. As for the others, they immediately followed Nami's footsteps. Smoker looked at Luffy and his group leaving with complicated eyes, but did not try to stop them. Advertisement. Colonel, aren't you going to chase? A Marine with a long knife on his back pointed at the fleeing men and asked. Tell them to stop chasing and gather everyone here. Also, contact the headquarters and gather all nearby troops to the country of Alabasta. Smoker thought about the plan Crocodile had mentioned before, and the uneasiness in his heart became particularly strong. No matter what, a plan to subvert a country cannot be saved by a few pirates, otherwise what is the Marine? Are you calling for reinforcements? However, the headquarters has already issued an order not to allow large-scale mobilization of troops to stop the Straw Hat crew. When have I ever listened to orders from my superiors? Smoker frowned and stared at the Marine with murderous eyes. Ah, no, as you say. The Marine fled from Smoker's side as if running for his life and ran to convey the order. Hey, did you find the sand crocodile? Chopper came over quickly from a distance riding a big crab. He just went to the bathroom, and when he came back he saw Marines all over the street looking for people. Luffy and the others had all disappeared, and only Eyelash was still there with some luggage. He still didn't know anything at the moment, so he set out on the journey to find Luffy and his friends with eyelashes. As for this crab, it is Camel Eyelash's friend, and he called it to help look for someone. Amazing. This is the moving club. It usually hides in the sand. It's a very rare crab. Vivi in his hand widened her eyes and showed an extremely surprised expression. It looks delicious. Luffy opened his mouth wide, his eyes shining and drooling. Zoro thought about the speed at which the crab ran over and said thoughtfully, this guy runs pretty fast. Can he take us to Alabasta? Come up first, I see a lot of Marines. Chopper shouted loudly. As everyone sat down, Chopper waved the reins. The huge moving crab ran quickly out of the city. Chopper, let me take the wheel while you tend to Vivi and Usopp's injuries first. Su Chen took over Chopper's position and pulled the reins, just in time to let them tell you what happened. Although he said so, Su Chen was thinking differently. Advertisement. Just think about it, he is dressed in a cowboy outfit, with the sunset, gravel and revolver as the background, and he has this beautiful woman by his side, all he lacks is a tall and mighty horse. Although this is a crab, not a horse, it is still okay to simply bring it in. So now Su Chen is extremely excited, and he is just about to fire a few shots into the sky with his revolver. The moving crab moved quickly, splashing a long trail of dust on the sand dunes. This time Crocodile did not appear, as if he was a little worried about what Vivi said before. So he and Robin went directly to Alabasta, probably thinking of capturing Vivi's father, so that his plan would not be considered a failure. Okay, Vivi, your hands are connected. Chopper wrapped a bandage around Vivi's arm and tied a cute bow on it. Thank you, Chopper. Feeling the pain in her arm slowly disappear, Vivi smiled at Chopper. Ha ha ha, even if you say that, I won't be happy. Chopper was still standing on tiptoe with his tail almost raised to the sky, a typical example of someone who says one thing but acts another. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Su Chen roared excitedly. As the magic power surged, an exceptionally light airflow emerged from the void and surrounded the moving crab. With a whoosh, the moving crab under him ran at several times his own speed, and the smoke and dust behind him became even larger. Take your troops to Alabasta. After cleaning up, Smoker said to Tashigi with a serious face. Tashigi held up the famous sword Shiger and asked in confusion, are we going to hunt down the Straw Hat crew? Or are we going to help the king's army? Do whatever you want according to your own standards of justice. Regardless, I will bear the responsibility. I have to go out to sea for something, please keep in touch. With a cigar in his mouth, Smoker gave a few instructions and quickly left on the modified motorcycle. According to your own standard of justice. Looking at Smoker going away, Tashigi fell into deep thought. Sergeant, please give the order. However, before she could think for long, she had no time to think about it because her subordinates who had already gathered around her interrupted her immediately. As if thinking of Zoro, Tashigi made up his mind and gave a loud order. Hunting down pirates Straw Hat Luffy and his gang. Everyone, strengthen your equipment and prepare to set off to Alabasta. The assembled Marines subconsciously stood at attention with their legs together and saluted solemnly. Yes. Chapter 105 Baroque works blocking the road. That is what has happened, Your Majesty. Valus and Kosa stood in front of King Cobra, with Paudakui and Ikalem standing next to them. How could this be? Because he is a Shichibukai recognized by the world government, I have my doubts, but... Quote. Cobra's voice was trembling. This news obviously caught him off guard. He had never thought that the purpose of Sand Crocodile was to subvert this country. Your Majesty, please don't do this. Jaka, the adjutant of the Royal Guard, said immediately. The only one who can stop all this now is King Cobra. If he fell, Alabasta would be truly doomed. Looking at Gaka's anxious yet expectant eyes, Cobra adjusted himself and stood up. Yes, if he also fell, what would happen to Vivi, and what would happen to the deceived people of Alabasta? At least, Vivi and Ikalem's efforts must not be in vain. Ikalem, prepare for an expedition immediately and send troops to defeat the Sand Crocodiles. Peru, who was known as Alabasta's strongest warrior, quickly said, please wait a moment, Your Majesty. The rainy land is too far away, and the Sand Crocodiles now have a lot of national support. If we start a war rashly, we will be in a passive position. In recent years, Crocodile's plan to steal the country has almost reached the final stage. If he really launches an attack without any preparation, it might even have the opposite effect, pushing those deceived citizens completely into Crocodile's arms. It was obvious that Cobra had no intention of listening to Peru's opinion. Even if we knew something would go wrong, what would happen? Whether it was for Vivi, whose life was in danger, or for the people. The current situation does not allow for any pause for discussion. Before the expedition, can you listen to the news I just received? With her true face revealed, Velis stood up from beside Kosa and interrupted the conversation between Cobra and the others. Miss Willis, do you have any different opinions? Cobra was willing to listen to the opinion of this girl who stopped the rebels. After all, she is the only one who can deal with the sand crocodile now. Ms. Vivi is on her way here now. Wei Lisi bowed politely and then said. And Crocodile has also headed here. What? Advertisement. Everyone present looked at each other in astonishment, and then Cobra asked anxiously, how is Vivi, is there anything wrong? And the sand crocodiles, how far are they from the capital? Your Majesty, please do not worry. Miss Vivi is very safe, but they should arrive later than the sand crocodiles. Velis had contacted Su Chen before, but all the sounds coming from the other side were the whistling wind, accompanied by several miserable cries and excited roars. Among them, the two particularly excited voices were very recognizable, like Su Chen and Luffy. In that case, Kosa, can you ask the people you have brought to help defend the capital? After thinking for a while, Cobra looked at Kosa on the side and said, since the crocodile wants to come over, we will welcome him here. Before Kosa could answer, a rapidly swirling cloud of dust descended from the sky, revealing Crocodile and the remaining members of the Baroque works he led. Ha 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 ha, there's no need to greet us, we're already here. Crocodile laughed loudly a few times and looked at the people around Cobra with mockery. On the way here, he had simply treated his injuries and even found a replacement for the hook on his hand. Since the Utopia plan cannot be fully realized due to the interference of outsiders, the effect will be the same if Cobra is captured and forced to tell him the location of that thing. Crocodile had never seen the true face of Velis, so he didn't think there was anyone here who could stop him. After glancing at the crowd, he seemed very confident. After instructing several other people to go and stop Su Chen and his group, he approached Cobra's position with a grin. Robin, who was standing next to her, subconsciously took a step back after seeing Willis. Back then at Whiskey Peak, although she was some distance away, she still saw the scene where Su Chen created this girl. The person with whom Crocodile could tie the game was most likely this non-human girl. The other side. With the help of the moving crabs, Su Chen and his group crossed the river directly. That's right, it's a direct leap. Wrapped in the wind element, the crab called Scissors by Nami took off into the air and crossed the river. This exaggerated jumping style startled everyone except Luffy and Su Chen. They were already nervous because of the fast speed, and now they really couldn't hold it anymore. Especially Usopp and Chopper, who cried and begged Su Chen to slow down. However, how could Su Chen, who was already excited, listen to them? He drove the crab directly to the royal city of Albana and stopped there. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting, how about we do it again? Luffy stood on the stopped scissors, raised his hands excitedly and cheered loudly. Advertisement. This feeling of speeding at lightning speed is really great. Vomit. Nami and the others who had gone downstairs a long time ago all stood aside, holding their chests and vomiting rapidly. Those two lunatics actually ran at a speed of nearly 300 kilometers per hour, which was almost like they were flying close to the ground. If they hadn't held on to the scissors tightly, they would have been blown away by the strong wind. Let's go. I feel like Crocodile and Velis have already started fighting. Su Chen looked at the people who were vomiting with disdain, and raised his eyes, stop vomiting. You can vomit like this at such a slow speed. Are these guys so weak? They're not playing me, are they? Look at Luffy over there, he looks so excited and wants to do it again. It must be intentional. Su Chen, you and Luffy are not human. Nami retched a few times in extreme discomfort, glared at him fiercely and said, don't you know you'll get dizzy if you run so fast? Alright, hurry into the city, the fighting is going on fiercely inside. Su Chen directly interrupted Nami's complaints and gave them a reply. Next second, amid the stunned expressions of the others, Luffy rushed into the royal city with great excitement. Crocodile, I'm going to beat you up. This action made Su Chen look at his palm in suspicion. He probably didn't release his recovery effect on that guy, so why is he more excited than Vivi and the others? At this time, the royal city was already engulfed in war, with the subordinates under the senior agent engaging in fierce battles with the royal army and the rebels brought by Kosa. In the center of the castle, Crocodile was fighting with Velis. The war took place as expected, but this time the target became Baroque works against the king's army and the rebel army. In the distance, several figures of different sizes were lying in ambush on the left and right. Su Chen frowned and raised his right hand and waved it. Sight division. The dazzling light spread out. Everyone only felt a flash of white light before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes, the scenery in front of them had completely changed. All that was left at the scene were Luffy, Vivi and a few words left by Su Chen. Vivi, you take Luffy to the palace to help Velis, and I will deal with the troubles in the city with them first. Chapter 106. Their respective battles. After assigning an opponent to everyone, Su Chen looked in a certain direction. Over there, Robin was leading King Kobusha towards a certain direction. What about everyone? Nami was walking cautiously, and in an instant, her figure disappeared. Squeak. Before Nami could think about it, a sharp spike instantly pierced towards where she was and pierced through the wall directly. An alluring woman with a blue afro appeared in front of Nami. He. Interesting little girl, she actually dodged my attack. Miss covered her mouth with her fingers in surprise, but then she still had a strong hint of teasing in her expression. Demon fruit power. Nami stood on the wall next to her, took off the wooden stick from her waist, looked at her warily for a few seconds, and then a meaningful smile appeared on her face. It was really scary. If she hadn't dodged the attack just now, the hole would have been left in her body. Hee hee. That's right. I am the thorn man who consumed the thorn fruit. I can grow thorns as hard as steel all over my body. You are not overestimating your own abilities and want to fight me, are you? Miss put her fingers on her hips and covered her mouth, looking at Nami with disdain as he took out his weapon. Although no one knows why a reward of 20 million Baileys was offered for this little girl, judging from her appearance, she does not have the corresponding strength. No, I won't fight you. Nami gave an unexpected answer, swung the stick a few times and said, you are no match for me. Hand over the Bailey on you, and I will consider letting you go. After saying this, Nami blinked and winked at Miss with her fingers. Are you looking down on me? Court death. Seeing Nami's actions, Miss pointed her fingers in anger and rushed towards Nami quickly. Her hands turned into huge thorns and stabbed straight forward with a strong airflow. Next second, Nami's figure was directly penetrated by her, but the touch on her hands told Mrs. Fingers that what she saw was just an illusion. How about it? Really? Let's not talk about this anymore. Is that where all your company's funds are kept? Nami's figure condensed out of thin air, walked in front of Mrs. Fingers, and said nonchalantly. Swish. Advertisement. The thorny brambles swung rapidly, tearing Nami in front of him into pieces. But it is still just an illusion, or a mirage. Although Nami is most compatible with the wind element, she can still easily induce the refraction of light. The invisibility ability that Sanji has always dreamed of, Nami actually already mastered it. Come out. Miss endured the feeling of being teased with her fingers and looked around vigilantly. Okay. Nami walked at different paces, condensing directly from houses, streets and the void. They all had the same smile on their faces, looking at her meaningfully. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where your treasures are hidden. You can suffer less physical pain if you tell me. One of the Nami's eyes flickered and he said with a smile. Found it. Miss pointed with both fingers and yelled. Then her body turned into a huge ball of thorns and slammed into Nami who had just spoken. Snap. Boom. A pale bolt of lightning came down from the sky and hit Mrs. Fingers directly. Hey, I told you, you can't beat me. I forgot to mention that today's air humidity and wind speed are very stable, and with the high pressure, the weather will be very clear. Nami looked at Mrs. Fingers lying in front of her, smiling brightly, as if she was looking at a pile of Baileys, but there will be mirages in some areas. In addition, be careful to prevent lightning strikes. After saying these words, a transparent rope condensed from the air and tied up Mrs. Fingers on the ground. The whole battle happened quickly, but ended even faster. Nami is no longer the weak little girl in the original work. It is very easy for her to defeat the guy who made her suffer in the original work. Well, now we can talk about where exactly your company's funds are. Throwing her a wink again, Nami didn't seem angry at all. You have to know that this is the real Bailey. And the other side. Sanji and Mr. Tu Bentham were showing off their kicking skills to each other. Mutton shot. E-boxing and gorgeous swan dance. Advertisement. Sanji and Mr. Tu Bentham kicked each other at the same time, paused in the air for a second, and then separated instantly. Sanji fell from the air and took a few steps back, but Mr. Tu Bentham flew directly out and crashed into an unused house. Ahem, you are quite capable as a cook. I was really hurt by your kick. Mr. Tu Bentham got up from the ground and rubbed the place where he was kicked. This look frightened Sanji so much that he quickly took a few steps back and looked at him with disgust. For some reason, he felt an extraordinary sense of horror in his heart. He, chef, you haven't seen my true secret yet. Mr. Tu Bentham stood on tiptoe and pretended to be a swan dancer. He quickly changed into several costumes, including Usopp, Chopper and Luffy. After seeing this, Sanji didn't kick him, but just stared at him vigilantly. Seeing that his moves were effective, Mr. Tu Bentham laughed and turned into a green-haired guy who liked to get lost. He is already confident of winning against this opponent. Next second, without hesitation, Sanji's long legs kicked him hard in the face. The continuous kicking skills were vented wildly on Mr. Tu Bentham. Sanji had an extremely satisfied smile on his face, and his pupils were flashing with amazing excitement. After being beaten up, Mr. Tu Bentham hurriedly changed back to his original appearance, not understanding why this person suddenly became so excited. Who are you? This is your companion's face, what do you think of your companion? Mr. Tu Bentham covered his face, which was almost kicked into a pig's head, and looked at Sanji with horror. Aren't they companions? Sanji sighed disdainfully and said, idiot. I won't be fooled by such an illusion. The most important thing about people is their heart. Heart. Mr. Tu Bentham's eyes lit up when he heard Sanji's reply. Since it is the heart, it must have a weakness. What do you think of this guy? Mr. Tu Bentham, who turned into Nami, slowly and weakly got up from the ground and gave Sanji a wink. Wow. Ha 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 ha. Sanji's eyes almost popped out, and pink hearts quickly emerged from his body. Not long after, while Sanji was enjoying himself, Mr. Tu Bentham stepped hard on him. Looking at Sanji's expression, he almost wanted to lick it with his tongue. I don't want to get up for a while. Chapter 107 Cutting Iron. Except for the bewildered Sanji. Usopp was riding on Chopper, leading a large group of royal troops and rebel forces, and was besieging the remaining members of Baroque works in the city. The troops following behind him shouted loudly, "Captain Usopp! You are our hero!" This feeling of flattery made Usopp work even harder to eliminate the remaining Baroque works soldiers. And the other side, an empty street, with dense slash marks on the surrounding houses and the ground. The cracks formed by these cuts looked as if they had been carefully polished and were exceptionally smooth. Zoro held the Wado Ikimonji in one hand and easily blocked the attack from Mr. One Daz bonus. Mastery slash. Mr. One Daz bonus flashed and appeared in front of Zoro. He turned his fingers into blades and held them in the shape of tiger claws. He stretched his hand backwards and slashed forward at Zoro fiercely. It drove the surrounding air currents and swept over fiercely. A boring trick. Clang. Zoro casually knocked Mr. One Daz bonus away with a knife, and pointed the knife at him. After all, he is the one who ate the devil fruit. Can you let me be serious? Swordsman, you can't beat me, not even you. Mr. One Daz bonus stared at Zoro intently, even though the swordsman's physical fitness was like a monster. But as long as you haven't reached the level of cutting through iron, it's impossible to defeat him. Foaming daisy slash. Call out. Several radioactive slashes flew out from Mr. One Daz bonus's hands, and scraped towards Zoro with particularly tricky moves. Then his body completely transformed into a blade, and he followed closely with the slash. Ding 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 ding. The continuous sound of metal collisions was endless, producing waves of air and fine sword energy. The surrounding houses and the ground were cut into smooth pieces under this circumstance. The gust of wind swept up the smoke and dust on the ground, completely covering the scenery in front of him, making it impossible to see anything clearly. The next moment, Mr. One Daz bonus suddenly appeared. Zoro swung the sword in his hand, instantly blocking the incoming attack, and with a powerful lift of his wrist, threw him directly into the air. Fighting against this man covered in sharp weapons, Zoro's eyes became brighter and brighter. An astonishing aura was rapidly brewing in his body, and everything around him seemed to be slowly quieting down. At this moment, he seemed to feel something different. The breathing of stones, the breathing of trees, the breathing of soil, and the gradually becoming obvious fluctuations on the Hidao character on his hand. Only at this moment did he finally understand. What exactly does the so-called sword that his master Shimotsuki Koshiro taught him, which can cut through anything, mean? Advertisement. Feel your breath, feel everything. A sword that can cut through anything is a sword that can cut through anything. At this moment, Zoro finally reached a state capable of cutting through iron. Thinking of this, he looked at Mr. One Daz bonus in front of him. It's time to end this battle. Mr. One Daz bonus felt a chill in his heart when he saw Zoro's aura suddenly change. A completely different pressure from before surged from his heart, as if he saw a deadly sword placed on his neck. You must be kidding. I don't believe you can improve so fast. Mr. One Daz bonus roared loudly, and the soles of his feet turned into blades like skates. At the same time, he turned his palms and fingers into blades and rushed directly towards Zoro, who was squatting. Dust slashing speed force. Ito Ryu Ii Sama. Shishige Sama. The two figures staggered apart in an instant. In a flash, Zoro appeared behind Mr. One Daz bonus. Like a sudden and barely noticeable blow, it directly cut Mr. One Daz bonus and seriously injured him. Just a simple little character. Thanks, but I will become stronger. Putting the Goto Ikimonji back to his waist, Zoro stood up and looked at Mr. One Daz bonus, who had completely fallen down. There was an indescribable complexity on his face. Zoro did not take the life of the man who had helped him realize the realm of iron cutting. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Usopp, with the cooperation of the king's army and the awakened rebels, the riots in the city gradually subsided. With most of the elite agents of Baroque works defeated, the remaining small subordinates did not cause any trouble at all. And Sanji took a chance, very reluctantly. With a veal shot, Mr. Two Bentham was killed instantly. After dealing with their respective enemies, everyone began to move towards the palace. At this time, Luffy had already started a fierce battle with Crocodile. Because Su Chen had told Luffy about Crocodile's weakness in advance, Luffy was prepared and actually suppressed Crocodile in a short time. Although Crocodile was distracted by the presence of Velis next to him. But I have to say that Luffy's progress is quite great. At this time, Crocodile had already begun to think about quitting. He quickly calculated the time in his mind. Robin should have brought Cobra to find the original text of history. With this thought, Crocodile formed a tornado-like sandstorm in his hand and slammed it to the ground. Advertisement. Heavyweight Shalon. After a few breaths, the huge building turned into sand and merged with the storm. At the same time, Crocodile disappeared from the spot. Don't run. Luffy shouted loudly, and quickly chased in one direction according to his feeling. Shortly after they disappeared, Nami, carrying a large bag, was the first to arrive at the palace. As for Mrs. Two Fingers, she kept her promise and let her go. As for why she was struck by thunder after taking 2 steps, Nami said she really didn't know. She had already reminded everyone to be careful of lightning strikes today. Looking at the sandstorm that was gradually getting bigger around him, Nami frowned. What about others? Except for Vivi and Velis, no one else showed up. Be careful, Vivi warned loudly. After seeing Luffy chasing Crocodile away, the moment she came out she saw a huge rock smashing towards Nami. Boom. The stone was smashed into pieces by the wooden stick. Nami frowned, walked over to Vivi and asked, Vivi, have you seen anyone else? Vivi bit her lip and shook her head. After they separated at the beginning, she and Luffy went straight to the palace, but it was too late. Although they had the protection of Velis, the others were no match for the remaining people of Baroque Works. Her father was still kidnapped by Robin. It's okay, I'll handle this sandstorm. Nami hugged Vivi tightly and said comfortingly, when everyone is here, we will go to save your father together. Then she held up the stick, and a sky blue bird flew out from the top of the stick. Layers of green air currents condensed out from the void. As Ching Ling danced, it gradually spread to Nami's entire body. After thinking for a moment, he swung the wooden stick in his hand violently. Next second, the rapidly swirling air currents and sandstorms around stopped, and a green tornado rotating in the opposite direction appeared in the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Boom. There was a sharp collision, followed by a loud bang. The sandstorm that had spread to the entire palace disappeared in an instant, and the obscured sunlight shone on the earth again. Chapter 108 Historical Text. At this time, the tomb of King Alabasta. Su Chen disappeared and followed behind Robin. As for the historical text, whether out of curiosity or wanting to know the truth hidden in this world, he had to see what was recorded. Not far ahead, Robin was holding Cobra, looking a little excited. The historical text she had been searching for years was in the underground palace beneath the cemetery. In this case, it was a good thing that she didn't rush down directly. At this time, Cobra walked on in silence. He looked back at Robin and asked in confusion. Nico Robin, Crocodile's target is Pluton, although I don't know where he got the information from. But you really want to help him. You know, that's a force that's enough to destroy the world. After saying this, Kobusha stared at Robin with great fear. Tisk, I have no interest in the power to destroy the world. I just want to know the truth of history. What happened in the lost 100 years, the 100 years erased by the world government? And what is the world government afraid of? Robin nudged him, his tone extremely calm. You are still searching for the historical text. You have been wanted by the world government for so many years. Aren't you afraid of death at all? Hearing Robin's answer, Kobusha's pupils contracted and his body trembled subconsciously. He vaguely remembered the truth behind Ohara's destruction. It was because that group of scholars touched upon the historical text that they were destroyed by the demon extermination order. Nico Robin, known as the son of the devil, is the last survivor of Ohara. I thought she had hidden her identity and lived in the world for a long time, but I didn't expect that even now, she is still looking for the true text of history. This means being an enemy of the world government. In the ocean, the fate of those who are enemies of the world government, except for those monsters from the New World, has long been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Dead. Robin smiled mockingly and said, I was already dead in Ohara many years ago. The reason I can still stand here now is just because I want to understand the truth that this world has concealed for many years. Okay Cobra, take me to where the main text of history is. You know, you can't stop me. Robin explained nonchalantly, then pushed him hard. Cobra fell silent. Advertisement. In fact, he didn't know the truth of history. Most of the things passed down by word of mouth in Alabasta were some information about Pluton. Therefore, Kobusha was actually quite curious about the truth that the royal family had been hiding for more than 100 years of history. Then he said no more and took Robin to the place where the historical text was stored. A huge stone tablet stands in the middle of the hall, and the entire stone tablet is covered with densely packed unknown characters, which have remained intact after thousands of years. The moment he saw the inscription, Robin ran over and read it up and down with an extremely excited expression. Historical text. After going through untold hardships, she finally found it. What was recorded above made her certain of some things. Sure enough, the world government is afraid of something. Ancient weapon also really exists. One of the 3 weapons mentioned, Pluton, is hidden somewhere in Alabasta. At this moment, a subtle wave spread out. Robin's lips curled up into a smile, his eyes looking towards the passage behind. Did you find it? Crocodile walked in with an unhappy look on his face. That straw hat boy knew his weakness in advance. Plus, with that woman standing beside him and watching him closely, he felt particularly embarrassed. Found it, but there is no news about Pluton in the records. Seeing the miserable Crocodile, Robin's heart moved and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Really? Read it to me. Crocodile's face darkened a little and he sneered. In the 239th year of the Tien calendar, Kasira conquered Alabasta. In the 260th year of the Tien calendar, Tiaima ruled the Peteran dynasty. Pieces of history came out of Robin's mouth, containing a lot of information, but there was no Pluton that Crocodile was looking for. Puff. Robin's voice suddenly stopped, and Crocodile pierced her body with the hook in his hand. Nico Robin, do you think I will believe you? Crocodile's voice was a little low, and there was murderous intent in his gloomy eyes. Ahem, why? Robin turned his head with difficulty, and then fell to the ground. She had actually anticipated such an outcome. Someone like Crocodile who likes to hide behind others is probably ready to sacrifice everything. Even if she got in his way, she would be regarded as an obstacle by him. Advertisement. But even so, Robin still asked curiously. Haha, people like you are not worthy of trust at all. Do you really think I don't know? The news about Pluton is recorded above. Crocodile looked at Robin on the ground with disdain. He had already given him a chance. Unfortunately, she didn't catch it. A little girl who was wanted at the age of 8, Robin, who was called the Devil's Child. As one of the Shichibukai, how could he not hold back on such a person? He was absolutely certain about the news about Pluton, otherwise he would not have gone to such lengths to prepare a plan to steal the country. As that's so, Robin muttered thoughtfully and closed his eyes as if content. Bang! Boom! A foot emerged from thin air and kicked directly into Crocodile's waist, pausing for less than a second. Crocodile disappeared into the underground palace and flew in the direction Luffy was running from. Okay, stop pretending. Su Chen said something unhappily to Robin, who was lying down pretending to be dead, and walked to the main text of history. The words fell. There was an obvious fluctuation in the hall. Robin, who originally looked to be seriously injured and had died, simply got up from the ground without any signs of injury. Why save me? Robin asked puzzledly. The effect of the wave just now was to hide the real Robin and create an illusion outside that was close to the real thing. The Robin impaled by the crocodile can be said to be real, but it can also be said to be false. That's why after Crocodile appeared, she showed that meaningful smile on her face. I am very interested in you. Is this an acceptable reason? Su Chen replied with a smile. Then a complex magic circle bloomed in his hand, with a book-like pattern in the center. He slowly moved his palm closer to the inscription and recited silently in his heart. Word magic. Language literacy. The unknown words engraved on the steel. The moment Su Chen's palm approached, transparent images emerged from it. Under the influence of the unknown, they are converted into understandable words one by one. Quickly gathered deep into Su Chen's mind. Chapter 109 Nico Robin. After a while, Su Chen slowly lowered his arms and looked at Robin with a frown. It seemed like she really didn't lie about the information left on the stone tablet. Apart from the history of the Alabasta blockbuster, there is information about Pluton, but not as much as one might expect. The most important thing is that at the end of the message, there are words saying that Pluton is almost destroyed. What is that? Robin asked in shock, his lips slightly parted. In her impression, only the scholars of Ohara systematically studied this kind of writing. But the effect Su Chen produced clearly showed that he had understood the historical text, which made Robin very concerned. A little magic. The effect is to directly read the hidden information inside the text. Seeing Robin's concern that he couldn't hide in shock, Su Chen found it a little funny. Want to learn? I can teach you. Su Chen's answer made Robin's pupils vibrate, and an extremely complicated feeling emerged in his heart. This magical method of obtaining information just by stretching out her hand completely negated her hard work in learning knowledge as a child. Sure enough, she is not important. In this world, there are too many people who can replace her. Su Chen keenly noticed that something was wrong with Robin and thought about it for a while. The scribble-like booklet appeared in his hand and he stuffed it directly into Robin's hand. This is. Robin's thoughts were disrupted and he looked at the booklet in his hand with some confusion. The magic book, the text reading magic just now is recorded in it. Seeing that Robin's interest was aroused, Su Chen said with a smile. What for me? Robin was even more confused and had no idea why Su Chen would give her such an important thing. I like you. Become my partner. Su Chen thought about it and answered directly. Your dream is to know the 100 years of history that has been sealed by the world, but this dream has many obstacles. So you need strength now. This booklet can give you strength. Partners, power. Robin's eyes flickered, and he stared blankly at the booklet in his hand for a few seconds before looking up at Su Chen. Thank you, but I don't plan to live anymore. Maybe you have unparalleled power, but I don't want to implicate others anymore. I have been on the run for 20 years, but they are still chasing me. Advertisement. I am already too tired of walking this path of life. Perhaps dying here is also a good choice. Stuffing the booklet back into Su Chen's hand, Robin leaned quietly on the stone tablet of the historical text. As the end of her life, she died in front of the historical text she found. It's really ironic. Just at this moment, the walls of the underground cemetery began to shake violently, and huge stones fell rapidly from the top accompanied by smoke and dust. The ground is sinking and the hall is collapsing rapidly. Looking at the stone slabs falling towards her, Robin had no intention of dodging and only wanted to end it all once and for all. You'd better leave immediately. There is nothing about me that interests you. Stop talking so much. Su Chen interrupted Robin directly and smashed the falling stones into pieces with his magic wand. If you are tired, stop and rest. If you don't want to escape, just fight back. If you don't even have the courage to try, you don't deserve happiness and you will never get it. After being hurt and in pain, don't you know how precious life is? So, stay alive. The heart-shaking roar filled Robin's ears. Looking at Su Chen, who was extremely serious in front of her, the scenery in front of her seemed to become a little blurry. Perhaps. This is what Saul said, sooner or later she will meet a partner who is willing to protect her. Can we go out now? Cobra, who had been standing nearby, spoke in a somewhat tactless manner. He was not a fool and could see the strange atmosphere surrounding Robin and Su Chen. But if I don't go out now, I'll never be able to get out. You have to know that he had already activated the mechanism when he brought Robin down, and it was completely beyond his expectation that he could hold on until now. If we really have to wait for a while, let's not talk about being partners, let's all prepare to be buried here together. Su Chen and Robin looked at each other awkwardly, they had both forgotten about it. They were not the only ones in the hall. Hee, it's okay. I can take care of it, Su Chen said as he looked at the rapidly shaking hall. Advertisement. With a gentle wave of the magic wand in his hand, a colorful illusory bubble-like light appeared across the void, slowly condensed at the top of the magic wand, and then quickly spread in the hall. Time backlight, Su Chen muttered to himself, and an illusory light attached to the rapidly falling stones. This strange light had a huge range and quickly spread throughout the hall. The next second, as if time had gone back, the entire king's cemetery stopped shaking instantly, and pieces of stone flew up from the ground and returned to their previous positions. The huge underground palace became as quiet as before, like a secret garden hidden in an unknown corner that no one had ever visited. Robin and Cobra widened their eyes and looked at Su Chen with shocked expressions. This terrifying and magical ability has never been heard of even in the new world where devil fruit is rampant. Let's go. I won't watch you die anyway. Su Chen didn't care about Robin's astonishment and smiled with extra confidence. Even if Robin wanted to commit suicide, he would tie her up on the boat. The most important thing is, who doesn't like a gentle big sister? Okay, I'll go with you. Looking at Su Chen's sunny smile, Robin felt an indescribable impulse in her heart, and of course she did so. Let's take another gamble. Although I don't know what the result will the situation be worse than it is now? Since he had agreed, Robin naturally no longer hesitated and stood up and followed Su Chen. When Cobra saw this, he quickly followed. Not long after, Su Chen walked out of the king's cemetery and saw Luffy lying down. Chopper is healing him. Farther away, Crocodile, covered in blood, was tied up by Tashigi and the Marines who caught up with him. And she saw that the Straw Hat crew didn't take action this time, perhaps because Zoro was lost again and was away. But more than that, she began to doubt justice. One of the Shichibukai, who was on the same side as world government, actually planned an extremely cruel plan to steal the country. Instead, it was the villainous pirates who saved the country. So she just quietly led Marine to watch the fallen Luffy and the people who came, but did not take any action. Barbecue. After Chopper's treatment, Luffy finally woke up. But the first thing he did after waking up was to pounce on Chopper in front of him with red eyes and bared fangs and claws. After the battle with Crocodile, he is now starving. Chapter 110 The End of the War. I'm not a barbecue, I'm a reindeer. Chopper quickly fled towards Su Chen, and he was startled by Luffy's sudden explosion. How could this happen? He saved Luffy out of kindness, but ended up being almost eaten. Su Chen, look at Luffy. Chopper hid behind Su Chen, sticking out half of his head and said aggrievedly. Robin, who was behind, saw this and smiled gently with his hands covering his mouth. These guys, just like the information we collected, are really easy to get along with. Su Chen smiled and rubbed Chopper's head, took out a marshmallow to comfort him, and then with a wave of his hand, stuffed a large piece of barbecue directly into Luffy's mouth. After doing this, he turned his gaze to the other people. You are all here. Have the people in the city been dealt with? Su Chen asked. Judging from their condition, they don't look like they have been through any big battle. Could it be that they all killed their opponents in seconds? Yes, it's completely over. All the agents of Baroque Works have been detained by the Marine who arrived. After the storm in the palace disappeared, Vivi led the guards and cooperated with Usopp to capture the fallen agents everywhere. Only after all the rebellions in the city were completely quelled did they gather together and come here. So she was very sure that the conspiracy that caused the civil unrest in Alabasta had been completely crushed by them. After listening to Vivi's words, Su Chen nodded. It seems that they have really become stronger. He remembered that in the original work, Nami and others were beaten quite badly. Later, at Cobra's invitation, Luffy and his party came to the palace. Everyone lay exhausted in a specially prepared room. During this time, Su Chen found the lost Zoro and told everyone about Robin's story. Luffy was the first to accept Robin's arrival on board. In order to sail to the final island, you must collect the coordinates of 4 historical texts, so Robin is a must. As for the others, after Luffy and Su Chen expressed their opinions, although they were still a little wary, they did not have any major objections. Then everyone fell asleep slowly due to exhaustion. Only Wily's quietly came to Su Chen's room. At this time, Su Chen was sitting on the windowsill, quietly looking at Alabasta shrouded in the night. Advertisement. Creator, I have done what you asked me to do. Wily said quietly, standing not far from Su Chen. Then she took out a large stack of papers and handed it to Su Chen, who was sitting on the windowsill. That's not important. How do you feel now? Su Chen casually took the paper handed over by Wei Lisi and put it aside without even looking at it. I sense that you have replaced your components by yourself. What stage have you reached? Thank you for your concern. I have reached the 3rd stage. Wily's gently stroked her hair, watched Su Chen put the paper down directly, and a particularly gentle smile appeared on her face. Then she continued, Creator, I am ready to leave Alabasta. After hearing what Velis said, Su Chen fell into silence for a long time. After thinking carefully, he nodded. For Velis in the 3rd stage, there are not many people in this sea who can pose a threat to her. As long as she doesn't run into the guns of those top figures, there will generally not be any big problems. Then Su Chen, please take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for you in New World. Velis lifted her skirt like a machine and bowed to Su Chen in an extremely elegant manner. Wait a moment. A shiny volume and several thick books were thrown to Wily's by Su Chen. It's what you've always wanted. It contains information about God's creation. Before you leave for the new world, find a way to deliver the remaining books to those people. Also, say goodbye to everyone before you leave. Even though we don't have much time together, everyone is actually worried about you. Su Chen waved to Wily's and shifted his gaze to Alabasta outside the window. The city is really unusually quiet, and the residents are all waiting for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, King Cobra will publicly announce Crocodile's crimes and the truth about the drought in Alabasta. Even though they already know the result, they are still looking forward to it. Willis's eyes flashed and the smile on her face became even gentler. She nodded slightly, bowed again, then walked out and closed the door. The night outside the window was still quiet, and a slight breeze blew across the windowsill. Su Chen flipped the paper on the windowsill a few times, and some words about the historical text, Pluton, and the Revolutionary Army could be clearly seen on it. Advertisement. Time passes slowly. After a night's rest, Luffy and his companions regained their energy. King Cobra held a grand banquet in the palace to thank Luffy and others for their help. The people who had recovered their energy quickly devoured the rare food in front of them, especially Luffy. When he was satisfied, he swallowed all the food in one gulp. Even Chopper was stuffed into Luffy's mouth. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads when they saw Luffy's performance, and they quickly pulled Chopper out. This incident will probably be a psychological trauma for Chopper for the rest of his life. When they had almost finished eating, the king invited them to experience the bathroom. During the experience, the lustful Sanji suggested to peek at Nami and Vivi bathing, but he was severely beaten by Su Chen before he stopped. Are you ready? After taking a bath, Su Chen brought Vivi to the square outside the palace. Behind them were Luffy and his group and Cobra and his group. Well, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Vivi nodded firmly. Not only she was looking forward to this rain, but the whole Alabasta was also looking forward to it. Amid the expectations of everyone around him, Su Chen raised his right hand. The next moment, a huge magic circle spread out from his hand, covering the entire palace. A strange blue and white text shot up into the sky and instantly merged into the void. Snap! A violent gale appeared from the void, accompanied by thick dark clouds and rapid beatings of pale thunder. The rain gradually grew heavier, and soon the whole of Alabasta was in a downpour. The people on the streets were like crazy, excitedly catching the rain with all kinds of tools. The little children were jumping around innocently and rolling around in the mud. Feeling the cool rain slowly soaking her clothes and listening to the excited roars in the city, Vivi's pupils gradually became blurred and she could not tell whether the water on her face was tears or rain. Then she threw herself into Su Chen's arms and started howling loudly. They had waited too long for this rain. Vivi is so exhausted from all the big and small things she has experienced since the drought 3 years ago. Just this time, let her indulge herself. Chapter 111 Hina. After a week, Alabasta's climate conditioning was completed. Luffy and his crew are ready to set sail again. At the same time, Vivi took out a stack of bounty warrants. Because of the war, the bounty on Luffy and his crew was greatly increased. Luffy's bounty increased from 30 million berries at the beginning to 100 million berries. Zoro's bounty was also increased to 60 million berries. But what is strange is that Su Chen's bounty did not change much this time, as if it was because he did not take any action. As for the incident when Yuyan attacked Smoker, I don't know why it ended in nothing. There is no bounty on Sanji, apparently because no photo of him has been found. Usopp unexpectedly received a bounty of 10 million Baileys, while Chopper, as a pet who had just boarded the ship, had no bounty like Sanji. Nami, on the other hand, was credited with manipulating the celestial phenomena, and the heavy rain in Alabasta was also attributed to her. The bounty poster called her the weather goddess, and the reward increased from 20 million at the beginning to 80 million. Ha ha ha, I have 100 million Baileys now. Luffy held up the bounty in his hand and shouted proudly, let's have a party. I want to eat meat. Zoro, who was standing by, also inadvertently dropped the bounty order next to Sanji and said in an unusually calm tone. 60 million Baileys, not bad. Sanji bit the cigarette tightly, staring at the green-haired guy in front of him, thinking about how to kill him. Chopper on the sidelines looked at the crowd with envy, wondering when he would get a bounty. Vivi looked at everyone's worried expressions and a smile appeared on her face again. Yes, as pirates, how could they be afraid that their bounties were too high? Okay, now that Alabasta's business is taken care of, Vivi, have you packed your things? We are ready to go to sea. Nami walked up to Vivi and touched her with her wrist and asked. Aye. The smile on Vivi's face froze instantly and she was stunned. Along the way, they experienced the legendary Little Garden and Winter Island. Her adventure with Luffy and his crew made her particularly happy and relaxed. She really wanted to continue her adventure with everyone. But no matter whether she is a princess of a country or the future queen of Alabasta, she has too many burdens in her heart. Advertisement. Her country needed her, and Kosa and the others needed her too. She watched as everyone slowly turned their attention to her. The words came to my mouth, but I couldn't say them. Su Chen walked up and patted Vivi on the shoulder, then shook his head at everyone. It's up to you whether to leave or stay. We'll wait for you at the port for 5 minutes. Then the group left in the direction of the Santadora River. Marine had surrounded the entire city when Crocodile was defeated. But this is Alabasta after all. Under the cover of local residents and the king's army, they arrived at the docking location of the Mary smoothly. In the distance, a familiar figure was sitting on their ship Mary, and nearby, there was a ship with the Mr. 2 logo docked. Seeing Luffy and the others return, Mr. 2 Bentham excitedly greeted them. Everyone, you're here. Everyone was stunned. Seeing the expressions of Luffy and the others, Mr. 2 Bentham hurriedly explained. It turned out that after Crocodile was defeated, Baroque Works announced its dissolution, and Mr. 2 Bentham became homeless and prepared to leave by boat. Just at this moment, Marine's search team discovered their ship, and it was during this period that he blocked Marine and protected the Mary. I'm no longer a member of the Baroque Works Club, so let's just be friends. Mr. 2 Bentham smiled and looked at Luffy and the others. Yes, of course. Luffy nodded and excitedly pulled Usopp and Mr. 2 Bentham to dance. Chopper at the side couldn't help but join in, leaving Nami with a dark face and clenched fists, thinking about giving these idiots a few punches. However, at this moment, dozens of black spears suddenly appeared in the air in the distance and stabbed towards the hull of the Mary. Next second, Su Chen reacted quickly and waved his right hand. A huge magic circle appeared instantly and hovered above the Mary. Under the impact of the black spear, the magic circle formed rapidly fluctuating ripples, but it still stood firm to block all the attacking spears. Then, warships swarmed quickly onto the sea. On one of the warships, there stood a woman wearing a marine justice cape, with long light pink hair parted in the middle, wearing sunglasses with purple lenses, a cigarette in her mouth, and wearing a striped dress and shoes. Those black guns that attacked just now should be her masterpiece. Advertisement. Marine Captain, Hina Kurokan. Mr. 2 Bentham screamed when he saw the woman. Not good, it's her. Her black spear formation is an invincible battle formation on the sea. At this time, Hina looked at the moonlight, exhaled a light smoke from her mouth, and said with interest. As expected, the pirates, who were specifically ordered by headquarters not to stop them, actually blocked the black gun formation. Hina is very angry. If you don't want to sink into the sea, just surrender. Hina will not show mercy from now on. Really? Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly, took out his magic wand and waved it from bottom to top. Unfortunately, you missed the chance to arrest us today. Under the guidance of magic, the sea level began to rise rapidly, and the layers of waves directly hit the surrounding warships. Boom. Without any chance to resist, the marine fleet led by Hina was swept away by the waves that were like a natural disaster. After more than 10 seconds, all the warships disappeared in the sea. Smoker, who appeared in the distance, sighed. He had originally planned to encircle and annihilate the Straw Hat crew. After Hina was swept away, he declared bankruptcy. Mr. 2 Bentham, who was standing by, saw Su Chen's actions and a look of horror appeared on his face. It's really scary. Every time I see such a scene, my hands can't help but tremble. Zoro's voice was a little stiff. After experiencing a breakthrough, he, who was always calm, keenly realized the huge gap between him and Su Chen. Hey, let's go and wait for Vivi. Feeling the admiring gazes of his friends around him, Su Chen's mouth corners curled up unconsciously. I kept telling myself to calm down, calm down. As an elegant and mysterious magician, it is normal to be admired, and I must maintain my image. Nami seemed to have sensed something, and smiled as she steered the Mary towards the port agreed upon with Vivi. At this moment in the port, a beautiful figure was waiting quietly. In the distance, a ship with a white bow approached and slowly appeared in Vivi's sight. Looking at the familiar ship, an extremely complex and happy expression appeared on her face. You live, Usopp yelled loudly. Since sailing towards the port, he had been staring at this side with a telescope, so when the blue-haired figure appeared, he immediately spotted Vivi. Next to her, the fast runner, which was known as the spare food, was flapping its wings vigorously. Chapter 112 Vivi's farewell. Everyone, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Vivi's voice was a little choked, and tears flowed down her cheeks and quickly fell to the ground. The crowd, who were originally somewhat surprised, slowly quieted down after hearing Vivi's words. He just quietly looked at Vivi's trembling figure. Since leaving this country, I have come to understand how vast the ocean is, how many adventures there are, and how many magical creatures there are. I met the best companions and boarded the best ship in that free world. Usopp brags from time to time. Nami secretly stays in the cabin to count Baileys, Zoro keeps exercising, Luffy likes to make a mess of things, and although Sanji is a bit lecherous, he is still a reliable person. The most important thing is Su Chen. He always likes to hold the book that no one else can understand, and read it at the helm with a cup of black tea. Although mysterious, he is particularly reassuring. Everyone is so nice. Thank you for taking care of me all the time. I can't go with you. Even though I really want to go with you, I can't. Vivi's voice was particularly trembling after she said this. She asked heartbreakingly, if we can meet again, can you still call me your partner? Goodbye Luffy, goodbye everyone. Sometimes, a silent farewell is more precious than any words. After hearing this, everyone on the Mary remained silent. A green breeze was constantly circling around their raised arms. Vivi, who was running fast on the shore, also raised her arms while crying. The same green breeze appeared, and the magic pattern representing her partner was clearly visible. Let's go. With Luffy's somewhat dull shout, the Mary began to sail towards the next island. At this time, warships that were swept away by the waves slowly appeared, and Smoker and Hina appeared on the leading warship. After seeing the trace of the Mary, Hina shouted angrily. Fire! The huge waves, the deafening roar of cannons and the splashing water formed an exceptionally vivid piece of music. The rapidly approaching shells were swept away by the layers of waves and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Su Chen walked towards the direction of the pursuing warship. Advertisement. Although he knew that Vivi might not get on the boat, he still couldn't suppress his anger. All I can say is that Hina and Smoker have really run into each other this time. Then, under everyone's gaze, Su Chen slowly floated in the air. A blue light emerged from the depths of his eyes. It could be clearly seen that as he waved his magic wand, a huge whale formed by seawater leapt up, and its body, which was nearly a kilometer in size, swallowed all the warships in one gulp. After circling in the sky for a while, it exploded directly. Debris and raindrops mixed together and fell down, and then a pink wave flashed by, and all the falling debris and raindrops turned into colorful and magical petals. Afterwards, Su Chen fell back onto the boat. In everyone's eyes. With petals all over the sky and the rising sun as the backdrop, and above the layers of waves, the Mary quickly disappeared into the waters of Alabasta. Hateful. Hina will never let them go. Hina was held in Smoker's arms and fell from the sky. Her eyes were fixed on the direction where the Mary disappeared. As expected, we are no match for him. Smoker once again watched Su Chen and his group disappear. He looked a little embarrassed with a cigar in his mouth. But I won't give up. Whether I have to gather more people or become stronger myself, I will arrest you, Straw Hat crew. Smoker's eyes became extremely deep and he clenched his fists tightly. However, the slightly raised corners of his mouth revealed that he was not as angry as imagined. After sailing for a while, the atmosphere on the Mary became increasingly solemn. Because of Robin's appearance, everyone except Su Chen, Luffy and Sanji still felt a little awkward. Plus, there's Varys' departure and Vivi's farewell. After leaving the waters of Alabasta, this awkwardness finally broke out. No, how can a guy like this be our partner? Usopp slammed the table hard and pointed at Robin lying on the beach chair and yelled. Yes, this guy is a very dangerous person. Nami leaned on the edge of the boat and looked at Robin warily. Chopper appeared from behind Su Chen and said with great vigilance, this girl is good at assassination, we must not let our guard down against her. Advertisement. When in Alabasta, Su Chen told Robin's entire life story. He was wanted at the age of 8, with a bounty of 80 million berry. Even so, he still lived a good life for nearly 20 years. What a terrifying person he is. Betrayal and being betrayed filled her life, and underground intelligence and assassination were her creed. There are so many things and rumors like this. Although Su Chen and Luffy recognized her, it was almost impossible to get others to recognize Robin in a short period of time. Yes, I was wanted by the world government when I was 8 years old. In the following 20 years, I dealt with quite a few underground organized crime groups. Robin closed the book with strange patterns on it and said with some memories, but it's understandable for a child to do these things to protect himself when he goes out to sea. Besides, you did something really excessive to me at that time, so you must be responsible. Now I am homeless. After saying that, Robin looked at Su Chen with an aggrieved expression. What the hell did you do to this lady? Sanji's face was full of anger, and he looked at Su Chen with an extremely angry look. Something like that. I never thought that you, Su Chen, would be that kind of person. Tisk, boring woman, you will only slow down my sword-drawing speed. Usopp, Nami, and Zoro immediately thought about it according to their own ideas, and then looked at Su Chen with disgust. Yes, Su Chen, what did you do to her? Chopper shook Su Chen's calf and asked innocently. Looking at the disgusted eyes of the crowd and Robin's slightly raised mouth corners, Su Chen's heart moved. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Yes, it's just what you think, I did it to her. What? Sanji fell to his knees, as if he had lost something most important. The eyes of the others almost popped out of their heads, and their gazes moved back and forth between Su Chen and Robin. There was no need to explain this, and everyone else naturally accepted Robin's appearance. Only Robin himself, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Chapter 113 The Dark Robin. Then, Robin rolled his eyes and said pitifully. I don't want to, but I'm already his. What? Damn Su Chen, he actually forced me. Sanji on the side gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and kicked directly. Die, you scum who insults women. Bang, clang. Sanji, who was dazed by the blow, fell directly on the deck. I have to say that when it comes to the degree of being treacherous, Robin is still one step ahead. With just a few words, he provoked the anger of some people around him. Look at Sanji, he rushed forward even though he knew he couldn't win. The people around him obviously trust Robin more. If he continues to talk like this, he will probably become some kind of villain who forces girls. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, looked at them and explained. Okay, I just saved her in the mausoleum and invited her on board. She is now joining us as an archaeologist. In the end, the first contest between Su Chen and Robin ended with Robin's victory. After Su Chen's explanation, everyone finally reluctantly accepted this statement. After understanding the truth, Sanji took the initiative to show his courtesy to Robin. Chopper, Luffy, and Usopp were also amused by Robin's use of the flower fruit and were immersed in the tenderness of their older sister like little children. Nami was a little wary at first, but after Robin took out a large bag of gems with various lusters, she fell into it too. Holding the gem with shining eyes, she cordially swore brotherhood to Robin and called her big sister. I have to say that the intelligence guys are really good, and by trying to please them in various ways, Robin integrated very harmoniously into the atmosphere of the merry. At this point, the Straw Hat crew has one more member who holds a book all day long. Everyone gradually accepted Robin's appearance. After a period of sailing, Nami was a little bored and moved closer to her new big sister Robin, and asked curiously. Robin, it seems that what you are holding is Su Chen's magic book, can you understand it? Oh, yes, he gave me the books to translate. As he spoke, Robin pointed to the pile of books next to him. This is the pile, but I don't know why, but I can never finish reading this little book. Wait, aren't you going to get dizzy? Nami's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. Advertisement. Will you feel dizzy? Robin tilted her head, how could she feel dizzy reading such an interesting booklet, so she was very confused. Hey, Robin-chan, can we discuss something? Nami rubbed her hands and looked at Robin in front of her with sparkling eyes. But before she could finish her next words, Su Chen stopped her and rejected her seriously. No, at least not yet. Humph, you stingy guy. Nami was startled by Su Chen's sudden voice and threw a book at him. Then, she punched Sanji who was holding the juice in a huff and ran into the cabin angrily. Su Chen caught the book thrown by Nami, shook his head, ignored the confused Sanji, and walked straight to Robin and put it down. It's not that I don't want to give it to Nami, the point is what's the use of having too much gold? When he first learned the magic of matter conversion, he excitedly found a secluded island to practice. Maybe it was because he was too poor in his previous life, so he turned the island into a golden island. As a result, he not only did not feel satisfied, but also felt an indescribable emptiness. It seems like I own the whole world, and yet it seems like I own nothing. He spent the whole day guarding the golden island. He stopped practicing magic and reading books. He was like a madman. If a group of pirates had not unexpectedly arrived on the island, he would probably still be staying there. The pirates were so excited when they first arrived on the island. A golden island of more than 10 kilometers, anyone would be confused when seeing it. What followed was unimaginable betrayal and fighting, conspiracy, and seduction. They used every possible means to kill others and monopolize the gold. The darkness of human nature was fully revealed at that moment. Logically speaking, even if they divided the island equally, they would still not be able to use it up in many lifetimes. But people are always greedy and want to get more, and in the end only one person was left in the pirates group. That person also replaced Su Chen and became the guardian of the Golden Island. Slowly collecting his thoughts, Su Chen looked at Robin. Well, now you should be able to understand the basic magic patterns easily. Robin nodded and opened his palm slightly. Yeah, but apart from the basic physical enhancement types, I can't understand the others at all. Layer upon layer of power magic patterns appeared on her hands, and an astonishing force was brewing beneath her skin. Hiss, the one that was engraved on you has actually been completely integrated. Su Chen took the booklet from Robin's hand, folded it a few times and put it back in Robin's hand. But it's normal, just like Nami's style, everyone's talents are different. Perhaps you have a special talent for physical type magic patterns. He held out his hand to Robin. Advertisement, hit it hard. Let me feel your current strength. Bang. The sea surface within a radius of 50 meters sank more than 10 meters as the Mary sank, and then bounced up quickly. What's wrong? Nami asked, covering her head and running out of the cabin. Because of the huge vibration of the ship, she crashed directly into the cabin and got a big bump on her head. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other and looked around in horror. They were fishing just now and were almost thrown out by the sudden vibration. Where are the enemies? Zoro drew his sword instantly and looked around vigilantly. Since leaving Alabasta, they have been hunted by Marines from time to time. These attacks at all times of day and night almost caused him to suffer a nervous breakdown. So he could only stay on the deck and catch up on his sleep in his free time. When he heard Usopp's terrified cry, he stood up subconsciously. And Luffy is now looking around excitedly, expecting a powerful opponent to come. Ahem, it's okay, everyone just continue doing your own things. Su Chen put his trembling hands behind his back and said with an awkward smile. The force of this punch was so great that he felt his hand going numb, as if it had been stepped on by countless elephants, and felt some pain. That's right, he is just a magician with a weak physique. It will definitely hurt if he is hit like this. Although Su Chen explained immediately, everyone obviously didn't let him go so easily and slowly surrounded him. As for Robin, the moment the others ran out, he stood around with an innocent look on his face. She learned to glare at Su Chen like everyone else, as if she hadn't done it. In the end, Su Chen made a few fun gadgets for Luffy, Chopper and Usopp respectively. Provided Sanji with a lot of special ingredients. After giving Zoro a bottle of premium wine and being blackmailed by Nami for a large sum of money, they reluctantly let Su Chen go and separated with satisfied expressions on their faces. After dealing with Luffy and the others, Su Chen turned his attention to Robin. What responded to him was Robin's wicked smile and a beautiful back. That's right, Robin gave Su Chen a sinister smile and walked straight into the cabin. There is no point in explaining it. It was obvious that she did it on purpose, since Su Chen had tried to trick her before. In the second round, Robin won again. Chapter 114. The ship falling from the sky. However, Robin didn't see that Su Chen behind him didn't care at all that Robin deliberately tricked him. Instead, a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. He only felt happy about Robin's dark behavior, which was proof that she had opened her heart to everyone. It would be really boring if I kept being in that life and death state. After that, the Mary passed several islands. Among them, Luffy hooked up a strange postman, who took out a lot of goods that Luffy and his crew were interested in. However, after discovering the identities of Luffy and others, they were so scared that they left in a hurry without even taking the goods with them. Nami exclaimed that she had gotten a great deal, and she also got the paper she wanted to use to draw the nautical chart for free. Later, they encountered an island rich in fireworks. Usopp obtained a unique gunpowder formula. With the special slingshot and ammunition made by Su Chen, the power of the fireworks became even more powerful. However, if he cannot overcome his fear, no matter how powerful the object is, it will be useless in his hands. Sanji met a child in a fog who had the same dream as him. With the encouragement of people around him, he helped the child make a delicious curry. Even after passing through a thick fog, they met a strange old man. Although he was very old and even had a terminal illness. But he still led a large group of goats to build pirate ships, hoping to realize his dream of going out to sea as a pirate. Chopper also asserted that he would not survive more than 3 days, so out of everyone's sympathy, they helped him drive away the marine who was targeting him, successfully helping him realize his dream of going to sea. They also encountered the legendary seven-colored fog, where space and time were extremely distorted. In addition to various shipwrecks, there were also large amounts of treasure. Su Chen picked out some rare things and took them away. But Nami was greedy and took a lot of treasures. The day after, Luffy and others were on the deck of the Mary, discussing the mystery of the ship graveyard. Rain. Zoro looked up while exercising. Countless wood chips and debris fell from the sky like a heavy rain. No, something seems to have fallen. Puzzled, the others looked up and immediately froze in shock. All I saw was the wreckage of a huge ship falling from the sky, with its rotten mast and sails all broken, as if it had been sailing for hundreds of years. What is that? Boat. Advertisement. The boat fell from the sky. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. But then, the huge waves formed around caused the Mary to shake violently, and they held onto the hull of the Mary tightly, not daring to let go. Su Chen raised one hand high and held Chopper, who was a little unstable, with the other hand. A transparent light shield flew out from his hand and opened above the Mary, blocking the continuously falling wood chips and debris. After a while, the surrounding sea surface slowly returned to calm. Why did the ship fall from the sky? That's really strange. Isn't there nothing in the sky? Luffy covered his straw hat with one hand and looked up at the sky. Sanji and Zoro beside him also looked confused. Really? What on earth is going on with Grand Line? The ship graveyard in rainbow mist was scary enough, but this time the ship. Usopp was shaking with fear, and before he could finish his trembling words, he was interrupted by Nami's voice. The record pointer is broken. It's pointing at something and won't move. No, it was the island with stronger magnetic force that rewrote the new record. Robin stood nearby and said seriously, the needle pointing upwards can only mean that the record was taken away by Sky Island. Sky Island. Luffy yelled in excitement, as the island floating in the air. This name sounds full of adventure, how could Luffy not be curious? To be exact, the sea is floating in the air. The area above 7,000 meters is called the White Sea, and the area above 10,000 meters is called the White Sea. Sky Island is right above it. Su Chen stood beside Robin and helped her continue, you forgot that some of the ingredients I gave Sanji were products of Sky Island. In other words, Su Chen, you have been up there. When Luffy and Usopp heard Su Chen's words, they came over with shining eyes. Su Chen nodded, confirming their question. Okay, turn the rudder upwards and we're heading to Sky Island. Luffy shouted excitedly. I say, even if Su Chen has been there, the ship can't turn the rudder upwards, right, Luffy? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked helpless. Advertisement. However, he is also very interested in places that produce high-end ingredients. Robin's mind moved, and he immediately said, that is to say, Su Chen has a way to go to Sky Island. She also wanted to learn about the legendary Sky Island and see if there was any news about the historical text. Except for Luffy, everyone looked at Su Chen excitedly. They are about to land on the legendary Sky Island, what an exciting thing it is. Su Chen nodded and said, yes, I can now. No. The whole world, we can go wherever we want, that's what a ship is all about. Luffy interrupted Su Chen directly, looked at Nami and said, Nami, as a navigator, you will take us up, right? Su Chen spread his hands helplessly, indicating that he was powerless. Luffy knew he could teleport before in East Blue, but he rejected him and chose to sail slowly. In his words, are pirates who don't sail on the sea still pirates? With such a willful captain, not only will you encounter all kinds of strange adventures, but you will also have more troubles. That fallen ship may hold clues to Sky Island. Nami was silent for a moment and pointed to the sinking ship. If you want to go to Sky Island, go find it now. All go. Luffy yelled and ran towards the wreckage of the ship, Usopp following suit. However, before they could stand firm, the wreckage of the ship sank directly. Usopp had to pick up the drowning Luffy and return to the Mary. During this period, Robin obtained some information by analyzing the corpse and determined that the ship was quite old. After discussion, after some thought, Nami decided to ask everyone to go into the sea to salvage the fish. For this purpose, Usopp even made several special diving barrel suits. I don't know how this thing can go into the sea. It's like metaphysics. It's impossible that the sea here has no pressure at all. Shaking his head, Su Chen hurriedly stopped him and said helplessly. Okay, even though Luffy won't let me take you up directly, I can still provide the information. Then he made a move, and a scrapped wind spray shell and a map appeared in his hand. This is the only useful thing left in the wreckage of the ship. The rest were just useless debris and some treasures of little value. As an elegant magician, how could he possibly look down upon such insignificant treasures? Nami looked at what Su Chen was holding and asked curiously, what is this? Chapter 115. Legend of Sky Island. Wind spray shell. This is a shellfish that is a specialty of Sky Island. It is a very good thing. Su Chen took out some shells that he had collected curiously on Sky Island and handed them to Luffy and the others for inspection. The people living on it use special clouds and shells as basic living materials. This kind of shell has long been extinct. Wow, this shell glows. Chopper was holding a lamp shell, his eyes sparkling with starlight. Ha ha ha, look at this. Usopp idiot. Luffy held a sound shell and then pressed the top of the shell. The next second, the same sound came from the shell. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Chopper just twisted and turned over and started playing with Luffy and Usopp. This map is the map of Sky Island. Then Su Chen handed the map to Nami and pointed to the ships that were slowly appearing in the distance. For specific information, we have to go to the island where those guys are staying to find them. That's right, if Su Chen wants to rely on the ocean current to reach Sky Island, he can't be completely sure of the exact time of the eruption. He was just a weak magician. Although he could sense the specific location, he couldn't do such a time-consuming and laborious task. Moreover, he wanted to see Blackbeard, the instigator of the Summit War and known as the purest pirates. If there was a chance, Su Chen would want to find an opportunity to crush him to death. Not long after, a huge ship appeared in the direction Su Chen pointed and slowly approached. There looked to be a giant monkey at the bow, with some strange figures beating the rhythm vigorously, and at the bow, a monkey more than 3 meters tall was standing there. He whistled to match the rhythm of people behind him. What is that, a monkey? Luffy looked at the appearing ship with a giggle and pointed at the Ape King excitedly. Director, there's a boat. On the other ship, the other side also discovered Luffy and others. The Ape King looked at Luffy and the others, then greeted them warmly and introduced his business. Did your ship sink? I can help you salvage it. He just heard them praising him as a monkey, which was really a good idea. After the explanation, everyone understood that they were the pirates group responsible for salvaging. Well, can you show us your salvaging skills? Nami blinked and said playfully. Advertisement. Just because Su Chen looks down on those treasures of low value doesn't mean Nami doesn't look down on them either. As long as she salvages it, she will have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. You think salvaging is a rare thing, right? No problem. I'll show you. The Ape King answered Nami and shouted to his men around him, prepare for salvage. After a while, the salvage crew of the Ape Pirates discovered the following situation. The wreckage of a huge ship is lying quietly on the seabed. Judging from the traces, although it is a bit old, it has obviously just sunk and has a very high salvage value. A huge shipwreck. Ha ha ha, I'm lucky. Looks like I need to show off some of my real skills. After hearing the report from his men, the Ape King was so excited that he called everyone back. The pair of giant monkeys holding symbols on the bow were lowered down. They were not ordinary monkeys, but the propulsion machines connecting the boat. Their boat itself was used for salvaging, and after securing the ship, the ape Akoku took the connected pipe and blew air downwards. As a large amount of air entered, the huge buoyancy caused the bubbles on the sea surface to surge, and the huge ship began to slowly float up. But at this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly emerged in the sea. The black shadow was so huge that it swallowed the half-salvaged ship and then floated to the surface of the sea. Everyone could then see clearly that it was a giant turtle. What is this? I didn't see anything. This must be a dream. Usopp said, sitting cross-legged on the deck with his eyes closed. The cute Chopper believed it immediately and said naively, really? It was a dream. Chopper finished speaking. The originally bright sky suddenly changed, and the surroundings went from day to night. On the dark sea, Luffy and the others just stared at each other in amazement. Usopp was even more certain that he was now dreaming. What Sky Island? What ocean floating in the sky? And what shells? They are all fake. He must not be awake yet. Ah, what the hell is that? Nami yelled in horror, and everyone quickly looked in the direction of her gaze. Several extremely huge black shadows that reached the sky appeared there. Looking like gods, they made attacking movements, and the weapons in their hands were like giant pillars, smashing down directly below. Is that God? Usopp's eyes widened and he trembled in fear. Advertisement. Everyone else was so frightened that they were speechless, and all the creatures in the nearby sea were fleeing at a rapid speed. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had thought of something and was about to speak. But the others were in no mood to wait for him to speak, and directly controlled the Mary to head out of this sea area. After a crazy escape, everyone finally left that sea area. As the sky gradually brightened, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen lay on the second-floor fence, looking at the people below with interest. He originally wanted to say, since he has run away, just let it go. Impossible. It can't possibly be that big. Sanji lit a cigarette and said solemnly, Grand Line is a really weird place. Unbelievable things happen one after another. First, a huge sailboat fell from the sky, Zoro muttered. Nami stared at the record pointer on her hand, then looked up at the sky and said, then the record pointer turned to Sky Island in the sky. And then there were strange monkeys showing up and trying to salvage the sunken ship. Usopp's voice was particularly awkward. Cute Chopper looked around and added, but we encountered a giant turtle that could swallow both the boat and the person. Night is coming. Robin put her hands on her face and sighed. Even she was startled. Finally, a monster dozens of times bigger than the giants appeared. Luffy, who was usually fearless, concluded with horror this time. Ah ha ha, I'm going to eat you. A huge figure appeared on the second deck of the Mary, with a bloody mouth and bloodshot eyes staring at the people below. Ah, Luffy and the others were so frightened that they let out particularly miserable howls and instantly rushed to the other side of the Mary. Especially Usopp and Chopper, their legs went weak and they fell to the ground. If the others hadn't subconsciously pulled them away, they would have probably fainted from fright. But even so, their eyes were tearful and they looked like they were about to cry. Ha 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 ha, you guys are so funny. The huge monster turned back into Su Chen's appearance, and he saw everyone's confused expressions. He held his stomach and laughed wildly. Ah. Su Chen. Chapter 116 Sniper out of sight. That's it, it's just an optical reflection. After a long time, Su Chen was surrounded by Luffy and others, and he began to explain with a helpless look on his face. He looked particularly disheveled now, with the cowboy hat on his head crumpled and lying beside him. Not only was his hair a mess like a chicken coop, there were also a few small teeth marks on his face, and a very obvious hoof mark appeared on his left cheek. The sleeve of his originally handsome clothes was torn off, and there was a small dark circle under his eyes. He was careless and didn't dodge. These guys came prepared and have no moral principles. Robin actually stretched out a fist from behind and hit him hard. Coupled with Nami's increasingly proficient control over the wind attribute, and everyone becoming stronger through training, Su Chen allowed them to output at their full strength for 5 seconds. Although he quickly implemented counter-suppression, it still could not change the fact that he had a black eye. Hiss, so, those shadows just now were people from Sky Island. Usopp said with a twitching grin. He had just been hit in the face by Su Chen's punch and was still in pain. Yoshi, now that it's confirmed, turn at full speed and head to Gaia Island to look for clues. Although Luffy had a bruised face, he still stood up with full energy and shouted loudly. Luffy, do you know which direction Gaia Island is in? Su Chen asked mischievously. Nami, which way? Nami glanced at the pointer Robin had just given her and said helplessly. Starboard rudder. Chopper, come help. Good. Yoshi, head towards Gaia at full speed. Hi, everyone responded weakly. The Mary then turned and headed quickly towards Gaia Island. Haven't you seen it yet? Usopp, Luffy asked weakly while lying on the sheep's head on the bow. I still can't see it. Usopp held a telescope and looked around carefully. It shouldn't be that far. The island called Gaia. Zoro also looked listless. The wine on the boat was finished and he wanted to go downstairs to find some wine to drink. Well, the climate has remained stable just now. We have entered the island's climate sea area. Nami felt the surrounding climate and said affirmatively. Then Gaia must be Harujima. Advertisement. Chopper squinted his eyes, the soft breeze ruffling his fur gently. It's so warm and comfortable. He nodded his little head, and said sleepily. Spring is such a wonderful season, and the seagulls above look very happy. Next second, several seagulls above fell directly down, and it was obvious that they had traces of being sniped. Look, it's a bullet, clearly shot from the front of the ship. How is that possible? There are too many factors involved in sniping out of sight. Although Usopp said this, he still reached into his waist bag and took out a telescope specially made by Su Chen. Kindness. Everyone, I seem to see. Bang. A bullet whizzed past Usopp's head. He fell directly from the observation deck, the emotions in his heart like raging waves. He just took a look and the guy actually opened fire. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been completely gone like those seagulls. Usopp swallowed in fear when he thought of this, and his body curled up and trembled. Usopp, are you alright? Everyone rushed over. After Chopper checked it up and down, he shook his head and said. No problem, I just fell down. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Su Chen directly picked up Usopp's slingshot and took out a glowing bullet from his waist bag. Then he focused his eyes, squinted slightly and pulled the elastic rope straight. Whoosh! The Mary retreated several meters in an instant, and the bullet passed through the void silently like a meteor, leaving a long trajectory. A gust of wind swirled around the projectile, constantly accelerating. On the other side, Van Oka fell off the roof. The bullet just now passed through the middle of the strange hat on his head. He didn't have time to react at all. He only felt a flash of light and then he was shot. The man just now didn't intend to kill him. Advertisement. Otherwise, the bullet that was like a meteor would not be as simple as passing through the hat. Van Oka lay on the ground without moving for a long time, as if doubting whether he was still alive. After a long time, a huge feeling of humiliation surged into his heart. After looking hatefully in the direction of the Mary, he stood up and disappeared into the street. Bang! Throwing the slingshot in front of Usopp, Su Chen walked aside in silence. He missed on purpose. He didn't know how to solve Usopp's psychological problems. I can help him once, but I can't help him for the rest of his life. I didn't hit that guy just now. Taking a cigarette out of Sanji's pocket, Su Chen lit it irritably. Usopp, if you want revenge, pick up the slingshot in front of you. What I give you is no worse than what others give you. It must be very uncomfortable for a sniper to be humiliated like this. Everyone looked at Su Chen's actions, seemed to understand what was going on, and all looked at Usopp who was curled up in a ball in silence. How could I be inferior to others? Usopp held on to his shaking body and grabbed the slingshot in front of him. Then he stood up with all his strength, put his hands on his waist and shouted loudly. I am the bravest sea warrior. How could I be afraid? Although his legs still trembled uncontrollably and there were tears in his eyes, it seemed that something had begun to change. Wow, Usopp, you're so handsome. Although he didn't know what was going on, Luffy was still very supportive and kept clapping his hands excitedly. Yeah, Usopp is so handsome now. Chopper nodded in agreement. In his opinion, it is impossible for ordinary people to be able to stand up after being frightened. It seems that this island will bring some unexpected gains. Zoro touched the long sword on his waist with interest, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. If you attack your partner, have you thought about how you will die? Not long after, the island that looked particularly leisurely appeared in front of everyone. Dock the Mary in a secluded harbor. Luffy and Zoro jumped off the boat directly. In addition to wanting to deal with the people who attacked Usopp, Zoro wanted to find some wine to drink and Luffy wanted to find something to eat. As for the intelligence, they had long forgotten it. Su Chen thought about it and followed. He remembered that he could meet Teach in the pub, right? Nami followed soon after. She felt that these three people would not collect intelligence well and might even cause some big trouble. It would be better for her to do it herself. Chapter 117 Shinigami Poison Q. Do you understand? Before you get the news about Sky Island, you must not take the initiative to cause trouble. Nami kept chattering and giving instructions beside her. After confirming the authenticity of Sky Island from Su Chen, Nami was quite excited. How could she give up such a challenge? With the ability to control celestial phenomena, she can be said to be the best navigator in the world. As long as she has the direction, she can take the boat to anywhere. Hi, Luffy replied somewhat discouraged. In such an exciting town, it's really hard not to be able to fight. It would be nice to meet the guy who sneaks up on Usopp, then there would be a reason to fight. Nami simply grabbed Luffy's cheek and pulled it hard. Swear to me that you won't fight or cause any trouble. Hey, I swear I won't fight or cause any trouble in this town. Luffy replied helplessly. Yoshi, you guys keep your word. Nami crossed her arms over her chest and stared closely at Luffy, Zoro and Su Chen. Su Chen and the other two said in a half-hearted tone, hi. What a feeble answer. Nami glared at them fiercely and added, if you cause trouble, we won't be able to get any useful intelligence. If that happens, it will be difficult for us to go to Sky Island. As soon as the words fell, the noisy sounds on the street suddenly disappeared. Everyone stopped and looked at Nami and others in the middle with serious eyes. A few seconds later, everyone held their stomachs and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, what did they say? Head to Sky Island. Yeah, a kid, he actually thought Sky Island was real. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Hey, little brats, go home to your mom, the Grand Line is not a place you can come to. Ha 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 ha, no, spare me, I have to go buy some wine. What I heard today is worth a drink. Laughter came from all directions, and Nami's face turned red in an instant. She looked angrily at those who were laughing at them. She subconsciously touched her waist and saw a folded wooden stick flashing. These guys actually dared to laugh at her. But the next second, Su Chen put his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. These guys are not the same kind of people as them. Advertisement. There is no need to be angry. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Luffy and his companions walked around nonchalantly again. A seriously ill and dying guy fell in front of Luffy and his friends. He was wearing a black plush coat and looked particularly weak with cold sweat on his forehead. Even so, he still carried a long bag on his back. I can't see clearly what's inside. Very good. The guy looked at Luffy and the others with a surprised expression. Excuse me, can you help me up? Zoro grumbled speechlessly before he and Luffy threw him back onto the horse. Then his horse also fell to the ground. Luffy and Zoro helped his horse up again, full of complaints. I'm so sorry for asking you for help again and again. The man lying on the horse put down his hand, held up a basket of good-looking apples and said, "It's just a small gift, not a token of respect. Try one." Luffy wasn't polite at all and just took an apple and stuffed it into his mouth. During this process, Su Chen also stepped forward, grabbed an apple, stuffed it directly into the man's mouth, and then kicked him away. A huge explosion sounded in the distance. Not long after, several people heard the news that someone exploded after eating some apples. "Do you know you almost died just now?" Nami was startled and punched Luffy hard a few times, angrily telling him, "Stop eating random food." "Hey, but this is a common thing." Crack. Luffy replied nonchalantly, eating the rest of the apple in 2 or 3 bites. "I have to say, Luffy really has a big heart and is really lucky." Among so many apples that could explode, he picked up the one that wouldn't explode with extreme accuracy. And the other side. The man who was kicked away by Su Chen fell to the ground in a mess. His body was covered with traces of the explosion, especially his teeth, of which only 1 or 2 were left. If it weren't for his tenacious life, he would probably have died. Not long after, a man wearing a hat with a hole in it and an eye patch on his right eye came over. "It seems that fate favors you, Poison Q. Ahem. Interesting, you've also suffered a loss, Van Oka. It's mutual. We saved a life." After saying this, Van Oka picked up Q and walked towards the corner of the street. Advertisement. He won't die anyway, so just move him to another place and let him heal himself. Q's medical skills are quite good. ... Hey, can we really find useful information in this town? Nami spread her hands in great distress. They had already walked around for quite a while, and apart from looting and chaos everywhere, no one looked like a normal person. It's like a town made up of pirates, which is outrageous. How's it there? Zoro found a quieter holiday villa. It seems not so noisy anymore. Luffy nodded and twitched his nose to sniff a few times, and it smells like delicious food. It's better to say that this place is so beautiful. Nami hurriedly ran forward a few steps and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that there would be such a quiet place in such a chaotic town. Guest. If you come in casually like this, it will be difficult for us to deal with you." A young servant in obvious clothes ran out and said anxiously, "This tropical hotel has been reserved by Mr. Bellamy, so other guests are not allowed to come in." "What? You can't even come in and take a look?" Luffy curled his lips and said unhappily, "Let's go. Since others have paid, let's go to another place to ask." Su Chen walked straight out of the house. He remembered that there seemed to be a fool here who used money to humiliate Luffy. He didn't want to be treated like this. It was really too embarrassing. But before I could walk out, a man and a woman came in. "Tisk, where did this ignorant dirty boy come from? Do you know how much we paid to rent this place? How did we let these guys in?" After the man and woman walked in from the door, they spoke to themselves in a nonchalant manner. "I said, get out of here, you little b****************. Luffy turned to Nami and asked, "Can I beat this guy up?" "No." Nami, who was trying to find clues in her mind, refused instantly. "No matter what, we have to wait until she finds the clues. Now is not the time to cause trouble. You want to knock me away?" Sakis curled his lips and said sarcastically, "This kid is quite interesting, but you look really shabby. Take it and use it to buy some clothes you like." "Sakis, what a waste." "That's right. It's better to throw it into the stinking ditch." The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Su Chen stood quietly behind Sakis and the other man, and said in an extremely terrifying tone, "Pick it up." Chapter 118 Marshal D. Teach. "Didn't you hear?" Su Chen's mouth curled up into a smile, and he added without a trace of emotion, "Pick up the things on the ground." This horrifying sound was like a biting cold wind blowing through Sakis's body, causing him to shiver subconsciously. His expression froze for a moment with an extremely ugly look. "Assholes. Why? Get out of here right now." The woman next to Sakis obviously didn't feel anything was wrong, instead she yelled hysterically, "Tisk, damn kid, what would happen if I didn't pick you up?" Sakis on the side seemed to want to show off in front of the woman, or maybe he was used to being arrogant, so he also retorted. Su Chen glanced at Sakis and the woman, shook his head, and walked out. Next second, the area below Sakis and the woman's heads turned directly into gold. "You like to humiliate people with money, right? Then he should try hitting people with gold." This was the first time he had been humiliated with money since he learned the magic of matter transformation. Who was he looking down on? "What's this?" Sakis and the other man showed expressions of extreme horror. "Nani." On the contrary, Nami's eyes almost popped out of his head. Her eyes sparkled with gold in excitement, and she looked at Sakis and the other man with extreme greed. "Let's go. You'll have the chance to do this kind of thing in the future." Su Chen ruffled Nami's hair and ran outside. "Stop. Explain to me clearly, why didn't you teach me this magic before?" Nami roared. After being interrupted by Su Chen, she stopped staring at the gold and instead chased after it in a somewhat annoyed manner. Luffy behind him also cheered and followed. Su Chen's actions just now also made his eyes light up. Following closely behind was Zoro, who caught up with Luffy and the others after making sure they were no threat. Humph, I'm really d off. Nami was sulking and drank a glass of juice fiercely, then glared at Su Chen. Even if he caught up with Su Chen, he would refuse to tell anyone. I just told her that it was not the right time and that she didn't have enough control. It's just too much. Is she the kind of person who is obsessed with money? Advertisement. What a disaster, but our Magic Valley town can be said to be made up of those pirates who spend money like water. The tavern owner didn't seem to notice why Nami was angry, and just comforted her on his own. It seems that you are still angry. I'll treat you to a drink. The pub owner was very considerate and filled Nami's glass with a drink. It's common for those guys to fight, but if you take everything seriously, you won't be able to do business in this town, so the best way is not to provoke them. Please. As the tavern owner spoke, he placed 3 sakura peach pies in front of Luffy, Su Chen, and a tall figure. This place is really terrible, even the people are the same. Nami glared at Su Chen fiercely again and drank the drink in one gulp. The fact that you can think this way proves that you are a normal person, but unfortunately, normal people are a rare species in this town. If you stay here for 4 days, you can store the records. The tavern owner wiped his wine glass and kindly reminded, try not to cause trouble, and you can just leave when the time comes. 4 days. Only 4 days. Nami put down the cup and glanced at the record pointer on her hand. If you want to go to Sky Island, you can't wait for the record to be completed. What? Are you telling the truth? A figure in the tavern said something to another in shock, disrupting Nami's thoughts. Then they ran outside immediately. Nami simply heard a few words, something like hotel, gold and so on. She understood that what Su Chen had just done had spread, and probably all the pirates in the town were running to the tropical hotel. At this moment, Luffy and the tall black-haired man ate a sakura peach pie at the same time. Su Chen on the side also had a simple taste. He didn't think it was bad, but he didn't think it was very delicious either. He could only say it was just average. Then Luffy and the man said at the same time, this sakura peach pie is so unpalatable, too delicious. A wonderful atmosphere surrounded the two of them. Afterwards, they both picked up their drinks and drank them all, saying, this drink tastes really good, bad. Teach stared at Luffy intently. UB****************, D, is there something wrong with your tongue? I think there's something wrong with your brain. Luffy glared back. Su Chen finished the sakura peach pie in front of him, took a sip of the drink and said, I think it's just average, not bad, but not delicious either. Why don't you just have a fight? Whoever wins is right. Su Chen suggested mischievously with a smile on his face, and seemed to be looking forward to Luffy and the others starting a fight. Su Chen, can you please talk less? Nami pulled Su Chen and told him not to add fuel to the fire. Advertisement. It's up to you. I'm not a chef anyway. I don't care what you say. The tavern owner didn't look back and continued to wipe the wine glass. After being interrupted by him, the atmosphere between Luffy and Teach suddenly relaxed, and both sides seemed to have lost the desire to fight. But Luffy immediately shouted to his boss. Hey, uncle, I want 50 portions of meat to be packed. Boss, I want 51 sakura peach pies to go. Then I want 52 servings of meat. Excuse me, I want 53 pies. No, 54 servings of meat. Send 55 copies. Quote. Are you tired of living? Luffy and Teach shouted at the same time. The atmosphere between them became tense again. Both of them looked ferocious and were thinking about how to kill the other. Su Chen was standing by, watching the two of them behaving like children, with an especially interesting smile on his face. No matter how you look at it, Luffy's biggest threat in the future will be this purest pirates. He has been lurking for more than 20 years and is even able to attack his friends. His tenacity, cruelty and greed are self-evident. He has repeatedly concealed his ambitions, while at the same time highlighting his insidiousness. There is a reason why these people are called the purest pirates. I really want to crush him to death. Why do you have to fight over something like this? Zoro complained speechlessly beside him. Seeing Luffy's actions, Nami quickly added, Luffy, you promised me. When Teach heard what Nami and Zoro said, the corners of his mouth opened wide, revealing an evil smile. Are you a pirate? BWGB. B. Ah, how much is the reward? My bounty is 100 million. Are you interested? Su Chen interrupted Luffy and said something to Teach indifferently. Enough is enough. I don't want my store to become a battlefield. The owner of the tavern spoke up and stopped the fight. Take this and leave quickly. Sakura peach pie 50. Teach was stunned for a moment, picked up his packed things, and walked out of the pub. Chapter 119. Arrogant Bellamy. A figure passed by Teach and rushed directly into the tavern. Then, a loud and arrogant roar came from inside. That pirate's wearing a straw hat, get out of here. Teach looked back, then walked aside and sat down quietly. He felt like he had seen those guys somewhere before, and this feeling made him unable to help but stay and see what would happen next. Inside the pub at this time, Bellamy. The people who had not left yet recognized the identity of the person who came and ran out in fear. Straw Hat Luffy. Bellamy grinned and walked towards Luffy with a cruel smile. His eyes were full of murderous intent and he asked dully, you did what happened to Saki's, didn't you? Ah, Luffy tilted his head in confusion, what's going on? Su Chen pressed down the hat on his head, pointed at Luffy and said, looking for you, Luffy. In fact, When he read the original work, he didn't understand why Luffy didn't resist. Even if I get beaten, will others believe in the existence of Sky Island? Obviously this is impossible. To change a person's cognition, it is impossible without going through some things. Give me a glass of the most expensive wine, and give that kid a glass of his favorite wine. Bellamy pointed at Luffy condescendingly and arrogantly, and sat down next to him while speaking. Not long after he sat down, a large group of pirates came in carrying two figures shining with golden light, filling the entire tavern. Because Huang Jin ran to find them, he was thrown into the sea to feed the fish. See, that's the guy you just turned into gold. Nami subconsciously looked back at Su Chen and poked him with her finger. Ah, he's just a nobody, no need to worry. Su Chen answered casually. Who's worried? Nami curled her lips in disdain. She was just wondering how much this human-shaped gold could be sold for. The tavern owner on the other side nodded and placed two different drinks in front of Luffy and Bellamy. Come on, drink. Bellamy lowered his voice and said dully. Oh, arigato. What? Turns out he's a good guy. Luffy simply picked up the drink in front of him and poured it into his mouth. Bang. Bellamy suddenly grabbed Luffy's head and smashed it against the bar. Advertisement. But the next second, he looked at his palm with some confusion. Luffy, who was originally held tightly by him, now appeared behind him. Very good, you are mentally prepared now. Luffy adjusted the straw hat on his head, drank the drink in his hand in one gulp, and then crushed the cup in his hand. We can finally fight, this shouldn't be considered as actively causing trouble. Zoro on the side also slowly drew out his long sword and looked around with murderous intent. Luffy, wait a minute. We haven't gotten any information yet. Nami saw Luffy trying to take action, and immediately stopped him loudly, turned to the tavern owner and asked, Hey, uncle, do you know how to get to Sky Island? As soon as the words fell, the tavern suddenly became quiet. No. No way, she just said Sky Island. It's not true, is it? As if they had heard something incredible, everyone in the tavern swallowed subconsciously. Next second, they looked at each other and burst into indescribable laughter, some even laughed so hard that tears came out. It seemed to be laughing at the daydreams of Luffy and the others. It's really hilarious, she actually said Sky Island. Please spare me. Ha 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 ha. Nami was stunned. Are these guys making fun of her? Thinking of this, she subconsciously touched the wooden stick on her waist. That's enough. You actually believed that old-fashioned legend about islands in the sky. Bellamy sat back on the stool. How could such a person have the ability to turn people into gold? What era are you from? Now the unpredictable currents on the Grand Line have been explained one by one. Upwelling current is one of them. At this point, Bellamy glanced at Nami as if he were a country bumpkin. You haven't heard of this kind of current at all. The ships that fell victim to the upwelling current were swept high into the sky and then plummeted straight back into the sea. The old sailors had no idea about these things, and when they saw the ship falling from the sky, they imagined islands in the sky or something like that. It is said that there must be another world in heaven. Ha ha ha, idiot, how is that possible? Every phenomenon has an explanation. Advertisement. I wanted to test whether you were the one who turned Sarkis into gold, but I didn't expect you to be just some delusional lunatic. How boring. Bellamy crossed his legs and stared at Luffy and the others with disdain. Listen up, the era of pirates' dreams is over. The Golden Country, the Emerald City, the great secret treasure One Piece, these famous treasures have fascinated those powerful figures who roam the seas. It's a pity that they all forgot about the immediate benefits and only cared about those unrealistic dreams. That's what all the dead fools said about them. How happy are those guys who are living in their dreams? Bellamy seemed to have thought of something and let out a mocking laugh. Then he rushed forward with his fists clenched. Go to hell, you are a fool pursuing your dreams, you are simply not worthy. Bang! Nami suddenly attacked and knocked Bellamy down with a stick. You're lying, Bellamy. Gudong. The people in the tavern were swallowing their saliva one by one, and cold sweat kept coming out of their foreheads and backs. The woman in front of him knocked Bellamy unable to move with just a simple blow of the stick. What a terrifying power this is. Tisk, so weak. Nami folded the stick in her hand with disdain and put it back on her waist. You can't even beat a navigator like me, why are you pretending? Bellamy's prone body trembled. Being knocked down by a woman with a stick, he was almost going crazy. He seemed very angry. You woman. Boom. Looking at Bellamy who was flying out, Su Chen retracted his leg. Sorry, Bellamy was like a zombie, which triggered his stress response, so he kicked subconsciously. Luffy on the side seemed to want to say something. However, Su Chen did not give him a chance to speak and directly pulled him out of the tavern. Let's go. These guys are not the same as us at all. Nami and Zoro looked around and followed. He had no interest in these guys at all, they were just pirates who burned, killed and looted. If he is really that awesome, he can just go to New World and confront Whitebeard, Kaido and the others. The moment Su Chen and his companions stepped out of the tavern, a strong chill appeared under Bellamy and his companions. In just a moment, lifelike ice sculptures appeared inside the tavern. A palm-sized piece of gold fell in front of the tavern owner. Chapter 120. Bet on your chance of survival. It was still noisy outside the pub. It seemed that he didn't notice what happened inside. After walking a few steps, a voice of affirmation reached the ears of Luffy and the others. Sky Island exists. Teach took a big bite of the Sakura peach pie. When he saw Luffy and the others coming out, he said happily, ha 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 ha, the Sakura peach pie here is really the best. Nami and the others turned their heads to look at Teach who was speaking, and their eyes narrowed. Such affirmative words formed a strong contrast with those people in the tavern before, and it was hard not to notice. What those guys say is bullshit. Teach held a bottle of wine in his hands and laughed unbridled, ha 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 ha, what an unrealistic dream. It's ridiculous. Then, he smashed the bottle down fiercely and shouted loudly. People's dreams will never end. Isn't it? A breeze blew by, and Luffy's eyes became particularly serious. He seemed to see another self in this person who didn't care about anything else and talked loudly about his dreams. Marshal D. Teach, will fate favor you again? Su Chen turned to face Teach, walked up to him, picked up the Sakura peach pie in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. The man in front of him was very, very similar to Luffy. They had the same goal, but they took different paths. Roger and Golden Lion, Luffy and Teach. On one side is the pursuit of pure ideals, on the other side is the desire for pure reality. This sea full of freedom can accommodate all kinds of people. Hearing Su Chen's words, Nami and Zoro's pupils shrank. This name should be the person that Luffy's brother is chasing. Ha 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 ha, I remember now. Teach was puzzled for a moment, then showed a thoughtful expression. You are the magician Su Chen, and you stirred up a storm in the entire ocean before. He took a big sip of wine without caring and continued, how about you follow me? As long as my plan succeeds. King Pirates, it is no longer an unattainable goal, thief ha 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 ha. Luffy, can you trust me? You guys go back to the ship first. Advertisement. Turning his head slightly, Su Chen smiled at Luffy, Robin should have gotten a clue. You guys go first, I'll be back as soon as possible. If I don't make it, we'll meet at Sky Island. After he finished speaking, he pulled out a book of ghost paintings with a sky blue glow from his arms and threw it directly to Nami. Ah, then we'll go first. Luffy pulled Nami along and walked away without hesitation. Since Su Chen said he believed him, he would naturally believe it, because he was his partner. However, Nami was obviously unwilling to leave. Teach simply sat there, which still gave her a strong sense of crisis. Trust Su Chen. Have you forgotten how strong he is? Zoro patted Nami, eliminating her last bit of hesitation. Recalling Su Chen's strength, Nami slowly calmed down her worried heart. As Luffy and the others left, several other figures appeared around the street. A weak and sickly man, a sniper wearing a monocle, and a strong man with muscular body. Thief ha 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 ha, it looks like you are here to take my life. Teach noticed that something was wrong with Su Chen, but even so, he still looked indifferent. Marshal D. Teach, you spent 20 years gambling on a fruit that you might not get. Su Chen ignored the figures around him, and did not answer Teach's words. He sat cross-legged in front of him and said, do you want to gamble this time? Your chance of survival. After saying this, Su Chen opened his palm and a bottle of rum appeared on it. Pure pirates would probably like this kind of drink. As soon as the words fell, Teach's eyes fixed and he became alert. This feeling of being stared at by some terrifying creature was something he had only experienced on the young Whitebeard. Looking at the bottle of wine that Su Chen handed over, he reached out and took it. Oh, that's great. Teach took the bottle without hesitation and took a sip. I bet that this time, fate will favor me again. Snap. Thunderous lightning rained down from the sky like raindrops, and the whole town was instantly engulfed in flames. There was an inexplicable black smoke that was swaying in the flames, and the violent vibrations and air waves spread rapidly, then slowly disappeared into the deep darkness. Everyone on the merry looked at the slowly disappearing town and fell into a long silence. Advertisement. Marshal D. Teach, they had heard of this name in Alabasta. As a man who was still alive and kicking after being hunted by Ace for so long, one can imagine how dangerous he was. For the first time, they realized their own powerlessness, and it was also the first time they longed for strength. In a battle of this magnitude, they can't help at all. Van Bulen Kulik is the descendant of Rolando. He should know how to get to Sky Island. Robin dully told the news he had obtained. All right everyone, let's go find a way to get to Sky Island. Nami shouted encouragingly, then looked at Luffy and the others with a smile. Su Chen said he would catch up with us, didn't he? Everyone looked at each other, pulled up the anchor dejectedly, and sailed to the other side of Guy Island. Inside the town at this time, Teach stood on the other side of the street in a state of disarray. He pointed his palm downwards, and a huge darkness enveloped the entire town. Flickering flames and lightning rose and fell in the darkness. Su Chen was floating above the town, staring down at Teach below. Thief ha 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 ha, what a terrifying attack. Teach's voice was exceptionally cold. If it weren't for the dark fruit, he would have died under the terrifying thunder and fire in the instant of the battle just now. The remaining 3 people had already run away the moment Su Chen made his move. This was not a battle scenario they could help with at all, and now they could only trust their captain. Since you have taken action, let me show you the power that I have worked so hard to obtain. Teach's eyes flashed and he roared loudly. A huge void and darkness rose behind him, gradually covering half of the sky. Really? Then take this move. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face, and he raised one hand high. Let me see your tolerance, Marshal D. Teach. Celestial magic. Falling stars. Layer upon layer of strange patterns spread out from Su Chen's hands and spread directly into the sky. A magic circle that was countless times larger than the little garden appeared, with layers of mysterious lines emitting strange light that filled the entire sky. Huge meteorites, glowing with fire, appeared from behind the clouds. With Su Chen's gentle swing of his arm, he fell directly. Boom, 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 boom. Huge clouds of dust rose up, and tens of thousands of tons of sea water around it instantly dispersed. With Teach as the center, half of Gaia Island instantly disappeared into the sea. A meteorite crater about 5 kilometers in diameter appeared at the original location of Gaia Island. Chapter 121. Holy Spear of Judgment. Ah, it hurts. Inside the huge crater, Teach was lying on the ground, with black smoke surrounding him. At this time, he was dressed in tattered clothes and there was not a trace of good flesh on his body, but he still survived. At the moment the meteorite fell, he tried his best to use the dark acupoints to absorb most of the meteorite and its kinetic energy, so he barely saved his life. Ouch, it hurts so much. Teach yelled loudly and slowly got up from the ground. His eyes were fixed on Su Chen in the air, and one hand was raised instantly. Dark water. The air vibrated, Teach's gust of wind rose up, and a powerful gravitational force spread from his hands, directly pulling Su Chen down from the sky. He was almost crushed to death and now he was not thinking about escaping, but taking revenge on Su Chen. In his opinion, this ability to control thunder and meteorites should be some unknown devil fruit. As long as he catches it, he can counterattack no matter what fruit it is. Thief, ha 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 ha, you feel it, right? Teach grabbed Su Chen's arm tightly, as if he had already won. You have noticed it, magician. Your abilities are no longer usable. Bang. Teach's response was an exceptionally powerful punch and Su Chen's disdainful smile. Layer upon layer of lines emerged from the fist. Then, a shocking light and heat exploded on Teach's face. The huge force caused him to fly backwards and hit the edge of the crater hard. The wind was blowing hard and the air was filled with smoke and dust. After a long time, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and Teach's figure collapsed in a pile of rubble. He was in an extremely miserable state at this moment. The heat generated by the punch just now directly evaporated half of his cheek. Ah, it hurts so much. Teach was twitching in pain on the ground, and some red and yellow unknown liquid oozed out of his charred face. Even so, he didn't care about his body that was about to collapse, and asked in shock, light. Su Chen had no intention of explaining to him. His palms opened, and the magic power in his body formed a mysterious pattern in the air. Superposition. Light array. Advertisement. Sniff sniff. Several spears emitting strong white light fell silently from the sky and landed around Teach. The air waves rolled and the lightning flashed. Strange waves moved back and forth between the spears, firmly controlling him inside. Teach subconsciously touched the spear, but the intense burning sensation made him let go instantly. Even using the power of the fruit to touch it, it still couldn't completely offset the pain. If he wasn't able to use the power, he would have thought that this thing was made of sea stone. Then a fierce look appeared on his face, and he shook his hands, and a huge ball of darkness spread out from his body. He just couldn't believe that a devil fruit he had never seen before could be as good as the one he carefully selected. The air vibrated, the ground shook, and strong winds formed into blades that swept everywhere. The overwhelming black smoke enveloped the entire crater in an instant, and then rolled back like a tentacle. The extremely deep darkness and the spear produced an unimaginable collision, and the blood-red lightning generated by the collision broke the ground into pieces. Teach's face should not be so red. Even with his special physique, he could not bear the use of a fruit of this strength. However, the shine on the spear disappeared due to his efforts, which undoubtedly made him more excited. And the other side, Su Chen slowly floated into the air, and the magic wand on his waist floated out and hovered above one of his palms. In just a moment, the magic wand quickly stretched out, and a spear shining with sacred light appeared in the air. Without any hesitation, after gathering some strength, he threw it directly at Teach. Holy Spear of Judgment. The wind was howling and the air was exploding. A ring-shaped cloud appeared behind the spear that flew out in an instant. Like a meteor, the sacred spear instantly appeared in front of Teach. The wind blew back, and the strong wind pressure bent Teach's body at the waist before the spear pierced him. He had not yet escaped from the light array and had no way to avoid it. He could only raise one hand with all his strength at the last moment, wrapped tightly in armed color, and blocked in front of him. Sizzle. The spear emitting holy light pierced directly through his arm and into his body, nailing him to the ground. A large amount of blood flowed out of the wound and then evaporated instantly. A look of despair appeared on Teach's face. This time he felt death approaching. Captain. In the distance, several crew members that Teach found showed horrified expressions. In such a battle, they could not help at all. Advertisement. If Teach hadn't absorbed most of the power just now, they would have died under the meteorite. Su Chen tilted his head slightly and glanced in the direction of the three people. With a casual wave of his hand, a spear on the ground flew out. Boom. A huge explosion occurred where the three people were, and flames and smoke quickly spread. Van Oka and the others tried their best to escape, but unfortunately they didn't have time to react to such a rapid attack and fell to the ground seriously injured in an instant. Thanks to Duq's superb medical skills, he was barely able to hang on to his life. It seems that you have lost the bet. You will all be wiped out here today. Su Chen slowly walked up to the nailed Teach and took out another bottle of rum. Haha. Cough cough cough. Looks like I lost. Teach's voice became open-minded. After suffering fatal injuries, he seemed to have figured something out. He placed the rum in his hand on Teach's other relatively intact hand and considerately helped him open the lid. Unfortunately, you and I are not of the same kind. Su Chen said in a somewhat dull tone. I can't be as selfish and cold-hearted as you, only caring about interests, nor can I be as cruel and greedy as you. Perhaps you can really become the king of pirates in the end, but unfortunately, fate does not favor you anymore. If you can still survive like this, then it's not impossible to let you go. Goodbye, my friends are waiting for me. After saying this, Su Chen looked at Teach deeply and floated into the sky. Teach is now half dead. If he is still alive, he will be left for Luffy or Ace to defeat in the future. After all, that's how he felt. Luffy and Teach are practically the same person, the only difference is the way they pursue their dreams. As Su Chen walked away, Teach clenched the rum in his hand and took a big gulp. Ha 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 ha, this wine is really delicious. Cough cough cough, poochie. Clang. The surrounding spears disappeared instantly, and the spear stuck in Teach's chest turned into a magic wand and soared into the sky. After the spears around him disappeared, Teach fell directly to the ground, with large mouthfuls of blood spurting out of his mouth and chest, and the bottle of wine in his hand shattered. Feeling his life slipping away, he closed his eyes resignedly. A breeze blew by, and a large amount of sea water that was no longer under Su Chen's control began to flow back into the crater, quickly approaching Teach's body. Judging from the scenery, this ambitious man has really ended his journey. Chapter 122 The One Favored by Fate. A dying figure crawled over from a distance. He gently placed his hands on Teach's body, then propped himself up and fiddled with it a few times. After doing all this, he lay directly on the ground. Boom. Dong dong. A faint heartbeat could be heard from Teach's chest, and the next second, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Zahahaha. Cough cough cough, it hurts so much. Teach stood up and laughed unbridledly. Ahem, it seems that fate favors me again. What a pity, it was just that short. Hiccup. Yeah, it's fate, Duque replied weakly. Enduring the discomfort and severe pain in his body, Teach slowly stood up. At the last moment, because he was missing a spear, he retained a glimmer of hope under the terrifying spear, and with the help of Duque's medical skills, he managed to survive with difficulty. After taking a deep look at the direction where Su Chen disappeared, Teach picked up the poison cue on the ground and walked towards the other two crew members. Now is not the time to think about these things. Once the surrounding sea water spreads over, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Now that fate has favored him again, he might as well find a place to heal his wounds. As long as he goes according to plan, he won't be so powerless next time. Meanwhile on the other side, Su Chen, who was flying quickly in the air, paused and looked back thoughtfully. The wand flew back and landed in his hand. The world's corrective force. The wand in his hand grew longer again, and the sacred spear quickly condensed out, but the next second, he smiled and shook his head, the spear in his hand dispersed, and he put the wand back into the bag on his waist. Never mind, leave it to Ace or Luffy. Since he survived, let's spare his life for now. Strictly speaking, Teach does not block his way. On the contrary, he will be a good opponent for Luffy. And the current Ace is not that simple. Who knows what will happen in the next battle? Then Su Chen's figure flashed. It landed directly on the Mary, which had a new look. Advertisement. You must be the other partner they were talking about. The noise just now was really scary. A figure wearing only a pair of trousers, with a diamond-shaped face, a tattoo on his left arm and a cigarette in his mouth walked out of the house next door and looked at Su Chen with great surprise. He probably will never forget the scene that seemed like the collapse of the sky. At that time, he thought he was doomed. After all, the aftermath of such a battle would be enough to destroy the island. Surprisingly, the aftermath of the battle did not spread to the other side of Guy Island. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Rolando's descendants. Su Chen nodded, opened his hands slightly, leaned on the edge of the boat and said to him with interest, "Do you want to see what Sky Island looks like?" Wenbrand Kulik's pupils contracted and he looked at Su Chen with extreme horror. He has always firmly believed that his ancestors were right and that the legendary Sky Island and the Golden Country really exist. If he could see the legendary city in person, he would die without regrets. But can you really see his physical condition with your own eyes? You misunderstood, although I can take you up there directly. Su Chen shook his head, and a painting appeared in his hand. But I don't have the time, I just want to show you the scene above. This is. Wenbrand Kulik subconsciously took 2 steps forward, and the scroll was shining with brilliant golden light. A city made of gold appeared before him. In the center of the city, an exquisite clock stood there quietly as if it had existed forever. Shandora. Tears kept falling from Wenbrand Kulik's eyes. In the fairy tale that has been circulating in North Blue for 400 years, Rolando, the ancestor known as the King of Liars, did not lie at all. Sky Island exists, and the Golden Country also exists. Okay, I'll give you something else. A palm-sized golden bell and a golden book were thrown out by Su Chen and landed in Wenbrand Kulik's hands. I found this in Shandora. You can keep it as a souvenir. Shaking his head, Su Chen no longer paid attention to the stunned Wendelin Kulik, and looked into the forest next to him. Hey, Su Chen, you're back. Luffy and his group ran out of the forest, and after seeing the traffic jam, they rushed forward excitedly. You're not hurt. Advertisement. Nami looked Su Chen up and down, and breathed a sigh of relief when she found no obvious marks. Yoshi, now that Su Chen is back, let's have a party. Luffy stretched out his arms and bounced back onto the Mary. Sanji, I want meat. Hey, wait a minute. Sanji said nothing this time and walked straight into the kitchen. Zoro walked to Su Chen's side and nodded. After eating and drinking, everyone turned their attention to the Mary. After being reinforced by the Tsuruyama allied forces, the Mary now looked like it had grown 2 wings, and its original sheep head had become like a rooster. Looks perfect for flying. In fact, if Sky Island was not so high, Nami could control herself and fly directly up there. Because of Su Chen's inscription, the Mary could have flown a long time ago. Everyone, let's set off now. Wendell and Kulik put away the things that Su Chen gave him, but he did not forget the important business. After a period of adjustment, he calmed down and said, look, now is the best time. As Wendell and Kulik finished speaking, the sea area became dark at some point, and a large dark cloud appeared in the sky. The strong wind that had been blowing continuously began to become increasingly weaker. In the forest, countless birds flew up quickly and restlessly, like the calm before the storm. Yoshi, let's go, Luffy shouted excitedly. Afterwards, under the escort of the Ape King and the Orangutan King, the Mary quickly sailed under the cumulus clouds. After reaching the area covered by the clouds, the Gorilla's King immediately dispatched the sea explorers to disembark. Huge sound waves echoed rapidly beneath the sea, clearly reflecting everything below. Reflected sound waves confirmed that a large current appeared at 12 o'clock. Giant creatures detected at 9 o'clock, probably some kind of sea kings. There is a current at 10 o'clock that is opposite to the current at 12 o'clock, and it is likely to produce a huge Uzumaki. After hearing the Uzumaki, the Ape King above shouted loudly, go to the 10 o'clock direction, the huge Uzumaki is the precursor to the explosion. Look, as the ship turned and moved forward, an extremely huge Uzumaki appeared in front of everyone. The camera looked upwards, and the Uzumaki was like an abyss, swallowing up countless creatures and sea water. The huge sea kings had no chance to resist this natural disaster and disappeared among the Uzumaki in an instant. Under the terrifying Uzumaki, the Mary could only barely stabilize its hull. Don't resist. Let the Uzumaki people lead you there. We have to reach the center of Uzumaki to successfully ride the ocean current. Looking at the Mary resisting Uzumaki, the Ape King reminded loudly. At this point, it is too late to regret, and the only way out is to go on. Chapter 123 The Rising Ocean Current. With the roar of the Ape King, the Mary went straight along the current into the depths of Uzumaki. Seeing this, Nami shouted in horror, I've never heard of being swallowed. This is also the first time I've seen such a big Uzumaki. Robin widened his eyes and stared at the Uzumaki in front of him. Although Sanji was also a little frightened, after hearing the voices of Nami and Robin. He immediately stood up and ran to them to offer his courtesy. It's okay, Miss Nami and Miss Robin will be protected by me. No, I want to go back. Usopp looked pale and horrified as he watched the Mary keep moving towards the center of the Uzumaki. I'm not going to Sky Island. Give up, it's too late now. Zoro curled his lips. Chopper, on the other hand, imagined the sight of the Mary soaring into the sky with great longing, and his eyes sparkled. Wait a minute, please spare me, I can't stand it, it's too horrible. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. As he approached the Uzumaki center, Usopp became more and more frightened. At first he knew it would be very dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. It was simply a gamble with his life. Even Nami followed suit and complained. You didn't tell me there would be such a big Uzumaki before. This is a lie. A lie. It's night time. Everyone, hurry up and persuade Luffy. Let's go back now. It's not too late to turn around. With such a big Uzumaki, we will definitely be buried in the sea. Sky Island is just a dream within a dream. Usopp's throat seemed to be pinched, and he made a hoarse and low plea. A dream within a dream. Luffy turned his head excitedly. Instead of feeling fear, he was filled with excitement. That's the island of my dreams. If I miss this great adventure, I will regret it for the rest of my life. The boat shook once more, now quite close to the center of Uzumaki. Hey, the ship will be swallowed up by the Uzumaki while you put up a pointless resistance. Zoro stared at the Uzumaki in front of him and swallowed imperceptibly. The next moment, the hull of the Mary began to fall instantly. The entire ship fell towards the center of Uzumaki at an extremely fast speed. Hurry, Nami, come into my arms quickly, Sanji said excitedly. Usopp turned pale and said in horror, oh my god, I'm going to fall. However, in just a moment, the entire sea returned to calm, and the huge Uzumaki disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Advertisement. Disappeared. Why? What happened? Everyone looked around with confusion. Usopp, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. It was really good that he didn't have to die. A depressing atmosphere slowly emerged, covering the entire sea area. Like the last calm before the storm, in the forest on Guy Island, strange-looking birds were circling madly in the air. The fish that were still able to move around Uzumaki were now fleeing frantically. No, Uzumaki just disappeared temporarily. Nami felt the air flow around him slowly stagnating, and his pupils shrank. He immediately explained. So, we are right in the center of the rising current. As the words fell, everyone felt that their vision was rising, and in the distance they could actually see only a small half of Gaia Island left. Quick, everyone grab hold of the hull or hide in the cabin. Sanji felt the increasingly strong vibration of the Mary, and immediately flipped down from the second floor, shouting loudly. In the chaos and although a little frightened, everyone still found their position and held on to the boat with all their strength. Only Su Chen found a lounge chair and sat not far from the rudder to read a brochure. Because there was no teach that could kill with one blow, Su Chen felt that he was not that strong yet and he had to hurry up and study hard to master the rest. The most important thing is that he seemed to have grasped some clues about the issue of resurrection. Bang! After everyone was ready, a huge ocean current swept the Mary into the sky. The heat energy accumulated on the seabed produces unparalleled air currents, which, along with immeasurable amounts of seawater, rush straight up to the heights of the clouds. Ah! What's going on? Usopp held onto the railing of the boat, his mouth wide open for a long time. The boat is sailing straight above the water column. What's the principle behind this? Whined. Nami's eyes sparkled. The strong wind generated by this airflow made her understand the wind more deeply. Moreover, she seemed to hear an exceptionally cheerful voice. It was as if the Mary was cheering happily. But the next moment, this feeling was interrupted by Luffy's shout. Woohoo! This is so fun! Advertisement. Luffy hugged the bow of the ship, looking at the sky with shining eyes. Yoshi, we can reach the sky like this. Go, Mary. As Luffy finished his words, a wisp of blue breeze swirled around everyone. Wait a minute, things don't seem that simple. Sanji's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he looked at the hull of the Mary with some fear. The hull is starting to float up. If this continues, we will be flung out. At the same time, a huge sea kings fell from the sky. Everyone watched it fall in horror, fear slowly filling their eyes. Look, it's only a matter of time before we become like that. Sanji said, holding onto the railing, cigarette in his mouth. Zoro, who was standing sideways on the hull, spread his hands and said, what's the point of saying this now? The ship came up with the power of the explosion. How can we rely on ourselves now? Wah, Nami, if this doesn't work, just control the Mary and fly down. Usopp looked at Su Chen with tears in his eyes, and after finding that he was indifferent, he said to Nami pleadingly. There is still a chance, let's go back quickly. Raise the sails. Now. Nami looked at everyone seriously and ordered loudly. Huh, this is the sea. It's not just an ordinary column of water. It's an upwelling current. Nami pointed upwards, her eyes bright. The wind from below is the updraft generated by geothermal heat and steam. With the wind, I can sail to show you anywhere. After finishing speaking, Nami looked at everyone with great pride, smiled happily and said. Who is the navigator on this ship? Ha 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 ha, it's finally my turn to show off in front of everyone. Do you want to charge me? It's Miss Nami. Sanji is always the most supportive one. Pink hearts appeared in his eyes. This handsome Nami is so beautiful. Everyone immediately followed Nami's instructions and raised the sail. The next moment, the Mary broke away from the sea pillar and flew up, circling in the air. Woohoo! It's flying. It's so awesome. Luffy yelled loudly. Even though he had experienced this feeling many times, it was still exciting. You know, this time we are heading towards the legendary Sky Island. Chapter 124 Above the White Sea. Great, I don't have to die. Usopp's eyes welled up with tears, feeling thankful to be alive once again. Yo! Chopper jumped twice in excitement. Robin, who was standing by, smiled faintly and looked at Nami with particularly gentle eyes. Sanji's eyes were full of hearts, and he said attentively, Nami. You are amazing. I love you so much. As long as we ride this current, we can fly as high as we want. The corners of Nami's mouth curled up unconsciously. It felt really good to be complimented. Luffy, who was lying on the railing, turned back excitedly and asked Nami, are we almost at Sky Island? Nami glanced at Su Chen proudly, pointed to the top of the cloud and said, it should be on the other side of that cloud. Above the clouds. What's up there? Luffy looked up expectantly, holding his straw hat and yelling, ooh. We're going into the clouds. The next moment, the Mary plunged directly into a sea of clouds. Wow, I can't breathe. Luffy couldn't help holding his breath. The humidity in the clouds and the gradually thinning oxygen made him very uncomfortable, so at this time, everyone except Su Chen became a little weak. After a while, the Mary finally broke out of the sea of clouds. At some point, the wings on both sides of the Mary had been broken, and now it was lying quietly on the clouds. Everyone on the deck was coughing and breathing heavily in pain. Su Chen waved his hand to disperse the shield around his body, and punched Usopp who was lying down pretending to be dead. After his training, with such a small height difference, there would not be a shock like in the original book. Everyone, look outside the ship, it's amazing. Luffy was now shouting and looking outside. After rushing out of the clouds, he instantly regained his energy. It's all white. Outside the boat, there were endless white clouds. Clouds. Chopper had beads of sweat on his forehead and looked outside in surprise. On the clouds, Nami held onto the edge of the boat, a little unbelieving, but why won't it fall off? Ah, Of course it will float on top, because it's a cloud. Luffy crossed his arms in front of his chest and said without any common sense. Float your head. Advertisement. Everyone couldn't help but complain. Where is this, Yun? What? Isn't this a cloud? This looks too much like a cloud. What on earth is this? Usopp covered his pounded stomach and stared outside with wide eyes. In other words, this is the sea floating in the air that Su Chen mentioned. Nami observed it and made sure that she was not hallucinating due to lack of oxygen. Yes, this is the White Sea. Su Chen stood beside the crowd and pointed at the clouds below. Because it's the sea, the Mary won't fall. But this is not Sky Island yet. Sky Island is in the White Sea further up. No, Nami subconsciously glanced at the record pointer on her hand, nodded and said, it seems so. Look, the record pointer is still pointing upwards. Looks like we have to keep going up. Robin said as he sat elegantly on the edge of the boat. Chopper tilted his head, looked at Robin in confusion and asked, do we need to go up further? How do we go? I don't know about that either. Robin spread his hands and shook his head to answer Chopper. Usopp also understood the situation, and jumped onto the edge of the boat, took off his clothes, and shouted, see. Ha 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 ha, Captain Usopp wants to swim here. Luffy and Chopper rushed over instantly, and they all expressed their support for this exciting thing. Hey, hey, hey. Don't mess around, this is still uncharted waters. Sanji reminded, cigarette in hand. The sea is the sea, what can happen? However, Usopp did not listen to Sanji's instructions at all. After shouting, he jumped directly into the sea of clouds and began to dive. That's great. He's really brave. Luffy and Chopper looked at Usopp who jumped down with envy on their faces. I really envy Usopp. I wish I could swim. Luffy's eyes were almost red with envy. Chopper also followed suit. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. After a while, Zoro felt something was wrong and said, hey, he doesn't seem to be floating up. I wonder if there is an ocean bottom here. Robin supported his head and looked at Su Chen, as if asking him. I was also wondering, will he fall directly back to the Grand Line? Su Chen looked at Robin with a sly smile. He won't die from falling. After all, there are magic patterns engraved by him personally. But it was definitely a shock. Usopp must have forgotten that Ching Ling could allow him to float in the air. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so scared when he came up. Advertisement. Ah, looking at Su Chen's naughty expression, everyone reacted instantly. So that means that idiot fell from the cloud. Zoro said in surprise. Sanji couldn't help but curse. I told him not to act rashly, but he refused to listen. What an idiot. Usopp. Luffy yelled, raising his arms above his head before suddenly reaching them down. Stretch your arms as far as possible. Robin said immediately upon seeing this. But I can't see below. Can I just grab it randomly based on my feel? Luffy was also frightened at this time, looking at Robin with tears in his eyes. It's okay, leave it to me. Robin crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, with petals flashing in waves. Dazzling. Eyes appeared on Luffy's outstretched arm. It was not until Luffy reached his hand out of the clouds that he saw Usopp's frightened figure falling rapidly. I see. After discovering Usopp, Robin immediately used his fruit power. 6-wheeled flowers bloom. Layers of arms grew out one after another, and soon they grabbed the falling Usopp. After seeing that it was firmly grasped, Robin opened his eyes and said, okay, pull it up. Great, we caught you, didn't we? Luffy's arm contracted and suddenly pulled upwards. A giant octopus and another eel-like monster floated up along with Usopp's appearance. Shit, these guys want to eat Usopp. Chopper was startled by the sudden appearance of the monster. No. You shouldn't be that scared. Zoro pulled out the long knife from his waist and slashed it lightly. The huge octopus exploded and disappeared in an instant like a balloon. Sanji also rushed out instantly and kicked the huge eel over with a flying kick. Soon, the entire sea of clouds returned to calm. I say, this thing looks really strange, it doesn't look like a fish. Sanji said with some confusion as he stood on the edge of the boat, stepping on the eel and holding a cigarette in his mouth. That octopus is also like a balloon. Su Chen curled his lips and smiled, looking at everyone with some amusement and said, of course, this is the sea, it is normal to have some strange creatures. Just as he thought, Usopp really forgot that the engraved magic pattern could allow him to float.